Glan, Whis, I possess the most delectable food in the entire universe. Would you care to indulge? Whis, are you attempting to deceive me into rescuing you? Don't be foolish. It smells divine. Glan, Mr. Whis, I wish to learn the art of breaking rules. I yearn to master the ultimate freedom. Whis, don't be absurd. How could you possibly learn? What? Have you swiftly comprehended the second layer of the self-forgetting state? What? You've already grasped the art of breaking rules. Beerus, kid, you seem to possess quite the talent. I shall make you my candidate. Compass, how infuriating. That scrawny fellow has a candidate with such remarkable talent. Bardos, this little one is impressive, having even learned the techniques of the angels. Chapter 1. Transmigration and Summoning Whis. I have transcended reality and found myself in the long-desired realm of Dragon Ball. Vegeta, are you not going to save Glan? He, a superior scion, was ambushed by a native and even lost his tail. Why should I waste my efforts saving such trash? However, if you continue to prattle, you might as well stay here. Soon, several small spacecraft ignited and soared into the cosmos. On the surface of the planet lay a child, perhaps 6 years of age, with a round face, plump physique, and a small stature. Yet, he was covered in injuries, his tail severed, appearing gravely wounded. Ugh! Glan suddenly awoke from his unconscious state, a deluge of information bombarding his mind. The intense pain in his head caused him to groan softly, and he promptly fainted again. But just before slipping into oblivion, a fleeting thought crossed Glan's mind. I have transcended. The day cycled from dark to light and back again. During this time, Glan's former soul incessantly consumed the essence of the original inhabitant's soul, while his dimension underwent peculiar alterations. Unbeknownst to Glan, 3 days passed before he finally regained consciousness. Ha! Ha ha ha! I have transcended. Lying on the ground, Glan sorted through the memories flooding his mind, and a smile of joy spread across his face. Dragon Ball was his favorite anime. He could hardly believe he had awakened in this world. Throughout his transmigration, he had not discovered any system or golden finger, yet he had become a scion. The identity of a scion, combined with the memories of his past life, constituted his greatest advantage. It is known that the scion lineage is remarkably potent. Transforming into Super Saiyan form amplifies power by 50-fold. Transforming into Super Saiyan 2 enhances power by 100-fold. What if he were to achieve Super Saiyan 5, 6, or even 10? Though the anime depicts Super Saiyan 4 as the pinnacle, who can ascertain that it is indeed the Scion's limit? Limits are meant to be surpassed. Glan does not believe Super Saiyan 4 is the ultimate threshold for Scion. Moreover, there exists the path to divinity. The combination of Scion transformations and ascension to godhood may one day enable him to strike down Beerus and challenge the Omni King. Just as Glan envisioned his glorious future, he neglected a critical aspect. It hurts. The excruciating pain from his injuries jolted Glan from his reverie. It is now the year 737 of the age, shortly after the destruction of planet Vegeta, and Vegeta's team remains in Frieza's clutches. Glan is also a member of Vegeta's team. However, 3 days prior, during a mission, he had been ambushed by a native of this planet and had his tail severed. Being a member of Vegeta's team, Glan is undoubtedly a superior scion. Yet, it is precisely because he is a superior scion that being successfully ambushed and losing his tail is a disgrace. In Vegeta's eyes, this is an affront to the scion race. Thus, Vegeta showed no mercy, destroying Glan's spacecraft and leaving him to fend for himself on this planet. It hurts. Vegeta truly is ruthless in the early stages of the plot. Lying on the ground, the agony rendered Glan's face pale. He is not surprised by Vegeta's cruelty towards his own kind. In the early narrative, Vegeta is indeed a small devil. For instance, when Vegeta and Nappa invaded Earth, after Nappa was gravely injured by Goku and pleaded for Vegeta's assistance, Vegeta deemed Nappa, having lost his value, a burden, and personally executed him. Damn you, second-rate loser. I will make you beg for mercy one day. Glan's expression grew increasingly grim. In addition to his severe injuries, he felt an overwhelming hunger in his stomach. Having been unconscious for 3 days without sustenance, in his current immobile state, he could hardly endure for even an hour. The situation is dire. Am I to perish shortly after my arrival? Glan, enduring the pain, engaged in a mental struggle. The natives of this planet have been entirely eradicated. There could be no one left to rescue him. His spacecraft has been obliterated, rendering escape impossible. Using Dragon Balls? Senza beans? Such notions are far-fetched. Damn it. At this moment, Glan could only move his mouth. Every other part of his body lay immobile, and blood continued to spill from his lips. In this predicament, what means remained for him to survive? Wait, it is now the year 737 of the age. Shortly after the destruction of planet Vegeta, the glimmer of insight flashed through Glan's mind. If anyone could save him, it would be none other than Whis. Whis, Glan weakly called out into the sky. Yes, only the Angel of Universe 7 could possibly rescue him. According to the storyline of Dragon Ball Super, Beerus had instructed King Vegeta to seek out the finest pillow in the universe for him. Ultimately, King Vegeta retained the best pillow for himself and presented the second best to Beerus. This infuriated Beerus, leading to the destruction of planet Vegeta, a consequence of Beerus's orders. Glan is aware that during this time, Beerus harbors disdain for the Saiyans. However, it is now the year 737, shortly after planet Vegeta's destruction, which implies Beerus has only recently entered his slumber. Thus, Glan need not worry about summoning Beerus. As for whether Whis would respond to his call, it should be feasible. Whis, dear sir, I possess the most exquisite delicacies in the universe. Would you care to sample them? Glan called out weakly. From what he knows of Whis, he would surely not resist such culinary delights. Whis, you must come. Chapter 2. Whis, the prophetic fish. In a distant realm, there exists an inverted pyramid world, where every corner is imbued with an aura of destruction. By the lakeside stands an elegant man, tall in stature, with pale blue skin and flowing white hair. A divine halo hovers around his neck, presenting him as both radiant and sacred. Nearby, a cup floats, containing a fish resembling a loach. An angel and the prophetic fish gaze towards a distant palace. The prophetic fish leaned against the cup and said, "Only a few planets have been destroyed, and Lord Beerus has already fallen back into slumber. Truly, he is a sloth." As a member of the realm of destruction, the prophetic fish is well aware of Beerus's might. Years ago, due to the Omni King's hide-and-seek incident, the destroyers of the 12 universes had once engaged in battle. The confrontation could hardly be termed a battle. Rather, it resembled an instance where Beerus was besieged by the other 11 destroyers. Yet the outcome was that Beerus single-handedly vanquished all of them. In the end, the only ones who could depart with dignity were Beerus's own brother Kampa and the mouse Quitla. It was this very clash that earned Beerus the title of the strongest destroyer. Alas, such a formidable destroyer found his universe languishing in second to last place due to his indolent nature. This truly leaves me, the Oracle Fish, feeling utterly embarrassed. "Oh ho," chuckled Whis, holding a long staff in his right hand. "If Lord Beerus hears you calling him a lazy bum, you will be in dire straits." His laughter shattered the sanctity of his angelic persona, rendering him comically absurd. "No fear, Lord Beerus is fast asleep and cannot hear a word," retorted the Oracle Fish. "And how do you know that I won't tell him when he awakens?" "Whis, you." The Oracle Fish's eyes widened in alarm. "You wouldn't really tell Lord Beerus, would you?" Whis covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. "Well, that depends on your understanding of discretion." The Oracle Fish's expression darkened. This master-servant duo was truly exceptional. One adored slumber, while the other relished gourmet delights. To describe them in less flattering terms would be to label them as gluttonous sluggards. Yet, in truth, this angel before me was even more formidable. Beerus, despite being the mightiest of destroyers, could not withstand even a mere casual maneuver from Whis, for all of Beerus's abilities were imparted by Whis, who, in truth, was his mentor. As for Whis's true power, it remained shrouded in mystery. "Very well, I shall offer you my most cherished delicacies, but you must promise not to divulge this to Lord Beerus." The Oracle Fish appeared pained at the thought. Whis licked his lips, his gaze alight with anticipation at the prospect of indulging in delectable treats. Suddenly, a feeble voice echoed, "Whis. Whis." As an angel of the cosmos, Whis, with his elevated status, naturally heard his name being called, yet he chose to ignore it. He and Beerus had left behind many legends in Universe 7. It was not uncommon for someone to call for him. He had grown accustomed to disregarding such voices. However, in the next moment, a voice chimed in again. Whis, dear sir, I possess the most exquisite delicacies in the universe. Would you care to sample them? This proclamation ignited a fervor in Wiss's eyes. Whis, what is the matter? The oracle fish, having extracted a long-cherished delicacy from an alternate dimension, suddenly noticed something amiss with Whis. Why did he seem so exhilarated? Not good. Once he exhibited such enthusiasm, it was clear he had stumbled upon something delicious. In an instant, which transformed into a streak of colorful light, soaring into the sky. He left behind a parting remark. My excursion shall balance the scales for your recent disparagement of Lord Beerus. No one is to inform him of this. Damn it. He rushes off for a feast without me. The oracle fish grumbled into the sky. Yet, just as it finished cursing, it inexplicably slipped into slumber, a rather peculiar occurrence. Had Whis remained, he would have been astonished, for this was the very state in which the oracle fish began to foretell events. Meanwhile, Gran lay on the ground, 2 minutes having passed since his initial call, yet Whis had yet to arrive. Could it be that Whis truly did not hear me? Gran spat out another mouthful of blood. According to the narrative presented in the anime, Whis would normally require 26 minutes to transport Beerus from the realm of destroyers to the North Kai's planet. However, at Beerus's fervent request, Whis had managed the journey in just 3 minutes. Similarly, given Wiss's insatiable craving for gourmet food, he should have arrived here in no more than 3 minutes. As time slipped away, another 10 minutes elapsed, and Gran's breath grew increasingly labored. Damn it, am I truly about to die? I refuse to accept this. I have yet to land a punch on Beerus, or a kick on the... Suddenly, a voice pierced through Gran's thoughts. A punch on Lord Beerus? A kick on whom? The sound sent Gran's pupils dilating in shock. Was it really him? Gran lay on the ground, attempting to turn his head, but he was far too weak to move. Soon, a figure approached and came into view, with pale blue skin, white hair, and a staff in hand. It was an angel. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Whis. Whis had truly heard my words, and had descended here in person. In that moment, Gran forgot the pain coursing through his body, his heart swelling with joy. Whis gazed down at the child lying on the ground, his brow furrowing in concern. A scion? That shouldn't be possible, for the scion race was supposedly annihilated alongside planet Vegeta by Frieza. How could there still be a surviving scion? Had Frieza defied Lord Beerus's will? Whis shook his head. Regardless of whether Frieza had disobeyed Lord Beerus, it was inconsequential to him, as an angel. His duty was to serve and educate the destroyer. He must maintain neutrality and refrain from engaging in the cosmic battles. Thus, even if he were aware of Frieza's defiance against Beerus's will, Whis would exhibit no reaction. However, you just mentioned a punch on Lord Beerus, and a kick on whom? A glimmer of mischief flickered in Wiss's gaze. Unsurprisingly, this little fellow was likely referring to punching Beerus and kicking Xeno. How audacious of this young caramel to utter such words. Gran longed to request a rescue, but he lacked the strength to voice it. Oh dear, I seem to have forgotten that you're on the verge of death. Although Whis spoke thusly, he had no intention of healing Gran. Gran's heart raced with urgency. This shouldn't be Whis had come to him, and given his love for food, why wouldn't he save him? I do not know how you, little one, survived Frieza's grasp, nor how you became aware of my penchant for culinary delights. Whis, staff in hand, seemed to have divined Gran's thoughts, looking down upon him. You lured me here, presumably seeking my assistance, but you have miscalculated. What would compel an angel to save an unknown individual merely for the sake of food? Angels are neutral. They serve only the destroyers and refrain from meddling in cosmic affairs. To save a stranger? Ridiculous. If it were someone he knew, it might be a different matter, but this child on the ground was a total stranger, and moreover, a scion whom Beerus despised. Wiss's love for food was indeed the reason for his presence here, but he would never rescue Gran simply for the sake of delicacies. Gran was oblivious to Wiss's inner musings otherwise. He would surely protest, "You weren't like this in Dragon Ball Super. Bulma merely mentioned delicious food on Earth, and you rushed over to help. Why was it that when I mentioned gourmet delights, you couldn't even spare me a moment's rescue?" Hearing Wiss's words, Gran's elation swiftly morphed into despair. He had thought Wiss's arrival signified salvation, yet it turned out to be this. Was the universe truly intent on my demise? Gran's breath weakened to a critical point as he slowly closed his eyes, the prelude to death enveloping him. Weiss lowered his gaze upon the little creature, who, despite his injuries, displayed a remarkable cleverness by devising a scheme to lure him closer. What a pity. Angels are not permitted to interfere in the affairs of the universe. He could not rescue this little being. As Weiss prepared to turn away, a sudden surge of formidable energy erupted from Gran, accompanied by a ripple in the dimensions. There seems to be something amiss with this little one. Weiss gazed down from his elevated position, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. Chapter 3. The realm of the Kais clan originally belonged to the world of the Dragon Ball creator, his dimension identical to that of the creator. At this moment, Glan, on the brink of death, felt the soul of his original body finally collapse, allowing Glan to completely consume it. A faint yet powerful dimensional pressure erupted from Glan, and his strength surged to an astonishing 200 times its original capacity. How is this possible? Whis exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. His astonishment did not stem from Glan's newfound strength, which he considered trivial, but rather from the fact that Glan's dimension had remarkably ascended to the realm of the Kais. In the entirety of the Omni King's universe, dimensional realms are categorized as mortal, deity, king of hell, Kai, god, angel, supreme Kai, and Omni King. For anyone to elevate their dimensional tier, it relies heavily on innate talent and demands an immense amount of time. The higher the dimension, the more time required. For a Kai, it typically takes millions of years. Yet today, was witnessed a mere child transcend from the mortal realm to the Kai level. This represented a leap of 2 significant dimensions. Years of cultivation had imbued Whis with a temperament as calm as a still pond, yet at this moment, he was genuinely taken aback. Not good, he is nearing death. Glan's life flickered like a candle in the wind. Unable to restrain himself, Whis waved his staff. A silver light enveloped Glan's body, instantly healing his wounds and restoring his vitality to its peak. As Glan's life force surged, his dimension catapulted once again, reaching the pinnacle of the Kai realm. What is happening? How did he ascend again? Whis' breath quickened. This child was exceedingly strange. He had been on the verge of death, yet managed to break through to the Kai level. Furthermore, after his recovery, his dimension escalated to the zenith of the Kai realm. The next tier above that would be the god of destruction level. Could he possibly transcend to the divine dimension? Whis' thoughts were in turmoil as he stared at Glan lying on the ground. He did not sense any miraculous power of the eternal dragon within Glan, indicating that this child had achieved such heights through sheer determination. How had he accomplished this? Whis observed Glan for more than 10 minutes, and the dimensional fluctuations around him ceased. Whis let out a heavy sigh of relief. It was indeed extraordinary for an angel of his stature to be so utterly astonished. Thankfully, Glan's dimension no longer fluctuated. Otherwise, if a 6-year-old child were to break into the divine realm, it would surely become a source of ridicule for those gods of destruction who had labored for millions of years. The surroundings fell into a profound silence as Glan remained unconscious on the ground. His dimension ceased to shift, yet deep within his soul, a dimensional seed suddenly emerged. Unbeknownst to Glan, and without any awareness of the changes occurring within him, Whis stood by, his staff in hand, seemingly lost in thought. Half an hour later, Whis still bore a solemn expression. Ultimately, he lifted Glan from the ground and transformed into a stream of vibrant light, departing from the planet. Glan remained unconscious for 3 more days before suddenly awakening, sitting upright in a jolt. Where am I? Glan gasped for breath, scanning his surroundings. He found himself beside a lake, with numerous crystalline trees on the opposite shore and luminous, floating creatures hovering in the air. I must be dead. This must be hell. Glan muttered to himself. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated from afar. This is the realm of the gods of destruction. The realm of the gods of destruction? Glan blinked in surprise, the environment indeed resembling that of the anime's portrayal of the destruction realm. In the next instant, realization struck him. I'm not dead? Do you wish to die? Whis approached, staff in hand, gazing at the child before him, his mind still in turmoil. This little one had returned from the brink of death, his strength now 200 times greater, and his dimension had soared from the mortal realm to the pinnacle of the Kai realm. Such an extraordinary feat was hard to fathom. No. Glan hastily shook his head, finally recognizing the person before him. It was the refined Whis, who had evidently saved him. Why, then, did his tone seem somewhat peculiar? Mr. Whis, I sincerely apologize. In that moment of crisis, you were the only one I could think of. Glenn stood and bowed respectfully. Thank you for rescuing me. To think of me in such a dire situation was quite clever. Now, I must ask, how did you come to know my name? Whis paused, realizing that this child not only acknowledged his existence, but also knew of his fondness for food. He remarked thoughtfully, You seem to know quite a bit for a little one. Glenn felt a pang of anxiety as he quickly devised an explanation. Although the gods of destruction and angels rarely traverse the universe, legends about you abound. As a member of the Scion race, I naturally know some tales about you. His youthful voice echoed by the lakeside, and Whis remained silent. He was aware of this, having recently taken Beerus to planet Vegeta. Thus, it was reasonable for the Scions to be aware of the existence of the gods of destruction and angels. Yet, one thing puzzled him. This child had previously spoken of wanting to punch a god of destruction and kick the Omni King. How did he know of the Omni King? Whis scrutinized him. How do you know of the Omni King's name? The legends of gods of destruction and angels were common, but the Omni King was not a figure known to all. Glenn felt a chill run down his spine. How could he explain this? Suddenly, he had an idea. Lowering his head, he muttered, I read about it in the Scion history book. It stated that the most powerful and greatest being in this world is the Omni King. He hoped that with planet Vegeta's destruction, Whis would not pursue the matter further. The Scion race? A history book? Whis gazed up at the sky, a flicker of memory crossing his eyes, as if recalling something significant. Glenn was taken aback. Could it be that the Scion race indeed had a history book? Very well. Whis ceased his inquiries, stating nonchalantly, What about the most delicious food in the universe? The abrupt change in topic caught Glenn off guard. Was he not going to pursue the matter any further? Or did the Scion race hold some great significance? Whis regarded him with a peculiar expression, Little one. I am asking you a question. You aren't trying to avoid it, are you? Whis, being a cultured angel, maintained neutrality, refraining from initiating conflict with beings within the universe. However, should anyone deceive him, particularly regarding food, he would become genuinely irate. While he could not personally intervene in such matters, he would certainly awaken the slumbering Beerus. Glenn snapped back to reality, suddenly feeling speechless. Given Whis's earlier indifferent demeanor toward the universe's most exquisite delicacies, he had thought he was doomed. Yet now, it seemed Whis was still eager for good food. Glenn's changing expressions did not escape Whis's notice. He had an inkling of what the child was thinking. Do I seem so lacking in principles? Whis internally scoffed. If not for the bizarre changes in your dimension, would I even bother with you? Whis silently contemplated, having discerned that the child was still unaware of his dimensional breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Kai realm. Clearly, Glenn was oblivious to the secrets hidden within himself. Even if he were to inquire, he would not receive the answers he sought. It would be far better to bring him back to the realm of destruction, allowing for a closer observation of his nature. This was the very reason why Whis had taken Glenn away. It was certainly not for the sake of tasting the so-called most delicious food in the universe as claimed by Glenn. Absolutely not. Mr. Whis, do you have any ingredients? Glenn asked cautiously. Whis furrowed his brow. You can't possibly mean that you intend to prepare something for me yourself. Glenn nodded vigorously. Yes. I will cook for you myself. The meals of his previous life were predominantly sushi and sashimi. Such bland fare was tolerable on occasion, but to consume it daily would be unbearable. Glenn, having been a wealthy heir in his past life, had a profound appreciation for gourmet cuisine, and thus possessed extensive knowledge of various Chinese culinary techniques. He had learned the art of frying, boiling, and roasting from renowned chefs. This time, he was determined to introduce Whis to the exquisite flavors of grand Chinese cuisine. This was his way of repaying a debt of gratitude. It was certainly not an attempt to tantalize Whis's palate in exchange for training. Absolutely not. Very well then. I shall provide you with the ingredients and see what you can create, Whis said, waving his staff. A large, unidentified fish fell from the dimensional space. Fish. The moment Gran laid eyes on the fish, his mind instantly concocted a plan to prepare a grand fish feast. Surely, Whis would enjoy it. And if his spirits were lifted, would he not be inclined to teach him the Ultra Instinct? If not that, then perhaps he could impart the knowledge of gathering destructive energy. Hee. The diminutive Gran gazed at the large fish on the ground, grinning foolishly. Hey, what are you grinning about? Am I not to witness the most delicious food in the universe that you speak of? Chapter 4. Seeking guidance from Whis, what was once a tranquil and solemn realm of destruction soon resounded with the clattering of kitchenware. Upon witnessing this, Whis felt a pang of guilt. If Lord Beerus were to discover that he had brought a child into the realm of destruction, creating such a ruckus, he would surely be reprimanded. Glancing back at the distant destruction temple, where Lord Beerus remained in slumber, he felt a sense of relief. With the prospect of delectable food on the horizon, he could indulge in it all by himself. Meanwhile, Gran was skillfully preparing the fish feast, all while attuning himself to his own power. Wait, according to my memories, I am merely a high-level scion with a combat power of 800. Yet, why does it feel as though this 800 combat power is exceptionally formidable? Holding the kitchenware, Gran realized that aside from the time spent in a stupor, he had only recently traversed to this world, and his understanding of power was still rudimentary. Nevertheless, he genuinely felt capable of obliterating a planet at this moment. Should I give it a try? Gran glanced at Whis, who was lounging on a beach chair, half-closed eyes. Deciding to act, he turned his attention to the distant mountains, channeling his energy as per his memories. A humming sound resonated as Gran felt the power within him mobilizing. Oh, how exhilarating. Wait, wrong channel. Gran felt a slight swelling in his body as a ki blast suddenly manifested in his palm. Is this what the ki blast from the anime looks like? Gran was ecstatic. As a child, he had often fantasized about being able to conjure a ki blast. At last, his dream had come to fruition. Go. With his left hand gripping the kitchenware, he swung his right hand towards the distant mountains, launching the ki blast with great force. In an instant, boom, the mountains erupted in a tremendous explosion. When the smoke dissipated, Gran observed that the mountains bore no signs of damage. It was only to be expected, as this was the legendary realm of destruction. However, why does my power feel greater than just 800 combat points? As Gran pondered this, Whis, reclining on his beach chair, slightly opened his eyes. He had witnessed Gran's actions and chose not to intervene. This little fellow's power had already surged to 200 times its original strength, a result of the benefits conferred by his dimensional ascension. Of course, a portion of this was also due to his physical constitution. A scion's potential is often unlocked when on the brink of death. Whis had only realized this after observing Gran's recovery from his injuries. It was unexpected to discover such a talent within the scion race. He suddenly felt regretful for Lord Beerus's decision to have Frisia annihilate the scion people. Nevertheless, he would not intercede with Lord Beerus's actions. After all, he was merely an angel, not one to meddle in the affairs of the universe. Furthermore, Whis observed Gran's bewildered expression. Indeed, the little one remained unaware of the secrets he possessed. It was best to continue observing. Whis closed his eyes once more. Strange. Is 800 combat power truly this formidable? Back with Gran, he regained his composure and glanced at Whis, discovering that the latter was indifferent to his earlier display of the ki blast. Phew, what a relief. He sighed, then hurriedly resumed preparing the grand fish feast. With techniques of frying, boiling, and roasting at his disposal, Gran showcased all his culinary skills. Though only 6 years old and small in stature, it did not hinder his culinary prowess. As time passed, an alluring aroma began to waft through the realm of destruction. What a delightful scent. Whis suddenly sat upright in his beach chair, his nostrils flaring as he inhaled deeply. How fragrant. He swallowed hard. The aroma was undoubtedly the most exquisite he had encountered in years. If it smelled this incredible, how delectable would it be once tasted? Astoundingly, the little one spoke no falsehood. He truly possessed the most delicious food in the universe. I cannot resist. The more I sniff, the more intoxicating it becomes. Whis had initially aimed to maintain his composure, but at this moment, he could no longer contain himself. With a whoosh, a burst of vibrant light enveloped him, and he instantly appeared beside Gran. Before him lay a makeshift stove laden with an array of dishes: steamed fish, braised fish, sweet and sour fish, and spicy boiled fish. Besides the fish itself, there were various preparations of fish entrails, bones, and skins. Each dish was distinct, yet radiated the harmonious balance of color, aroma, and flavor. Gulp. Whis continued to swallow, unable to resist the allure of the fragrances wafting from the feast. Just one more dish to go. It will be ready shortly. Gran diligently processed the remaining ingredients, transforming them into a sashimi dish. Once completed, he placed the sashimi at the end of the spread. As expected, the moment Gran finished speaking, Whis sprang into action. The instant the food touched his lips, an unparalleled burst of flavor assaulted his palate. Whis trembled with delight. The knife skills were impeccable, the cooking time was expertly managed, and the taste was explosively delightful. Damn it! How can the same ingredients taste so much better when you prepare them? The creators of these cooking methods are true geniuses. What to do? After tasting this, I cannot go back. What have I been eating all this time? Whis was utterly immersed in the world of culinary delights, sampling each dish with fervor. Save for the sashimi, which he did not touch. He frequently consumed this dish, and at this moment, he did not even wish to glance at it. Gran nodded in satisfaction. Surely now he had captured Wis's appetite, and perhaps there was hope for him to learn the ultra instinct. Seeing Wis savoring the food with such enjoyment, Gran found himself unable to resist any longer. He now possesses the physique of a scion, and after enduring 3 days of hunger, he feels as though he could consume an entire cow. Gran joins the fray of devouring food, with bowls and dishes clattering incessantly. 2 hours pass. Finally, Wis feels satiated. He takes out a napkin and delicately wipes the grease from the corners of his mouth, regaining his usual grace. Gran, however, is only 6/10 full. The fish Wis provided is still too small for a scion. He thinks, perhaps 2 more fish of this size would suffice. Wis, how is it? Does my culinary creation deserve the title of the most delicious in the universe? Gran blinks his round eyes, speaking with the tone of a little adult. Wis glances down at the young boy, suddenly at a loss for words. He has never encountered such exquisite cuisine. Indeed, it is worthy of the title of the most delectable in the cosmos. Yet, seeing the boy's proud demeanor, he hesitates to concede. Eventually, Wis nods. It is indeed deserving. Gran is taken aback, not expecting such acknowledgement. Wis perceives the change in his expression and retorts, "What? Did you think I would be obstinate?" Gran scratches his head and chuckles, refraining from retorting, as he wishes for Wis to train him. Wis reveals a faint smile. "What you have prepared is something I have never tasted before, and the flavors are indeed exquisite, making it worth my effort to save your life. Once again, I express my gratitude for your rescue, Mr. Wis." Gran bows deeply, acknowledging his savior, and feels that no amount of gratitude is excessive. Wis waves his hand dismissively, signaling that it is enough. The two fall into a comfortable silence, savoring the tranquility that follows their feast by the lake. Mr. Wis, Gran senses that the moment has arrived. He is not from the realm of destruction, and if he does not speak soon, he might be sent away. Observing the boy's hesitance, Wis seems to understand what he wishes to say. Remaining silent, but casting a sideways glance at him, Gran bends respectfully and inquires, "Mr. Wis, may I request your guidance in my training?" Chapter 5. Frisia among all anime. Dragon Ball undoubtedly stands as the most fervent and possesses the highest combat power, no rebuttals accepted. Gran has arrived in this world, becoming a scion. He yearns not to fade into obscurity in this passionate realm, nor does he wish to perish inexplicably under the aftermath of a powerful being's battle. He craves the thrill of intense combat, desires to experience the exhilaration of surpassing limits, and aspires to stand atop the pyramid, gazing down upon all life. Most importantly, that rascal Vegeta nearly caused his demise upon his arrival, so he must defeat Vegeta soundly. Of course, all of this necessitates possessing formidable strength. And now, an opportunity presents itself. Whis is the son of the Grand Minister, a servant to Beerus, and also his mentor. Beerus's might, aside from his own innate talent, is largely credited to Whis. Whis is a natural guide, his powers shrouded in mystery. If anyone in this world is suited to be Gran's master, it is undoubtedly Whis. As Whis remains silent, Gran continues, "I will not have you teach me for free. Henceforth, I shall take responsibility for your meals as my form of payment. What do you think?" Gran lowers himself considerably. Does this embarrass him? Not in the slightest. The protagonists of Dragon Ball, Son Goku and Vegeta, humbled themselves even more when beseeching Whis and Beerus for strength. If they could do such a thing, how could Gran not? This is Whis, after all. Not only would he prepare meals for Whis, but if Whis truly could teach him, he would even run naked if it meant gaining knowledge. As Whis remains silent, Gran's heart begins to race with anxiety. Could it be that he has not yet conquered Whis's palate? That shouldn't be the case. Just as despair starts to creep in, Whis gently nods. Very well. Gran is momentarily stunned, then realizes he has succeeded. "Thank you, Mr. Whis," Gran exclaims, bursting with excitement. Observing the boy's exuberance, Whis's lips curl into a slight smile. If he had no intention of allowing Gran to remain in the realm of destruction, he would not have brought him here. Gran's dimensional fluctuations intrigue him. He is eager to uncover the secrets this child possesses. Of course, the promised reward cannot be overlooked. "I agree to guide your training, but your time in the realm of destruction may not be lengthy," Whis suddenly states. Gran's excitement dissipates instantly, his brows knitting together in confusion at Whis's implication. Since you have perused the historical text of your scion lineage, you should be aware that the ruler of the realm of destruction is Lord Beerus. Whis glances at the slumbering palace of Beerus. Gran immediately comprehends. You mean that if Lord Beerus awakens, I will be expelled, correct? Expelled? Whis shakes his head, a faint smile gracing his features. Given Lord Beerus's disdain for the scion race, he may very well destroy you. At the mention of destruction, Gran shudders. Destruction is the signature move of the god of destruction, capable of obliterating anything weaker than itself. Once destroyed, even the eternal dragon cannot restore it. Of course, the super dragon is an exception. Gran recalls Beerus's stylish display of destruction, his fear dissipating, replaced by fervent enthusiasm. Since Whis has agreed to teach him, he must also learn the technique of destruction. No, he should aspire to master all of Whis's skills. Observing the myriad expressions crossing Gran's face, Whis's lips twitch. What on earth is this child contemplating? At this moment, he should be fearful of Beerus's awakening. Yet, he seems rather exhilarated. I am not afraid. As far as I know, Lord Beerus also has a fondness for gourmet food. Gran suddenly interjects, his voice innocent and youthful. If you, Mr. Whis, have succumbed to my culinary delights, I refuse to believe that Lord Beerus could resist. Boom. Whis's heart skips a beat. The child speaks truthfully, considering Beerus's fervor for food. He may very well spare Gran. This could lead to a situation where not only he enjoys such delectable cuisine. Mr. Whis, what troubles you? Gran suppresses his laughter, fully aware of Whis's thoughts. You. Whis gazes at him with a melancholic expression, retorting, you seem to know us quite well. Gran falls silent, refraining from further commentary. Very well, today you should rest and prepare yourself. Tomorrow, I shall guide your training. And do not forget the reward you promised. Understood. Gran breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that Whis does not press further. With a wave of Whis's hand, a small house materializes by the lakeside, marking Gran's new residence in the realm of destruction. Frisia headquarters. This planet is suffused with a sense of technological industrialism within a grand palace. Lord Frisia, that little Vegeta has completed the planet-clearing mission. A handsome man named Sab reports. Good. Ensure he has no time for training. Continue assigning him new tasks. Frisia, sitting within his infant spacecraft, responds slowly. Frisia is encased in a hard shell, his blood-red eyes and dark purple lips giving him an exceedingly sinister appearance, accentuated by two tear-like markings beneath his eyes. Yes. Sab begins but hesitates. Frisia squints, his voice gravelly. What is it? Lord Frisia, it seems Vegeta's team is short one scion. Sab continues, according to recordings from the scanners. The scion named Gran was ambushed by the natives, resulting in severe injuries, and ultimately, he was abandoned by Vegeta. Frisia suddenly erupted into laughter. His mirth as chilling as that of a venomous serpent. Sabo could not help but shudder, too fearful to utter a word lest the tyrant decide to turn his wrath upon him. Despite the dwindling numbers of the scion race, this prince of scions was prepared to forsake his own people. Vegeta was indeed cold-blooded and foolish. Frisia laughed until tears streamed down his face before shifting his gaze. Mr. Sabo, would you not agree? Cold-blooded? Who in this world could possibly rival your coldness, Frisia? Naturally, Sabo dared not voice such sentiments, instead offering a hollow laugh. Indeed, such a foolish race could never give rise to the legendary Super Saiyan. Hearing this, Frisia nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, how could such a foolish race possess a Super Saiyan? Mr. Sabo, your wisdom is unparalleled. You may leave now. Yes. Sabo bowed and hurriedly exited the palace, eager to distance himself from the capricious ruler. Just as he stepped through the grand entrance, Frisia's chilling laughter echoed once more from within. Sabo trembled, not daring to look back, and swiftly ascended into the skies. Meanwhile, 5-year-old Vegeta returned to Frisia's headquarters. He had barely disembarked from his spacecraft when a new mission arrived through his communication device. Fury twisted his small face. Damn it. Does Frisia truly consider me a mere laborer? Raditz cautiously inquired. What's wrong? Silence. Get on the ship now. Vegeta jumped aboard, turning back to warn. You all better not hinder me, or Gran will be your fate. Uninfluenced by Bulma's presence, Vegeta's malevolence still shone through, causing his team members to shiver in fear. Yes. Several small spacecraft ignited and ascended, quickly vanishing from Frisia's headquarters. Chapter 6. 3 years? No, 1 month. In the realm of destruction, with Whis's consent, Gran settled into this world. The following morning, Whis provided fresh ingredients, and Gran prepared breakfast for both himself and Whis. The meal consisted of 2 bowls of beef noodles, one large and one small. The smaller bowl was of standard size, while the larger one was as big as a water tank. Whis could not help but twitch at the sight of such an extravagant serving. However, having witnessed Gran's appetite the previous day, he refrained from further comment. As Whis savored the noodles, his eyes sparkled with delight. It appeared that allowing the young one to remain in the realm of destruction was an exceedingly wise decision. Suddenly, he thought of Beerus and instinctively shielded his bowl. At the table, Gran slurped up a mouthful of noodles and lifted his gaze. "Mr. Whis, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Whis replied with an awkward smile. Accustomed to competing with Beerus for food, he instinctively guarded his plate whenever delicacies were present. Gran nodded, then recalled something. "Isn't there supposed to be a prophetic fish in the realm of destruction? Why haven't I seen it? It has fallen into a deep slumber," Whis remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the young one, who seemed remarkably knowledgeable. "All right, let us eat in silence. We must hasten, for I shall teach you to cultivate shortly." Gran wished to retort, recalling how Whis had made peculiar sounds of enjoyment with every bite of fish the day before. However, upon hearing that cultivation was imminent, he quickly hastened his breakfast. A little over 10 minutes later, Whis utilized magic to clear the tableware by the lakeside, and the two stood by the water's edge. Whis scrutinized Gran intently. "Your energy is volatile, your aura unstable, each movement unnecessary, and you fail to conceal your presence. Your state of mind does not align with your dimensionality, and your dimensional stability is lacking." Under Whis's peculiar gaze, Gran swallowed hard. "Mr. Whis, what is the matter?" Whis, holding his staff, remarked, "Do you know how vast the realm of destruction is?" "What does that mean?" Gran shook his head. Whis replied earnestly, "The flaws within you could circle the realm of destruction tenfold." Gran thought to himself, "Truly, he is Bardock's brother. His tongue is as sharp as poison." Yet, he respectfully inquired, "Mr. Whis, how should I train? At your current stage, you cannot yet cultivate power." "Why not?" Gran asked. "You recently recovered from a near-death experience, and your strength surged to 200 times its original capacity. Are you aware of this?" Whis spoke with profound meaning. "What?" Gran's eyes widened as he touched his body. So, it was true that Scions could unlock their potential upon recovering from near-fatal injuries. As a high-tier warrior, an increase of 200 times his original battle power of 800 meant he could achieve 160,000 battle power, surpassing even Jinyu. "Can I possess 160,000 battle power at just 6 years old?" Gran was thrilled, astonished by his own potential. Whis inwardly shook his head. Gran was merely 6. His potential had yet to reach its explosive phase. If merely recovering from severe injuries could amplify power tenfold, achieving a 200-fold increase was beyond comprehension. Gran's surge of power, while indeed his, was not something he had mastered. One could argue it was not truly his strength. Whis smiled faintly. "Do you not sense how unstable your aura is?" Gran shook his head, excluding the time spent in a coma. He had only been in this world for less than 2 days. In that short span, he had yet to grasp even the original 800 points of power, let alone the surge. Currently, he could only unleash a few energy blasts through memory. Deeper mastery of his aura was beyond him. He certainly could not sense any aura. With determination gleaming in his eyes, Gran asked, "Mr. Whis, what must I do now?" "You are in the foundational stage of your training. Only with a solid foundation can you reach greater heights in the future." Whis teased, "Your first step is to master every aspect of your power. But this process will be somewhat painful. Can you accept that?" "Painful?" Gran shook his head, his round eyes filled with resolve. "I am unafraid. In this world of Dragon Ball, there are countless powerful beings. A mere attack could obliterate a planet. Without formidable strength, not only is ascending the hierarchy of the Omni King's universe a distant dream, but survival itself could be at stake. When faced with pain and death, I would rather endure hardship." "Very well, you have spoken. Follow me." Whis wore a mischievous grin as he walked towards the distant palace of destruction. Gran hurried after him, only to realize he was heading towards the palace itself. His scalp prickled with fear. He could not possibly be entering the place where the god of destruction, Beerus, slumbered. The two soon arrived at the grand entrance of the Destruction Palace. The doors stood 5 meters high, a grayish-white hue adorned with ancient engravings, emanating occasional bursts of destructive energy from the cracks. Standing before the doors, Gran felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, as if the very aura emanating from within would disintegrate him in an instant. Surely not. Is this the pain of mastering power? Come in, Whis said, disregarding Gran's trepidation as he pushed open the doors. The moment the doors creaked open, a vast wave of energy surged forth, overwhelming Gran and pinning him to the ground. His very soul trembling. What kind of aura is this? How terrifying. Whis glanced back at Gran, a slight smile gracing his lips. This is the sound of Beerus's slumber, intertwined with traces of destructive energy. Any ordinary individual enveloped by such an aura would undoubtedly meet their demise. However, Gran has reached the pinnacle of the realm of the kings, and his next level will be akin to the divine dimension of Beerus. With such a dimension to support him, it is no wonder that Gran has not been reduced to ashes. Continuing on, Whis is aware that Gran will encounter no issues as he enters the grand hall of the palace. The hall is flanked by long corridors, and he turns to walk down the right side. Gran struggles to rise from the ground, unaware that his body is unharmed. It seems this is not the place for him to harness his powers. Consequently, he hastens to follow suit. Numerous windows line the corridor, offering glimpses of the desolate landscape of the Destroyer realm. Young Gran notices that the corridor is circular, seemingly encircling something significant. A sudden realization strikes him, and he cautiously calls out to Whis's retreating figure. Mr. Whis, is this where Lord Beerus slumbers? Gran gestures towards the inner wall of the corridor. Whis turns back with a smile. Indeed, this is the space where Lord Beerus rests. If you wish not to disturb him, it would be prudent to keep your voice down. Disturb Beerus? Gran recalls scenes from the movie Battle of Gods. It seems impossible, in the anime. Even a time bomb clock barely roused Beerus, so how could a whisper disrupt his slumber? Whis is quite mischievous, Gran thinks to himself, but he refrains from making too much noise, for it is better to be cautious. Observing Gran's careful demeanor, Whis assumes the little fellow is intimidated, and a sly grin spreads across his face. Go on in. You should stay there for 3 years to truly master your powers. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Whis opens a door. 3 years. Before Gran can react, a swift kick sends him tumbling into the room, followed by Whis's gleeful laughter from outside. The sound fills Gran with an ominous premonition. As he picks himself up, he finally takes in the environment within the room. Rather than a mere room, it resembles an entire world, vast and treacherous. Deserts, glaciers, and storms dominate this harsh landscape, inhabited by grotesque, roaring beasts. Suddenly, an overwhelming force descends upon him, gravity. Gran is crushed to the ground, feeling as if every cell in his body is shackled. To make matters worse, numerous monstrous creatures, sensing his presence, charge towards him. Fighting in such an environment against these beasts? This is how one masters their own power. Ah, Whis, I loathe you. Next time I make dumplings, you shall have nothing but the skins. Time flies, and a month passes in this manner. By the lakeside, a set of chairs and a table sits, where Whis lounges. Appearing somewhat despondent, he sighs, muttering to himself, calculating the time. That little one has over 2 more years before he emerges. Life without him cooking is truly unbearable. Suddenly, a small, scrappy figure emerges from the palace, looking quite disheveled. Blood stains the corners of his mouth, his clothes in tatters, and his body marked with wounds. Yet, his demeanor suggests he has fully grasped his powers. Chapter 7. Mastery of Power. How is this possible? Whis's eyes widen as he leaps from his chair. The figure emerging is Gran, yet according to Whis's estimations, Gran should require at least 3 years to completely master his strength. It has only been a month. How could he have emerged? Gran approaches the lakeside, his aura concealed entirely. Mr. Whis, I have emerged. He wipes the blood from his lips, his gaze filled with melancholy. It appears you have indeed mastered your power, Whis remarks, his attention fixated on Gran's eyes. A month? How has this little one achieved it? Could he be a prodigy in martial arts as well? Hearing Whis's words, Gran's eyes deepen with sorrow. Mr. Whis, do you know how I spent this month? Just a little, Whis replies. That place is truly uninhabitable. Gran grimaces as he recounts his experiences in that mysterious world. The environment is harsh, with daytime temperatures soaring above 60 degrees and plunging below freezing at night. Accompanying these fluctuations are sandstorms, tornadoes, hail, and torrential rain. More terrifying still, countless beasts roam the realm, each stronger than the last. From the moment Gran entered, he was the target of their relentless pursuit, perpetually fleeing for his life. Throughout his escape, he was subjected to a gravity far beyond comprehension. Temperature, beasts, gravity, hunger, and exhaustion constantly tormented him. If he could not absolutely master his power, Those beasts would always sense his position. Fortunately, the weight of death compelled him to fully control his aura and every iota of strength within him. Gran, exasperated, exclaims, Mr. Whis, how could you be so cruel, not informing me of the conditions within? You've made me suffer so. Not at all, even if I had told you. With your previous grasp of power, you would have fared no better, Whis retorts as he returns to his chair, suppressing his astonishment. Besides, have you not emerged from this month's trials with a complete mastery of your power? Gran gazes at his hands, pondering the reason behind his newfound mastery. Let me tell you this, Lord Beerus once entered that very room. Is that so? Gran's surprise is palpable. Whis nods, like you. Lord Beerus initially struggled to control his power. It was only after enduring a similar escape in that room that he fully harnessed his strength. Curiosity piqued, Gran asks. How long did Lord Beerus remain inside? The mysterious world is enigmatic. Its environment, beasts, and gravity seem to shift in response to an individual's strength. The stronger one becomes, the more oppressive the world becomes. In such a scenario, the only way to survive is to utilize every ounce of strength to flee, Whis suggests. Gran is eager to compare his experience with that of the god of destruction. I believe it would be best for you to ask Lord Beerus directly. Whis shakes his head. He suspects Gran will require at least 3 years to fully master his power. After all, Lord Beerus spent a year within to gain his mastery. Gran should not be able to surpass him. Who would have thought that he had misjudged? Huh, is my gap with Lord Beerus so vast? Gran muses, noting Whis's silence. What do you mean? Whis furrows his brow, struggling to comprehend. With a sigh, Gran admits, Mr. Whis. You're clearly trying to spare my feelings by not revealing how long Lord Beerus stayed inside. After all, he is the god of destruction. He must have emerged in less than half a month. Indeed, I still have a long way to go. Gran gazes skyward, his expression tinged with disappointment. Whis reassures him. Lord Beerus is still far from your level. I merely wish to prevent you from becoming complacent. However, through this trial, it seems I have discovered that Gran possesses remarkable martial talent. A dual talent for dimensions and martial arts? This is becoming increasingly intriguing. At this moment, Grandpan sat upon the grass and spoke again. Mr. Weiss, have I not completely mastered my own power? Yet, why does it still feel so tumultuous? As he spoke, he exuded a surge of energy. Boom. The aura that Gran released was as wild as ever, resembling a colossal primordial beast at first glance. Mastery over one's power and the inherent ferocity of that power are two distinct matters. One could say the latter pertains to a deeper level of martial arts. Weiss regarded Gran with a peculiar expression, surprised that the little fellow was aware of the undesirable nature of such feral energy. However, the ferocity of one's aura is related to one's state of mind. The purpose of placing Gran in that space was not solely for the cultivation of his mind, but rather to engage him in life and death battles within a harsh environment, thereby enabling him to fully master every strand of his power. Judging by Gran's demeanor, there was no doubt that he had indeed gained complete control over the energy within his body. So, how can I calm my power? Gran inquired. Patience is key. One must balance work and rest in all endeavors. Weiss pointed to a distant stove and smiled. Go on. First make up for the culinary delights you've missed over the past month. In truth, Gran's experience in the mysterious space was not yet true cultivation. It merely served as preparatory groundwork. Only by mastering his own power could he prepare for the upcoming realms of state of mind, dimensions, and the essence of rules. Weiss assured Gran that he would guide him in his training, and he would take this responsibility seriously. Great towers rise from the ground up. Every task must be undertaken step by step, without haste. Of course, how much he could learn would depend on the boy's innate talent. If he could master all his abilities, Weiss would not hold back. Gran glanced at his blood-soaked appearance, feeling particularly speechless. After a month of fleeing, he had yet to rest properly, and now he was being asked to prepare food? Give me a break. He huffed. I'll make dumplings, and you'll get nothing but dumpling skins. The little Gran was enveloped in a palpable aura of resentment, so thick it nearly seemed tangible. Suddenly, a beam of magical light enveloped Gran's entire body. He instantly felt warmth wash over him as his stamina and injuries rapidly healed. Thank you, Mr. Weiss. I'll go prepare your meal right away. The resentful glint in Gran's eyes vanished in an instant, and he dashed toward the distant stove. Chuckle. Gran's dramatic transformation drew an uncontrollable laugh from Weiss. Having such a humorous child in the realm of destruction was rather delightful. On Gran's side, he had promised to make dumplings, and considering Weiss had healed him, he would allow him half of the dumpling skins. Chapter 8. State of mind in the Frisia headquarters. Within a grand palace, King Frisia awaited the return of Vegeta from his mission. Dodoria bowed toward the palace above. Hovering above was a hovering platform with Frisia seated upon it, asking nonchalantly, "Have any reports come in from the surveillance devices? Your Majesty, Vegeta's team has lost another scion. They now have only 6 members remaining. Anything else?" "Indeed, Your Majesty. According to Vegeta, many scions are still scattered across the universe." Dodoria smirked. Among them is Raditz' brother, who is said to be exiled on a desolate planet known as Earth. Earth? I've never heard of it. How strong is that person? Dodoria suddenly turned red in the face. Frisia's expression darkened. Dodoria quickly apologized. "My king, I'm sorry. It's just that Raditz's brother's combat power is rather amusing. He was born with a power level of only 2. A power level of 2. Frisia's pupils narrowed in disbelief, his eye twitching furiously. A scion with only 2 combat power. Is that even a feasible number for a living being? Surely a dog would boast greater strength. Frisia's face flushed crimson, unable to contain himself any longer. Oh ho ho. Dodoria always thought his king's laughter sounded rather foolish. But he dared not voice this opinion. "Your Majesty, since there are still many scions out there, should we send someone to eliminate them to prevent future troubles? Do you really think a waste with only 2 combat power is worth our concern? Don't waste our time." Frisia's smile vanished as he waved his hand dismissively. "Go on. Continue to have Vegeta execute the planetary cleanup task. My planetary trade business cannot afford to lose those few." Yes. While Dodoria acknowledged his king's capriciousness, he respected his ambition to become a cosmic real estate mogul. Following the king ensured a life of luxury, and Dodoria held great esteem for him. After bowing, Dodoria exited the palace, and soon the sound of foolish laughter echoed again. Oh ho ho. Even a being with only 2 combat power can be born. What kind of trash race dares to claim they are a warrior race? Meanwhile, little Vegeta had just returned to the Frisia headquarters when he received a new mission. His expression darkening significantly. Raditz, standing nearby, inquired, "Vegeta, what's wrong?" Little Vegeta turned, his voice laced with menace. "Frisia has ordered us to embark on another mission." "What?" Raditz exclaimed in fury. "He truly sees us as mere beasts." Silence. Little Vegeta restrained his anger. Ever since the destruction of planet Vegeta, his team's treatment had plummeted. "We must go." Defying Frisia's orders? Little Vegeta was young, but not foolish. Without planet Vegeta as a backing, if he dared to disobey Frisia, the next moment he could find himself eradicated by the Ginyu Force. He always insists we carry out missions. Very well, we shall comply. But this time we shall return in 3 years. Yes. Raditz and the others brightened at the prospect. Soon, 7 small spacecraft departed from the Frisia headquarters. In the realm of destruction, another week had passed. Gran had been in this realm for over a month. A plucky little figure soared through the void, unleashing an energy blast ahead, then dashing forward in pursuit. Arriving before the energy blast, he thrust his hands forward, launching another energy sphere from his palms. Boom. The sky erupted with a deafening explosion. He had indeed mastered every ounce of power within his body. This little one was truly extraordinary. Weiss stood by the lake, observing the commotion in the sky, nodding in approval. As the smoke dissipated, Gran reappeared, unscathed by the previous confrontation. Still too feral, Gran hovered in the air, gazing at his hands. Having been in the Dragon Ball world for over a month, he first arrived in the realm of destruction, then entered a mysterious world for a harrowing escape. As for his power upgrade, Weiss had mentioned that his combat power had reached 320,000. Some might argue that achieving such a modest increase in combat power after being guided by an angel for over a month was rather underwhelming. However, that was not the case. Strictly speaking, Weiss had not even begun to instruct Gran in cultivation. He had merely allowed Gran to venture into that mysterious realm. Furthermore, Gran was only 6 years old and still in the foundational stage of his training, given that his potential had only recently been awakened. Rising from a combat power of 160,000 to 320,000 was significantly aided by his many escapes in the mysterious world. "Mr. Weiss," Gran descended from the sky, exclaiming helplessly, "I feel my power remains too wild. It constantly leads me to erroneous judgments in battle." "Oh ho ho," Weiss chuckled. "The fact that you can recognize this is already commendable. What must I do to help you calm your power?" "Prepare a complete feast of dumplings first," Weiss remarked with a smirk. A week prior, This little rascal had accidentally mixed a batch of dumplings, half filled and half devoid of stuffing. How could one commit such a blunder? Gran grinned broadly. Who told you not to warn me about the terrifying aspects of that room? Since you are unwilling to assist, I shall refrain from teaching you. Cursed Weiss. Fine, I shall do it. Gran huffed and hurried to the stove to begin his task. Weiss watched his small silhouette and chuckled. You think you can compete with me? You still have much to learn. Half an hour later, Weiss finally indulged in a delightful feast of dumplings, devoid of any that were simply dough. How delectable! Once Weiss finished and tidied up, Gran stood by the lakeside. His gaze intense. All right, it's time for you to teach me how to calm my power. Weiss shot him a glance but chose not to tease him further. You are already capable of controlling your power, but do you understand what power truly is? Power? Isn't just power? Gran feigned ignorance, suspecting Weiss was about to delve into the realm of energy. Indeed, Weiss replied calmly. All things possess energy. It is the source of one's power. The greater the energy, the more formidable your strength will be. Gran pondered. So my strength is wild because my energy is chaotic? Precisely, Weiss remarked with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. As a scion, you have undoubtedly faced cosmic beings and are familiar with them, correct? Indeed. Weiss continued. You scions and those cosmic beings share similarities. Your constant battles have left your energy disordered. He sighed. With chaotic energy, how could your power remain anything but wild? So how can I calm my energy? Gran suddenly recalled Weiss's previous words and ventured cautiously. Could it be that the state of mind you mentioned earlier is the solution to my chaotic energy? Chapter 9. The disturbance of Beerus. Gran had explored the concept of energy extensively in that mysterious realm. Initially, he struggled to sense energy, let alone harness it. Yet, during that month of escape, he nearly maximized every ounce of strength within him. It was in those dire circumstances that he finally gained mastery over his energy. As Weiss had said, energy is the foundation of power, and Gran had achieved absolute control over it. However, he was still uncertain about calming his energy. Indeed, it is the mindset I previously mentioned, Weiss confirmed, nodding. He elaborated. In simpler terms, mindset refers to one's inner being. It is about remaining unaffected by emotions and external distractions, achieving harmony within oneself. Only then will your energy calm, and you will not be swayed by overwhelming power. Upon hearing this, Gran instinctively remarked, is it akin to being as tranquil as the sky and as swift as lightning? This phrase, originating from the Earth's deity's servant, triggered a thunderous reaction from Weiss, who trembled slightly. Where did you hear that? Weiss fixed his gaze on Gran intensely. Was there something wrong with that phrase? Gran was startled by Weiss's reaction. I encountered it in the Scion historical texts. Again with the Scion historical texts? Weiss fell silent, contemplating something unknown. After more than 10 minutes, he finally spoke. The true essence of that phrase is, the mindset must be as serene as the sky, and your actions must be as rapid as lightning. Weiss observed the young boy beside him and continued. This concept encompasses two stages, the mindset and bodily instinct. Together, they form a state known as unrestrained ultimate intent. This is what I will teach you later. I did not expect you to have knowledge of it already. I had no idea. I merely read it in the texts, Gran replied, blinking innocently. It turned out that Bobo had imparted the concept of unrestrained ultimate intent to Sun Wukong, explaining how Wukong later achieved that state during the power tournament. Everything seemed to connect, leading Gran to wonder about Bobo's true identity. Weiss's lips twitched slightly. Well, ignorance is bliss. The mindset is divided into two phases. The first is self-forgetfulness, meaning to forget who you are, where you are, and what you wish to do. Forget everything. The second phase is no self, which means to act naturally and let go of human weaknesses, allowing your body's instincts to take over. Begin by meditating by the lake. Throughout your meditation, keep the concept of self-forgetfulness in mind. Once you comprehend this notion, you will reach the first phase. Achieving this first phase at your age is quite remarkable. Weiss then returned to his lounge chair. Gran scratched his head, pondering if meditation alone could lead him to the first stage. Was it truly that simple? Thankfully, Weiss was unaware of Gran's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have rolled his eyes. After all, many destruction gods had never reached the second phase. How could it be easy? Gran approached the lakeside, seated himself, and closed his eyes. Remembering the phrase self-forgetfulness did not seem too difficult. He soon fell into a meditative state. Weiss, also closing his eyes on the lounge chair, paid no further attention to Gran. For ordinary individuals, Weiss's initial step would be to help them master their own power. followed by training that power, and finally, battle techniques. However, Gran was different. His martial arts talent was exceptional, necessitating a tailored approach to his guidance. For Gran, the focus on power training could be postponed. At such a young age, if he could comprehend and successfully cultivate the first phase of the mindset, he would undoubtedly reach the state of unrestrained ultimate intent in the future. Weiss recalled that it took Beerus 2 years to master the first layer of the mindset, and 10 years for the second. Achieving complete mastery over bodily instincts and reaching the state of unrestrained ultimate intent took centuries. Weiss speculated that with Gran's talent, he would likely achieve the first layer of the mindset in less than 2 years. Days passed, and during this time, apart from their daily meals, Gran remained by the lake in meditation. Weiss enjoyed his meals without disturbing the young boy. The realm of destruction grew quiet, and after a month, Weiss's expression turned grave. In his observations, Gran's chaotic energy had begun to settle. By the second month, Weiss's expression turned even more alarmed as he realized Gran's chaotic energy had completely calmed. This meant Gran had thoroughly attained the first layer of the mindset. Had this boy gone mad, achieving the first layer of self-forgetfulness in just 2 months? What an extraordinary talent he possessed. Weiss felt a mix of excitement and disbelief. Standing at a distance, he dared not approach Gran, fearing any slight movement might disrupt his meditation. No, he had yet to awaken. He was still in training. Weiss's breathing became increasingly rapid. From that day forth, Gran remained in a meditative state, abstaining from food and drink. Were it not for Weiss sustaining his life, Gran might have perished from hunger. Another month passed. Gran had been meditating for 3 months, yet he showed no signs of awakening. Weiss understood that Gran was now attempting to cultivate the second layer of the mindset. Was this young boy's talent not exceedingly monstrous? He eagerly anticipated the day Gran would awaken. Half a year has passed, and then a year. Buzz. An ethereal aura erupted from Gran. How is this possible? In just 1 year, he has cultivated to the second level of the heart realm. The elegance and composure that once characterized Weiss have vanished, replaced by a visage filled with astonishment. A year ago, he had been overwhelmed by Gran's dimensional issues, and now he finds himself astonished once more. Suddenly, at the age of 7, Gran radiated a silvery light, and the ethereal aura around him began to expand at an astonishing pace. It reached the god of destruction's palace. It reached the place where Beerus lay asleep. Beerus abruptly opened his eyes. The god of destruction awakened, and the seventh universe trembled momentarily, as if all deities sensed something amiss. On King Kai's planet, one figure, a short and stout individual, paced the grass with a frown. My goodness, didn't he that esteemed being just fall into slumber not long ago? Why has he awakened again? In the Kaiashan realm, another diminutive figure with a chicken-like hairstyle expressed his terror, hastily departing with Jebet. Chapter 10. Are you interested in becoming a candidate for God of Destruction? All deities aware of the God of Destruction's existence in the seventh universe fell into panic. Meanwhile, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Weiss sensed an aura of boundless tranquility, yet it was not his own. Who has come to the God of Destruction's realm? Beerus rose from his slumber, his gaze cold and profound, as though one's very soul could be drawn into an endless abyss by a stare. Are there other gods of destruction? No, besides myself, no other god of destruction can possess such tranquility. However, this aura is surprisingly weak. Who could it be? Beerus's eyes turned dangerously sharp, and an intense purple radiance erupted from him, obliterating all time bombs in his vicinity. Boom! A massive hole was blasted above the realm of slumber, and Beerus soared into the air, spotting 2 figures by the lake. Even Lord Beerus has been stirred. Weiss, standing by the lake, witnessed the gaunt figure hovering above, and with a wave of his staff, he enveloped the meditating Gran in a protective silver light. In the next moment, boom! A purple beam descended from the heavens, shattering the entire lake. Weiss had anticipated such an outcome and had preemptively shielded Gran. Observing the lake's destruction, he reversed time to restore it to its original state. Who is this little one? How did he come to be here? Beerus approached step by step, his focus fixed on Gran. Weiss replied gently, Lord Beerus, this is Gran, a scion, whom I brought here. A scion? The scion race was supposed to have been exterminated by Frisia. Has Frisia defied my orders? A dense purple aura suddenly erupted from Beerus, causing the space around him to collapse upon contact. I know nothing of Frisia. What is this little one's dimension? The murderous intent dissipated from Beerus, his expression shifting. Oh ho ho! It seems Lord Beerus has discovered something. The pinnacle of King Kai's dimension How is this possible at his age? Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. It is no wonder Beerus is so astonished. In this world, the only means to give birth to innate deities is through the union of gods. Otherwise, it requires arduous cultivation. Certainly, perhaps the super dragon could achieve it as well, but no one has ever attempted. Reaching the King Kai dimension through cultivation is utterly impossible without millions of years of effort. Yet here stands a boy who appears merely 7 years old, having attained the pinnacle of King Kai's dimension. No, that ethereal aura just now erupted from this boy. Beerus's eyes widened again. Indeed, it was he who manifested it. His current heart realm has reached the 2nd level. Weiss was pleased with Beerus's reaction, for he too had been astonished by Gran on numerous occasions. Beerus swallowed hard, at a loss for words. That is the 2nd level of the formless heart realm. Among all gods of destruction, besides himself, none could even approach the formless state. Achieving true formlessness requires extraordinary talent. Even given ample time, it remains unattainable for the majority. Beerus shifted his gaze. Did you teach him, Weiss? Yes, Weiss nodded with a hint of pride. Beerus retorted, what do you have to be proud of? How could you teach a scion such things? What transpired during my slumber? Weiss did not withhold the truth, recounting the events of the past year. Beerus listened quietly, growing increasingly astonished. It had taken him an entire year to fully grasp his own powers, yet this little one achieved such mastery in merely a month. However, the most astonishing aspects were Gran's King Kai pinnacle dimension and his 2nd level of the heart realm. Lord Beerus, what do you think of him? Weiss chuckled softly, covering his mouth. His talent is terrifying, and his origins are equally formidable. Beerus offered his assessment. Gran's talent was evidently fearsome, yet his background remained enigmatic. According to Beerus's understanding, the Scion race was merely a band of wild monkeys prone to violence. Their powers are exceedingly weak, and their temperament volatile. How could such a race produce a genius like Gran? He even knows our fondness for cuisine. This is unsurprising, as we have left numerous legends throughout the universe. Yet he is aware of the Omni King. Beerus stroked his chin, gazing at Gran on the grass, pondering gravely. Could it be that the Scion race possesses some historical texts? Perhaps the Scions indeed have some ancient records. Weiss mused. Beerus paused, questioning Weiss's meaning. Could the Scion race possess significant lineage? It is unlikely. When I became the god of destruction, I had not even heard of the Scion race. My awareness of their existence only arose due to Frisia. Meanwhile, Gran sensed an inexplicable strength and comprehension within him. He found the state of formlessness not particularly challenging. It mirrored his earlier mastery of power. As he quickly grasped the art of formlessness, according to Weiss, achieving even the 1st level of the heart realm at his current stage was quite remarkable. Yet, he felt that the 2nd level was also within reach. Thus, he attempted to cultivate the 2nd level of the heart realm. To his delight, it was indeed not difficult. Gran opened his eyes, his silvery radiance intensifying, and his hair took on a faint silver hue. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented tranquility. Is this the formless heart realm? Gran gazed at his small hands, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, a purple sphere of light surged toward him from behind. Gran's expression remained unchanged. He merely tilted his body slightly, instinctively evading the ambush with ease. Crack! The lake before him was instantly destroyed, disintegrating into countless specks of starlight. This was destruction. Gran turned in fear as the silvery radiance around him vanished. Indeed, the figure behind him was none other than Beerus. It is incorrect, based on the timeline. He should still be in a slumber state. How could he suddenly awaken? Gran remained oblivious to the commotion he had caused, tensing his body. He feared that Beerus might destroy him on the spot. On Beerus's side, he exchanged a glance with Weiss. It was evident that Gran had not yet achieved true egolessness. This was the unspoken thought in both their minds, for in their observation, Gran's hair had just been a pale silver. Additionally, after Beerus's surprise attack on Gran, it appeared that Gran had instinctively evaded the strike. However, upon closer inspection, it was clear that Gran still possessed subjective consciousness, had not shed the frailties of humanity, and had not fully surrendered the battle to his instincts. In other words, Gran had not yet attained genuine egolessness. At most, he could only be considered to be in a state of half-egolessness. Nevertheless, even so, Gran's talent remained astonishingly formidable. Even Beerus had to concede that he was outmatched by the young warrior. The fervor in Beerus's gaze intensified. This kid was truly extraordinary. Weiss took note of Beerus's expression. a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he understood Beerus's intentions. "Hey, your name is Gran, right?" Beerus approached him. "It is an honor to meet you, Lord Beerus." Gran bowed deeply, striving to maintain his composure. "Do not be nervous." Gran's lips twitched. How could he relax in front of the mightiest god of destruction? "I heard you are a scion. May I ask how you survived Frisia's grasp?" Gran's heart raced at the question. "How can you expect me not to be anxious? The damn King Vegeta. You found the best pillow in the universe. And you had to provoke him?" Gran had traversed here without acquiring any special abilities. Should Beerus wish to obliterate him, he had no means of defense. Yet, he still possessed his culinary skills for survival, and this thought eased his tension considerably. "In truth, Lord Beerus, Frisia chose to spare me and Prince Vegeta," Gran admitted candidly. "So, Prince Vegeta is still alive?" Beerus mused, glancing at Whis, who nodded in affirmation. With this clarification, Gran's origin became evident. "Lord Beerus, I understand that our Scion King has offended you. I will prepare an array of exquisite dishes for you. If only you would." Gran, fearing Beerus's wrath, was cut off. "Your talent is impressive. Would you be interested in becoming the candidate god of destruction for Universe 7? Chapter 11, a gamble? Not a chance. The candidate god of destruction." Gran's eyes sparkled with bewilderment. "You want me to be the candidate god of destruction for Earth? In other words, you wish for me to become Beerus's disciple?" He gasped in astonishment. This was far too sudden. He knew his exceptional culinary skills would ensure his survival. But who could have anticipated Beerus's unorthodox proposal to make him a candidate god of destruction? Whis had no objections to Beerus's suggestion. In fact, he wholeheartedly endorsed it. Over the past year, he had witnessed Gran's true potential. When comparing the talents of Beerus and Gran, it was fair to say that Beerus could only look up to Gran. If Universe 7 were to have such a candidate god of destruction, it would be a monumental boon. "Kid, didn't you mention that your Scion race possesses a historical tome?" Beerus said nonchalantly. "Since you are aware of so much, you should also understand what it means to be a candidate god of destruction." Gran certainly understood what that entailed. If he were to become the candidate god of destruction for Universe 7, he would hold a position of immense power, second only to one. Furthermore, if Beerus were to perish or resign, he would assume the mantle of the next god of destruction. However, the lives of the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai were intertwined. Gran could not fathom possessing such a vulnerability. "I apologize, Lord Beerus, but my strength is still insufficient. I fear I cannot undertake such a responsibility. You should seek another." Gran declined outright. His refusal was not unfounded. Over the past year in the god of destruction realm, he had either been mastering his power or cultivating his mindset. He had never trained his strength. It had only increased naturally. By combat power standards, he currently possessed a mere 500,000. Such a level of power was indeed far too weak for Beerus. "Weak?" Beerus's lips twitched. "Aren't you only 7? Your current strength is comparable to Frisia in his suppressed state. Do you still think you are weak?" Frisia's infantile form was not his true state. He adopted it primarily to better control his power. His actual form was that of a diminutive, round-headed creature. When Frisia unlocked his transformations, his ultimate power could reach 1.2 billion. Gran fell silent. Observing Gran's silence, Beerus teased. "Perhaps you are still unaware of what you have comprehended. My early awakening was entirely due to the insights you have gained. So that was it." Gran finally connected the dots. "With your talent, it is only a matter of time before you reach my level, or perhaps even surpass me." Beerus spoke without a hint of shame, while Whis merely rolled his eyes. At the age of 7, others had reached the pinnacle of the Kai realm, fully mastering their powers, and had cultivated their mindset to a state of half-egolessness. Once he further developed his instincts, he would attain complete mastery over his abilities. At that age, could Beerus have achieved such heights? Whis chuckled internally but refrained from exposing Beerus. After a year of interaction, he hoped this enigmatic young man would indeed become the candidate god of destruction for Universe 7. "Your talent is extraordinary. You are entirely qualified to become the candidate god of destruction for Universe 7. Beerus's expression turned serious as he gazed at Gran. "What do you say?" Never before had Beerus treated anyone with such courtesy in discussing a matter. This underscored the significance he placed on Gran. "What more is there to say?" "Of course, I do not wish to." Gran felt 1,000 refusals surge within him, yet he dared not voice them. Shaking his head, "I am sorry, Lord Beerus. But Upon hearing the phrase "I am sorry," Beerus's expression grew icy. "Kid, I have never been this courteous in discussing matters with others. Do not be so ungrateful. This was the demeanor befitting a god of destruction. Whatever Beerus desired, no one dared defy him. If anyone did, their grave would be a half-meter high. As Vegeta could attest, the atmosphere was thick with hostility. Gran felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The frigid aura sent shivers down his spine. He had anticipated that his refusal would incite Beerus's wrath, and he had prepared an escape plan. If Beerus sought to destroy him, he would present his secret stash of instant noodles. Then, using the average human intelligence as an excuse, he would ensure that his demise would be a loss for Universe 7. With this two-pronged approach, Beerus would likely relent. But could he take that gamble? After all, he was dealing with a capricious god of destruction, the strongest one at that. Lord Beerus, I agree. In the end, Gran did not dare to gamble. His small face fell as he realized he had no other option. Ha ha, at least you know how to be sensible. Beerus exclaimed joyfully, casting a glance at Whis. Whis smiled in return as he waved his staff. In the next moment, in an instant, the diminutive Gran donned an ancient Egyptian-style attire, featuring a sleeveless robe, golden armlets, and a sapphire necklace. This ensemble was identical to that of Beerus, marking the day when the 7th universe welcomed a candidate for the role of God of Destruction. A moment of universal celebration. The melodious strains of sacred music echoed throughout the 7th universe. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kais, the Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito returned to their domain. With a grave expression, Shin remarked, "It is peculiar. Not long ago, I distinctly sensed a potent aura of destruction, and now it has vanished." Kibito shook his head in confusion. "I too am uncertain. I initially thought that Majin Buu had broken free from his seal." Suddenly, the celestial music resonated in the Supreme Kai realm, causing both Shin and Kibito to change their expressions dramatically. The Supreme Kai sword, resting atop a stone pillar in the center of a lake, trembled, and the former Supreme Kai, filled with disbelief, exclaimed, "A candidate for the god of destruction? How extraordinary! Given that lazy, bony character, I never imagined he would take on a disciple." On North Kai's planet, North Kai quivered in his small dwelling. Having sensed the earlier disturbance caused by Beerus, he feared that Beerus might come to wreak havoc on his planet. Yet, in the next moment, another wave of sacred music reached his ears. What could this mean? North Kai's eyes widened as he rushed outside to behold the sky. The music continued. But unlike the old Supreme Kai, he lacked the wisdom to comprehend its significance. In the palace of Zeno, the king of all, engrossed in a game of eliminating stars, glanced up momentarily before returning to his game. The Grand Minister, with narrowed eyes, was observing the 7th universe. Chapter 12. Wait for me to break the rules. In the realm of destruction, Beerus, awakened from his slumber, laughed heartily by the lake. The prospect of having Gran, a prodigy of such caliber, as a candidate for the god of destruction filled him with uncontainable joy. Beside him, Whis rolled his eyes, thinking that Beerus was under the impression that Gran had willingly chosen to become his disciple, rather than it being a forced circumstance. However, Whis too burst into laughter, realizing that Gran's elevation meant he would have the pleasure of indulging in the culinary creations of Gran for the foreseeable future. In stark contrast, the little Gran wore a mournful expression, gazing at his small frame adorned in the god of destruction's garments. He lamented his miscalculation. His intention in coming to the realm of destruction was solely to seek Whis's guidance and training. Who could have anticipated that his training would awaken Beerus? Who would have thought that Beerus would recognize his talent? What was he to do now? If Beerus were to inadvertently perish, or if Supreme Kai Shin were to meet his end, he would be thrust into the role of the new god of destruction. This would tether his life to that of the new Supreme Kai, a prospect he found troubling. Little brat, how can you not be thrilled about becoming the candidate for the god of destruction of the 7th universe? Beerus lifted Gran by his small neck, bringing him closer. Gran, with a pained expression, replied, "Lord Beerus, is there a solution regarding the lifespan of gods of destruction?" "What do you mean?" Beerus asked, taken aback. Whis suddenly realized. "Are you referring to the connection between the lifespans of gods of destruction and Supreme Kais?" "What? You actually know about this?" Beerus exclaimed in shock. Whis remained unfazed. It was not surprising that this young one was privy to many secrets, including this one. Gran nodded, his expression a portrait of sorrow. Beerus, returning him to the ground, realized, "So your earlier refusal stemmed from this concern. Of course, if it weren't for this weakness of ours, I would be more than eager to become your disciple." The small Gran, now a candidate for the god of destruction, no longer feared Beerus, his tone lacking the previous reverence. "You little rascal." Beerus, far from offended by Gran's tone, sat on the grass and chuckled. "I don't know how you came to know this, but you need not worry about our life-threatening crisis. Perhaps you are unaware, but as long as one Supreme Kai remains alive, we gods of destruction cannot perish." Gran's lips twitched. He was well aware of this fact, including the part where Beerus, fearing for his life, had sealed the former Supreme Kai. Indeed, as long as one among the Supreme Kais was sealed away, the gods of destruction would be safe from death. A glint of nostalgia crossed Beerus's eyes as he pondered the fate of that old coot. Gran anticipated Beerus's response and lamented, "But what if the Supreme Kai you sealed away also dies?" "That's impossible. My seal is unbreakable," Beerus retorted confidently. "Unbreakable? You are unaware of just how fragile your seal is. Soon enough, when Gohan and his father arrive in the realm of destruction, the old Supreme Kai will be released." Gran thought, but did not voice this. He lifted his round little head, gazing at the sky. "I mean, what if someone were to break your seal? Then our lives would be left to fate." Beerus's expression darkened considerably. This was indeed the vulnerability of the gods of destruction. Even the mightiest among them could not alter this fact. Contemplating this, Beerus felt a twinge of guilt. With Gran's extraordinary talent, he would inevitably surpass Beerus one day. Yet, he had now bestowed upon him such a weakness. "Is there truly no way?" Gran asked, his voice tinged with determination. "There is," Whis interjected suddenly. Beerus and Gran's expressions shifted to one of elation as they chorused, "What is the method?" Whis smiled. "Rules are meant to be broken. When you both become powerful enough, you will naturally be able to shatter this binding rule." Beerus scoffed. "Your statement is tantamount to saying nothing. Moreover, even you, an angel, cannot breach that neutral rule. How could we mere gods of destruction hope to achieve it?" Suddenly, Gran stood up, his small expression serious. "I have made up my mind." Beerus and Whis exchanged bewildered glances, each reading confusion in the other's eyes. "Lord Beerus has granted me this weakness, since it is now a reality." Gran paused momentarily, his gaze firming. "Then I shall be the one to break this rule in the future." The rules were established by Zeno, and Gran's ultimate goal in entering the Dragon Ball world was to strike Beerus and kick Zeno. Thus, breaking the rules and kicking Zeno were not mutually exclusive. With a thundering resolve, the 7-year-old Gran, though small in stature, spoke with a conviction that resonated deeply in Beerus and Whis's hearts. "I shall continue my training." Without a backward glance, Gran returned to his previous position. Still unfamiliar with the state of no self, he resumed his cultivation. Watching Gran's diminutive figure, Whis felt a tightening in his throat. "Lord Beerus, it seems we have taken on an extraordinary disciple." Beerus clenched his fist. This little one with Gran now the candidate for the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Beerus ceased his lazy slumber. Especially since he had endowed Gran with a weakness, he felt a sense of responsibility to guide him. As time flowed, 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Beerus and Whis diligently instructed Gran, who finally mastered the semi-no-self state. Although it was only a semi-state, it bore the essence of the ultimate form of freedom. What Gran now lacked was foundational strength, combat skills, and a deeper combat consciousness. As he encountered various battles, he aimed to develop a more robust instinct for combat, allowing him to strike with the speed of lightning. Once he combined this with the semi-no-self state, Gran would be poised to enter the stage of ultimate freedom, the first phase of this extraordinary state. As for the completion of the state of utmost ease, it will require Gran to fully transcend into a state of selflessness, as well as to refine his combat instincts to an even more profound level. During the past 6 months of their companionship, Beerus has also developed a camaraderie with Gran. It turns out that Whis's words were indeed true. This little fellow possesses culinary skills that reach an extraordinary pinnacle. The dishes he prepares are truly deserving of the title of the most delectable in the entire universe, which only deepens Beerus's fondness for him. Given the current nature of their relationship, even if Gran were to stand atop him and relieve himself, it is likely that Beerus would not take offense. "You little rascal, do you truly wish to stand atop me and relieve yourself?" Chapter 13. Finally able to cultivate power one day, as Beerus reclined on a beach chair, he suddenly sensed a ki blast hurtling toward him. He abruptly opened his eyes. Crack! The incoming ki blast disintegrated upon nearing Beerus, dissipating under the aura of destruction that surrounded him. Does Lord Beerus only wield the power of destruction? If so, let us engage in a direct confrontation. Gran instantly appeared beside Beerus and kicked his beach chair to pieces. Naturally, Beerus evaded Gran's strike, gazing at his ruined chair with a twitching mouth. He must not grow angry. After all, this was his own chosen disciple, and with such high talent. He must not lose his temper. Lord Beerus, let us engage in battle. Gran beckoned with a hand, unabashedly stepping on the remnants of the chair with his small foot. Are you itching for a fight? Then I shall indulge you. Unable to contain himself any longer, Beerus suppressed his power to match Gran's level and twisted his body, vanishing in an instant. Boom, boom. A cacophony of violent collisions erupted in the air, with shockwaves from their clashes rapidly radiating outward. I truly am astounded by these two. On the other side, Whis, sipping afternoon tea, swiftly conjured a transparent barrier with a diameter of 10 meters around himself. Lord Beerus, take this kick. Gran launched a counterattack, kicking at Beerus in a counterclockwise direction, utilizing the momentum from the rebound. Having spent a year and a half in the God of Destruction realm, his combat power had naturally surged to 700,000, and this kick concentrated all his might. You are still too inexperienced. Beerus raised a hand and gently pushed to the side, despite employing equivalent power. The maneuver was executed with such peculiar finesse that Gran's force was inexplicably neutralized without a loud collision. This is combat technique. This is combat experience. Without enduring countless battles, one cannot comprehend such nuances. Beerus stepped back a bit, one hand resting behind his back, seemingly intending to confront Gran with one hand alone. He chuckled. Now, unleash the fruits of your year and a half of cultivation. In Beerus's eyes, Gran had already cultivated to a semi-selfless state. Though Gran's power, combat reflexes, techniques, and instincts were still rather weak, the semi-selfless state allowed him to connect his current physical instincts, giving him a semblance of the flavor of the state of utmost ease. Damn you, Lord Beerus. Gran realized that Beerus wanted him to enter the semi-selfless state while he relied solely on raw power. Gritting his teeth, Gran's expression suddenly transformed into one of profound calm. Buzz. A silver light enveloped him, dyeing his hair a light silver and enveloping the sky in an ethereal aura. Whis, observing from the ground, set his teacup down, his expression turning serious. Lord Beerus, be cautious. Come at me. Gran moved in the sky, the silver light slicing through the air as he launched the first attack. Each motion, punch, arm swing, clap, and leg sweep, was infused with natural grace. Faced with Gran's tempestuous onslaught, Beerus did not augment his state or employ any rules. He simply responded with pure, equivalent force. Rather than a response, it resembled a lesson for Gran, for even with the same level of power, Gran would still be sent flying. The crux of the matter was that Gran's physical instincts were still too underdeveloped, insufficient to match his semi-selfless state. Within mere seconds, they exchanged hundreds of blows, the visible shockwaves from their clashes radiating outward. Fortunately, they were in the God of Destruction realm, where Gran's power could not inflict any serious damage. After 20 seconds, Gran's speed began to wane. It appeared that with his current strength, he could only maintain this state for a limited duration. Whis shook his head. Ultimately, Gran had merely grasped his own power and cultivated to a semi-selfless state. Throughout his year and a half in the God of Destruction realm, he had not focused on enhancing his strength. Thus, his power remained too feeble. That he could sustain this state for 20 seconds was already impressive. Let this come to an end. Descend. In the sky, Beerus caught Gran's small fist with one hand and delivered a kick. Boom. Gran plummeted to the lakeside, stirring a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Gran stood up, clutching his abdomen, and observed Beerus descending, grumbling. Even though I am so formidable, you don't even show me a modicum of mercy. Beerus, with a face full of exasperation, retorted, you are both inexperienced and playful. When I speak of who, I am referring to you. Listen, tonight, you shall not have dinner. You dare. Beerus's forehead throbbed. This little brat, with high talent and culinary prowess, was equally infuriating. Enough already. Could you two stop bickering all day? Whis approached. Humph, humph. The two, one large and one small, crossed their arms and turned their heads away. Whis remarked, it is quite peculiar, despite the apparent camaraderie between them. Even to the point of sharing the same trousers. Why do they constantly argue? Is this truly their way of interacting? How strange. Gran, after this battle, what have you disowned? Whis inquired, looking at the little fellow before him. Gran glanced at Beerus and then replied, well, I have gained control over my power. I still exhibit too many unnecessary movements in combat, which leads to a significant waste of energy. Whis nodded and added, and ultimately, I simply have not engaged in enough battles. Compared to Lord Beerus, my combat awareness, techniques, and experience are still far too inadequate. At least you possess some self-awareness. Beerus interjected suddenly. Gran retorted, Lord Beerus, could you kindly refrain from speaking? Whis sighed, exasperated. All right, can you both cease your arguing? Is there anything else? Also, my strength is still too weak. It simply cannot sustain me in prolonged combat. Gran fell into contemplation. Half a year ago, he had indeed asked Whis whether he should focus on cultivating strength. However, Whis had responded that he was still not well acquainted with the second level of consciousness and needed to continue refining his mental state. Very good. I hadn't expected that after just a brief skirmish with Lord Beerus, you would recognize so many of your shortcomings. Whis exclaimed, filled with admiration. Beerus lightly nodded. This little one's comprehension remained impressively acute. Whis continued, your power is indeed insufficient, but relative to the mental state, the latter holds greater importance. Which is why I advised you to continue cultivating for another 6 months. Now that your mental state has reached a bottleneck, it will be challenging to make further progress in a short time. It is time for you to focus on cultivating your strength. This had long been Whis's plan. He first allowed Gran to master his own power, then encouraged him to refine his mental state. Afterward, he would turn to strength, combat techniques, combat awareness, and instincts, with dimensions and rules being the final focus. Of course, there was also a deeper level of cultivation, but that would require Gran to reach Beerus's level. How shall I cultivate my strength? Gran was filled with excitement. Although his current power was commendable, with a combat strength measured at 700,000, it was still insufficient to even approach Frieza. It is worth noting that Frieza is merely the first major antagonist in the Dragon Ball saga. Very simple. Chapter 14 begins. This is the 634th planet you shall destroy. With that, Whis waved his staff, and an unwieldy outfit suddenly enveloped Gran. Boom. The moment he donned the cumbersome attire, Gran was instantly overwhelmed and collapsed to the ground, recognizing the garb. In Dragon Ball Super, it was the same outfit Whis had provided to Goku and Vegeta during their training in the realm of the gods of destruction. How heavy! Gran grimaced, feeling as though every cell in his body was shackled by gravitational chains. Simultaneously, his power was suppressed. The sudden gravity made it exceedingly difficult for him to rise from the ground. Ha! Witnessing Gran's plight, Beerus laughed heartily. Now you understand the consequences of provoking me. Curse it. When I have the chance, I shall prepare a stinky tofu feast for you, Lord Beerus. Gran gritted his teeth as he lay on the ground. Whis exchanged a glance with Beerus, both puzzled by the mention of this stinky tofu. If it was a delicacy, why the unpleasant descriptor? Beerus suddenly felt an ominous premonition. All right. Whis diverted the topic. You shall wear this outfit for the time being. I will devise a training regimen for you, and the gravitational multiplier will automatically adjust as your strength increases. You need not worry. Gran suddenly sensed something amiss in Whis's tone, as if he were bidding farewell. What are you planning? Oh, you've noticed? Whis glanced at Beerus, signaling him to speak. Clearing his throat, Beerus remarked, you should be aware of the duties of a god of destruction. Duties of a god of destruction? Gran pondered. In the universe, gods of destruction and Kaioshin exist in a state of opposition, not as enemies, but as entities balancing creation and destruction. One governs destruction while the other presides over creation. The role of a god of destruction involves obliterating unworthy planets and combating extreme evil within the cosmos. Gran, still on the ground, furrowed his brow, quickly realizing, Lord Beerus, are you saying you intend to destroy those useless planets? Indeed, Beerus replied, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sky. The duty of a god of destruction is to maintain cosmic balance. Should an excessive number of unworthy planets accumulate, it falls upon us to take action. Wait, Gran suddenly recalled, didn't you, Lord Beerus, visit Vegeta's planet a few years back? Did you not regularly eliminate the useless planets in the universe? Why are you going again so soon? Beerus's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Whis stifled a laugh, recalling that Beerus had been preoccupied with seeking out delicacies and the finest pillows throughout the universe, neglecting his cleansing duties entirely. Observing the expressions of Beerus and Whis, Gran quickly grasped the situation and taunted, is it true, Lord Beerus? According to Whis, you are the mightiest god of destruction. How can you be so lazy? Typically, Beerus would retaliate against such jests, Yet his current demeanor was peculiar. Instead of anger, he bore a mocking countenance. Mocking me? It appears that you are now a candidate for the seventh universe's god of destruction, which means you will also bear responsibility for future cleansing tasks. Gasping, Gran realized the truth of the matter. Before he could unleash a barrage of curses, Beerus and Whis transformed into a brilliant rainbow streak and soared into the sky, leaving behind a cacophony of laughter. Once you master the rules of destruction, the cosmic duties will be entrusted to you. Ha! Damn it! Gran laboriously raised an arm and slammed it against the ground, lamenting his misfortune in encountering such a lethargic god of destruction. After a while, Gran sighed. What else could he do but continue training? In truth, he was more captivated by the pursuit of power than by the cultivation of his mind. As a scion, known as a warrior race, their yearning for strength was etched into their very genes. Gran eagerly anticipated surpassing 3,000,000 in combat power. According to the original narrative, Goku achieved a combat power of 3,000,000 upon his first transformation into a Super Saiyan. If he could reach that level, perhaps he too could transform into a Super Saiyan. However, it was said that transforming into a Super Saiyan required not only overwhelming rage, but also sufficient cellular strength. Gran was uncertain of the extent of his cellular capacity. It seemed these cells could only proliferate in times of peace. Best not to dwell on that. I shall focus on cultivating my strength first, Gran muttered to himself before rising from the ground. One could not deny the sheer terror of the outfit Whis had procured. Though it did not envelop his head, the gravitational effects still weighed heavily upon it. Moreover, Gran sensed a healing property emanating from the attire. With the dual effects of gravity and healing, he had no need to worry about overexertion. This was even more formidable than a gravity chamber. Vegeta, I shall seek you out once I achieve significant progress. Gran vividly recalled the moment he nearly perished upon his arrival. He dismissed further thoughts and commenced his training under the oppressive weight of the outfit. 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 squats, 10,000 punches, and 10,000 kicks. This constituted the regimen Whis had established for him, albeit he needed to divide it into segments. The first day passed. The initial gravity of the outfit was set to 100-fold. Given Gran's 700,000 combat power, this level of gravity was manageable. However, it was his first encounter with such an overwhelming gravitational multiplier, and his internal organs struggled to adapt. Throughout the day, he focused solely on acclimating to the gravity, barely completing half of his training plan. On the second day, the healing properties of the outfit facilitated a full recovery from the fatigue and injuries he had sustained overnight. He finally adapted to the 100-fold gravity and compensated for the training he had missed the previous day. By the third day, the gravitational multiplier of the outfit increased to 200-fold. On the fourth day, it rose to 400-fold, the maximum Gran could currently withstand. Under this intensity, he began to truly feel his strength augmenting. Time flew by, and 6 months elapsed. In the vast, starlit cosmos, two figures spiraled around a desolate planet. Lord Beerus, this is the 27,634th planet you are to destroy. Very well, Beerus raised a finger, a flicker of purple light blossoming at his fingertip. Crack! This surge of power permeated the cosmos, even causing a localized collapse of the starlight, reflecting the might of its wielder. Go! Beerus gestured with his finger, and the purple light descended upon the barren planet. Buzz! Instead of an earth-shattering explosion, only a scattering of purple starlight remained as the desolate planet vanished without a trace. Breathing deeply, Beerus turned to Whis and inquired, "Are there any more planets to destroy?" While there remained a multitude of planets teetering on the brink of unworthiness, it appeared that all necessary destruction had been carried out at this stage. That is well. Beerus twisted his neck, feeling somewhat fatigued after a half-year of relentless traveling. "Oh ho ho," Whis chuckled. "I've never seen Lord Beerus so serious. What has prompted this sudden diligence?" Annoyed, Beerus retorted, "Mind your own business." "Heh, I know the reason even without you saying it." "Oh, pray tell," Whis teased. "It must be that brat Gran, right?" Whis stifled a laugh, while Beerus clenched his fists and replied coolly, "Whis, you can be quite bothersome at times." Ignoring the murderous glare from Beerus, Whis continued with a grin. "If I'm not mistaken, Lord Beerus is working hard out of fear of being erased by the Omni King. Once you perish, Gran will inherit your position, and with him as the god of destruction, there will surely be weaknesses. Who would have thought that even Lord Beerus could have such a sentimental day?" Beerus opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately said nothing. However, Whis glanced at him before shifting his gaze to the starry sky, speaking to himself. Gran's talent is indeed astonishing, and his character is commendable, quite unlike those bloodthirsty Psiots. Most importantly, he can cook. His culinary creations are truly the most delectable in the universe. He is lively, charming, and spending time with such a little fellow is rather enjoyable. At this moment, Whis turned back to Beerus with a smile. It seems you're almost on the same wavelength as Gran. No wonder you're concerned for him. Beerus, as if he hadn't heard Whis' words, merely scoffed. Let us go. Lord Beerus, are we returning now? Whis inquired, laughing for a moment before refraining from further teasing. No, we're heading to Frisia's place. Yes. Without questioning the reason, Whis waved his staff, and in a flash of light, he and Beerus vanished from their location. Meanwhile, in the far-off realm of the Kaishin, Shin could sense the destruction of yet another planet, his face flushed with anger. Damn it, who did this? Beside him, Kibito urged, Lord Kaishin, should we pursue that individual? Pursue? How can we? Every time we arrive, they've already vanished. Shin gritted his teeth. In just half a year, over 20,000 planets have been obliterated. How heartless and vicious can one be? 20,000 planets. How long would it take to recreate them? That fiend deserves to be punished. At that moment, Beerus, who was en route to Frisia's headquarters, suddenly sneezed. Could it be Majin Buu? It's not him. While Majin Buu's power is indeed terrifying and malevolent, if we detect his presence, he can't possibly be faster than us. Lord Kaishin, what shall we do now? What can we do? We must recreate the lost planets. Kaishin howled in frustration. With that, the two vanished from the Kaishin realm. Whis and Beerus sped through the cosmos, unaware of the calamity that had befallen the universe. If Beerus knew that the useless planets he had painstakingly destroyed were to be recreated, his expression would surely be priceless. 20 seconds later, as they entered the North Galaxy, the North Kaishin began to sweat profusely. However, seeing that the two deities did not seem intent on visiting the North Kaishin, he felt somewhat relieved. But the next second, his expression changed dramatically. Lord Beerus is actually going to Frisia's headquarters? Simultaneously, within a palace at Frisia's headquarters, Frisia sat in a baby carriage, his eyes twitching ominously as if foreboding something dreadful. Have I not rested well? He mused, furrowing his brow. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed through the palace. Who dares to call my name so casually? Emperor? The Cosmic Emperor? Beerus and Whis stood in the center of the hall, coldly addressing Frisia. That voice! So familiar. Frisia slowly glanced down. A chill surged through him, causing him to tremble. He quickly leaped from the baby carriage and bowed at a 90-degree angle. I had no idea the most esteemed god of destruction had graced us with his presence. Please forgive my rudeness. Damn it. Isn't Beerus supposed to be sleeping? How has he awakened? Beerus remained silent as he approached the throne, with Whis closely following. Frisia, realizing Beerus was about to sit on his throne, felt a surge of panic but dared not speak, for Beerus was the true Cosmic Emperor. Seated upon the throne, Beerus crossed his legs and nonchalantly asked, Did you fulfill my command to annihilate all the Psiots? Whis glanced at Beerus, surprised that this was the purpose of their visit. Frisia, still bent over, turned pale at his inquiry. How could those Psion monkeys warrant the attention of the universe's strongest? Answer me. Beerus' voice dropped in tone, his murderous intent flooding the palace. And no, I didn't. Frisia stammered, attempting to explain himself. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure bore down upon him, forcing him to the ground. Ugh. Frisia coughed up blood, gripping his fists tightly, an abyss of malice hidden in his gaze. Damn you, Beerus. I've heard you spared many Psiots, including Vegeta, correct? Yes. Frisia lay on the ground, gnashing his teeth in frustration. In an instant, Beerus materialized beside Frisia, placing a foot upon his head, coldly stating, Dare to defy my orders? Are you tired of living? Crack. The divine pressure shattered Frisia's bones, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. I was wrong. Please spare me, Lord Beerus. As the pressure mounted on Frisia's head, he believed it would soon explode. Just when he thought he could endure no longer, Beerus abruptly lifted his foot, returning to his seat, his expression devoid of emotion. This is your punishment for defying my command. However, sparing the remaining Psions was indeed the right choice, Whis. With those words, Whis waved his staff, and a silver light enveloped Frisia, instantly healing his wounds. I'm not dead? Frisia gasped, breathing heavily. Though relieved to be alive, He was perplexed by Beerus's actions. Why had he sought to kill him mere moments ago, yet now he was spared? Noticing Frisia's puzzled expression, Whis smirked slightly. Beerus spared you because you chose to spare Gran. Thank you, Lord Beerus, for allowing me to live. Frisia, despite his confusion, quickly rose to express his gratitude while explaining. I intended to spare some scions to extract their value before eliminating them completely. Lord Beerus, I apologize. I will eliminate all remaining scions at once. Enough. Beerus's expression darkened further. Damn it, can this fool not understand human language? Did I not say his decision to spare the remaining scions was correct? At Beerus's reprimand, Frisia could not help but tremble once more. I warn you, do not touch the remaining scions. If you do, you shall face death. The tone of Beerus was exceptionally frigid. Indeed, Frisia was taken aback and hurriedly lowered his head. Whis, let us depart. As Beerus and Whis vanished, Frisia found himself alone within the palace. After half an hour, realizing that Beerus and Whis had truly left, Frisia instantly unlocked his transformation. How dare they treat this king in such a manner? Frisia unleashed his ultimate state, releasing a staggering combat power of 1.2 billion. Crackling thunder enveloped him, and the terrifying energy he emitted caused the entire palace to collapse in an instant. Boom, boom. The planet trembled, and countless members of Frisia's army prostrated themselves on the ground. What an extraordinary power. King Frisia was truly terrifying. In the ruins of the palace, having vented his rage, Frisia reverted to his diminutive form with sharp horns. Cursing under his breath, he contemplated berating Beerus. But upon realizing that a deity of Beerus's caliber might overhear, he promptly sealed his lips. Damn it! According to past habits, he should have been asleep. So why is this happening? Is it wrong to defy his orders, yet right to spare the remaining scions? Could it be that a surviving scion encountered him and quelled his inner fury? But who could that be? Clenching his fists, Frisia's mind raced. Another half-hour passed, and he still could not comprehend. Someone, investigate the whereabouts of the remaining scions. The command reached his lips, but he hesitated. Having just been punished for defying Beerus's orders, he had been warned not to interfere with the remaining scions again. Should he do so, the consequences could indeed be fatal. Damn it! Someone, reconstruct a palace for me. Yes. Dodoria brought his team to clear the ruins, observing his king's disheveled appearance. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. All his king wanted was to be a cosmic real estate developer. What was wrong with that? Why must people treat him like this? That person deserved to be cursed. In the realm of destruction, a streak of light descended from the sky, and Beerus and Whis finally returned to their domain. Phew, I am finally back. This past half-year has drained me. Upon arrival, Beerus immediately collapsed onto a beach chair by the lake. Oh ho ho! Whis stood beside him, chuckling. If Gran were to know what Lord Beerus has been up to these past 6 months, he would surely be moved. Whis, are you not aware that you can be quite bothersome at times? Beerus turned his head and glared at him. I warn you, do not disclose this to that brat, or I shall be furious. But Lord Beerus, you still wouldn't stand a chance against me, Whis retorted playfully. Beerus sat up straight, only to despairingly recline back onto the beach chair. What could he do? Whis was also his master. He truly could not contend with him. Observing Beerus's dejected expression, Whis ceased his teasing and remarked, I shall dutifully follow Lord Beerus's orders. After all, he was still their god of destruction and deserved some pampering. Humph, at least you understand. Beerus's mood lifted, his expression transforming like that of a child, eliciting both amusement and exasperation from Whis. It was truly absurd that such a child could become the most powerful god of destruction. Having worked for half a year, I am exhausted. Do not disturb me while I sleep. Just as Beerus was about to close his eyes, he suddenly remembered something. Wait, now that we have returned to the realm of destruction, why have I not seen that brat Gran? Beerus leaped from the beach chair, his expression turning grave. Oh, indeed. Whis also realized, closing his eyes to scan the area, but he could not detect Gran's small figure anywhere in the realm of destruction. Opening his eyes, he reported, Lord Beerus, I cannot locate him. Damn it, where has that brat gone? Beerus's demeanor shifted to one of urgency. That was his hard-won successor. Surely nothing untoward had befallen him. Fortunately, Whis was unaware of Beerus's thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely retort, wasn't it you who found him? It was I who did. Do not worry, Lord Beerus. Allow me to search once more. Whis's expression turned serious as he waved his staff. Buzz. A vision appeared above the staff's orb, An 8-year-old boy clad in cumbersome clothing was battling a 20-meter-tall saber-toothed tiger. What? Beerus's eyes widened. He recognized the location where Gran was situated. It was indeed the world of Sumeru. The world of Sumeru was where Beerus had originally mastered his powers, an environment rife with peril and populated by countless colossal beasts. In his quest for mastery, Beerus had fled within Sumeru for an entire year. Whis had mentioned that Gran had spent merely a month mastering his own powers upon arriving in the realm of destruction. But how had he ventured back in? Damn it. Has that little brat gone mad? Does he not realize that the dangers within that world escalate according to one's strength? Beerus glared at the scene within the crystal orb, his chest nearly bursting with fury. Particularly vexing was the fact that he wore that heavy gravity suit, which would significantly suppress his strength. How could he possibly escape in such a perilous world? Lord Beerus, cease your lamentations. We must hurry to rescue him. Whis and Beerus vanished from their location in an instant. Chapter 17. Half a year, 1 billion combat power, terrifying talent within the world of Sumeru. Traversing a vast desert led to a primordial forest. Within this forest roamed a 20-meter-tall saber-toothed tiger, engaged in a fierce struggle with a small child clad in heavy clothing. The tiger's jaws snapped, its tail swept, and its claws struck with a force capable of rending the heavens. Yet, the child retaliated fiercely. Shadows danced around him as he engaged in close combat, his tiny fists meeting the tiger's massive paws in a clash of strength. It was unimaginable that such a small child could hold his own in a battle against a creature of such colossal size. Get down. The diminutive Gran leveraged the tiger's paw's momentum to soar into the air, gathering energy at his waist, unleashing a powerful energy wave. However, the saber-toothed tiger managed to retreat a few steps, evading the attack. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger let out a deafening roar as a massive energy sphere erupted from its mouth. Boom. The unleashed violent energy swept across the entire forest, obliterating the trees in an instant. Facing the oncoming colossal energy sphere, the small Gran remained unfazed. A silver glow enveloped him. With a swish, he deftly maneuvered through space, his expression eerily calm. The gravity of the Sumeru world and the weight of his suit seemed to have no effect on him as he slipped past the approaching energy sphere. His speed was astonishing. The saber-toothed tiger did not even register his presence before Gran appeared behind it. 1,000-year kill. A mischievous grin crept across Gran's face as he hurled an energy blast at the tiger's rear. Boom. It struck the target squarely. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger emitted a heart-wrenching cry. If it could speak, it would surely exclaim, "Are you a devil? This pain is unbearable." Roar. The tiger's eyes turned a furious crimson, its strength and speed doubling. Meanwhile, two figures suddenly appeared above the primordial forest. This little brat has truly become increasingly audacious. Even in that gravity suit, he dares to enter here. When I catch him, I shall make him regret it. In a moment of exasperation, Beerus entered this world and was immediately met with the ferocity of a saber-toothed tiger. Both figures froze in their tracks. What kind of power does this saber-toothed tiger possess? Beerus swallowed hard. Whis's expression was equally grave. If we were to measure this saber-toothed tiger using the combat power index of the universe, its strength has reached an astonishing 1 billion. What does this mean? For Beerus and Whis, 1 billion in combat power is inconsequential. They could extinguish such rubbish with a mere breath. However, the one confronting this colossal beast is Gran, who has only been training for a short while. How could he possibly contend with it? Suddenly, a revelation struck Beerus about the peculiarities of the Shumi world. He exclaimed, "The Shumi world adjusts the danger level according to the strength of those who enter." Whis, suppressing his excitement, interjected, which means Gran's current power is now capable of facing a beast with 1 billion combat power. How can this be? The two exchanged glances. Astonishment reflected in their eyes. Suddenly, an equally terrifying aura emanated from below. Beerus and Whis swiftly directed their gaze downward, witnessing Gran shedding his gravity suit. Boom. A surge of 10 combat power erupted from Gran. The diminutive Gran, having discarded his gravity suit, had also relinquished his initial state of supreme mastery. Nevertheless, his speed remained lightning fast. Even though the saber-toothed tiger's power was on par with his, it stood no chance against Gran's assault. 3 seconds later, the tiger's limbs and spine were shattered, culminating in Gran forcing an energy blast into the beast's mouth. Boom. Amidst the terrifying explosion, the saber-toothed tiger was obliterated. Gran stood amidst the thick, crimson mist, resembling a harbinger of death against the backdrop of carnage. Gulp. Beerus, high above, swallowed again, finding himself at a loss for words to describe this little one. Whis appeared calm, yet the grip on his staff tightened, revealing his inner turmoil. It was no wonder they were so taken aback. Gran had only been in the realm of destruction for 2 years, and a year and a half prior. He had never engaged in power training. To this day, Gran had only trained for a mere 6 months. 6 months to elevate his strength to 1 billion combat power? This was the standard 1 billion. Whis, how long did it take me to reach this level of power? Beerus's voice was raspy. My lord Beerus, if we consider your napping hours, I recall it took you about 10 years. Whis took a deep breath. Among all the gods of destruction, Beerus's talent is undeniably the most formidable. Yet, even such a prodigious talent pales in comparison to Gran's. Some might question why, despite Beerus's exceptional talent, it took him 10 years to reach 1 billion combat power, while Goku achieved similar feats in just 2 to 3 decades. That is because Goku is the protagonist, and he has undergone transformations. In their normal states, Goku and his companions possess combat powers of merely over 10 billion. Just like Gran's current normal combat power of 1 billion. Once he transforms into Super Saiyan, it will skyrocket to 400 billion. Suddenly, boom. The primordial forest ruins trembled violently, as if the air had thickened due to excessive energy leakage. This is bad. Countless beasts of equal power are charging towards Gran. Beerus finally snapped out of his stupor. This world operates on a simple principle. Once you reveal your strength, you will be hunted by innumerable beasts unless you can master your power completely, ensuring no energy leaks. Whis, quickly take Gran away. Yes. Whis waved his staff. Gran, on the ground, was preparing to engage with the incoming horde of beasts when suddenly, the scene before him shifted, and he found himself back by the familiar lake. Gran's wide eyes blinked with confusion. How did he return outside? Wait, the only one capable of extracting him from the Shumi world was Whis. This means Lord Beerus and the others have returned? Gasp. Gran inhaled sharply. This is bad. He had sneaked into the Shumi world to rapidly increase his power. And now he had been discovered. Gran, with a determined pout, attempted to flee. Where do you think you're going? The cold voice of Beerus echoed. Gran trembled, instinctively covering his rear. Whis's lips twitched. The little one was aware that punishment awaited him. Oh, Lord Beerus and Whis have returned. Gran turned around, bowing deeply in a sycophantic manner. Welcome back, the most esteemed god of destruction and angel of the universe. Beerus, Whis, you don't think showing your fawning face can spare you from a beating, do you? Well, in celebration of your return, I'll go prepare a grand feast. Gran wasted no time. If he didn't flee now, when would he? He dashed toward the outskirts of the realm of destruction, summoning all his strength. Unsure of his destination, he only knew he could not remain in the realm any longer. However, hey, why am I being pulled back? Just as Gran soared into the air, he realized he was being drawn backward, his face morphing in shock. Unbeknownst to him, Gran found himself 10 meters away from Beerus, who had raised a hand, his formidable gravitational pull ceasing. Beerus cracked his neck, coldly stating, Kid, you have quite the nerve to enter the Shumi world in that gravity suit. Gran's back felt icy as he trembled, stammering, Lord Beerus, please let me explain. Enough with the explanations. Let us see the fruits of your training while wearing that gravity suit in the Shumi world. You'd best pray your training can withstand my attack. Otherwise, you're done for. No. Before Gran could finish, boom. Beerus stomped the ground, creating a massive crater, transforming into a human cannonball hurtling towards Gran. His speed was blinding, causing the surrounding space to collapse. Seeing this, Whis' expression darkened. Beerus was genuinely furious, and Gran was in grave danger. Damn it, Lord Beerus, don't think I'm afraid of you. Gran, witnessing the crumbling space, swallowed hard. Is this the power of the strongest god of destruction? But to expect me to submit to a beating? Not a chance. Huh. Boom. Gran achieved absolute control over his power. His body didn't emit flames, but that 1 billion combat power surged within him. Here it comes. The space shattered inch by inch before Gran, and Beerus appeared as well. Bang! The clash of a large fist and a small fist erupted, the immense force causing the water of the nearby lake to evaporate instantly. Gran sensed that Beerus had tempered his strength at the last moment, yet he still felt as if his fist had struck the hardest stone in the universe. Ouch! The unparalleled power surged forth, distorting the muscles in his arm. Kid, is this all you can do? Beerus expressed his disappointment. The power of Gran can indeed escalate to a staggering 1 billion combat strength within a mere 6 months. It is truly remarkable and terrifying. In the past, he could not even compare to his opponent. However, this little fellow's combat skills have suddenly evolved. The moment Beerus realized this, his disappointed expression transformed into one of excitement. He could sense Gran releasing his power. This boy has actually learned to fight. Beerus erupted into laughter, exerting force once more. Boom. Gran discarded a significant portion of his strength, yet he was still sent flying. Where do you think you're going? Beerus pursued him. A smile broke across Gran's face as he felt his blood beginning to boil. Bring it on, Lord Beerus. Boom. Boom. 2 beams of light appeared in the void, intertwining and colliding, each impact generating terrifying shockwaves. Whoosh. The scorching waves swept across the battlefield, reducing the vegetation below to mere dust. Observing the fierce clash in the sky, Whis gripped his staff tightly. He had previously thought that a rise to 1 billion combat strength in just 6 months was astonishing. Little did he know that Gran had also learned to fight. Though his combat skills, experience, and awareness were not yet exemplary, they had formed the foundation of his instinctive abilities. I merely provided him with a set of gravity clothes. And yet he has achieved this. Could it be that he trained in the world of Shumi? It has only been 6 months, my heavens. If he comprehended all of this on his own, then this fellow, even Whis, who remains unflappable in the face of adversity, felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing this. How exhilarating. The diminutive Gran was knocked back 10 meters, yet he refused to concede, swinging his tiny fists and charging forward once more. Boom, boom. The fluctuations of battle began to expand, stretching from hundreds of miles to thousands. As the intensity of Gran's and Beerus combat escalated, Beerus moved behind Gran, clasping his fists together and bringing them down with force. However, Gran's instinctive abilities allowed him to anticipate Beerus' move, and his 1 billion combat strength erupted within him. This time, he repelled Beerus through sheer force, successfully defending himself. Take another punch from me. Beerus stepped back, raising his fist once more towards the little one. Huh. Gran turned, blocking with both hands across his chest. He managed to absorb a significant portion of the attack through a peculiar maneuver. Nevertheless, the blow still inflicted severe damage upon him. He had not fully defended against it. Spitting blood, Gran staggered. Beerus, undeterred, continued the fight. He was eager to discover the limits of this little fellow. Boom. The 2 combatants once again became entangled, with Gran beginning to utilize the initial form of his ultimate technique. In the end, Gran found himself without recourse. He ceased engaging Beerus physically and even resorted to employing the prince's fighting style. Boom. Various violent energies surged forth. In this battle, Gran nearly exhausted all of his methods. If he were facing a typical fighter with 1 billion combat strength, or even a manifestation of Lightning Cell, Gran would be capable of overpowering them. Yet, his opponent was the strongest destroyer god. Even if Beerus suppressed his power to the same level, the outcome of this battle would remain unchanged. After merely 6 months of training, Gran ultimately faced defeat. However, the battle was far from over. Clap, clap, clap. Soon, the realm of the destroyer echoed with the sounds of a spanking. Ah, it hurts so much, Lord Beerus, spare me. Did you make a mistake? What did I do wrong? Say it again, you little rascal. Ah, I was wrong. I was wrong in every way. Humph, pretending you don't understand. Huh? With your meager strength, do you think you can enter the world of Shumi wearing that gravity outfit? Are you seeking death? I apologize, I won't do it again. Another chance? There won't be another. The anguished cries of Gran reverberated throughout the realm of the destroyer. Chapter 19. Is that your full strength? Whis paid no heed to Gran's plight. During their absence from the realm of the destroyer, this little fellow had truly caused too much chaos. The world of Shumi also exerted gravitational effects. While not as intense as the gravity suit, the combined pressure would be utterly crushing. Half an hour later, Gran lay on a beach chair, his trousers torn to shreds. Whis, please heal me. Gran pleaded pitifully. Beside him, Whis feigned ignorance. Gritting his teeth, Gran replied, I'll make you a different delicacy, one that I want to share with Lord Beerus. Please help me. Beerus chimed in, displeased. Could you refrain from saying that while I'm right here? I'm still present. I won't. Who told you to spank me? Do you really not know why I did it? I thought you were progressing too slowly, so I wanted to enter the world of Shumi. Gran sat up. Yet the pain in his body and rear made him abandon the effort. Fuming, Besides, I'm fine, aren't I? As those words left his mouth, an eerie silence enveloped the lakeside. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, both sensing something peculiar in each other's eyes. It was indeed true. The gravity suit would automatically adjust to the body's maximum limit. For others, merely wearing it would make escape nearly impossible. Yet this little rascal, not only vibrant and full of life, had dared to venture into the world of Shumi. He even managed to cultivate his strength to 1 billion combat power while effortlessly dispatching a saber-toothed tiger beast of the same strength. More importantly, Whis had not yet had the chance to teach him how to cultivate instinctive abilities. This little one had developed them solely through battling those mindless beasts. Is this even something a human can achieve? Whis, my body and rear are in agony. Have some pity on me. You must endure the pain first. Now tell me. Beerus was not lenient, pressing him. Did you develop your initial instinctive abilities while fighting those beasts? Initial instinctive abilities? Gran lay on the beach chair, frowning. When did I cultivate any instinctive abilities? He had heard of instinctive abilities from Whis, but he had not yet received any instruction on how to cultivate them. Upon hearing Gran's response, both Whis and Beerus exchanged glances. This little fellow truly was oblivious to everything. Whis stifled his astonishment and explained. Instinctive abilities refer to your capacity to react in the most pure, natural, and correct manner without relying on conscious thought, regardless of the situation. The most efficient way to cultivate them is through combat. After Whis finished explaining, Beerus continued to inquire, let me ask you again. When did you start wearing that gravity suit in the world of Shumi? Gran shrank back nervously, fearing he might incur another spanking. Speak. Beerus glared at him. It was a month after you left the realm of the Destroyer, Gran replied timidly. This meant that this little rascal had already spent 5 months in the world of Shumi wearing that suit? How incredibly bold, even in their absence. He was unafraid of being crushed by the combined gravity of the world of Shumi and the suit. Moreover, in just 5 months, he had developed his initial instinctive abilities through combat with countless beasts. What kind of monster was he? Contemplating this, both Beerus and Whis found it hard to calm their racing hearts. Whis, what exactly does the initial instinctive ability that Lord Beerus mentioned mean? Gran seemed to forget the pain in his body and rear, eager to understand the meaning of the initial instinctive ability. The body's instincts are divided into 9 levels. And you have now reached the first level, Whis remarked, snapping back to reality. What level have you attained? Gran inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he gazed intently at Whis. Beerus also perked up, evidently unaware of what level his master had achieved. Me? Whis paused for a moment, then shook his head and replied, I shan't reveal that, but I can tell you what level Lord Beerus has attained. Upon hearing this, Beerus was incensed. How dare you withhold your own strength while disclosing mine? Whis, are you even human? Oh dear, my apologies, Lord Beerus. I am but an angel. Whis retorted with a cheeky grin. Gran, let me tell you that Lord Beerus' bodily instincts are at the 4th level. Silence. Beerus immediately covered Whis's mouth. Casting a glance at Gran, who was lounging on a beach chair, he hastily added, aside from me, the bodily instincts of the other gods of destruction are merely at the 4th level. What? Gran's eyes widened in disbelief. According to Whis, there were only 9 levels of bodily instincts in total, and he had assumed that the gods of destruction were at least at the 5th level or higher. You will gradually learn more about this in due time. For now, refrain from asking too many questions, Beerus said, shifting his gaze back to Whis with gritted teeth. And you, if you dare to disclose my strength again, we shall have words. With his mouth still covered, Whis managed to mumble, all right, I won't say a word. Only then did Beerus release him. After this little farce, Beerus chose not to pursue the matter of Gran entering the world of Shumi while wearing a gravity suit. Given that Gran had endured 5 months in that suit, it implied that he could now freely navigate the realm of Shumi. Gran was undeniably pleased with this outcome. Suddenly, he exclaimed, oh no, my body, my poor backside, it hurts. Only then did he remember his injuries. Whis glanced at Beerus, and upon receiving a nod, he said, enough with the theatrics. I can treat you, you know. Unlike that skinny guy, Whis is much kinder. It's bad enough that I have a weakness, but he is always thinking about hitting my backside. Gran chattered away while receiving treatment from Whis, his mouth moving like a machine gun. His incessant chatter, laced with sarcasm, made Beerus' head throb. He regretted allowing Whis to treat this little rascal. All right, you can get up now. Whis healed Gran and lifted him by the scruff of his neck, tossing him onto the ground. Gran sat there and suddenly remarked, Whis, You're mean for throwing me. Weiss shot him a bemused look, muttering about how quickly he was being abandoned. Haha. Beerus chuckled, finding amusement in Grant's plight. If he wasn't the only one in pain, it brought him joy. Weiss rolled his eyes at Beerus and then turned to Gran, cautiously probing. You little rascal, was that truly your full strength when you fought Lord Beerus? Chapter 20. Beerus, far below my level guess, Gran said, rolling his eyes. Weiss replied, I would wager that was indeed your full strength. Can this angel's gaze be so keen? You could see that? Gran was surprised, for that had indeed been his full strength. Although the Scion race had the capacity to transform, unbeknownst to him, the cells within him had reached an extraordinary level. After half a year of focusing on his power and battling beasts, he had never attempted to transform. If he could transform, reaching Super Scion status would amplify his strength by 50-fold. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to test this transformation. Heh, Lord Beerus. Gran disregarded Weiss and stood up, rubbing his hands together in a rather mischievous manner. What is it? May I ask you a few questions? Absolutely not. Gran clenched his tiny fists, exasperated that this skinny fellow was not following the script. He truly wanted to punch him. Observing Gran's frustration, Beerus couldn't help but smirk, relishing in his torment. Weiss reclined back onto the beach chair, enjoying the banter between these two lively characters. Lord Beerus, what is my current fighting power? How is my training speed? And what is the gap between us? Gran furrowed his brows, spilling out his questions all at once. He was genuinely unsure of his current strength and how it measured up in terms of combat power. However, considering his capacity to endure 4,000 times gravity, it was evident that he had achieved an astonishing degree of power. In the original storyline, Goku had only trained under 100 times gravity while traveling to Namek. In comparison, Gran's ability to withstand 4,000 times gravity indicated that he had reached an incredible level of strength, given that he had achieved such results in just 6 months. Gran was elated. Even later versions of Goku and Vegeta likely could not match his training speed. But how did he stack up against the mightiest god of destruction? Gran genuinely wished to know the extent of his disparity compared to the strongest among them. Using the Combat Power Index of the universe, your strength has reached 1 billion. Weiss finally spoke from his reclined position on the beach chair. How much? Gran thought he misheard and dug into his ears. You have achieved 1 billion in combat power after just 6 months of training. Isn't that exhilarating? Beerus crossed his arms, tilting his head away. What? Gran finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his emotions surging as he blushed brightly. 1 billion combat power. My heavens, I possess 1 billion combat power. He leaped with excitement. At that moment, he finally had a clearer understanding of his strength. According to the lore, Majin Buu had approximately 50 billion in combat power. When Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his strength multiplied by 400 times, allowing him to defeat Majin Buu. This implied that Super Saiyan 3 Goku surpassed 50 billion in combat power. If we consider 50 billion as Goku's strength and divide it by 400, it equates to 125 million. Thus, Goku's standard strength during the Majin Buu saga was around 125 million in combat power. Did this mean Gran now possessed strength that far exceeded Goku's during the Majin Buu saga? Gran excitedly counted on his fingers, growing more enthusiastic with each calculation. Lord Beerus, it seems my talent is extraordinary, Gran exclaimed, jumping onto Beerus's back. You're so bothersome, could you kindly get off? No way, Lord Beerus. Quickly tell me. How is my training speed? How do I compare to you? Can I not speak? Just tell me. Otherwise, I'll make you eat stinky tofu. The mere mention of stinky tofu made Beerus tremble. Who would consider food that had the word stinky in it? Given Gran's mischievous nature, he certainly meant no good. Stop. Stop. Beerus pulled the little rascal closer to him, his expression one of resignation. After a brief pause, he gathered his thoughts. Your training speed is commendable, but compared to me, you are still far behind. Beerus said this without a hint of shame. In his mind, as the mightiest god of destruction, he could not admit to being inferior to this little brat. Weiss simply rolled his eyes, having anticipated Beerus's response. What? Gran widened his eyes, astonished that achieving a combat power of 1 billion in merely 6 months could still be considered insufficient progress. He cast a glance at the beach chair beside him, his voice tinged with youthful innocence. Weiss, is what Lord Beerus said truly the case? Weiss's lips twitched. Why was he still asking him? How was he to respond? Should he speak the truth or fabricate a lie? After all, it seemed somewhat excessive to expect an angel to deceive. Just as Weiss contemplated shaking his head and telling the truth, a series of coughs erupted from Beerus nearby. Gran paused, frowning. Lord Beerus, are you all right? Beerus coughed a couple more times before casually replying. No, just choked on some water. Can a god of destruction even choke? Mind your own business, Gran retorted, his lips twitching. He chose to disregard the mundane Beerus, who could choke on water. Wasn't he that rather ordinary? He pressed on. Weiss, Lord Beerus wouldn't he deceive me? Would he? Weiss yearned to speak the truth, yet Beerus was persistently signaling him otherwise. With a resigned sigh, he replied, Do you truly believe Lord Beerus would lie to you? His ambiguous statement hardly constituted a falsehood. Gran tilted his head to glance at the mundane god of destruction, feeling his spirits dampen. Indeed, although Lord Beerus may be a bit mischievous, he has never lied to me. Evidently, I still fall far short in comparison to Lord Beerus. Truly, you are the strongest god of destruction, Gran exclaimed, his tone exceedingly earnest as he gave Beerus a thumbs up. Beerus felt a slight flush spread across his cheeks. Weiss's claim that he would deceive Gran was, in fact, a deception in itself. I'm off to prepare a meal. Gran sighed, departing from the scene. Weiss rose from his beach chair, watching Gran's small figure with a smile. Lord Beerus, you're rather naughty, even deceiving a child. Where's the mischief in that? I'm doing it for his own good, Beerus replied, hands clasped behind his back, his tone nonchalant. This little fellow's talent is simply extraordinary. If I don't temper him a bit, he might genuinely become arrogant. Such grandiloquent words could only originate from you, Lord Beerus. You mock me? Yet, how could you say such ambiguous things back then? Lord Beerus, I've noticed your skin is growing increasingly thick. Have you already forgotten the signals you were sending me? I merely choked on water. What did you think I was doing? Observing Beerus's shameless expression, Weiss could only utter two words. You're impressive. Chapter 21. It's time to leave the god of destruction realm. Time flew by, and soon Gran had prepared a grand feast. He had avoided stinky tofu, as it required time to prepare. Instead, he had roasted a whole lamb. Amidst such culinary delights, the prestige of the god of destruction and the angel had long been discarded by Beerus and his companions as they feasted with abandon. Gran, meanwhile, was gnawing on the roasted lamb, feeling the fatigue from half a year of training. A hearty meal was in order. 2 hours passed. The trio finally felt satisfied and reclined on their beach chairs. The sky in the god of destruction realm had darkened slightly, with purple starlight cascading down, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Throughout the past 6 months, each had been occupied with their own affairs, and this rare moment of tranquility was thoroughly enjoyed. Gran, your power has likely reached its bottleneck, hasn't he it? Weiss remarked casually while gazing at the sky. Beerus's expression sharpened. The little one was finally ready to embark on the next stage of his training. Yes, Gran replied, reclining as he looked at Weiss, who lay in the middle beach chair. I've recently felt that my power is difficult to enhance. That's quite normal. In terms of combat power index within the universe, 1 billion is a bottleneck for you all. Lord Beerus experienced the same phase and lingered there for several years. Weiss explained. What should I do now? Gran inquired. Breaking through the bottleneck involves numerous factors. Sometimes, a change in mood can lead to a breakthrough in power, Weiss remarked, contemplating the resplendent starry sky, having already devised a training plan for Gran's next steps. Indeed, Beerus chimed in from the far-right beach chair. There are far too many factors involved in breaking through a bottleneck, and it cannot be accomplished in a short time. For now, set aside your power training. Gran straightened up, glancing at the two esteemed figures beside him, perplexed. Then what should I train in now? You've previously mastered power, cultivated your mindset, and refined your strength. It's time to focus on combat techniques, experience, and awareness, Weiss stated coolly. You should understand why I suggest this, right? I have a rough idea. Not long ago, you mentioned that combat is the fastest way to hone one's physical instincts. Gran nodded, continuing, Weiss. You intend for me to comprehend combat techniques through battle, thereby forming them into my instincts, enhancing my physical capabilities. Weiss's ultimate goal was likely for him to master the state of complete freedom, as he had already trained his mindset. If he further honed his physical instincts, the state of complete freedom would soon be within reach. Precisely, Weiss and Beerus nodded in satisfaction. The young one was indeed clever. What should my training entail? Should I return to the Shumi world and battle those colossal beasts? Gran abruptly halted, raising his small fingers. Beerus noticed his peculiar gesture and tilted his head, asking, What are you doing? Hold on a moment. Gran lifted both small hands, signaling for pause. He had been in the Dragon Ball world for over 2 years, and it was now the year 739 of the AE. The timeline for Goku's first journey to seek the Dragon Balls was in the year 749 AE. This meant there were still 10 years until the Dragon Ball storyline commenced. As a candidate god of destruction, with Whis and Beerus by his side, he found himself less interested in other matters on Earth. Except for the Senzu beans. This was something he found immensely intriguing. Speaking of Senzu beans, their effects were remarkably wondrous. Aside from their inability to cure diseases, they could heal any injuries. As long as one still drew breath, Senzu beans could revive them, restoring their body and stamina to peak condition. In the early stages of the Dragon Ball narrative, these beans were abundant, but once Yajirobe ascended Korin Tower, their numbers began to dwindle rapidly, primarily because that glutton consumed them like food. Could their quantity not decrease swiftly? The mere thought of that rotund fellow made Gran grit his teeth in frustration. Whis, as Beerus's attendant, could not be at his side at all times. Without Whis's healing, Senzu beans would become invaluable. No, I must seize all the Senzu beans before Yajirobe ascends Korin Tower. Little rascal, what are you pondering? Beerus inquired, furrowing his brow. Gran sat upright, turning to Whis and Beerus. Whis, Lord Beerus, did you not say that I must undergo countless battles to develop a higher level of physical instincts? Beerus's brows knitted tighter. What exactly are you trying to say? Whis also found this curious. Gran gritted his teeth, summoning his courage. I wish to leave the god of destruction realm and venture outside to seek various masters in the universe for battle. This was indeed Gran's true desire. Having spent 2 years in the god of destruction realm, he had reached a bottleneck in both his mindset and power, with little room for further enhancement in the short term. According to Whis and Beerus, he needed to experience countless battles to grasp additional combat techniques and experiences, ultimately forming them into his physical instincts. Yet, aside from Beerus and Whis, the only other presence in the god of destruction realm was the still sleeping oracle fish. Beerus and his companion were far too formidable, making them unsuitable adversaries. Naturally, there were various colossal beasts within the Shumi world, yet those creatures lacked rationality. Engaging in combat with them would yield little advancement in battle techniques. Thus, it would be more prudent to venture into the universe in search of stronger opponents. A silence fell upon Beerus and his companion. Gran cautiously inquired, "What is the matter? Do you disagree with my desire to venture outside?" Suddenly, Beerus and his companion erupted into laughter. Gran found himself bewildered by their reaction. Whis composed himself and remarked, "In truth, even without your suggestion, Lord Beerus and I were already contemplating sending you away." "Send me away? Why would you do that?" Gran felt as if he had been struck by several sharp darts in the chest. "Please, allow us to explain," Beerus sighed. "As you've observed, there are hardly any contenders in our realm of destruction. Neither Whis nor I are suited to be your rivals, apart from venturing into the universe. Where else could you go? In fact, he could visit other universes, but with Gran's current strength, he was still far from ready to leave the 7th universe." "I see." Gran patted his chest, relieved. He had feared that Beerus truly intended to expel him, but it turned out their thoughts aligned. "When shall I depart from the realm of destruction?" "Perhaps in a month. During this time, you should further solidify your strength." "Yes." Gran nodded vigorously. Exhilarated by the prospect of entering the universe, he began to devise a plan for his upcoming journey. His first stop would be Yardrat, to learn instant transmission for Whis. Being Beerus's attendant, could not accompany him at all times. With instant transmission, he could travel freely wherever he wished. Additionally, instant transmission was a highly practical escape technique. If he found himself outmatched, he could simply flee, and if that failed, he would have to seek assistance. His second destination would be Namek. Since he had arrived in the Dragon Ball world, it would be remiss not to behold the Dragon Balls themselves. Not only did he wish to witness them, but he also intended to make a few wishes. As for his third stop, he would seek out the Senzu beans on Earth, and his fourth would involve challenging various strong fighters. Lastly, Gran sought vengeance against Vegeta. He vividly remembered the harrowing experience upon his arrival in the Dragon Ball world. He had vowed to avenge himself on Vegeta, and the time had come. Gran clenched his fists, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Prince Vegeta, is it? Prepare to relish my power of 1 billion. Chapter 22. The Scion clan holds great significance? Time flew by, and a month passed swiftly. During this period, with Beerus as his training partner, Gran solidified his strength. His current combat power stood at 1 billion, his mindset had reached a semi-ego state, and his physical instincts had attained the first level. His dimensional prowess had even reached the pinnacle of Kai Shin, though Whis had never revealed this to him. And Gran remained unaware. The reason Whis withheld this information was that the time had not yet come. When Gran returned to the realm of destruction, he would undergo dimensional training, and that would be the moment to disclose the truth to him. Today marked the second year since Gran arrived in the Dragon Ball world, and also the second year since he entered the realm of destruction. It was time for him to depart. Clad in ancient destruction attire, the diminutive Gran stood before the Palace of Destruction, facing Beerus. As the moment of parting approached, the atmosphere grew somewhat melancholic and heavy. Lord Beerus, I must take my leave, Gran expressed, his countenance reflecting reluctance. Just leave already. Without you, my realm of destruction can finally find peace, and I can enjoy a good night's sleep. Beerus replied with an impassive demeanor. Gran gritted his teeth. You, Lord Beerus. We're hoping for a long absence to converse with you properly. How truly remarkable. As he spoke, a mischievous glint crossed his eyes. Humph. Since you so disdain my presence, I shall return without gifts for you. I'll bring something solely for Whis. He'll certainly need a few million packs of instant noodles when he visits Earth. After all, these two beings had a well-known fondness for instant noodles in the anime. Whis's eyes sparkled at the mention of culinary delights, and he cast a teasing glance at Beerus, as if to say, keep up your stubbornness. You may go hungry now. Beerus shot a glare at Whis before turning his ire towards Gran. You little rascal. Do you dare? You disdain me so much. Why would I bother bringing you anything? Gran retorted. Beerus sighed. Just remember to stay safe. If you encounter someone you cannot possibly defeat, do not hesitate to call for me. With that, Beerus turned and re-entered the palace. This stubborn, prideful being, speaking as if kind words were akin to taking his life, yet Gran felt warmth in his heart. He lingered in front of the palace for a while before finally saying, Whis, shall we depart? You plan to visit Yardrat first, correct? Indeed. Very well. We shall arrive shortly. With a flick of his staff, Whis and Gran transformed into a vibrant stream of light, soaring into the sky. A minute later, Whis returned to the palace, only to find Beerus had reappeared. Oh, Lord Beerus, did you not intend to rest? Mind your business. Beerus shot him a glance. Did you send him to Yardrat? Oh dear. Lord Beerus is clearly concerned for him while pretending to be nonchalant. Whis stifled a laugh. Enough with the chatter. I'm asking you, has he reached Yardrat? He has. Whis ceased his teasing demeanor and replied seriously, this little one's first destination is Yardrat, where he likely wishes to learn instant transmission. Instant transmission? Yes, Yardrat possesses a technique known as instant transmission, somewhat akin to that of the Kai Shin. However, executing Yardrat's instant transmission requires sensing energy. I see. Beerus nodded, beginning to grasp Gran's motivation for learning it. Without Whis by his side, instant transmission would indeed serve as an excellent means of travel. Whis, holding his staff, gazed into the sky and remarked, Lord Beerus, Gran has not left the realm of destruction for 2 years, yet he still knows about Yardrat's instant transmission. He is quite exceptional. Of course, Beerus feigned ignorance of Whis's intent to master 1's power thoroughly in just 2 years, to elevate 1's mindset to a semi-ego level, to achieve a combat power of 1 billion, and to develop one's instincts to the first stage. Such unparalleled talent cannot be trivialized. Whis shook his head. Lord Beerus, you understand my point. Beerus clenched his fists. What of it? All I know is that he is my disciple. Whis paused for a moment before breaking into a mischievous smile. Ah, indeed, he is also my disciple. Besides, did he not mention that he learned of these things from the historical records of the Scions? At this, Beerus interjected, by the way, when you previously mentioned the Scion historical records, you appeared quite grave. Could it be that the Scion clan has some significant background? Upon uttering this, an eerie silence enveloped the area before the Palace of Destruction. 3 minutes passed. Whis, seemingly deep in thought, said, I might be mistaken, but I recall my father mentioning someone who challenged Lord Zeno when I was very young. What? Beerus gasped in astonishment. The Omni King is the strongest being in the universe. How could anyone dare to challenge him? Wait. Beerus swallowed hard. You cannot be implying that the person who challenged Lord Zeno was a Scion? If that is the case, it would be quite reasonable for the Scion race to possess a tome chronicling many secrets. My memory is somewhat hazy. I am not entirely certain. Whis shook his head, clearly uncertain about the matter, and realized he would need to find the time to inquire with his father. Beerus also fell into silence. Finally, he said, "If you remember anything, do let me know. I shall retire for the night." As Beerus turned to return to his slumber, he suddenly pivoted back to Whis and solemnly added, "And should that boy encounter any peril, do remember to awaken me." "Certainly." Whis suppressed a smile and nodded. Only then did Beerus return to his palace. Chapter 23. Can one survive in the universe? In the northern galaxy, there exist 3 peculiar planets: Namek, Metamor, and Yardrat. Not far from Namek lies a purple planet, its landscape predominantly characterized by rocky terrain and desolate wilderness. This planet is none other than Yardrat. In the Dragon Ball anime, it is on this very planet that Goku mastered instant transmission. Today, a child clad in garments reminiscent of ancient Egypt arrived here. Glan stood in the middle of the street, surrounded by Yardratian inhabitants bustling about on either side. The Yardratians are relatively short in stature, their skin tones varying between pink and white. As they passed Glan, they regarded him with a peculiar gaze. Seemingly oblivious to their stares, Glan muttered to himself, "Why did Whis claim that I possessed the ability to survive in the universe? When Whis had brought him here earlier, he had indeed made a request to Whis, aspiring to acquire the capability to exist in the cosmos. The inability to survive in space had long been a vulnerability of the Scion race, any Scion. Once their planet was destroyed during battle and deprived of oxygen, would inevitably perish. This was exemplified by the confrontation between Goku and Frieza on Namek, where Frieza, ultimately bested by Goku, obliterated the planet. Had Goku not fortuitously encountered the Ginyu Force's spaceship, he would surely have met his end. Glan wished to shed this weakness. Thus he implored Whis for assistance. Given Whis' enigmatic abilities, he ought to possess a means to resolve this predicament. Yet, Whis had declined, asserting that Glan already possessed the ability to survive in the universe. Why would Whis utter such words? Glan stood in the street, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The only entities capable of granting a Scion the ability to survive in space would be an angel or the eternal dragon. Yet he had never made such a wish to the dragon. Why was he now able to exist in the cosmos? Baffled, Glan resolved to test this newfound ability. He gazed upward at the violet sky, channeling his energy to his feet. With a sudden rush, Glan propelled himself into space at an astonishing speed. As he departed the street, the Yardratians erupted in a frenzy. Wasn't he that other planet, not far from ours, destroyed by 2 mysterious powers 6 months ago? One of them wore garments identical to that child's. Could he be allied with that mysterious force? We must inform the Elder. Unaware of the commotion behind him, Glan had already reached the edge of the atmosphere. Here, some trace of oxygen remained. One more step would plunge him into a vacuum. Without hesitation, he held his breath and took that step, subsequently attempting to breathe slowly. Thunderous. Glan felt a tremor within, yet he experienced no sensation of breathlessness. How could this be? Unfazed, he lingered, certain he would flee if he felt suffocated. 10 minutes passed, then 20, and even 60. Why was this happening? Glan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had remained in the vacuum of space for so long without feeling any discomfort. Meanwhile, far away in the realm of the destroyers, Whis observed Glan's actions through the crystal orb atop his staff and chuckled softly, "Because your dimension has reached the pinnacle of the Kaioshin level. In other words, you are no longer mortal. Your body is naturally unaffected by the vacuum." On Glan's side, he remained oblivious to the true cause and clung to the belief that a Scion could not possess the capacity for prolonged survival in the vacuum of space. Soon, he formulated 2 hypotheses. Either his physique was uniquely special, allowing him to endure in the vacuum, or someone had made a wish to the eternal dragon, likely requesting that Scions gain the ability to survive in space. Being a Scion himself, he must have benefited from this change. However, as merely a high-ranking Scion, how special could his physique be? Thus, the second possibility seemed more plausible. Who could have made such a wish to the eternal dragon? Glan felt a surge of panic. In the original narrative, no one had ever wished for such a thing. Could his arrival have triggered a butterfly effect? Whis must know something. He would have to inquire further later. Glan recalled Whis' words before departing. Since Whis, the angel, was aware of this matter yet exhibited no further reaction, it suggested that the issue may not be grave. With that thought, he felt somewhat reassured. Indeed, the sensation of existing in the universe was exhilarating. Glan soon dismissed the matter, and with the absence of his former vulnerability, he began to joyfully traverse the cosmic expanse. The boundless universe, the resplendent stars, this breathtaking panorama was utterly captivating. After a time, Glan prepared to return to Yardrat to study instant transmission. Suddenly, he spotted two figures swirling around a massive sphere of light in the distance. One was relatively short, sporting a white punk hairstyle, pale purple skin, and adorned with a pair of patera earrings. Upon seeing the attire of this diminutive figure, Glan's pupils dilated in shock. Lord Kaiashin, the Kaiashin, engaged in the creation of a planet, seemed to hear someone call his name and swiftly turned with Jebet. Who are you to dare invoke the name of Lord Kaiashin? Jebet, the servant of the Kaiashin, spoke with an air of arrogance toward the mortal. Ah, Shin, how did you end up here? You ought to be in the Kaiashin realm. Glan, fully aware of Jebet's earlier demeanor, chose to disregard him and focused instead on Kaiashin Shin. Such insolence. Jebet, incensed by Glan's dismissal, moved to teach the child a lesson. Suddenly, he felt a grip around his neck, the bones within creaking ominously. Lowering his gaze, he realized Glan had appeared before him, one small hand clutching his throat. Such pain. The aura of death envelopes me. Fear surged within Jebet. I am aware of your arrogant nature, but do not presume to exhibit such arrogance towards me. Should you do so again, it will be your end. Glan cast Jebet aside, redirecting his attention to Kaiashin Shin. Kaiashin Shin tensed. Jebet possessed the power to obliterate Frisia in an instant. Yet this child had bested him in a single exchange. However, judging by the child's words and actions, it seemed he bore no ill intent. Kaiashin Shin relaxed slightly and inquired, Who are you? How do you know me? I am the Kaiashin of the 7th universe. Naturally, I am familiar with you. Gran pointed to his destroyer attire, his voice somewhat juvenile. Do you recognize me? Chapter 24. The ignorant Kaiashin Shin glanced at Gran's peculiar outfit. I do not know you. What exactly do you intend to do? This child, clad in such an odd costume. Could it be that this ensemble is renowned? Gran felt somewhat exasperated and continued to probe. I am the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe. Now do you recognize me? The 7th universe? Are there even an 8th and 9th universe? And what exactly is a destroyer? Is it a type of deity? Kaiashin Shin furrowed his brow, perplexed by the child's words. Gran was taken aback. Kaiashin Shin was truly as ignorant as depicted in the anime. In truth, one could hardly blame him. 5 million years ago, Majin Buu invaded the Kaiashin realm, absorbing South Kaiashin and Grand Kaiashin, while North Kaiashin and West Kaiashin were slain. Ultimately, only East Kaiashin survived. Grand Kaiashin had the opportunity to impart knowledge about Kaiashins, and the old Kaiashin was sealed within the sword of the god of sword due to Beerus. These circumstances had fostered Kaiashin Shin's ignorance. We reside in the 7th universe, and you are the supreme deity of this universe, along with another deity of equal rank. The Destroyer. Gran continued, unperturbed by Kaiashin Shin's lack of knowledge. The Kaiashin oversees the creation of planets, while the Destroyer governs their destruction. Your duties are to maintain the cosmic balance. Do you grasp this now? Wait. Kaiashin Shin felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, as if he were beginning to comprehend. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze turned icy. I have never heard of these matters. However, you claim that the Destroyer governs the destruction of planets. And you are a candidate destroyer. Does this imply that the destruction of the stars half a year ago is related to you? Half a year ago? The destruction of the stars? Gran was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized. Are you referring to the planets that Lord Beerus cleared half a year ago? He was training his power at that time, and Beerus and Whis undertook the task of clearing planets, reportedly destroying over 20,000 of them. Undoubtedly, what Kaiashin Shin refers to as the destruction of the stars is indeed this incident. So it was you. Kaiashin Shin's fury erupted. Over 20,000 planets. In a mere half year, you have obliterated over 20,000 planets. Did you not claim to be deities? How can such monstrous beings exist among the divine? Gran's mouth twitched. The old Kaiashin had yet to emerge to enlighten this fellow. Conversing with him felt akin to playing a lute to a cow. Observing Gran's nonchalant demeanor only fueled Kaiashin Shin's rage further. Why must you destroy so many planets? Do you comprehend how long it would take me to recreate those 20,000 planets? Wait. Gran's eyes widened. You and Jebet did not come here to recreate those useless planets, did you? He quickly glanced at the back of Kaiashin Shin, where a colossal glowing sphere was evident, revealing a planet in the process of gestation. Indeed, Gran was both amused and infuriated. Lord Beerus sacrificed half a year of sleep to destroy those 20,000 planets, and you wish to restore them. At this, he could no longer contain himself and shot past Kaiashin Shin like a streak of light. What are you doing? Kaishin Shin was puzzled by the child's actions, but suddenly his eyes widened. That is a planet I painstakingly recreated. Stop. In his line of sight, Gran unleashed a 20-meter diameter energy sphere. Boom. The energy sphere penetrated the glowing entity, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion, obliterating the nascent planet once again. You devil. Witnessing the planet he had labored to recreate being destroyed anew, Kaishin Shin's eyes turned crimson with rage. Lord Kaishin, look at this fellow's dimension. Jebet returned to Kaishin Shin's side, positioning himself protectively in front of him. Although Jebet held disdain for mortals, his loyalty to Kaishin Shin was indisputable. Dimension? The Kaishin dimension. Kaishin Shin's eyes widened. How old could this child be? And yet his dimension had reached the Kaishin tier? Simultaneously, this confirmed the other's claim, indicating that he was indeed some candidate destroyer deity. However, how infuriating. Even Majin Buu did not destroy as many planets as this. You are indeed more malevolent than Majin Buu. How could such beings ascend to the status of destroyer? Kaishin Shin's anger escalated. And for the sake of the universe's continued stability, he prepared to eliminate this little demon, Gran. You shall recreate those useless planets. I have yet to seek you out for trouble, and you wish to strike me? Gran returned to face Kaishin Shin, his expression chillingly composed. Boom. A billion units of combat power erupted from Gran, a 100-meter-high wave of energy sweeping across the starry expanse. Crash. The formidable energy wave sent Jebet staggering back several meters. Impressive. Jebet steadied himself, while Kaishin Shin remained unyielding, intent on advancing to assist him. Jebet, step back. For the sake of the universe's stability, I shall personally eradicate this demon. Kaishin Shin did not look back. The power displayed by this child was commendable, yet when compared to Majin Buu, he remained too weak. How intriguing. It appears your strength is quite formidable, Kaishin Shin. Allow me to witness your prowess. Observing that Kaishin Shin had not been repelled by his energy wave, Gran's tone turned mocking. In the Majin Buu saga, Kaishin Shin surpassed Piccolo, who possessed Super Saiyan Level 1 strength, yet fell short against Dabura, who wielded Super Saiyan Level 2 peak strength. Thus, it could be deduced that Kaishin Shin's power likely hovered around the initial phase of Super Saiyan 2, approximately 20 billion combat power. If this estimation is incorrect, please forgive my naivety. Such demons as you ought not to exist in this world. Allow me to eradicate you. Kaishin Shin initiated the offensive, vanishing from Gran's sight in an instant. Gran smirked slightly, sensing the aura of a deity. How fascinating. Chapter 25. Whis. A conversation with Father. Meanwhile, far away in the realm of the destroyers, Whis observed the friction between Gran and Kaishin Shin. Oh dear. It seems he has encountered the current Kaishin. It appears there is some contention. Are they about to engage in battle? A Kaishin facing a candidate destroyer is truly intriguing. Whis watched the scene with keen interest as he noted Kaishin Shin launching an attack on Gran. Kaishin Shin possessed a divine-level dimension, and his aura belonged to that of a deity. If an ordinary person were to confront such divine energy, they would certainly be bewildered. For mortals cannot sense the aura of deities, even if Gran's dimension had ascended to the pinnacle of Kaishin. Regrettably, Gran had spent 2 years in the destroyer realm and had grown accustomed to divine energy. Even without this factor, his mindset had cultivated to a semi-non-self level, coupled with his primary bodily instincts, allowing Gran to perceive the location of Kaishin Shin through his easily manageable initial form. Whis mumbled to himself. In his observations, Kaishin's power was twice as strong as Gran's. However, sheer strength does not guarantee ultimate victory. Gran is his disciple, and Kaishin Shin knows nothing. Even if Kaishin Shin's power were several times greater than Gran's, he could not possibly contend with him. This battle is destined to be devoid of any suspense. In a stretch of starry sky not far from the planet Adrat, the Supreme Kaishin took the initiative to launch an attack, vanishing from sight. Divine energy? Alas, it is of no use to me. A silvery radiance enveloped Gran, indicating his mastery of the state of ultimate instinct. Gran moved, disappearing from view as well. In the invisible realm, the Supreme Kaishin was poised to deliver a powerful punch to Gran. Suddenly, Gran's body evaded with an uncanny angle, a movement that seemed not to stem from his own volition, but rather an instinctive reaction, exceedingly exaggerated. The next moment, the dazed Supreme Kaishin was kicked out of sight by Gran. How is this possible? Regaining his balance, Shin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. How did you achieve this? Are you referring to divine energy? Or my body's instinctive reaction? Gran, radiating silver light, did not rush to attack. An instinctive reaction? How could anyone develop their body's instincts to such a degree? Just because others cannot, does not mean I cannot. After all, I am a candidate for the god of destruction. Gran beckoned to the Supreme Kai-Shin with a teasing gesture, saying, enough talk, come at me. I wish to see the true extent of the current Supreme Kai's power. A wave of humiliation washed over Shin as he gritted his teeth and launched another assault. Punches, knee strikes, elbow jabs. This time, his attacks were even more ferocious. Boom. The might of Shin's 2 billion battle power surged through the cosmos, instantly provoking a cosmic storm. However, Gran moved like a nimble monkey, each of his seemingly casual actions effortlessly dodging Shin's strikes. Jebbet grew increasingly alarmed. It was evident that the opponent was dominating. He realized that his Supreme Kai had already been defeated. Seeing that he could not even graze the opponent's clothing, Shin, in a fit of rage and embarrassment, exclaimed, if you have the ability, take my punch. Very well, as you wish. Gran ceased to evade, tightening his small fist and lunging forward. Bang! A terrifying force erupted between their two fists, a surge of power akin to a tsunami sweeping in all directions. Shin felt that Gran's power was no match for his own, and a smile crept across his face. This time, you shall not escape unscathed. Hey, Shin. What are you thinking? Gran's voice suddenly pierced his thoughts, causing Shin's pupils to constrict. He beheld Gran unscathed, astonished. How is this possible? My power far surpasses yours. Why are you unharmed? Why am I unharmed? Gran then performed an uncanny maneuver, nullifying Shin's power entirely. He took 2 steps back and chuckled. That is because I have been battling the colossal beast within the realm of Shumi, and I have been sparring with Lord Beerus. My combat skills, awareness, and experience far exceed yours. Shin struggled to comprehend Gran's words, still eager to continue his attack. Suddenly, a white energy sphere hovered before him, its intense heat causing a sharp pain to his skin. The threat of death enveloped him, and he dared not move. Shin, you should be grateful that you are a Supreme Kai. Upon uttering this, Gran dispersed the energy sphere from his small hand. Shin understood the implication. Had he not been a Supreme Kai, he would have been slain long ago. Supreme Kai, are you all right? Jebbet rushed forward. Shin shook his head, gazing at the child before him, his tone despondent. I am not his match. It is truly laughable. Others are so strong, and I foolishly imagined I could defeat him. It is only natural that you are not my match. You govern creation, whereas I preside over destruction, which is precisely our forte as gods of destruction in battle. Gran continued. Shin, I realize you comprehend little at present, but I must advise you, do not attempt to recreate those useless planets. Should Lord Beerus discover your intent to resurrect those worthless celestial bodies, your fate may very well mirror that of the old Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai? Shin's eyes widened. This child mentioned yet another new figure. Clearly, this individual was also a Supreme Kai, and an elder one at that. Shin felt as though his worldview was crumbling. Was he not the last Supreme Kai in this universe? When did another Elder Supreme Kai emerge? You are woefully ignorant. Once I complete my current tasks, I shall assist you in liberating the old Supreme Kai. Observing Shin's bewildered expression, Gran shook his head. Without the guidance of the old Supreme Kai, Shin could not possibly grow. Having said this, Gran turned and prepared to return to Adrat, unperturbed by the fact that Shin remained in the cosmos. After all, the Dragon Ball saga had yet to truly commence, and the universe was still quite safe. Wait, where are you going? You do not intend to continue destroying planets, do you? Gran's mouth twitched. He no longer cared for the clueless Supreme Kai and swiftly soared back toward Adrat. Supreme Kai, what shall we do now? Jebbet gazed at Gran's small silhouette, the fear in his heart still unrelenting. The words he spoke were entirely unfamiliar to me. I know nothing of gods of destruction, nor do I recognize the old Supreme Kai. Shin felt as though his mind was muddled. Watching Gran's retreating figure, he continued, his strength is formidable. Yet considering he has spared us, it is evident he harbors no malice. Let us follow him for now and see what his true intentions are. Very well. The realm of gods of destruction. The disparity is simply too vast. Supreme Kai, how could you possibly be a match for Gran? Whis reclined on a beach chair, munching on snacks while observing the scenes within the crystal ball. Upon witnessing the conclusion, he nodded in satisfaction. Quite impressive. He even knew to show restraint against the Supreme Kai. Once he finished his snacks, Whis suddenly rose from his chair. Since Lord Beerus has once again succumbed to slumber, and Gran has departed the realm of gods of destruction, it is time to seek out my father for a discussion, Whis murmured to himself. Ever since Gran mentioned that the Scion race possesses a historical tome, a faint memory from his early childhood had resurfaced. He recalled that his father had once spoken of a Scion who had challenged the Omni King. However, this memory was exceedingly vague, and Whis dared not confirm its accuracy. This time, he would inquire how his father perceives the matter. In an instant, Whis struck his staff, transforming into a streak of light shooting skyward. His destination was none other than the Omni King's palace. Chapter 26. The fastest 2 years? No, 6 hours will suffice, Audrat. Gran returned from the vast cosmos. He naturally noticed the two tailing him, yet he had no time to attend to them. There were still 10 years before the Dragon Ball saga commenced. And during this interval, he had an abundance of tasks to undertake. Mastering instant transmission was of paramount importance. He could not allow Supreme Kai-Shin to disrupt his plans. Upon returning to the streets, Gran landed, greeted by several shorted Dratons. We are the elders of Audrat. We greet you, esteemed candidate for the god of destruction. The elder of Audrat bowed before Gran, and the Adratons behind him followed suit. Gran was taken aback and inquired, "You recognize me?" "Not exactly." The elder of Audrat shook his head. "However, I recognized your attire, my lord. Half a year ago, Beerus had executed a planetary cleansing mission near the planet Yardrat, the very location where the Supreme Kai had intended to recreate a world. The sheer magnitude of destruction wrought by Beerus was utterly astonishing. The inhabitants of Yardrat had all witnessed the cataclysmic scene. The Grand Elder of Yardrat found Beerus's attire remarkably familiar, prompting him to delve into the historical records of his people. Indeed, their chronicles contained references to both the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai. Upon seeing the clothing worn by Gran, the Grand Elder deduced the child's identity. How intriguing! Gran nodded in acknowledgement. He was taken aback to learn that even the Yardrat people had documented information about the god of destruction. They truly deserved their reputation as one of the 3 extraordinary races in the Northern Galaxy. We are uncertain of the reason for your visit, esteemed candidate for the god of destruction, but should you require our assistance, we shall exert ourselves to the fullest. The Grand Elder of Yardrat respectfully stated, "I have heard that you possess a technique known as instant transmission. I wish to learn it. If you would permit me," Gran inquired. "How could we dare refuse you, esteemed candidate for the god of destruction?" The Grand Elder wiped the sweat from his brow and promptly replied, "Of course, it is entirely possible." He then instructed someone to escort Gran to the training chamber for instant transmission. Just as Gran departed, 2 figures, a large one and a small one, followed closely behind. Supreme Kai? The Grand Elder of Yardrat was taken aback, his body trembling. What was happening lately? The god of destruction, the Supreme Kai, and now the candidate for god of destruction were all appearing. Was the universe on the brink of a significant event? Supreme Kai-Shin and Jepter paid no heed to the Grand Elder, continuing to trail Gran at a distance. Upon entering a secluded chamber, the 2 crouched in a corner, seemingly waiting for Gran to emerge. The Grand Elder remarked, "Inside the chamber, aside from a stone tablet inscribed with ancient runes, there is nothing else." The Yardratian who had brought Gran to the chamber, named Divi, spoke up, "Esteemed candidate for the god of destruction, if you concentrate your mental energy on the stone tablet, you will sense the method for mastering instant transmission." "Very well, you may leave now," Gran gestured. As Div stepped outside, he caught sight of the 2 figures crouched in the corner. "Grand Elder, who are they? Are they also here to learn instant transmission?" Div asked curiously. "Lower your voice. The smaller one is none other than the Supreme Kai." The Grand Elder shot him a warning glare. Div recoiled, astonished at encountering so many divine beings in one day. "By the way, Grand Elder, how long do you think it will take for the candidate for the god of destruction to master instant transmission?" Div asked cautiously. "Why do you wish to know?" "A person who can become a candidate for the god of destruction is undoubtedly a prodigy. I certainly recognize that, which is why I am curious about this esteemed individual's talent." Div pondered before continuing. "If I recall correctly, the fastest record among our Yardrat people was around 2 years. I suspect this candidate for the god of destruction will surpass that." "Enough. We should not be discussing the candidate for the god of destruction. Do not speak further." The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively. To dare speculate about such divine beings is tantamount to courting death. In the corner, the Supreme Kai and Jepter exchanged glances, having grasped Gran's purpose for being there. Listening to the conversation between the Grand Elder and Div, They too were curious about how long it would take Gran to master this secret technique. As time swiftly passed, the Grand Elder departed, occupied with other matters. An hour elapsed, and Div remained stationed outside the training chamber, fulfilling the Grand Elder's command. He knew it was improbable for anyone to master instant transmission within a single day, and he waited, growing somewhat bored. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. By the 6th hour, Div suddenly sensed something amiss and widened his eyes in disbelief. How can this be possible? Inside the training chamber, Gran had his eyes closed, his right hand resting upon the stone tablet. For reasons unknown, he found it remarkably easy to maintain a state of clarity during his practice sessions. In this state, his mind would be completely empty, and his body would enter a deep state of relaxation akin to profound sleep. If one were to describe this phenomenon using terms from a fantasy narrative, he would refer to it as enlightenment. A humming sound resonated as if a mysterious force were guiding him. The runes on the stone tablet seemed to come alive, surging into Gran's consciousness. Basic meditation, distant perception. Spatial orientation. The essence of instant transmission was not merely speed, but rather achieving near-instantaneous movement through spatial leaps. How remarkably simple. Gran's eyes flew open. To successfully master instant transmission, a profound understanding of one's energy and mental state was paramount. Long ago, during his time in the realm of gods of destruction, he had already attained absolute control over his energy, and regarding his mental state, he had cultivated it to the brink of selflessness. Then let us give it a try. Gran placed a finger to his forehead, his emotions settling into perfect stillness. What he needed to do was sense the energy of his target and then adjust his own energy frequency, not intensity, to match that of the other. Finally, using his mental state as a conduit to harmonize their energy frequencies, the two energies would form a spatial tunnel. Now, Gran's body suddenly became ethereal, as if he had melded with the fabric of space. In the next instant, he executed a spatial leap, achieving a near-instantaneous movement to appear at the entrance of the training chamber. Isn't that simple? Gran chuckled. Div's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Gran materialize beside him. Meanwhile, Supreme Kai Shin and Jepter swallowed hard in disbelief. According to Div, the fastest record for the Yardrat people to master instant transmission was 2 years. Yet, how much time had passed? Not even a day? Was the talent of this so-called candidate for the god of destruction truly so formidable? Jepter, how long did it take you to learn instant transmission? The Supreme Kai stammered. If memory serves, it took me around 600 years, Jepter lamented. Pathetic. Supreme Kai Shin instinctively retorted. Jepter cautiously inquired, what about you, Supreme Kai? I require no training. Supreme Kai is born with the ability. Jepter felt utterly defeated. Was he truly so inept? Meanwhile, the Grand Elder of Yardrat, having received word, utilized instant transmission to appear at the scene, his eyes wide with astonishment. Esteemed candidate for the god of destruction, have you truly mastered it already? It appears so, Gran replied, glancing at his surroundings. He had indeed emerged from the training chamber. He recalled that in the anime, it took Goku a year to master this skill, while Vegeta seemed to grasp it within half a day during the Moro arc. Judging by that, his progress was quite commendable. My goodness, for us Yardrat people, mastering instant transmission typically requires 2 years. Your talent is truly astounding. The Grand Elder's expression was one of sheer disbelief. Possessing such extraordinary talent, it was no wonder this child was destined to be a candidate for the god of destruction. Talent? Perhaps I do possess considerable aptitude, Gran mused, nodding thoughtfully as he examined his hands. He had long sensed that there was something exceptional about his own abilities. He had only been in the Dragon Ball world for a little over 2 years, yet his innate strength, mental state, and physical instincts had reached a commendable level. This was undoubtedly due to the guidance of Whis and Beerus, though in the original story, Goku and Vegeta had also received their teachings. However, their training achievements were certainly inferior to his own. Truly, he was worthy of being the candidate for the god of destruction. The Grand Elder of the Yardrat people complimented him once more and then inquired, since you, the esteemed candidate for the god of destruction, have mastered instant transmission, do you wish to learn any of our other secret techniques? No, thank you, Gran shook his head. The Yardrat people were a remarkable race. Aside from instant transmission, they had devised various extraordinary techniques, such as the force separation technique learned by Vegeta in the Moro saga. However, Gran held no interest in these techniques. As a potential god of destruction, he would eventually be taught the art of destruction by Beerus and Whis at the appropriate time. in comparison to destruction. The other techniques from Yardrat appeared trivial, rendering further study unnecessary. Grand Elder, I came here to learn instant transmission, and having accomplished that, I must take my leave. Gran expressed his intent to depart. Learning instant transmission was his primary objective, and with this skill acquired, the subsequent tasks would be considerably simpler. The Grand Elder of Yardrat and his companion, Dife, bowed as they saw him prepare to leave. We bid farewell to the esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction. Gran waved his hand, took a few steps forward, and suddenly turned back, saying, Your agreement to allow me to learn instant transmission is a favor I owe you. Should your Yardrat people encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Thank you, esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction. The Grand Elder of Yardrat became visibly excited. This was a promise from a candidate for the God of Destruction. However, how would they find him in times of trouble? Simply call for Whis, and I will ensure he hears your voices, Gran replied before turning and leaving. In the corner, the Kaioshin Shin and Jebet closely followed him. Grand Elder, we have received the promise from the candidate for the God of Destruction, Dife exclaimed, embracing the Grand Elder as they watched Gran's retreating figure. Can you not be so impulsive? The Grand Elder of Yardrat remarked, though he could not suppress the smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Gran did not hurry to leave Yardrat, as he noticed the Kaioshin Shin and Jebet trailing behind him. Hey, Shin, why are you following me? Gran turned to address them. Naturally, I am concerned you might continue to destroy planets, Kaioshin Shin replied with irritation. Destroying those useless planets is my duty. It is the most effective way to elevate the average level of the universe, Gran stated. I do not comprehend, Kaioshin Shin continued. Previously, you spared us, which indicates you harbor no malice towards us. Given your knowledge, might you share with me what you know? Gran felt a twinge of sympathy for Shin. At a time when he understood nothing, his father-like figure, the Grand Kaioshin, had been devoured by Majin Buu. Following that, the old Kaioshin was sealed away by Beerus, leaving Shin uncertain of his responsibilities for the next 5 million years. He had to navigate the management of Universe 7 alone. Moreover, the invasion of the Kaioshin realm by Majin Buu had instilled profound fear within him. Yet, despite his terror of Majin Buu, he had to muster the courage to seek out the seal's location. Otherwise, should Majin Buu awaken once more, the universe would surely descend into chaos. I can share some of my knowledge, Gran said, feeling somewhat sorry for Shin. However, I must head to Namek next. Chapter 28, The Ancestor of the Scions. Otis, at the highest center of power in the multiverse, stood a palace in the shape of a complete circle. This palace, predominantly white, boasted simple lines that exuded a sense of sanctity and brilliance. At that moment, a cascade of multicolored light descended from the heavens. Father, I have something to discuss with you, Whis said as he bowed before the palace of the Omni King. Soon after, a diminutive figure emerged from the palace, hands clasped behind his back. With silver hair, light blue skin, and purple eyes and lips, his appearance bore resemblance to Whis and the other angels. Yet a divine ring hovered above his head. This was the Grand Minister, a being of immense power, ranking among the top 5 in the Omni King's universe. The Grand Minister approached with measured steps, a faint smile ever present on his lips, appearing amiable, yet his gaze held a cold indifference towards the masses. Whis, what brings you here? The Grand Minister inquired, squinting slightly. Father, are you aware that our Universe 7 has appointed a new candidate for the God of Destruction? Whis ventured cautiously. Indeed, I am aware. As expected, Whis felt a wave of apprehension. What is your opinion of that young one? The Grand Minister glanced at Whis, his smile unwavering. Why are you so anxious? Just as Whis was about to respond, the Grand Minister interrupted. His talent is quite remarkable. I see in him the potential for transcendence. Boom. Whis' heart raced. He had not anticipated such high praise from his father regarding Gran. Transcendence? Who would he surpass? As for his origins, upon hearing this, Whis tensed. He understood Gran's background was shrouded in mystery. His origins are indeed somewhat enigmatic. But there is nothing to worry about. Feel free to nurture him, the Grand Minister said, his tone laden with significance. Yes, Whis exhaled in relief. His father's assurance suggested Gran was indeed a promising candidate. Noticing that Whis had no intention of leaving, the Grand Minister inquired, Do you have further matters to discuss? Father, I seem to recall a story you told me in my childhood. You mentioned that a scion once challenged the Omni King. Am I mistaken? Whis scrutinized his father's expression closely. The atmosphere fell silent for 3 seconds. The Grand Minister spoke slowly, I did not expect you to remember that. So I was not mistaken, Whis exclaimed with excitement. It turned out the Scion race had a significant history, making the claims of their ancient lineage plausible. The Grand Minister frowned. Whis, I've noticed your emotional fluctuations have been rather pronounced lately. Whis's lips twitched, with Gran, that mischievous child, in the God of Destruction realm. It was no wonder his emotions were in turmoil. I apologize, Father. I have lost my composure. You truly should reflect upon this, aside from your elder sister. Your talent is the highest among us. If you continue in such a frivolous manner, when will you ever reach your potential? The Grand Minister, known for his gentle demeanor, suddenly adopted a more severe tone when addressing his children. But he had not finished speaking. Stop, stop, stop. Whis interjected, rolling his eyes. Father, please tell me the story of that Scion who challenged the Omni King. I have nearly forgotten it. You child. Despite the playful tone, the Grand Minister did not take offense to Whis's exasperation. Very well, let me recount that tale once more. In the ancient epics, the first Scion of Universe 7 emerged, a figure known as Otis. Ancient epics? The first Scion was named Otis? Whis gasped, his mouth agape. The Scion race possessed a remarkable legacy. Otis, in his early days, was not particularly powerful, unable to even defeat the god of destruction of his own universe. As time progressed, his power grew increasingly formidable. Within a mere decade, he managed to vanquish the contemporary god of destruction of the seventh universe through an extreme and ferocious transformation. At this point, the Grand Priest's eyes glimmered with a trace of nostalgia. Extreme ferocious transformation? Whis furrowed his brow, pondering, what is that? Can Scions truly transform? While I am uncertain about whether Scions can transform, I am well aware that that fellow, Odysseus, indeed possesses the ability to do so. The Grand Priest narrowed his eyes, stating, once Odysseus enters that extreme ferocious state, his hair turns grass green, and he loses all rationality. Whis's eyes widened in disbelief.
How could one lose their sanity and still defeat the god of destruction of the seventh universe at that time? It is no wonder Whis was so astonished. After all,
those who ascend to the rank of god of destruction are unparalleled prodigies. Moreover, a god of destruction wields divine power and commands destruction alongside various divine techniques. While Whis had witnessed mortals defeating gods of destruction before, a mortal devoid of reason conquering a deity responsible for annihilation is truly remarkable. The extreme ferocious state is indeed peculiar, allowing Odysseus to elevate his strength without limit. When the Grand Priest uttered the phrase unlimited increase in strength, Whis's pupils constricted sharply. He understood the weight of those words. Although there exists a chasm of dimensions between mortals and deities, divine power is not invincible. As long as sheer strength is sufficiently potent, even a mortal can slay a god. If that Odysseus can genuinely amplify his power without constraints, he indeed possesses a chance to defeat a god of destruction. But what transpired afterward? That fellow, Odysseus, was a battle fanatic. 50 years later, he even sought me out. At this moment, the Grand Priest's previously lofty demeanor transformed into one of resignation. Whis gasped. According to his own claims, he possessed strength ranking among the top 5 in the Omni King's universe. What was the outcome? Whis perked up, eager for the answer. I did not engage with that fool, but I did introduce him to Lord Omni King. At this juncture, the Grand Priest shed his earlier authoritative facade, a grin creeping onto his lips. Whis frowned. No wonder his sister, Beerus, was so cunning. She clearly inherited it from their father. As the pivotal moment approached, the atmosphere grew tense. Despite Whis's insatiable curiosity regarding the final outcome, he refrained from interrupting his father's narrative. That state of Odysseus was indeed formidable, daring to confront me within just a few decades. The Grand Priest reined in his smile and finally spoke. If he could consciously control that state, it would have been rather commendable. Alas, Odysseus had a fatal flaw. He was merely a mortal. By the time he faced Lord Omni King, he was already 100 years old. And the ultimate result? The Grand Priest paused, eliciting a gasp from Whis, who was now sweating profusely. The final outcome was that Odysseus was swiftly annihilated by Lord Omni King. The Grand Priest's tone conveyed a hint of regret. Indeed, Whis exhaled heavily upon hearing the conclusion. This result had been anticipated, given that the opponent was Omni King, who is invincible within this universe. Suddenly, the Grand Priest continued, when I say Odysseus was swiftly defeated, I mean that he was effortlessly bested by Lord Omni King, yet he did not perish in that battle. Whis was taken aback. Lord Omni King found him amusing, thus sparing his life. The Grand Priest gazed into the starry expanse, then added, Odysseus eventually returned to the seventh universe, but by then, he was gravely injured. Within a year, he succumbed to his wounds. As Whis absorbed his father's tale, memories flooded back, and he recalled the extraordinary figure of Odysseus. Whis, do you know the two critical flaws of Odysseus's transformation? I do. One is the loss of rationality, and the other pertains to his lifespan. Even without having witnessed Odysseus firsthand, Whis could discern his weaknesses through his father's recounting. The absence of reason was one aspect, but the potential issues with unlimited power elevation were likely profound. How could anyone in this world truly possess infinite strength? If so, how could their body withstand it? Clearly, such a method of unlimited enhancement necessitates the burning of one's lifespan. It appears you have surmised correctly. The Grand Priest nodded in satisfaction. Whis had always been astute, albeit under the tutelage of an exceedingly lethargic god of destruction. He sighed and continued, Odysseus, being immortal, possessed an astonishingly resilient physique, allowing him to recover swiftly from severe injuries. In a normal existence, living for 1,000 years should not pose a challenge. However, each transformation exacted a tremendous toll on his body, especially as he repeatedly surpassed his limits, leaving irreversible scars from the immense strain of his power. This is a method that consumes one's lifespan. The Grand Priest shook his head, elaborating, by the time of his battle with Lord Omni King, Odysseus's body was already on the verge of collapse. Ultimately, he nearly perished from the pressure of amplifying his power. Had not Lord Omni King taken a whimsical interest in him, Odysseus would have perished on the spot. Yet, even after returning to the seventh universe, he could not survive beyond a year. This encapsulates the legendary life of Odysseus. Despite the myriad flaws of his extreme, ferocious state, as a mere mortal, he dared to confront the Omni King, evoking both admiration and regret from the Grand Priest for such a talent. Whis too held great respect for Odysseus, noting that he was indeed an ancestor of Gran. Wait, ancestor? Does that mean Gran can also transform? Whis's expression darkened. Whis, regarding the newcomer you have taken under your wing, I cannot ascertain whether he too can transform. If he can, I advise you to dissuade him from pursuing that path. The Grand Priest seemed to have anticipated Whis's thoughts. Gazing at the stars with a hint of solemnity, without rationality, one is ultimately just a beast endowed with strength. Whis unclenched his fists and nodded. Though I have not witnessed Odysseus personally, my father's account has made it clear that his extreme ferocious state is fundamentally flawed. Without reason, how can one comprehend the control of power? Without reason, how can one wield power effectively? Without reason, how can one cultivate dimensions to extend their lifespan? Just as his father asserted, devoid of reason, one becomes merely a beast driven by the thirst for bloodshed. Such a being has no hope of becoming a true powerhouse. Whis was resolute in ensuring that Gran would not tread such a path. Gran's current training regimen was indeed correct. When Gran returns from beyond the universe, he will impart the teachings of dimensional cultivation and the principles of destruction to him. Mastering the dimensional aspect will facilitate his ascension from the pinnacle of the Kai dimension to the divine realm of a god of destruction. Consequently, the mortal power within Gran will be entirely transformed into divine strength, significantly extending his lifespan. Moreover, with Gran's impressive talent, the divine realm is certainly not the terminus. There exists the possibility that he may eventually reach the angelic realm, or even the realm of the priests. After all, according to his father's assessment, Gran possesses extraordinary potential. Of course, the Grand Priest suddenly interjected again, everything that exists in this world has its purpose. Existence is, after all, justifiable. Had Odysseus managed to address the two critical flaws I mentioned earlier, perhaps the final outcome would have differed. Hello, nurture that little one well. His potential is truly formidable, and both I and Lord Zeno hold him in high regard. With that final remark, the Grand Priest walked into the palace of Zeno. A rumble echoed in the air. A tremor coursed through Whis's heart. Could even Lord Zeno have such faith in that little fellow, Gran? But what did my father's saying, existence is reasonable, truly mean? Gazing at his father's diminutive figure, Whis furrowed his brow, standing before the palace for an extended period before departing, laden with profound confusion. Inside the palace, the Grand Priest inquired, "What brings you here, Whis?" He came to ask me about that incident with Otis. And he also requested my opinion on the new candidate for the god of destruction. Oh, those two scions are quite interesting, especially that little one named Gran, Zeno. Resembling an eraser, remarked, Before returning to his game of planetary matching, the Grand Priest stood beside Zeno. The image of Wiss's father had vanished, and he had reverted to the lofty demeanor of Zeno's steward. Chapter 30. Journey to Namek. Borrowing the Dragon Balls in the 7th Universe, North Galaxy. Amidst the starry expanse en route to Namek. Gran, could you refrain from destroying the planets I created? No, those planets are utterly useless. Lord Beerus worked hard to obliterate them, and you want to recreate them? Gran unleashed a 20-meter-wide energy sphere, which instantly detonated the still-forming planet in the cosmos. Moreover, I do this for your own good. If these planets are not destroyed again, when Lord Beerus awakens, you will be in trouble. Is that fellow named Beerus truly that terrifying? The Kaioshin, Shin, hovered nearby, having learned a bit from Gran since arriving from Yardrat. It turned out that in this universe, there were not just their own cosmos, but 11 others, each possessing its own gods of destruction and Kaioshin. Shin, let me explain this to you once more. Gran turned around, exasperated. Though the gods of destruction and Kaioshin are of equal rank, when addressing a god of destruction, you must refer to them as Lord. Thus, you should call Beerus as Lord Beerus. Why? Because our fists are formidable. If you believe you can overpower us, then feel free to address us however you wish. Gran waved his small fist, unable to suppress a mischievous grin. The Kaioshin, Shin, shivered and dared not speak further. Well, I am now preparing to head to Namek. Do you wish to accompany me? Of course, I still have much to learn about the Kaioshin from you. Then let us proceed to Namek. When Gran departed from the realm of the gods of destruction, Wiss had already provided him with a star map of the 7th universe. However, he was still uncertain of the Namekians' energy signature, thus unable to travel there immediately. Of course, he could venture there alone by following the route on the star map with gradual instant transmission. Why must I lead? The Kaioshin, Shin, queried. Aren't you capable of instant transmission as well? Quit the banter. I merely ask if you will guide me. The corner of Shin's mouth twitched in resignation. Very well. I shall lead you. Should he refuse, he might miss out on further insights about the Kaioshin. Then let us hasten. Gran placed his hand on Shin's shoulder. And without further ado, Shin led Gran and Jebbet in an instant disappearance from the starry sky. Namek. Many years prior, this place had suffered a catastrophic climate disaster. But over time, the environment had significantly recovered. The sky gleamed green, the grass shimmered blue, and a gentle breeze caressed the tranquil and beautiful scene. With a whoosh, the trio of Kaioshin appeared instantly. Is this the energy signature of the Namekians? Upon landing, Gran immediately recognized the essence of the Namekians. If he returned, he would no longer require Shin's guidance. What brings you here? The Kaioshin, Shin, inquired with curiosity. To witness the legendary Dragon Balls and perhaps make a few wishes. Dragon Balls? What are Dragon Balls? The Dragon Balls, also known as wish orbs, summon the eternal dragon once all 7 are gathered and the correct incantation is uttered. Gran, unfazed by Shin's ignorance, explained. Before Shin could ask more, Gran interjected, follow me. Gran sensed a faint yet powerful energy signature compared to others. It was likely the residence of the Grand Elder. With a swift motion, Gran pressed his hand to his forehead, and in an instant, the trio vanished. Meanwhile, atop a colossal stone pillar stood a white house. Inside, on the 2nd floor, sat a gigantic Namekian. His skin appeared as dry as fallen leaves, clearly indicating he was in the twilight of his life. Suddenly, the slumbering Grand Elder opened his eyes abruptly. Despite his advanced age, he had not yet reached the frail state depicted in the animated series during the Namek saga. What is the source of these 3 formidable pressures? The Grand Elder's voice was ancient and resonant. The Namekians, much like the Yardratians, are a wondrous race endowed with numerous unique abilities, and the Grand Elder embodies a multitude of these powers. Just moments ago, he had sensed 3 terrifying dimensional pressures descending upon Namek. According to Purunga, aside from King Enma, there exists the Kaioshin. Could it be that the Kaioshin has arrived? The Grand Elder could distinctly perceive the terrifying nature of these 3 pressures, which were certainly beyond what King Enma could wield. Furthermore, one of them emanated an even greater force. Who could that be? Could it be the legendary Kaioshin? As the creator of Purunga, the Grand Elder was privy to many secrets. They have arrived. The Grand Elder turned his gaze forward. In the vacant hall, 3 figures suddenly materialized. As they appeared, the combined weight of their presence made the Grand Elder, who had been seated, slightly bend at the waist. Upon landing, Gran lifted his gaze. The Grand Elder was indeed as colossal as depicted in the series, though not quite as aged. After all, It was only the year 739 of the age, with 23 years remaining until the Namek saga commenced. Might you three be the legendary Kaioshin and the Kaioshin god? The Grand Elder, despite his physical limitations, spoke with profound respect. Ah, you recognize us? Kaioshin Shin replied, momentarily taken aback. Gran was aware of the Grand Elder's uniqueness. It was not surprising that he knew of the Kaioshin's existence. However, he did not anticipate Jebet's dimension to reach the level of a Kaioshin. As for the Grand Elder including him among the Kaioshin, Gran dismissed it as a mere misunderstanding. Indeed, you are the legendary Kaioshin. The Grand Elder regarded Kaioshin Shin. Sensing that among them, his pressure was the most formidable. What brings you here? The Grand Elder, filled with curiosity, respectfully inquired. If the Kaioshin requires assistance from us Namekians, we shall do our utmost. You must be the Grand Elder of the Namekians, Gran stated directly. We have come to request the use of your Dragon Balls. Chapter 31. Gathering the Dragon Balls, summoning the Eternal Dragon, the Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. This child's dimension was merely that of a Kaioshin. Why did he dare to speak up before the Kaioshin god, without waiting for his words? The Grand Elder glanced at Kaioshin Shin, seemingly seeking his approval. Kaioshin Shin nodded in satisfaction. The elderly Namekian possesses a surprising level of perception, recognizing that he is the most formidable presence in the room. How dare they treat me as if I were inconsequential? Gran observed the expressions of the two individuals, unable to contain himself any longer. He subtly summoned a fraction of his inner power. A tremendous explosion ensued, releasing an unparalleled force that roared like a primordial beast, obliterating the walls of the Elder's chamber in an instant. The very ground of Namek began to tremble, causing all Namekians to prostrate themselves in fear. Were they witnessing the arrival of the apocalypse? Stop this, my lord. I am willing to borrow your Dragon Balls. The Elder's face drained of color as he hastily pleaded. Humph. Gran scoffed. What does the King of Worlds amount to? I am the true master here. Do you still dare to disregard me? Gran merely intended to intimidate the Elder, not to torment him, and he swiftly retracted his power. The King of Worlds, Shin, remarked, what a determined young lad. The Elder wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that this child had been concealing a terrifying degree of strength. Naru. The Elder dared not hesitate any longer. He began summoning his guard, Naru. Before long, a Namekian resembling Piccolo arrived. Upon his arrival, he noticed that the walls of the Elder's chamber had mysteriously vanished, and three unfamiliar figures now stood before him. Naru quickly deduced that the terrifying power that had manifested on Namek must have erupted here. These intruders intended to harm the Elder. He prepared to strike at Gran and his companions. Naru. The Elder, well aware of Naru's temperament, admonished him. These three are the legendary King and King of Worlds. You must not be disrespectful. Go and gather the Dragon Balls. The Elder understood the divine responsibilities of such beings. Their role was to maintain cosmic balance and eliminate any factors detrimental to the universe's evolution. Their quest for the Dragon Balls likely stemmed from an encounter with an insurmountable predicament. Therefore, even in light of Gran's previous display of formidable energy, the Elder harbored little concern that these deities would make malevolent wishes upon the dragon. Yes, the Elder's command was absolute, and Naru swiftly departed. Watching Naru's retreating figure, Gran pondered, if the narrative followed its established course, this individual would eventually merge with Piccolo during the Namek saga. Gran, you have yet to explain what we can accomplish after summoning the dragon, Shin inquired. Once summoned, the dragon can grant wishes, provided they are not overly ambitious. Typically, the dragon can fulfill them. Gran seized the opportunity to enlighten the uninformed Shin before Naru had completed the collection of the Dragon Balls. The Elder squinted, astonished that this young king possessed such extensive knowledge. Can wishes truly be granted? Shin, perplexed, pointed at the Elder. If the dragon can grant wishes, why has he not wished for eternal life, given his advanced age? As soon as he finished speaking, the Elder replied, O Lord King, our Namekian race cherishes peace and respects the laws of nature. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are natural processes. We do not wish for such things. Throughout this discourse, the Elder exhibited no fear of death. Ah, I see. Shin's eyes widened in realization, astonished that such a race existed. Perhaps you are unaware, but Namek once endured a catastrophic climatic disaster. Gran regarded the Elder with admiration, stating, yet they refrained from using the Dragon Balls to alter their fate. They viewed it as divine retribution for their excessive reliance on technology. If someone like Frisia possessed the Dragon Balls, He would undoubtedly exploit them to make wishes that defy nature. But the elder and his people did not. This is what makes the Namekians truly admirable. Upon hearing Gran's words, Shin was moved by the Namekian spirit. The elder then turned his gaze to Gran. I had no idea this young king was so well-versed in our Namekian ways. As he spoke, the elder's demeanor softened, and the remnants of fear he had felt towards Gran gradually faded. What king? Gran shook his head, gesturing to his own attire. I am the current candidate for the destroyer. Gran was unaware that the elder was addressing him according to his dimension. Shin nodded. Indeed. This individual beside me is not a king. He is the candidate for the destroyer. The elder's breath quickened, waves of emotion surging within him. He is the candidate for the destroyer? He stammered. Shin glanced at Gran and then back at the elder, perplexed. Your expression suggests you are familiar with this child. Much like the elder of Yardrat. Is this candidate for the destroyer truly well known? Gran, though diminutive, elicited a sense of awe in the elder. Is it truly appropriate for a king to speak in such a manner? Why is he so uninformed? Upon learning of Gran's true identity, the elder prepared to rise. At your age, you should remain seated. Gran waved his hand dismissively, gesturing towards Shin. Long ago, there were complications in the realm of the kings, which accounts for his ignorance. Ah, that explains it, the elder nodded, understanding why he had sensed from the outset that Shin appeared to lack knowledge. And it makes sense why Gran claimed to be the superior among the three of us. He is the candidate for the destroyer. That clarifies much. However, with the revelation of Gran's true identity, a sense of unease crept into the elder's heart. This was a candidate for the destroyer, cold and indifferent. Even as a mere candidate, if he were to become enraged, would he not obliterate Namek in an instant? That elder, you seem knowledgeable about the destroyers and the kings. Could you share some insights with me? As they awaited the collection of the Dragon Balls, Shin began to inquire about the kings. The elder, mindful of Gran's presence, refrained from elaborating too much, fearful of provoking the young candidate. While Gran held a degree of respect for the Namekian's dedication, he felt that a candidate for the destroyer should embody a more aloof and proud demeanor. Thus, he refrained from assuring the elder that he need not fear his identity. He was not intimidating in the slightest. Time dragged on, and after half an hour, Nera finally returned with the 6 Dragon Balls. The elder let out a slight sigh of relief, hoping that this candidate for the destroyer would swiftly make his wish and depart from Namek. Arshin, prepare to witness the legendary dragon. Chapter 32. The attainment of an immortal existence beyond the reach of the Omni King. Gran reached towards the elder's chair and grasped the final Dragon Ball, which instantly came into his possession. Nera glanced at the elder, who nodded. Begin the summoning of Purunga. Yes. Nera approached Gran. At that moment, Gran placed the last Dragon Ball upon the ground. The 7 basketball-sized Dragon Balls began to resonate, each glowing brilliantly. Finally witnessing the fabled Dragon Balls, Gran felt a surge of excitement within him. The 7 Dragon Balls of Earth had initiated the saga, while the 7 Dragon Balls of Namek were propelling it towards its climax. If the narrative unfolded as expected, Frieza, Vegeta, and Goku would soon arrive to seize these Dragon Balls. The iconic scene that would overshadow the entire anime was destined to unfold here. O Lord King, can this truly grant wishes? Beside him, Jebet whispered, I am uncertain. This is my first encounter with such a marvelous orb. The Supreme Kai Shin shook his head. His gaze suddenly sharpened. It is about to begin. At that moment, Naru began reciting incantations in the Namekian language. As the final syllable fell, a thunderous roar erupted. The winds shifted dramatically. The sky turned dark in an instant. The resonant sound of the Dragon Balls grew piercingly loud, and at this juncture, the 7 Dragon Balls radiated a golden light. With a crackling sound, accompanied by arcs of golden electricity, 7 beams of golden light soared into the heavens, merging into one in the void, forming a massive golden dragon-like entity. It has emerged. Gran clenched his small fists, his excitement escalating. The substitute destroyer god. This dragon is named Purunga, which in the Namekian language translates to the god of dreams, the elder explained. The name is quite pleasing, yet its appearance leaves much to be desired. Shin, the Supreme Kai, quipped. Jebet nodded in agreement, affirming that whatever the Supreme Kai stated was undoubtedly correct. Gran looked up at Purunga, whose form bore a resemblance to the genie from Aladdin's lamp. He steadied his excitement and finally spoke. Indeed, it is rather unattractive. Now, summon the dragon, and present your 3 wishes. I shall grant any wish you desire. Purunga, hovering above, spoke slowly. Any wish. Shin's eyes widened as he tugged at the child's sleeve, exclaiming, "Gran, it claims it can fulfill any wish. Do not heed its words. It is deceiving you." Gran smirked slightly, aware that every dragon seems to make such claims. Those familiar with the anime knew that even these dragons had numerous wishes they could not fulfill. Sensing the dragon's pretentiousness, Gran mischievously declared, "Naru, convey my first wish to it. I wish to obtain an immortal body that even the Grand Zeno cannot erase." Naru, the elder, Jebet, and Shin all appeared bewildered. Who was the Grand Zeno? Despite their confusion, Naru recited Gran's wish in the Namekian language. As his voice faded, the sky fell into an eerie silence. Upon glancing back at Purunga, it was evident that its complexion had turned pale, sweat beading across its brow. "This wish cannot be granted," Shin remarked. "See, this dragon is merely a trickster." Gran, tilting his head, responded. Hearing Gran's voice, Purunga finally shifted its gaze toward him. Boom. The dragon's body quivered violently, producing a handkerchief from who knows where to wipe the sweat from its forehead. Addressing Gran with respect, "I greet you, substitute destroyer god." The crowd gasped. Where did that little handkerchief come from? "Gran, this dragon recognizes you." Shin nudged Gran's shoulder, astonished that so many in this universe were aware of the substitute destroyer god. At hearing Shin's words, Purunga's attention shifted to him. "Supreme Kai," Purunga exclaimed, startled. "My goodness. What is happening today? Why are such great beings appearing?" "Ah, you recognize me?" Shin replied, somewhat surprised, yet he smirked. "Did you not just claim to grant any wish? Why can you not fulfill Gran's request?" Purunga replied, "Have you even considered what his wish entails? He seeks an immortal body that even the Grand Zeno cannot erase. Such a wish is beyond the reach of even the eternal dragon. How could a mere dragon like me possibly grant it? Supreme Kai, substitute destroyer god, I apologize. That wish is simply too difficult for me to fulfill. If that is unfeasible, let us change it. I wish to become the strongest warrior in the universe." Gran stated with a playful grin. Purunga felt an urge to slap itself. Encountering these two divine beings was one thing, but to boast before them was another matter entirely. "Your expression suggests that wish is also unattainable," Gran laughed. "Then let me present my third wish. I desire to achieve true immortality." Gran mused. "In the past, I believed that dragons could grant any wish. Let's see if that holds true." Purunga's face turned sour, resembling someone who had consumed something distasteful, as it stammered. "Substitute destroyer god, please spare me." Gran, amused by Purunga's plea, remained unfazed, having intended to tease the dragon. However, Shin's expression turned icy. "Did you not just lie about being able to grant any wish?" The elder's heart raced. Purunga's constant fabrications could mislead those unaware into believing it had the power to grant any desire. Now, with Shin angered, would the substitute destroyer god also become irate? If he did, Namek would be doomed. The elder quickly glanced at Gran. Fortunately, Gran's demeanor did not suggest anger. A sudden silence enveloped the group, and the atmosphere became tense. Gran observed the pleading Purunga above, contemplating his thoughts. Shin, too occupied to concern himself with the lying dragon, focused on Gran, curious about what kind of wish this child might still conceive. The elder and Naru exchanged glances, both intrigued by the true desires of the substitute destroyer god. Chapter 33. 3 Wishes. Regarding the dragon's wishes, Gran held little expectation. He understood that dragons had numerous limitations. The wishes he had just articulated were beyond Purunga's capabilities. Even the eternal dragon might struggle with such requests, as evidenced by Zamasu from Dragon Ball Super, who had wished for immortality but was ultimately erased by the Grand Zeno along with the entire future timeline. Such gifts, unattainable through one's own efforts, were ultimately not one's own. Gran's aspiration in this world was to defeat Beerus and challenge the Grand Zeno. Relying solely on external forces would not enable him to conquer the Grand Zeno or reach the pinnacle of martial arts. "Naru, ask it why I am able to survive in the universe," Gran finally spoke. In an instant, everyone widened their eyes. Just moments ago, he had contemplated a wish for immortality, and now he posed this question? What are you waiting for? Hurry and make a wish. Gran shot a glare at the others. Requesting the dragon to bestow various extraordinary abilities held little significance when considering the likes of the Grand Zeno, and even Whis and the other angels. If he were to battle them in the future, the powers granted by the dragon might be instantly nullified, potentially leading him into trouble. It was better to pursue abilities cultivated through personal training. However, Inquiring about his curiosity with the dragon was still permissible, as science did not possess the ability to survive in the vacuum of space, and he needed to uncover the truth behind this anomaly. Yes, Nera looked up at Purunga, repeating Gran's wish in the Namekian tongue. Meanwhile, Jebet and Shin wore expressions of confusion. What kind of wish was this? Reaching a level akin to the King of Hell would allow survival in the vacuum of space. Had Gran not already attained the pinnacle of the Supreme Kai level? Why inquire about this with the dragon? Purunga was equally dumbfounded, cautiously asking, Substitute Destroyer God, are you certain this is your first wish? Gran furrowed his small brow. Is there a problem? No. Purunga wiped the sweat from its forehead, realizing it dared not voice any objections to a Substitute Destroyer God. Thus, it began to elucidate, Lord Candidate Destroyer. Mere mortals wishing to acquire the ability to survive in the cosmos can have their desires fulfilled by formidable beings endowed with miraculous powers, such as the dragon, angels, and priests. Gran clenched his fists, naturally believing that Whis could grant him such power. Yet, Whis did not assist him, and inexplicably, he had acquired this ability. Could it be that someone had indeed made a wish to the dragon to enable science to survive in the universe? Who could that be? Could his own crossing over have triggered a butterfly effect? Just as Gran was spiraling into a frenzy of self-interpretation, he heard, in addition to the method I just mentioned, one can also transcend bodily limitations through dimensional training. By elevating one's dimension to the level of the King of Worlds or higher, this can be achieved. Furthermore, Lord Candidate Destroyer, your dimension has already reached the pinnacle of the King of Worlds. Should your dimension break through once more, you will attain the dimensional level of the King of Worlds and their ilk. This is why you can survive in the universe. Boom. Gran's round eyes widened in astonishment, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. He contemplated various possibilities, even pondering whether other traversers had also arrived in this world and become scions. Perhaps they sought the Dragon Balls to rid themselves of the scion's weaknesses. Yet no, his dimension had inexplicably reached the pinnacle of the King of Worlds. How could that be? Gran gazed at his small hands. He had not practiced dimensional training at all during his 2 years in the Dragon Ball world. Beside him, the Supreme Kai and Jebet exchanged glances, recognizing that something was amiss with Gran, as though the child himself was unaware of the situation. Naru, please inquire why my dimension has reached the pinnacle of the King of Worlds. Gran hastily implored. Upon arriving in this world, the first person he encountered was Whis. Whis must know how he could survive in the cosmos. Thus, Gran could hardly contain his eagerness to understand what had transpired within him. Very well, Lord Candidate Destroyer. Naru reiterated Gran's words in the Namekian language. Purunga's eyes began to shimmer with a crimson hue. According to previous instances, a mere flicker of light in Purunga's eyes would ensure the success of a wish. However, 30 seconds passed, and Purunga's gaze remained red. Gran felt a bead of sweat form in his palm. What could this mean? Did even the dragon not know? Lord Candidate Destroyer. Purunga's crimson glow gradually dimmed, and apologetically. It spoke. I am sorry. Your situation eludes my understanding. Boom. Gran's heart surged with tumult. He was not making a wish to become the strongest being in the universe. He merely sought information about his condition. Purunga did not even know this. Lord Candidate Destroyer, you have already exhausted the second wish. Please state your third wish quickly, for I am nearing my limit. At that moment, Purunga's voice grew weak. The elder hurriedly added, Lord Candidate Destroyer, Purunga has been summoned for some time now. If you do not make your third wish soon, it will vanish. Upon hearing this, Gran snapped back to reality and quickly declared, my third wish is to leave 100 sins of beans on Karen Tower on Earth, with the remainder transferred to me. One should not be so ruthless. One must leave some seeds for others. Seeing that Purunga was on the verge of disappearing, Naru quickly interjected. Buzz. Purunga's eyes flickered rapidly, and as 3 large containers of senzu beans materialized beside Gran, it transformed into a streak of light, scattering the Dragon Balls across Namek. Meanwhile, on Earth, the cat sage atop Karen Tower remained blissfully asleep, entirely oblivious to the disappearance of the senzu beans he had painstakingly cultivated. Above Karen Tower floated a temple, the heavenly realm of Earth, where deities of past eras resided. Today, a shadowy figure stood at the edge of this divine realm. At the instant the senzu beans vanished, his tranquil gaze flickered with a hint of disturbance. The next moment, he lifted his gaze towards the cosmic sky, focusing on the direction of Namek. Pinnacle of the King of Worlds dimension, half-ego state, primal instinct, Quite intriguing. Chapter 34. Lord Beerus. It is time to awaken. On Namek. The Supreme Kai observed the 3 large containers of beans beside Gran and inquired, "What purpose do these beans serve?" Summoned with your final wish. In truth, he also wished to question Gran regarding his dimension, curious as to why he was unaware of which tier his dimension occupied. However, seeing the child's expression, it was evident he was just as perplexed. Otherwise, he would not have sought the dragon's counsel. This is a remarkable being, regardless of the severity of one's injuries. As long as a single breath remains, consuming it will result in instantaneous recovery. Gran picked up 1 Sinza bean from the nearby container. The appearance of this bean resembled that of ordinary dried beans, yet its effects were astonishingly powerful. Initially, Gran had planned to personally visit Earth to acquire the Sinza beans. However, upon reflection, it was only the year 739 of the age. Son Goku had been exiled to Earth for merely 2 years. At this time, Goku was still an infant, and Vegeta had yet to invade Earth, let alone other warriors. Going to Earth would serve no purpose beyond obtaining Sinza beans. It was far more efficient to have the dragon transfer them directly. Moreover, the dragon's wishes held little value for him. With Whis at his side, he had no need for gravity chambers, healing pods, or various divine techniques. Thus, there was no necessity to make such wishes to the dragon. Yet, one should take advantage of the dragon's granting of wishes. By requesting the Senzu beans be relocated, Gran saved himself a journey, allowing him to quickly immerse himself in the cosmos to seek out various powerful warriors. As long as one is not dead, these beans can restore one instantly? The Supreme Kai's eyes widened. Such power surpassed even Jebet's healing magic. He yearned to reach out for a Sinza bean to test its efficacy. Slap. Ow. The Supreme Kai clutched his hand in pain, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You wish to consume a Sinza bean without being injured? Do you have any idea how precious 1 Sinza bean is?" Gran shot him a glare. In the later stages of the saga, warriors would go to great lengths to divide a single bean into 10 portions for use. He paid no heed to the Supreme Kai's mournful expression and turned to the elder seated in the chair. "I have accomplished my purpose for coming here. I thank you, Elder, for permitting me to use these wish orbs." "No need for thanks. It is an honor for us Namekians to assist you, Lord Candidate Destroyer." The elder wiped the virtual sweat from his brow. Truthfully, he found Gran's wishes perplexing. Initially, he seemed intent on obtaining an exaggerated, immortal physique. Yet, in the end, he asked only 2 questions and procured 3 large containers of beans. Nonetheless, confusion aside, as long as no malevolent wishes were made, it was a positive outcome for him. "Thank you nonetheless. Allow me to share this. I learned instant transmission on Yardrat, and I promised them that should they encounter trouble in the future, they may seek my aid." At this point, Gran regarded the elder meaningfully. "You too, should you face difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. Simply call Whis' name." Glan's gaze was exceedingly subtle, particularly when he mentioned that they were encountering trouble. His eyes conveyed an unsettling depth. The Grand Elder, although exhilarated, found himself perplexed. Why did it seem that this candidate for the god of destruction was so certain that their planet, Namek, would soon face adversity? "All right, we should take our leave," Glan remarked as he averted his gaze. Approaching the 3 large jars of magical beans, he pondered how best to secure them. "Are you wondering how to transport these beans?" King Kai Xian asked, a grin spreading across his face. "What? Do you have a solution?" Glan furrowed his brow. "Absolutely," King Kai Xian declared, waving his hand, and suddenly, an alternate dimension materialized in the void. Glan realized, recalling the anime, that it was indeed how Xian retrieved the hardest rock in the universe from an alternate space, subsequently shattering the Sword King's blade. "Impressive, young one," Glan exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he hurriedly moved the 3 jars of magical beans into the alternate dimension. King Kai Xian, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "You rascal, I haven't even consented to let you move in yet." All right, you've aided me, and I shan't treat you poorly. As for the rest, simply regale me with tales of the King Kai," Glan insisted. "Of course, during our time together, I shall share many stories, and once I conclude my tasks in the coming years, I shall assist you in liberating the old King Kai. How does that sound?" "Speaking of the old King Kai, I am not well acquainted with his history. Do enlighten me," Glan inquired. King Kai Xian, being somewhat shorter than Glan, found himself engaged in this conversation when, in an instant, both vanished from sight, evidently utilizing instant transmission to depart. Jebet, with his eyes wide in astonishment, exclaimed, "Hey, I haven't boarded yet, and promptly followed suit, employing instant transmission to leave Namek as well. Meanwhile, on the other side of the realm, a month had elapsed since Whis journeyed to the palace of the Omni King. On this day, a vibrant cascade of colors descended from the heavens. Finally back. Whis stood by the lake, stretching his neck and exhaling deeply, relieved. Ordinarily, he should have returned a month prior, but an unexpected encounter with his sister Kess had led him to the 10th universe. As she had put it, your god of destruction from universe 7 sleeps all day. You might as well accompany me in training for a while. Thus, Whis had returned a month later. The power of his sister was indeed formidable. Reflecting on the training sessions, Whis couldn't help but tremble at the thought. Just how powerful had she become? Despite a month of training alongside her, he remained oblivious to her true strength. Pondering this, he arrived at the entrance to Beerus's slumbering chamber. He opened the door and stepped inside to find a slender cat napping atop a golden disc, surrounded by floating hourglass bombs. Suddenly, Whis produced a microphone from seemingly nowhere, cleared his throat, and announced, "Lord Beerus, it is time to awaken." Chapter 35, Potential Beyond Whis. Beerus remained entranced in a dream of culinary delights when Whis's voice reverberated through the chamber like a cosmic explosion. Who? Beerus blinked awake, bewildered by the sudden commotion. Just then, the hourglass bombs surrounding him detonated. The cacophony of explosions mingled with Beerus's cries of distress. Half an hour later, the tumult subsided, revealing Beerus sprawled on the ground, his expression one of utter despair. It was evident that Whis was to blame. "Whis, how long have I been asleep?" He groaned. "A month," Whis replied. "A month?" Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. He was accustomed to slumbering for centuries. To awaken merely after a month was outrageous. Slowly rising, his gaze ignited with fury, a thick purple aura of destruction emanating from him. "You had better provide a reasonable explanation, or I shall make you regret it." Whis, unfazed, chuckled. "You requested that I remind you, so this is hardly my fault." Beerus paused, baffled. "Lord Beerus, it seems your memory is somewhat lacking. Have you forgotten what you said before falling asleep?" "Before I fell asleep," Beerus mused, recalling the moment Gland sought to train beyond the universe, freeing him from the need to mentor the young one, thus granting him ample time to rest. After Whis escorted Gland to Yardrat to learn instant transmission, he had indeed entered slumber. Wait, when Whis returned, we conversed for a while. I distinctly told him that if Gland encountered significant trouble, he should wake me. Suddenly, fury erupted within Beerus like a volcanic eruption, the destructive aura surrounding him surging forth. Like a tsunami, it swept through the vicinity, obliterating everything in its path. With a thunderous boom, the chamber of sleep transformed into a constellation of starlight, followed swiftly by the entire palace of destruction succumbing to chaos. But that was not the end. The pure power of the strongest god of destruction permeated the space, causing it to crumble inch by inch, shaking the very fabric of the destruction realm. Who dares to threaten my candidate? With a cataclysmic roar, the realm of destruction could withstand no more and shattered completely. Whis hovered amidst the void, his expression twitching in incredulity at Beerus's rampage. "That was not what I meant. I never said Gland was in any trouble." "What?" Beerus's volcanic rage was abruptly stifled. He surveyed the darkened surroundings, realizing his home had been obliterated by his own wrath. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Beerus's face contorted into a grimace. If it wasn't that, then what was it? As Beerus contemplated, Whis waved his staff, restoring the destroyed realm of destruction. "I remember now," Beerus exclaimed, suddenly animated. He recalled asking Whis if the Scion race truly held some significant power, to which Whis had responded that he remembered a Scion challenging the Omni King. Gasp! Beerus inhaled sharply, finally piecing together the puzzle, stuttering. "I said, if you remember everything, make sure to inform me." Could it be? Whis covered his face, realizing that Beerus had indeed recalled it all. Clearing his throat, he stated, "I haven't remembered everything. But I did visit the palace of the Omni King and even inquired directly with my father." "What?" Beerus's mouth dropped open in shock. He had not expected Whis to seek out the Grand Minister regarding this matter. The Grand Minister, as the father of all angels, possessed unfathomable power. Beerus's breath quickened. "What did he say?" "It is quite normal for a father to outlive his child. Is it necessary to bring this up?" Whis was utterly speechless. "If my memory serves me correctly, there once was a Scion who challenged Lord Zeno. That individual was the progenitor of all Scions, known as Audis." Whis began to recount the legendary tale of Audis to Beerus. Half an hour later, Beerus finally absorbed the entirety of the story. A tumultuous wave surged within him. A scion had actually defeated the god of destruction of the seventh universe in a state of extreme rage, and subsequently sought out the Grand Minister after 50 years? Good heavens! Beerus clutched his head, questioning whether he had truly awakened, for how else could he be exposed to such a shocking tale? It was no wonder that Beerus was so flustered. After all, that being was the strongest in the multiverse. To dare challenge Lord Zeno. The ancestor of the Scion race possessed audacity beyond measure. Lord Beerus, at the time, my father also commented on that young fellow Gran. Whis interjected once more. Beerus snapped back from his astonishment and quickly inquired, what did the Grand Minister say? My father remarked that Gran's origins are indeed somewhat mysterious, yet he poses no issues. We can cultivate him with peace of mind, Whis replied, breathing a sigh of relief. Gran was indeed enigmatic. When Whis first encountered Gran, he was on the brink of death, and in an instant, his dimensional prowess surged from that of a mortal to the pinnacle of Kai Shin. Could an ordinary person achieve such a feat? That is reassuring, Beerus exclaimed, patting his chest. Whis had previously informed him of Gran's mysterious nature, yet as his disciple, the young lad's amiable disposition and remarkable talent made Beerus reluctant to lose such a pupil due to matters of lineage. And what else did the Grand Minister say? Beerus's tone lightened considerably, though his expression grew more curious. My father also stated, Whis paused momentarily, then articulated deliberately, that Gran possesses the potential to transcend. Transcend potential? A thunderous sound erupted, and Beerus was once again taken aback, hastening to Whis, grasping his shoulders tightly. What does the Grand Minister mean by this? If he claims Gran possesses the potential to transcend, then who could Gran surpass? Given Gran's current talent, surpassing Beerus the god of destruction was certainly within reach. As for surpassing Whis, that was uncertain, for Whis's talent is among the foremost of the 12 angels. However, the possibility of Gran surpassing Whis could not be entirely dismissed. Was the Grand Minister implying that Gran has the potential to exceed Whis? I am unclear about my father's intent. After he spoke those words, he returned to the palace of Zeno. Whis concluded, falling silent. Did his father refer to surpassing himself, or did he mean surpassing Whis? Or perhaps? Whis quickly shook his head. He dared not entertain the last thought. The two lapsed into silence. The stillness of the dormant space was almost eerie. After half an hour had passed, Beerus shook his head to dispel various fantastical thoughts and inquired again. Isn't Gran that young lad who said he was going out to seek powerful fighters? How is he faring now? Whis's lips curled into a slight smile as he shook his head. I am uncertain. He has been training with his older sister for a month and has only just returned to the seventh universe. Who knows how Gran is faring now? How can you not know? Did I not instruct you to keep an eye on him? Beerus's impatience grew. That pupil was hard won. What if something happened to him? I do not know. I simply do not, Whis shot him a glance. How could he not discern Beerus's thoughts? That lad had mastered instantaneous movement. How could he possibly perish? Very well. Whis waved his staff, and a projection materialized in the void. Now we can see what Gran has experienced over the past month. The projection revealed Gran's recent endeavors. Who is that bean sprout clad in Kai Shin attire? Why is he accompanying Gran? Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. Have you forgotten? That is the East Kai Shin. He is the Kai Shin Shin. Indeed. Whis replied somewhat sheepishly, since the demise of the Grand Kai Shin. The East Kai Shin is one of only two remaining in our seventh universe. Beerus's expression darkened. The incident involving Majin Buu breaching the Kai Shin realm was undoubtedly his greatest humiliation. This is all your fault, Whis. Had you not sneaked off in search of delicacies, that rotund fool and the other 3 Kai Shin would still be alive. Beerus gritted his teeth. Reflecting on this matter ignited his ire. The seventh universe had 5 Kai Shin managing affairs within the cosmos. Had even one of them survived, Beerus himself would not have perished. Additionally, there was the crucial insurance of an ancient Kai Shin whom he had sealed away. This was the very reason Beerus felt secure in his slumber. Who could have anticipated awakening to such calamity? Of the 5 Kai Shin outside, only one remained. Lord Beerus, how can you still blame me? Whis, initially feeling a bit guilty, bristled at Beerus's words, retorting with a cold laugh. Had it not been for someone who enjoys sleeping in, would I have ventured out for food? Moreover, our human average in the 7th universe ranks second to last. Whose fault is that? Whis's voice was soft, but each word pierced Beerus's heart. Beerus fell silent. It was indeed all his fault. All right, enough of this. He deflected. Why dwell on past grievances? Now we have a candidate for the god of destruction in our 7th universe. He will manage things from now on, and our ranking will inevitably improve. Then let no one speak ill of anyone. Agreed, let it be, Beerus scoffed. Seeing Beerus scoff, Whis mirrored the action. While they were indeed the pinnacle of the 7th universe's strength, their squabbles appeared rather juvenile. The playful banter soon faded, and their attention returned to the projection. As they observed the East Kaishan painstakingly restoring the planets Beerus had previously destroyed, his fists clenched. Whis, on the other hand, erupted into laughter. For without anyone to instruct the East Kaishan, who had been sealed away, he surely knew nothing. The projection continued, revealing Gran's actions as he once again obliterated the planets restored by the East Kaishan. Though not destruction in the traditional sense, the impact on the balance of the universe was equivalent. Beerus felt a sense of satisfaction. His chosen candidate for god of destruction was indeed commendable, and entrusting Gran with the task of destroying planets would bring him peace of mind. Lord Beerus, when will you release the ancient Kaishan? If we release him, what if he inadvertently meets his demise? Yet if we do not release him, the East Kaishan knows nothing at all. Isn't Gran there to teach him? Whis's lips twitched. How could this fellow be so fearful of death? He sighed, but Gran is ultimately just a candidate for god of destruction. What can he comprehend? To elevate a universe's ranking, mere destruction by the god of destruction is insufficient. Beerus suddenly fell silent. After half a minute, he managed to squeeze out, "Let us discuss this later." With that, he resumed watching Gran's experiences over the past month. The projection displayed Gran on Namek, where his initial wishes granted to the dragon shocked even Beerus. He wished to obtain an immortal body, one that even Lord Zeno could not erase. To become the strongest in the multiverse? Achieving true immortality. Could this be a desire conceived by a mere mortal? Let us not even mention that little lizard dragon. Even the mighty Shenlong might struggle to fulfill such a wish. Whis stifled a laugh, well aware of Gran's attempts to provoke the dragon. However, when the moment for Gran's genuine wish arrived, Whis spoke with gravity. Lord Beerus, observe closely. Gran is indeed oblivious to the fact that his dimension has reached the pinnacle of the Kaishin level. It was evident. And the foolish lad even inquired how that lizard could survive in the cosmos. Truly amusing. Beerus, witnessing Gran's bewildered expression, doubled over in laughter. Yet, when Gran made his second wish, Beerus's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Even the miraculous Shenlong was unaware of Gran's hidden secret. Beerus shook his head. Whis had awakened him merely to relay the Grand Priest's evaluation of Gran, which encouraged their nurturing of him. With that thought, Beerus felt reassured. The projection displayed Gran's third wish, requesting the dragon to relocate 3 large jars of beans to his side. Upon seeing the unremarkable beans, Beerus displayed no interest. Yet Whis's expression grew grave. Senza beans? Capable of instantaneous recovery? Whis furrowed his brow. The efficacy of these beans rivaled the healing magic of angels. As was pondered, Beerus's voice erupted. Did I not instruct you to seek out formidable opponents? Why settle for such trifles? After departing Namek, Gran had sought to hone his physical prowess, challenging various strong fighters throughout the universe alongside the Asin duo. Beerus, observing the projection, had expected Gran to confront those stronger than himself. To his dismay, Gran had only sought out someone with a battle power of merely over 100. Was the lad so fearful of death that he dared not engage with true warriors? Suddenly, Beerus recognized something amiss about the individual Gran selected. Yet, at that moment, Whis had already begun to taunt. Lord Beerus, it appears your eyesight has waned of late. Have you not noticed that the person Gran has chosen possesses an exceptionally high level of martial arts? Beerus glanced over, scoffing. Can you refrain from being so annoying? I merely lost focus for a moment. Must you mock me for it? Oh ho ho. Lord Beerus, your stubbornness is remarkable. You clearly misjudged the situation. Unfazed, Beerus huffed and turned his head. Lord Beerus, the cosmos is rife with instances where individuals possess seemingly weak powers, yet their understanding of martial arts is profoundly deep. Whis continued unabated. Gran's physical potential has reached the 1st tier, which is commendable among mortals, yet he has not fought anyone aside from us. His comprehension of martial arts is virtually non-existent. Look, Whis pointed to the projection. Gran has been suppressing his power, utilizing only half of what he possesses. Yet through these repeated defeats, his understanding of martial arts and combat awareness has been rapidly advancing. At this juncture, Whis's eyes gleamed. This clever lad recognizes his weaknesses. which is why he seeks to spar with martial arts masters. Gran is exceptionally astute. Chapter 37. A Sensation in the Seventh Universe. Aside from the teachings bestowed upon him by Whis and Beerus, Gran was at a zero level in all aspects. His ignorance rendered him incapable of seeking battles with the strongest. Much like when fighting Beerus and Whis, Gran would learn nothing unless they deliberately guided him. From humble beginnings rise great heights. Thus, Gran sought out a martial arts master akin to the Turtle Hermit. This was his brilliance. In the projected scene, Gran was engaged in sparring with a turtle-like elder. The elder's power was feeble, with a battle power barely exceeding 100. Yet his physical potential had already attained the second tier. Among mortals, achieving the second tier of physical potential is sufficient to earn the title of master. However, to become a martial arts master, one must forge their own martial heart. The martial heart differs from physical potential. The former refers to one's combat conviction, while the latter pertains to reactions in battle. Consider the likes of the Turtle Hermit, Tien Shinhan, Piccolo, and Goku. Each has distilled their own martial beliefs. As for Beerus, a being of unparalleled strength, the martial heart is a trait inherent to all powerful entities. In the projection, the Turtle Elder's strikes were executed with remarkable finesse. Each punch, palm, and kick conveyed his martial will. Gran, continually suppressing his inner power, utilized only half of what the Elder possessed. The disparities in strength, understanding of martial arts, and physical potential rendered Gran utterly overmatched, leading to repeated defeats in his sparring with the martial arts master. Yet, through these continual setbacks, Gran's understanding of martial arts began to crystallize. After a month of diligent effort, Gran finally forged his own martial heart. Lord Beerus, if I recall correctly, your martial heart represents fearlessness, correct? Whis diverted his gaze from the projection to Beerus. Indeed, Beerus replied, his voice somewhat hoarse. Do you remember how long it took you to cultivate your martial heart? It took roughly 3 years. Whis exclaimed. This young lad remains as formidable as ever. A smile spread across Whis's face. Lord Beerus, what martial conviction do you perceive in him? An indomitable spirit. Beerus clenched his fists. He had observed Gran's journey throughout the month, recognizing that the lad had endured an entire month of losses without conceding defeat. Yet suddenly, Beerus erupted into laughter. The martial heart is an essential path for every strong individual toward greatness. Young one, hasten your growth. I eagerly anticipate our future confrontation. Whis remained silent, yet his gaze reflected increasing anticipation. Gran had successfully distilled his own martial heart, and the projected scene concluded, encapsulating Gran's experiences over the month. After being roused by Whis, Beerus no longer succumbed to slumber. He discovered that watching Gran's training was an exquisite pleasure. The primary reason was Gran's astonishing talent. Any martial art before him, with minimal practice, he could master with ease. From the day he was awakened by Whis, Beerus consistently requested Whis to project Gran's training scenes, punctuating his daily routine with this spectacle. Whis felt a twinge of discomfort in voyeuristically observing another's privacy, akin to a peeping Tom. However, Beerus dismissed his concerns with a remark, an 8-year-old child has no interest in women. What privacy could he possibly possess? Upon reflection, Whis conceded the point. Thus, a fixed program was established in the realm of destruction, where Beerus and Whis would daily sit by the lake, chairs in hand, to watch Gran's training. After a month had passed, Gran had distilled his own martial heart, yet his physical potential remained at the first tier. To elevate his physical potential to the second tier, merely sparring with a single martial arts expert was far from sufficient. Gran needed to engage in battles with a multitude of strong opponents to swiftly enhance his physical potential through combat experience. Consequently, Gran bid farewell to the Turtle Elder and departed with the Supreme Kai and Jebbet, embarking once more into the cosmos in search of other formidable challengers. And so began the next chapter of his journey. The commotion stirred by Gran in the seventh universe has finally attracted the attention of others. During their exchanges, a child accompanied by 2 attendants continuously challenges various formidable opponents. The child's power is enigmatic, regardless of your own strength. He manifests an ability that is merely half as potent as yours. Yet, even with such apparent inferiority, defeating him proves to be an insurmountable task. Esteemed martial masters, who have devoted centuries to their craft, have remarked that this child has already forged his own martial heart. Moreover, his combat skills, awareness, and experience far surpass those of most individuals, enabling him to triumph over stronger adversaries. Given a little more time for growth, he is destined to ascend to the ranks of a martial master. As time swiftly passes, a month has elapsed. Gran has been away from the god of destruction's temple for 2 months, during which he has challenged a total of 1,000 martial strongmen. In the 3rd month, he faced 3,000, and in the 4th month, 5,000. By the 12th month, he has engaged over 30,000 martial warriors. The repercussions of Gran's actions have reverberated throughout the entirety of the 7th universe. At Frisia's headquarters, Dodoria, with his rotund physique, strides swiftly into the palace. My lord, it has come to my attention that a martial genius has emerged within the universe. Oh, Frisia, reclining in his floating throne, seems to have forgotten the humiliation inflicted upon him by Beerus a year prior, regaining his former composure. Reports indicate that this martial prodigy is merely a little over 9 years old, accompanied by 2 attendants, and his displayed strength is shrouded in mystery. No one knows the extent of his power. At this point, Dodoria tentatively inquires, My lord, should we not recruit such a talent? With his addition, our Frisia force would undoubtedly grow stronger. Talent? Frisia procures a glass of red wine, savoring a sip before chuckling. I have indeed heard tales of this little fellow. He is undoubtedly an extraordinary martial genius, and I have always valued talent greatly. With a teasing glance at Dodoria, Frisia continues, It pleases me that you consider this, Dodoria. Therefore, I entrust you with the task of recruiting this prodigy on my behalf. Chapter 38. It's time to attempt transforming into a Super Saiyan. Dodoria's forehead instantly glistens with sweat. Rumors suggest that a warrior with a battle power of 100,000 has been defeated by this martial genius. With his own battle power at a mere 220,000, he questions whether he can truly undertake such a recruitment without facing dire consequences. What? Are you unwilling? Frisia's eyes narrow, his demeanor turning icy. And no, my lord. Dodoria hastily shakes his head, regretting his suggestion to Frisia about such a talent. Now, his master has directly tasked him with recruiting the martial genius. If he succeeds, all will be well, but if he fails, the consequences could be fatal. Oh ho ho. Frisia suddenly bursts into laughter. Why are you so anxious, Dodoria? I am merely jesting with you. The little fellow can defeat a warrior with 100,000 battle power. You may not be his match, so it would be better to send the Jinyu force. Frisia, the true emperor of the universe, possesses a way with words that is undeniably charming. Dodoria realizes he is indeed no match for the genius. Indeed, he exclaims in his heart, filled with joy, as he is relieved from the responsibility of recruiting the martial prodigy. Whoever else takes on the task is not his concern. Just as Dodoria prepares to depart, Frisia's voice calls out once more, By the way, it seems that Vegeta has not returned to headquarters in a long while. Dodoria turns, smirking, Yes, my lord. Vegeta has been absent for 3 years now. I sense he may be harboring thoughts of betrayal. Shall I eliminate him? Though he hesitates to recruit the martial genius, he feels confident about dealing with the insignificant Vegeta, especially considering the latter is only 8 years old and possesses a mere 6,000 battle power. Dodoria, you truly are a loyal subordinate, Frisia remarks, but then suddenly clenches his fist before slowly relaxing. No need, let him be. Yes, my lord. Dodoria feels a twinge of confusion, but dares not press further. With a sense of triumph, Dodoria strides out of the palace, reveling in the praise he has received from Frisia. After his departure, Frisia, seated in his throne, is suddenly engulfed by a wave of murderous intent. Vegeta's intentions to betray are apparent. In former times, he would have commanded the execution of Vegeta without hesitation. However, that wretched Beerus has ordered him not to interfere with the Saiyans. On the planet Metamor, renowned alongside Yardrat and Namek as one of the 3 magical planets, the legendary fusion technique of Dragon Ball originates here. Martial arts flourish on this planet, with everyone taking pride in their training. Today, is this truly the legendary martial genius? This 9-year-old child has now become a martial master. Reflecting upon their own lives, many feel inadequate. At his age, they were still playing in the sand. What level of talent is this? It seems that even the most gifted genius in Metamor's history pales in comparison. In the dueling arena, 2 figures stand, one old, one young, while the throngs of spectators, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, buzz with conversation. To attain the title of martial master, one must fulfill 2 conditions, forge a martial heart, and achieve the 2nd stage of physical instinct. Today, after sparring with the Elder of Metamor, Gran's small frame emanates the aura befitting a martial master. Meanwhile, Kaioshin Shin and Kibito observe the young figure in the arena. Kibito exclaims, "Lord Kaioshin, the candidate for the God of Destruction has challenged over 30,000 warriors, and he has succeeded." Indeed, he previously mentioned that his purpose in challenging so many strong opponents was to cultivate his second-stage physical instinct. Kaioshin Shin replies, suppressing his excitement. "Although I am uncertain what the second stage entails, Gran must be eager to break through to that level. Now, not only has he forged a martial heart, but he has also successfully cultivated his physical instinct to the second stage." Clenching his small fist, Kaioshin Shin is genuinely delighted for Gran. Kibito gestures to the crowd, saying, "Lord Kaioshin, look. They are all in awe of the candidate for the God of Destruction's talent." Haha. According to Gran, both the God of Destruction and the candidate for the God of Destruction oversee the destruction within the universe. How could a being of such divine talent be anything less than extraordinary? At this moment, Kaioshin's gaze becomes filled with anticipation. If the candidate possesses such formidable talent, what might the true God of Destruction's capabilities be? Throughout the past year, he has heard many tales from Gran regarding the duties of the Kaioshin and the God of Destruction. Now, he has a clearer understanding of their responsibilities. Meanwhile, in the dueling arena, Gran closes his eyes, absorbing the fruits of his year's worth of training. The second stage of physical instinct. I have finally attained it. As he slowly opens his eyes, the aura of a martial master radiates outward, enveloping the arena. Gran now resembles the martial arts deity, Master Rashi. Even standing still, he exudes an air of profound mystery. However, do not forget that Gran is only 9 years old. Congratulations to young Gran for reaching this level. The elder of Metamor Star across the dueling arena, a small old man, sighed. The talent of young Gran is truly formidable. Gran thanked the elder and the various martial artists of Metamor Star for their assistance. Over the past year, Gran had traversed the 4 galaxies. But if one were to speak of the place with the most martial prowess, it would undoubtedly be Metamor Star. Your achievement in reaching this level is entirely the result of your own diligent efforts. It has little to do with us, the elder of Metamor Star continued. No, Gran shook his head. Without your support, I would not have advanced to this level so swiftly. But it wouldn't have taken much longer, would it? The elder chuckled heartily. With your unparalleled talent, even if you were to progress slowly, it would not be by much. At this point, his tone turned contemplative. Moreover, since your arrival at Metamor Star, despite your apparent weakness, your power is perhaps the reputation of this martial arts genius, Gran, had already spread throughout the 7th universe, who was not aware of the enigmatic nature of his strength. Furthermore, in his perception, this young lad exuded an even more mysterious aura of pressure. His 2 companions also emanated a faint sense of oppression. After pondering for a long time, the elder of Metamor Star could only describe this feeling in one phrase. It was akin to the divine pressure of legendary deities. Gran was unaware of the elder's thoughts, and he smiled. I do indeed possess some hidden strength, but haven't you all also withheld your full power? What do you mean? Gran inquired. I have heard that you of Metamor Star possess a technique of fusion. With narrowed eyes, Gran displayed an expression that suggested he was well informed. This secret technique allows 2 individuals to merge, and the resulting fusion warrior inherits the talents of both, gaining immense power. The elder of Metamor Star fell silent. How did this child know such things? There is no need for you to worry, elder. I merely know a bit more than others, Gran chuckled. Following the usual plot trajectory, after Son Goku was killed by Cell, he would encounter a Metamor Star inhabitant in the afterlife who would teach him the fusion technique. Of course, he had no desire to learn such a technique. He would never merge with anyone. The thought of 2 men fusing together was unappealing. It was far better to be strong on one's own. Noticing the elder of Metamor Star still in silence, Gran spoke up. Elder, I have accomplished my purpose for coming here, so I must take my leave. Are you leaving already? Yes, Gran nodded. Over the past year, he had challenged over 30,000 martial artists, solidifying his martial heart, and his physical instincts had reached the second stage. Gran could sense that his physical instincts had already hit the limits of an ordinary person. This meant that his physical response had reached a bottleneck. Strength, mindset, and physical instinct all had hit a plateau. Normally, Gran should be preparing to return to the God of Destruction's realm to consult Whis on the next steps. However, he still had 2 final plans yet to fulfill. He intended to attempt transforming into a Super Saiyan. Additionally, he sought vengeance against Vegeta. Just imagining transforming in front of the Millennium's second fiddle, Vegeta, brought him joy. Since young Gran is departing, I shall not keep you any longer. I wish you smooth sailing in your martial endeavors. The elder of Metamor Star waved his hand. Gran reciprocated the gesture and instantly appeared in the audience area. Asen, let us depart. Where are we going now? To seek vengeance against a Millennium Second Fiddle. Just the thought of transforming into a Super Saiyan in front of Vegeta filled Gran with delight. With that, he left Metamor Star alongside Asen and Jebet. Witnessing the secret technique Gran employed to leave, the elder of Metamor Star widened his eyes. This is instant transmission. I did not expect this young lad to have mastered the techniques of Yardrat. Chapter 39, The Vegeta Trio, the Ginyu Force not far from Metamor Star. There lay a planet. The human settlements on this planet appeared as though they had recently endured a massacre, with buildings collapsed, the ground cracked, and smoke lingering in the air. Have you two cleared out all the natives on this planet? Inside a palace, an 8-year-old boy sat upon a throne. His hairline was notably high, his forehead shaped like a character, and while he appeared cool, his voice was as cold and venomous as a serpent, devoid of any emotion. Standing before the throne were two figures. One was a bald, muscular man, and the other was a young boy with waist-length hair. The boy's hairstyle was peculiar. Dyed golden, it would resemble a Super Saiyan. We have completely eliminated the natives on this planet. Raditz lowered his head, unable to meet the gaze of the boy on the throne. Years ago, Gran had been ambushed by those feigning death among the natives. Rest assured, we will not make such a mistake again. The bald man, Nappa, also felt a sense of trepidation toward the boy with the character-shaped hairline. The boy on the throne was none other than Vegeta. Upon hearing Raditz and Nappa speak of Gran, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he coldly declared, "That guy Gran is also a fool, despite being a superior Saiyan. He was careless enough to be ambushed by those natives, and even had his tail severed. This is truly a disgrace to our Saiyan race. You better ensure that all the natives on this planet are eradicated. Otherwise, if you are ambushed, it will be Gran-S fate that befalls you." What would Gran-S fate be? Naturally, it would be abandonment by Vegeta. The mere thought of this sent shivers down Nappa and Raditz's spines. Thus, they hurriedly flew away from the palace to conduct another thorough inspection of the planet. Left alone in the palace, Vegeta gazed at the empty hall, pondering his thoughts. After a while, he rose from the throne. Humph, that detestable Frieza. One day, I will personally kill you. The young Vegeta's eyes were filled with a fierce intensity, resembling that of a little demon. 3 years prior, when Planet Vegeta exploded, Frieza's attitude toward their squad had taken a sharp turn for the worse. Whenever they had free time, they would immediately receive new missions, leaving no opportunity for training. Vegeta had certainly sensed something amiss. Prior to the explosion of Planet Vegeta, all Saiyans had received a recall order. His squad had also received that order, but at the time, he had chosen to ignore it. Yet shortly after, Planet Vegeta experienced a catastrophic explosion. According to Frieza, the planet had been struck by a meteor, resulting in the demise of all Saiyans in the ensuing explosion. Planet Vegeta struck by a meteor? Can that story be any more far-fetched? With so many powerful beings on Planet Vegeta, not to mention his father, King Vegeta, and Raditz's father, Bardock, who possessed a combat power exceeding 10,000. With Bardock present, how could a mere meteor destroy Planet Vegeta? It was evident that Frieza was lying. However, even knowing Frieza was deceitful, Vegeta dared not openly defy Frieza's orders. Thus, he and his squad departed from headquarters. In the 3 years since, they had never returned to Frieza's base, consistently ignoring its commands. Initially, Vegeta had worried whether Frieza would send someone to eliminate them. As time passed, he noted that Frieza seemed to no longer concern himself with them, and orders from the headquarters ceased to arrive. Vegeta was uncertain about the underlying cause. Yet it was evident that this was a fortuitous occurrence. Thus, in the subsequent days, Vegeta, accompanied by his squad members, would ransack a planet and then cultivate on that very world until their resources were entirely depleted before moving on to the next conquest. However, despite the cessation of Frieza's directives, the ranks of Vegeta's team continued to dwindle. From Gran to the present, only Nappa and Raditz remained. Humph, a bunch of worthless trash. If they are dead, so be it. Vegeta held no regard for the demise of his subordinates. Rising from his throne, he exited the palace and soared into the sky. It was nearly time for training. Upon reaching an altitude of 1,000 meters, Vegeta began relentlessly bombarding the human town below with energy blasts. This foolish princely tactic was merely his customary method of training. Boom. Boom. After over 20 minutes of bombardment, Vegeta felt a tinge of fatigue. With such diligent practice, he should be able to defeat Frieza in due time. The thought of Frieza kneeling in submission before him filled young Vegeta with uncontainable joy. At that moment, Nappa and Raditz returned from the horizon, clearly having scoured the planet with their scouters. Since they had returned, the two of them might as well join forces. Without waiting for their response, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light and flew toward Raditz. Oh no, he is going to use us as punching bags again. Raditz's expression shifted dramatically. Why are you still dawdling? Do you think we can escape? Hurry up, shouted the bald-headed Nappa. Vegeta was born with a battle power of 1,000, as speculated by the young one. And after 8 years, he had reached a battle power of 6,000. Nappa, on the other hand, only boasted a battle power of 2,500, while Raditz, that useless fool, possessed a mere 600 points, placing him at the very bottom of the food chain. Thus, the two of them stood no chance of evading Vegeta's grasp. It would be wiser to resist fiercely, perhaps mitigating the number of blows they would endure. Meanwhile, a medium-sized spaceship traversed the cosmic expanse, with 5 figures seated in the cockpit, members of the Ginyu Force. It was rumored that a martial arts prodigy had defeated a formidable opponent with a battle power of 100,000 at the tender age of 9. Do you think this news is credible? Mused the blue-skinned Berta, resting his chin on his hand. Buldo scoffed, stating, "Our captain of the Ginyu Force has trained for so many years and only possesses a battle power of 120,000. How could a 9-year-old child possibly have the strength to vanquish someone with a battle power of 100,000? No, I believe it is plausible," interjected the purple-skinned Ginyu, a glimmer of reminiscence flickering in his eyes. "Some individuals are born with extraordinary power. I once encountered a being whose battle power was in the hundreds of millions at birth." Boom. The remaining 4 members of Ginyu shuddered at the revelation. How many? Hundreds of millions? How could that be possible? Is there truly anyone in this world with such immense power? Captain Ginyu, are you certain you are not speaking nonsense? They murmured among themselves. Ginyu silently shook his head. He was referring to their king, who had once contemplated exchanging bodies with Frieza. Suddenly, Jinyu's eyes turned cold. "Captain Ginyu, I believe I have detected Vegeta on a nearby planet," Raikem exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the spaceship's radar, which had suddenly revealed the landing coordinates of Vegeta's ship. "Vegeta?" Jinyu's expression hardened. "It seems this brat is contemplating betrayal against the Frieza force. Let us proceed to eliminate him for Lord Frieza." Berta hesitated and spoke up. "What about that martial arts prodigy? Should we not recruit him? Will Lord Frieza not become displeased? He is currently training on Metamore, and eliminating Vegeta will be swift. Afterward, we can seek out that martial arts genius at our leisure." Agreed. The medium-sized spaceship abruptly changed course, heading toward the planet where Vegeta resided. Chapter 40. Gran. What kind of trash are you, Vegeta? Tat 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 tat. In the sky, Vegeta faced 2 adversaries alone. Despite his youth, he did not falter. Rather, he dominated, mercilessly beating his opponents. How could you, all elite warriors, be so weak? After 3 additional years of training, why have you made no progress whatsoever? Especially you, Raditz. You are older than Gran, yet you are inferior to others. Vegeta's fury escalated, and his blows grew increasingly forceful. Under Vegeta's relentless assault, Raditz and Nappa screamed in agony. Ultimately, Vegeta unleashed 2 energy blasts, which struck Raditz and Nappa squarely. Boom. The 2 of them plummeted to the ground, enveloped in black smoke. Utterly useless. Vegeta descended, casting a disdainful glance at the 2 on the ground before spitting contemptuously. After half an hour, Raditz and Nappa finally regained their composure and rose to their feet, their gazes toward Vegeta now filled with growing terror. "If it weren't for the fact that we Scions are so few in number, I would have killed you long ago," Vegeta declared coldly, seated upon a massive stone. Hearing this, Nappa and Raditz trembled. They understood that Vegeta never spoke idle threats. "From now on, if you do not train diligently, you will face my wrath." "Yes," Raditz nodded vigorously. Nappa, cautious, added, "Vegeta, once the resources on this planet are exhausted, where shall we go next?" "Where?" Vegeta furrowed his brow. In his usual practice, after depleting a planet's resources, he would naturally seek out another planet at random. He looked at Nappa, his voice steady. "What do you mean?" Raditz shot a glance at the bald-headed Nappa, wondering why he was so audacious today. "Vegeta, I am aware that the destruction of our Scion planet is certainly tied to Frisia. However, our current training pace is far too slow. Nappa gritted his teeth and continued. Frisia has become the emperor of the universe, and his strength is undoubtedly formidable. Even if we train for another 10 or 20 years, the three of us may still be unable to defeat him. Vegeta fell into silence. How could he not be aware of this truth? Back in the day, there were many warriors with battle powers exceeding 10,000 on planet Vegeta, not just Bardock. Yet that did not prevent the catastrophic explosion of their world. Even with his exceptional talent, could he truly defeat Frisia and uncover the truth alone? Vegeta, relying solely on our training, we may never uncover the truth. Nappa clenched his fists. Why not gather the other exiled Scions as well? If we unite and train together, transforming into great apes might be our only chance. Every Scion, as long as they retain their tails, transforms into a great ape upon witnessing a full moon. In this form, a Scion's power multiplies tenfold. For instance, a Scion with a base power of 10,000 would possess a staggering 100,000 in great ape form. Vegeta, Nappa makes a valid point. Raditz added boldly, my father was undeniably powerful. He and King Vegeta surely had opportunities to transform into great apes, yet they ultimately perished along with planet Vegeta. I am well aware, Vegeta, of your formidable talents. However, we are ultimately but 3 individuals, and our numbers are insufficient. Upon hearing the words of the two, Vegeta remained silent, lost in contemplation. Nappa and Raditz exchanged anxious glances, wondering if their audacity to speak thus would provoke wrath. Raditz, if I recall correctly, you have a brother, do you not? Vegeta suddenly inquired. Nappa's eyes sparkled with excitement. Vegeta's question clearly indicated his assent to the suggestion. In stark contrast to Nappa's enthusiasm, Raditz's expression darkened at the mention of his brother. Raditz, do you wish for death? I am addressing you. Vegeta's tone turned icy. Ha! At that moment, Nappa could not contain his laughter and quickly offered an apology. Vegeta, forgive me. Raditz's brother is simply too comical. What do you mean? Vegeta asked. Raditz's brother is named Kakarot. He was born with a mere 2 battle power. A useless elite warrior for a brother and a worthless lower-class warrior for a sibling. How is that not hilarious? Nappa bellowed with laughter, disregarding Raditz's dismay. Vegeta's lip twitched. 2 battle power? Surely even a dog would possess more strength than that. Truly, they are the epitome of ineptitude. Suddenly, Vegeta recalled something else. He too had a brother who had been exiled, and his battle power was seemingly on par with Kakarot's. Nappa, silence yourself. Do you wish to provoke my wrath? Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, cursing himself for inadvertently joining in the mockery. Nappa's laughter faltered, as if something had lodged in his throat. What's wrong with Vegeta? Raditz observed, sensing the tension. Nappa felt a surge of exhilaration akin to consuming a vintage cola, reveling in the moment of retribution against the bald warrior. Indeed, I have a brother named Kakarot, Raditz stated with newfound seriousness. When Kakarot was born, we received a summons from the Scions. You instructed me to ignore it, allowing me to escape the destruction of planet Vegeta. However, I also received a message from my father, informing me that he would exile Kakarot to a planet called Earth. Earth? What a desolate place. Vegeta and Nappa scoffed. Suddenly, Raditz hesitated. Vegeta, I have another secret, though I am unsure if I should reveal it. Speak, Vegeta urged, squinting suspiciously. In that message, my father claimed that Kakarot is the hope of our race, and he implored me to retrieve him from Earth. Raditz continued, his voice steady. My father foresaw that Kakarot would one day become the legendary Super Saiyan. As these words left his lips, Nappa and Vegeta were momentarily stunned. The next instant, laughter erupted between them. Raditz covered his face, anticipating this reaction, for he too had never believed his father's words. After all, the legend of the Super Saiyan was well known among the Saiyan race. Raditz, do you not understand? Vegeta composed himself, raising a thumb to indicate himself. If the legend of our race holds any truth, then only I, Vegeta, am destined to become a Super Saiyan. Do you comprehend? No sooner had Vegeta spoken than an overwhelming divine pressure descended upon them. A youthful voice echoed in their ears. Only you, Vegeta, can become a Super Saiyan? You? What are you but trash? Chapter 41. Are you not dead? Who? Vegeta leaped down from the massive stone, quickly turning to face the source of the voice. Raditz and Nappa held their breath, realizing the voice emanated from behind the colossal rock. How could this be? They had thoroughly surveyed the planet thrice. and it was inconceivable that any natives could still be alive. They quickly turned to Vegeta, who appeared decidedly perturbed. This was not a good sign. Vegeta was on the verge of fury. It has only been 3 years, and you have already forgotten me? At that moment, Gran, accompanied by King Kai, emerged slowly from behind the enormous stone. The year was 740 in the age, marking Gran's 3rd year since arriving in the Dragon Ball world. And he had grown to the age of 9. Despite the passage of 3 years, Gran vividly recalled the events of his arrival. Severely injured. He had been abandoned by Vegeta, who not only failed to save him but also destroyed his spaceship, leaving him to fend for himself on that planet. Devoid of any means of salvation. With no Senzu beans, no Dragon Balls, and no healing pods, there was nothing to save him. Had he not been familiar with the plot, remembering Whis' fondness for culinary delights, he might have perished on that very day. After 3 long years, he finally stood before the source of his ire once more. 3 years. Vegeta frowned. He had only been on this planet for a day. So you are not a native of this world? Raditz and Nappa sighed in relief, deducing from the child's words that he was not a native. Vegeta, it has only been 3 years, and you seem to have grown somewhat foolish. Gran mocked. If I were a native, how would I know your name? You. Vegeta's forehead pulsed with anger. Despite his rage, he maintained his composure, staring intently at Gran. He insulted me just now, yet he did not retaliate, Gran thought, surprised. Vegeta, who had always regarded his pride above all, was behaving differently. Who was this individual? Vegeta muttered to himself, scrutinizing the trio before him. The leader, a child clad in peculiar attire, appeared to be of a similar age, around 8 or 9, yet he towered over Vegeta. Beside him stood 2 others, equally clad in strange garments. Such an odd trio. Like Vegeta, Raditz and Nappa were also observing Gran. However, Gran had undergone significant changes over the past 3 years, especially since reaching the pinnacle of King Kai's realm and becoming a candidate for the God of Destruction. He exuded an aura of divine power that was anything but mortal. Vegeta and the others struggled to recognize him. Still not recognizing me? Allow me to provide a hint. 3 years ago, you abandoned a comrade, and that individual is me. Gran's hint was nearly an open declaration. Abandoned a comrade 3 years ago? Are you a scion? Vegeta began to piece it together. Before he could formulate a complete thought, Raditz gasped, Vegeta, he is Gran. Nappa's realization followed suit. Yes, he is Gran. How is it that he is alive? Gran. Hearing Raditz's words, Vegeta's pupils dilated as he scrutinized Gran once more. Scion children typically grew at a slow pace. Even those in their teens barely exceeded a meter in height. Gran, at merely 9 years of age, stands at just over a meter tall, possessing a pair of round, glimmering eyes and a chubby little face, giving him an endearing, childlike appearance. While the other scions exude an aura of ferocity, Gran alone embodies a certain innocent foolishness. How can you still be alive? You were supposed to perish on that planet. Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. You consider me a disgrace to the scion race, so naturally, you would wish for my demise. Gran chuckled heartily, looking down at the despicable second-in-command, tauntingly remarking, but to your disappointment, I am alive and well. I have returned to seek vengeance. Are you happy? Surprised? You dare to come back for revenge? Now it was Vegeta's turn to laugh. Raditz and Nappa exchanged glances, uncertain how Gran had survived. But it appeared he had returned quite mad. After all, Vegeta possessed a combat power of 6,000. To think you survived that ordeal. Since you are alive, why not simply live in obscurity? Vegeta's laughter faded, his tone growing icy. You still dare to show your face before me? You wish to seek revenge? If you desire death, I shall oblige. Wait, Vegeta. Raditz interjected, gathering his courage. Did you not just say you would summon the remaining scions? With Gran's return, we could use an extra hand. Why not spare him for now? Yet, as those words left his lips, Vegeta's anger flared. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? He kicked Raditz in the abdomen, sending him flying until he skidded across the ground for 100 meters. Nappa, initially considering a similar suggestion, fell silent at the sight of Raditz's plight. I detest being instructed by others. Vegeta's gaze shifted back to Gran, his voice cold. However, Raditz does have a point. If you wish to follow me once more, I might overlook your earlier disrespect. The Kaioshin, Shin, and Jebit, who had remained silent, were taken aback. Has this child lost his mind? Does he understand who he is facing? 3 years had passed, and he remained as arrogant and ruthless as ever. Gran glanced at the battered Raditz, shaking his head in disbelief. arrogance and ruthlessness? Are we not all scions in that regard? Vegeta sneered. Moreover, I was born with a combat power of 1,000, which has now risen to 6,000. With such innate talent and strength, why should I not be arrogant? I ask you once more. Vegeta pointed at Gran, then gestured to himself. If you choose to follow me again, I shall disregard your previous insolence. Now declare your choice. Vegeta wore an expression of conviction, confident that Gran would not dare defy him. My choice. Gran smirked. What are you, Vegeta? You think I would follow you? A mere disgrace? As those words echoed, the atmosphere grew eerily silent. Nappa gulped, retreating in fear. Speaking to Vegeta in such a manner would surely lead to Gran's demise. You seek death. Vegeta roared in fury, his restrained anger now unleashed, intent on ending Gran's life. But in the next moment, Vegeta felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw a small fist pressed firmly against him. Upon raising his gaze, he realized Gran stood before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. How is this possible? It was too fast. He could not perceive how Gran had appeared. Gran met his gaze, mockingly stating, I have come for revenge, and you think I would follow you. You worthless fool. His strike bore little force, as he feared accidentally killing this man. You seek death. Vegeta howled, humiliated to be taunted by one he had once discarded. The power within him surged forth, a torrent of 6,000 combat power unleashed. The ground trembled and cracked. Boulders shattered under the pressure of his might. In Vegeta's mind, he believed Gran, even if he had survived, could only have improved from 800 to 1,000 combat power after 3 years of training. With all his might unleashed, Gran would surely be knocked out by such force. But how weak? Suddenly, a voice echoed in Vegeta's ears, causing his heart to skip a beat. He looked down again. Gran had not fainted and still held his fist against Vegeta's abdomen. How did you do this? Vegeta asked, fear creeping into his voice. Because your power is simply too weak. Silence. I am a Scion Prince with a combat power of 6,000, and you dare call my strength weak? Unforgivable. Vegeta, enraged and humiliated, channeled all his strength into a punch aimed at Gran's temple. Boom. The force created a terrifying blast in the air. Yet, Gran remained unfazed, retracting his fist as his instincts allowed him to effortlessly evade the blow. Seeing his attack evade, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically as he launched another assault, his fists and feet striking like lightning. Gran remained composed, dodging skillfully as their battle escalated a kilometer away. Vegeta's anxiety grew. None of his attacks seemed effective against Gran. Finally, he unleashed his royal fighting technique, bombarding Gran with a tempest of energy blasts that created craters across the ground. Meanwhile, Nappa had reached Raditz' side. What on earth is happening with Gran? How did he become so powerful? Raditz trembled instinctively at the sight of the battle. Nappa, though frightened, maintained his composure, stating, 3 years ago, Gran had only 800 combat power. After all this time, could he have surpassed Vegeta? Hastily, Raditz activated his scouter. Beep, beep. The display revealed 2 numbers, 6,000 and 600. How is this possible? Raditz gasped, his mouth agape, while the 6,000 was undeniably Vegeta's. How could Gran only possess a paltry 600 combat power? Nappa, having seen the data, swallowed hard. Gran had 800 combat power 3 years ago. For revenge. He must have trained hard for 3 more years. How could he regress? Returning to Gran's side, the ground continued to quake as Vegeta's royal technique raged on for over 20 minutes, leaving him breathless. Gran had retreated several meters, shaking his head. Your energy is too wild. You cannot control your strength. Your combat skills, awareness, and experience are utterly lacking. Vegeta, you are truly pathetic. Aside from masters like the Elder of the Metamor Star, most powerful beings in the universe shared this flaw. Gran, despite his previous weaknesses, found pleasure in mocking Vegeta now. Enough, Gran. Silence. Vegeta gasped. Is dodging your only skill? You have brought shame upon the Scion pride. You are indeed a disgrace. A disgrace to the Scion race. If you cannot even touch me, then what does that make you? Seeing Vegeta's impotent fury, Gran felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Vegeta clenched his jaw tightly. He had already seen the data from the scouter. This guy had possessed a battle power of 803 years ago, yet now, 3 years later, he had regressed to a mere 600. To make matters worse, he had managed to evade all of Vegeta's attacks with that paltry power. Truly inconceivable. Vegeta, do you have any idea how much I have sacrificed for this day of revenge? Gran said with wide eyes, fabricating a tale of hardship. In truth, He had sacrificed little. He could master any technique with relative ease. If he were to claim he had endured any true hardship, it would be the time he had been spanked by Beerus, now that had truly hurt. Humph, I don't care what you've sacrificed. Vegeta scoffed. I have endured untold suffering in order to seek my revenge. Gran's gaze began to turn icy. Although he could easily grasp any skill, the process had indeed been arduous. I swear, I will return to exact my vengeance upon you. Gran clenched his fists. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, and Vegeta felt an ominous premonition. Yet, he reassured himself. After all, his opponent was merely a garbage fighter with a power level of 600. Even with impressive agility, he could not possibly hope to defeat him. With that thought, Vegeta regained his composure. I've had my fun. Now it's time for me to unleash my wrath upon you. Gran's lips curled into a most peculiar smile. Did you not say that if the legend of the Super Saiyans was true, only you could transform? I hope you can truly transform when the time comes. As soon as the words left his mouth, boom, Gran relinquished control of his power, unleashing an explosive force of 1 billion. Chapter 43, Battle Power Surpassing Limits. Whis had once taught Gran that true strength lies in the mastery of one's own power, ensuring that each move would not disrupt the surrounding environment. In that realm of Sumeru, he had accomplished just that, but at this moment, he chose not to restrain his strength. He intended to put on a grand display before this wretched second-rate fighter. Boom. In an instant, the explosion of 1 billion battle power altered the very fabric of the heavens, brightening the previously dim sky. Bang! The scouter on little Vegeta's face exploded instantaneously. What? The sudden pressure of power caused his complexion to change dramatically, prompting him to involuntarily take a step back. The scouter exploded. What is this power? Little Vegeta's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. The explosion of the scouter led him to question whether it had malfunctioned. Yet, that terrifying force surged toward him, overwhelming his ability to resist, and he found himself retreating step by step. It was evident. The scouter had not malfunctioned. It had exploded due to the inability to withstand Gran's immense power. How can this be? How could your power suddenly become so formidable? No. You are just a discarded waste. How could you have grown so strong? Witnessing Gran's explosive display, Vegeta felt his worldview shatter. The Saiyan he had once discarded had returned 3 years later, somehow achieving this level of strength. How is this possible? Meanwhile, on the other side, Raditz and Nappa's scouters also exploded. Raditz's legs trembled uncontrollably, stuttering. Even the scouter cannot detect Gran's power level? What kind of strength is this? Nappa's body shook violently as he suppressed his fear. Gran is definitely not limited to 600 battle power. He must have been hiding his true strength. How did he manage this? What has he experienced in these 3 years? Suddenly, a terrifying gust of energy surged toward them. Nappa, pull me back. I'm going to be blown away. Raditz's small form clung to Nappa's waist. Let go of me. If you keep holding on, I'll be blown away too. The next moment, whoosh, both of them were swept away by the oncoming storm. The scene shifted back to Gran. A white aura erupted around him, soaring to a height of 100 meters in an instant. The billowing energy radiated outward, lifting countless stones and instantly pulverizing them under the overwhelming pressure. Centered around Gran, the ground began to crack, and in mere moments, the entire terrain collapsed. Vegeta quickly retreated. But that was just the beginning. Whoosh! The entire battlefield's magnetic field was disrupted, and a howling gale swept through, with waves of energy rolling forth. Little Gran, just over a meter tall, spiraled in the eye of the storm, emanating an aura of supreme authority as though a deity had descended. Gran reveled in the surge of power coursing through him. Surely Vegeta would be pleased with this display of strength? Glancing at Vegeta from afar, Gran noted that the color had drained from his face, leaving him pale as a ghost. Gran found great satisfaction in Vegeta's expression. This was precisely the effect he desired. Vegeta, what do you think? Are you satisfied with my power? He flew toward Vegeta, and with each meter he advanced, Vegeta's body bent under the weight of Gran's oppressive force. No, this can't be. How can your power be so immense? Vegeta's previously lofty demeanor had vanished, leaving him in a state of hysteria. Why? Naturally, it is due to my innate talent. Gran continued to advance, taunting. Do you have any idea what my battle power is now? Vegeta remained silent, suppressing his terror as he clenched his jaw tightly. Gran hovered in midair, his face devoid of expression, declaring, my battle power has reached 1 billion. The weight of those words was akin to Frisia's proclamation of having a power level of 530,000. Boom. Gran's declaration resonated in the ears of Vegeta and Raditz, akin to a nuclear explosion, leaving all three of them momentarily stunned. It took Raditz half a minute to regain his composure, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Nappa, did Gran just say his power level is 1 billion? Did I hear that correctly? No, I heard it too. He said 1 billion. Nappa's face had turned ghostly pale. What does a battle power of 1 billion even signify? Previously, the strongest warriors of their entire Scion race barely exceeded 10,000, and even the mightiest Scions in their great ape form only reached 100,000. A battle power of 100,000 didn't even constitute a fraction of 1 billion. This is madness. How could anyone in this world possess such terrifying power? Surely, even the cosmic tyrant Frisia couldn't reach this level. This is a lie, all of it is a lie. How could anyone in this world attain a battle power of 1 billion? You will not deceive me. Vegeta's mental defenses suffered a catastrophic blow, and he shook his head frantically. Despite his protests of disbelief, the overwhelming pressure had already set him trembling. This was a primal instinct. Vegeta could not suppress his reaction to fear. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, what happened to your once lofty demeanor? Why do you appear so pitiful now? Gran was unconcerned with whether Vegeta believed him. All he cared about was breaking this wretched second-rate fighter's spirit step by step. Be quiet. As Gran drew ever closer, Vegeta's inherent pride compelled him to stand tall, but under the weight of Gran's power, he found it impossible to do so. The gap between 6,000 battle power and 1 billion was simply too vast. I haven't even struck yet, and you are already in despair. Gran reveled in Vegeta's expression of unwillingness, despair, and helplessness, relishing the process of shattering Vegeta's heart. After all, when he was waiting for Whice's arrival back then, he felt just as desperate. I am the most gifted prince of the Scion race. How could you possibly be stronger than I? A prince? Do you even deserve to be called a prince of our Scion lineage? Gran hovered in midair, sneering. 3 years ago, your little Vegeta squad had 7 or 8 members. Didn't it? But now, have you not abandoned them all? Shut up. My affairs are none of your concern. Ha ha ha. Fine, I won Team Medal in your princely matters. But now, it is time for my revenge. Brace yourself for my wrath. Witnessing Vegeta's complete breakdown, Gran felt elated and ceased his prattle, vanishing from sight in an instant. Chapter 44. Transforming into a Super Saiyan? Damn it. Where is he? Damn Gran, if you have the guts, come out and face me directly. Little Vegeta frantically searched for Gran's whereabouts like a madman. Suddenly, a small hand pressed against the back of his head. This is for abandoning me back then. Enjoy my vengeance. Gran's cold voice resonated as he slammed Vegeta's head down towards the ground. Boom. The ground, previously unblemished, cracked under the force, and Vegeta's small head shattered the surface, sending fissures sprawling across it. Vegeta's heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Didn't you claim that only you could transform into a Super Saiyan? If you don't transform soon, you'll be in for a world of hurt. Gran chuckled coldly, pressing Vegeta's head into the ground and swiftly rubbing it forward. Boom, boom. The ground appeared as if it had been plowed. Stones and debris flung about. Didn't you proclaim yourself the most talented prince of our Scion race? Why do you lack even the slightest resistance? With such meager power, how dare you be so arrogant? You regarded me as a disgrace to the Scion race, didn't you? Rise and fight back. Gran's expression remained icy as he dragged Vegeta for over 300 meters before forcefully launching him into the sky. Boom. Like a cannonball, he propelled upwards, chasing after Vegeta. As Gran reached above Vegeta, he clenched his fists tightly and struck forcefully at Vegeta's back. Boom. The terrifying impact sent Vegeta plummeting like a meteor. Yet Gran quickly pursued. He appeared before Vegeta with astonishing speed, delivering another powerful kick. Boom. Boom. Subsequently, Vegeta was mercilessly kicked around like a football by Gran in the air. On another front, what now, Nappa? Vegeta stands no chance against Gran, Raditz urgently inquired. And what if he doesn't? His fate is of no concern to us. Nappa's previously fearful demeanor transformed into calm. What do you mean? Are we just going to watch as Gran kills Vegeta? Raditz expressed disbelief. What else can we do? Gran himself claimed to possess a battle power of 1 billion. Do you think we can match him? Nappa spat dismissively. When Vegeta abandoned Gran, we advised him against it. Yet he threatened to leave us on that planet if we continued to speak for Gran. Humph, that feud is theirs. I won't intervene, nor do I dare. If anyone should go, it's you. Me. Little Raditz trembled, rooted to the spot. What's wrong? Didn't you say you would help Vegeta? Why are you standing still? Nappa mocked. Hearing this, Raditz's gaze turned cold, and he spat. Help that heartless Vegeta? I'd have to be insane to do that. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai Shin and Jebet, who had been observing the battle, overheard their conversation. They were utterly speechless. Aren't you three supposed to be comrades? How did your friendship capsize so easily? Unbeknownst to the Supreme Kai, apart from Bardock, the other Scions were indeed as ruthless as they come. Not to mention, if conflicts of interest arose, even familial ties could be severed. As for Gran, his unleashed power indeed reached 1 billion. Yet with each strike against Vegeta, he meticulously calibrated his strength to remain within Vegeta's tolerance. Otherwise, defeating him outright would provide no satisfaction. Vegeta, didn't you claim only you could become a Super Saiyan? Transform now. In midair, Gran soared above Vegeta, extending his leg behind him before executing a peculiar spinning kick. With a crack, Vegeta's spine shattered. Accompanied by Vegeta's agonized wails, he plummeted like a cannonball towards the ground. Boom. A 10-meter-deep crater formed instantaneously. Vegeta lay in the pit, wailing in despair, his spine broken, leaving him unable to stand. The disparity of 1 billion in battle power was insurmountable. This confrontation held no suspense. Despair, helplessness, humiliation. Vegeta lay in the pit, his expression one of profound resentment. He never imagined that as the prince of the Scion race, he would find himself in such a wretched state. Thud! Gran descended from the sky, landing in the crater and placing a foot upon Vegeta's small head. Finally avenged. Truly exhilarating. The once lofty Prince Vegeta. Who would have thought you would face such a day? How infuriating. Vegeta, now immobile, struggled to utter a single phrase. If you have the ability, kill me. Kill you? Don't be hasty. In truth, beyond seeking revenge, I have another purpose for coming here. Gran smirked, crouching down to whisper in Vegeta's ear, let me tell you. The legend of the Super Saiyan in our Scion race is real. What? Vegeta's pupils dilated in shock. Within their Scion heritage, a legend had persisted that every 1,000 years, a legendary Super Saiyan might emerge. Gran, having trained for merely 3 years, had suddenly grown so formidable. Could it be that he was already in a Super Saiyan state? Gran, aware of Vegeta's thoughts, laughed heartily. You don't actually think I'm in Super Saiyan form right now, do you? Isn't that so? I have yet to attain that state. This is merely my standard power. Gran clenched his fist, satisfied with his current strength, and continued with a sneer. Let me tell you another thing. My other goal is to transform into a Super Saiyan right before you. Merely tormenting Vegeta was not the most gratifying way for Gran to exert his vengeance. He understood that Vegeta harbored a deep-seated desire. Vegeta had long yearned to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. In the Namek saga, Vegeta sought Din's help to restore him from the brink of death, hoping to achieve the legendary Super Saiyan state to defeat Frieza, unaware that the strength he sought would merely stem from recovering from near-fatal circumstances. Later, when Goku became the first Super Saiyan, Vegeta's pride could not bear it. Thus, while Goku learned instant transmission, Vegeta ventured into the cosmos to train, striving to become the second Super Saiyan. This merely serves to alleviate his wounded pride. No, it is impossible. Vegeta's spine has long been fractured. He struggles to rise. Yet it is beyond his capability. Lying in the depths of the pit, he screams in hysteria, no, it cannot be. Even if that legend is true, you cannot transform into a Super Saiyan. Only I, Prince Vegeta, possess that ability. Truly hopeless. Even at this juncture, you remain so arrogantly deluded. Gran removed his foot from Vegeta's head, swiftly kicking him out of the pit. Watch closely as I shatter your last vestige of pride. He too ascended from the ground. In the realm of the destroyers, a fixed program unfolds daily by the lakeside, where Whis and Beerus sit upon small stools, observing Gran's daily exploits. The projection displays Gran sparring with the Grand Elder on the planet Metamor. Lord Beerus, Gran has made another breakthrough. Within 6 months, he has cultivated his body's instincts to the first level, and after a year, he has advanced to the second level. This boy continues to be as extraordinary as ever. I'm not blind. I have seen it, Beerus retorted. Oh, is this not an attempt to engage Lord Beerus in conversation to alleviate the silence? Enough. Can you not speak less? It is utterly irritating. Beerus shot a glare at Whis. Yet, in the next moment, he observed Gran in the projection, seemingly devoid of intentions to return to the Destroyer realm. This little fellow's power, mental state, and bodily instincts have all reached a bottleneck. If he does not return, what could he possibly intend to do? Beerus pondered with confusion. In the past, Whis would have begun chattering by now, yet he remained curiously silent. Whis, why are you not speaking? Beerus inquired with a furrowed brow. It is because you commanded me to remain silent, Lord Beerus. I naturally must adhere to your orders, Whis replied calmly. Beerus mused, how I long to strike this fellow. What to do? Wait, he is actually seeking Vegeta? Whis noted the shift in the projection, recalling his impression of Vegeta. He had witnessed Beerus once trample Vegeta's father before him. Ah, he seeks revenge. I suspected as much. I thought he intended something else. Beerus remarked as he scrutinized the projection, a candidate for the role of destroyer stooping to bully a mere mortal. How utterly disgraceful. Whis stifled a laugh, finding amusement in Beerus's incessant jabs at Gran. Suddenly, Gran declared, I shall transform into a Super Saiyan before you. Transformation? Boom. This proclamation resonated like thunder, prompting Beerus and Whis to simultaneously recall the transformation of the Saiyan progenitor, Otis. That was a grave mistake. Beerus's expression darkened as he bellowed, hastened to stop Gran. He must not stray from the right path. Quickly. Yes, Whis responded, without hesitation, as he and Beerus shot upward like a streak of light. Chapter 45. The transformation into a Super Saiyan shakes the entire northern galaxy. On a distant planet not far from Metamor, Vegeta was expelled from the pit, while Gran soared from its depths. One was sprawled on the ground, and the other stood a short distance away, as Gran seemed to be preparing for something. Lord Kaishin, what is this Super Saiyan that the candidate for the role of Destroyer speaks of? Jebet, belonging to the Divine, could hear the conversation between Gran and Vegeta despite standing afar. How should I know? Kaishin shot him a glance. Gran was also just now learning he was a Saiyan. How could he possibly know of any super transformations? However, I have a foreboding sense that Gran is about to become extraordinarily formidable. Kaishin's tone took on a grave seriousness. Just watch, he instructed. Jebet swallowed hard, growing increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, Raditz and Nappa observed Gran's actions with curiosity. Despite their intrigue, they dared not approach. The battle ceased, and the battlefield grew quiet. A gentle breeze swept through, causing dust and debris to stir slightly, as if everything had come to a close. Yet, the atmosphere was oppressive, reminiscent of the stillness before a tempest. Gran stood before Vegeta, a mere 10 meters apart. He remained silent, brewing something within. Vegeta lay immobilized on the ground, fully aware of Gran's forthcoming intentions. Is there truly a Super Saiyan in this world? Can Gran genuinely transform into one? Vegeta, uncertain of the legend's authenticity, found his pride unable to accept that another Saiyan could be the first to ascend to Super Saiyan status. No, it cannot be. Even if it is true, only I am worthy. Gran, cease this at once. Vegeta's eyes bulged with fury as he pounded the ground with his fists. Watch closely as I shatter your final bastion of resolve. Gran's expression turned serious as he uttered these words. Transforming into a Super Saiyan requires 3 conditions. First, the cells within must reach a certain threshold. Second, foundational strength must approximate 3 million battle power. Third, one must experience extreme anger. Gran's current condition boasts a foundational strength of 1 billion, and he can summon extreme anger at will. As for the cellular requirement, it is said to flourish only in times of peace, a somewhat vague notion that Gran does not fully comprehend. But he suspects it may correlate with one's mental state or emotions. Much like Goku in the anime, who cultivated his mental state in the heavens during his youth. Achieving tranquility laid the groundwork for his cellular evolution. Vegeta's transformation was even more pronounced. During the Namek saga, he was initially filled with ambition and cunning, obsessively fixated on power, embodying an extreme villainy. However, in his subsequent confrontation with Frieza, he found himself in despair and turmoil, kneeling and crying out before Goku. His dignity lay shattered around him. From that moment, his mental state underwent a profound transformation. It was this shift in mental state that enabled him to transcend into a Super Saiyan after merely a few months on Earth. My mental state has already reached a semi-no-self level 2 years ago, and after 2 years of cultivation, my cells must surely meet the requirements. Gran's eyes sparkled with confidence as he resolved to attempt the transformation. Silence. The battlefield fell into an eerie stillness, the tension palpable. Small Gran clenched his fists, bending his body as he began to sink, preparing to immerse himself in a state of extreme anger. Let the fury commence. Gran closed his round eyes, and a vision began to surface in his mind. In a purple world, a small, chubby child was being spanked by a purple cat. This incident had occurred a year ago when he had just emerged from the virtual realm, only to be inexplicably pummeled by Beerus, though the beating was one matter. Beerus had audaciously spanked him. "Ah, Lord Beerus, how dare you strike my little bottom? Unforgivable." The thought ignited Gran's extreme anger. Boom. The power of his fury surged like a flood, rapidly concentrating at his spine. With anger as the spark and cells as the powder, when the spark ignites the powder, an explosion ensues. Boom. The power within Gran surged dramatically. 1 billion combat power, 2 billion combat power, 50 billion combat power. In that fleeting moment, the earth trembled. The seas roared, and the very planets quaked. What? Little Vegeta, lying on the ground, was the first to sense this overwhelming force. He felt his soul quiver. What kind of power is this? How terrifying. Could this possibly be the legendary Super Saiyan transformation? Damn it. I refuse to accept this. Why am I not the one who transformed? I am the most noble prince of the Saiyan race. Meanwhile, a formidable surge of energy swept over, leaving Jebbet pale-faced. What on earth has this candidate god of destruction done? Is this truly the transformation he spoke of? Gran is incredibly powerful. Unlike Jebbet, the Supreme Kai Shin felt no fear. Instead, he was exhilarated. Clenching his fists, he shouted excitedly, "Show me your so-called Super Saiyan form." Further away, Raditz and Nappa had retreated over 10 kilometers. "Nappa, what has Gran done? How did his power become so terrifying all of a sudden?" Little Raditz clung to Nappa's leg, trembling with fear. Could it be that he hadn't used his full strength before? How should I know? Nappa thought about kicking the annoying Raditz away. Gazing in Gran's direction, he sighed. "All I know is that Vegeta is doomed." Just as he finished speaking, an even more terrifying force struck, and the two were abruptly pinned to the ground. Nappa, what is this power? Damn it, stop asking me. I don't know either. Returning to Gran, his aura flickered continuously, alternating between white and gold. Boom. Amidst the rolling thunder, the color of Gran's hair began to flicker, shifting from black to gold. Simultaneously, his power continued to escalate. 50 billion combat power, 100 billion combat power, 400 billion combat power. Finally, boom, 500 billion combat power. With a crash, at this moment, the heavens and earth dimmed, leaving only the brilliant golden glow emanating from Gran. It is done. He has become a Super Saiyan. Simultaneously, in the other world, Bobo slightly lifted his head, saying meaningfully, "This little fellow is quite interesting." Master Roshi on the island gulped. "This aura is outrageous. There are such powerful beings in the universe." The North Kai on North Kai's planet wiped his sweat. What level of strength has this candidate god of destruction achieved? If even the underworld can sense this aura. In the galactic prison, Mel smirked. This disciple that Whis has taken on is quite impressive. All the powerful beings in the North Galaxy looked up, their gazes fixated on the planet where Gran resided. Chapter 46. Whis arrives. Boom. The winds howled, lightning flashed, and the entire planet trembled. Little Gran, just over a meter tall, was enveloped in a golden glow, his aura terrifyingly potent. Golden hair. So this is the Super Saiyan state. Vegeta had already been blown a kilometer away by the fierce winds, and after uttering that sentence, he could no longer hold on and fainted. Ha ha ha. Is this the legendary power of a candidate god of destruction? It's absolutely exhilarating. The Supreme Kai Shin braced himself against this force, his face ashen. "Lord Supreme Kai, don't overexert yourself. I can barely hold on." Jebbet, disregarding everything, grabbed Supreme Kai Shin and fled. Boom, boom. Lightning struck down from the sky, and little Gran felt the surging power within him. Just as I expected, I can truly transform into a Super Saiyan. Gran clenched his small fists, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? According to the anime's premise, transforming into a Super Saiyan can enhance one's strength by 50 times, meaning his power now reached 500 billion combat power. Ha ha. Vegeta, did you see my transformation? How about it? Am I not magnificent? Are you not envious of me? As little Gran laughed towards the heavens, he noticed that besides the thunder and lightning, There was no other sound. Where is everyone? Gran was taken aback, quickly looking around. There was no one in sight. Just the devastation left in the wake of his transformation. Even the Supreme Kai Shin and Jebet had long since vanished into the shadows. Gran, no one witnessed my transformation. What good is this show of strength? Gran sensed Vegeta's location, a kilometer away, seemingly still unconscious. You think you can escape my taunts just by fainting? It won't be that simple. Gran intended to use instant transmission to reach Vegeta, but suddenly, accompanied by boundless divine might, a cascade of colorful light descended from the heavens. The arrivals were none other than Whis and his companions. As Beerus landed, his gaze fell upon Gran in his golden-haired state, causing him to shudder. I'm still too late. Beerus, filled with despair, turned to Whis. Roaring in anger, did I not instruct you to hurry? Look, this little brat has already transformed. Whis remained silent, his expression filled with deep regret. According to his father's accounts, that state of Odis was completely erroneous. What now? Gran's talent is undeniably terrifying. Why must he tread this path? Beerus, observing Whis' remorseful demeanor, sighed and said nothing more. According to my father, once Gran transforms into that extreme berserk state, he will utterly lose his sanity, and his power will be able to escalate infinitely. Whis looked at Gran in the distance, softly stating, every second he maintains this state will impose a significant burden on his body. Please, Lord Beerus, knock him out first, and we can discuss the rest later. Very well. Beerus and Whis regarded little Gran as insignificant, engrossed in their discussion of how to incapacitate him. Suddenly, hey, why are you two planning to knock me out and take me away? Gran, who had been silent, finally spoke up, fearing that if he remained quiet any longer, Beerus would act. After all, this was the strongest god of destruction among 11, and Gran did not believe that his 50-fold increase in power would suffice to resist. Losing his sanity, yet still able to speak normally? Beerus and Whis' eyes widened in astonishment, both filled with two giant question marks. Beerus pointed at Gran from a distance, perplexed. Did you not say he would turn to that grass-green-haired state? Wait a minute. Grass-green hair? Beerus' pupils constricted sharply as he glanced back at Gran's hair. But this is clearly golden hair. Whis, did you not say that state of extreme rage would have grass-green hair? I don't know. That's what my father said. Whis, too, was taken aback upon seeing Gran's hair color, utterly bewildered. Lord Beerus, Whis, are you referring to the legendary Super Saiyan state? At that moment, Gran slowly approached. However, as he neared Beerus and Whis, they began to inspect him as if he were a grandson. Ouch, what are you doing? Gran stepped back a few paces, quickly fixing his disheveled hair. Did they truly consider him their grandson? You said I would lose my sanity. How can I still speak normally? What has happened to your hair? Shouldn't it be a verdant green? Furthermore, what did you mean by the legendary Super Saiyan? Beerus posed a multitude of questions. Whis stood nearby, incessantly inquiring as well. A barrage of questions invaded Gran's ears, leaving him feeling as though his head might explode. Stop, stop, stop! Gran raised his hand to signal for silence. First, let me ask you, how do you know of that verdant green-haired transformation? Chapter 47. Your transformations are flawed with the arrival of these two supreme deities from Universe 7. The chaotic energy of this planet intensified. Particularly, the faintly discernible aura of destruction emanating from Beerus caused a profound disturbance within the planet's magnetic field. Crackling sounds erupted as countless lightning bolts descended from the void, painting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Amidst the ruins, Gran and his companions stood, their faces illuminated by the brilliant flashes of lightning. Gran furrowed his brow. Upon hearing Beerus speak of the verdant green-haired transformation, he immediately thought of Broly. Only a legendary Saiyan like Broly could achieve such a transformation. However, at this moment, Broly, like Goku, should have only been exiled for 3 years, implying that Broly was even younger than he was. Could it be that such a young Broly had already attained the legendary transformation? Otherwise, how would Beerus and Whis be aware of it? How do we know? Whis interjected. Beerus, aren't you familiar with the legendary tales of Otis? Why should I be the one to explain? Seeing that Gran had not lost his composure and was not in the verdant state, Whis felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least Gran's current situation wasn't as dire as he had imagined. Beerus widened his eyes in astonishment. He regretted speaking rather harshly to Whis just moments ago. But upon reflection, he seemed to have been excessively kind. Ultimately, it was Beerus who began recounting the legendary tales of Otis to Gran. Upon concluding the story, Beerus squinted and said, "Little one, the historical tome of your scion lineage must be the one passed down by Otis, correct?" Gran's mind surged with tumultuous thoughts. He had merely mentioned that tome in passing. He never expected Whis would seek the Grand Minister for it. What astonished him further was the realization that the scion race indeed had a remarkable heritage. Nevertheless, upon deeper contemplation, the notion made perfect sense. Broly's transformation could be seen as a regressive trait. Without ancestors possessing the legendary transformation, how could Broly exhibit such ancestral traits? Otis, how intriguing. Gran nodded, maintaining his composure as he regarded the two supreme deities before him. The verdant green-haired state you referred to is indeed the transformation of my ancestor, known among our scion race as the legendary Super Scion. The legendary Super Scion? Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, incredulous that such a flawed transformation could bear such a grand title. What then is your current state? In an instant, Beerus appeared beside Gran with terrifying speed. Gran barely had time to react before a purple paw pressed down on his small shoulder, while Beerus ruffled his golden hair. Although your golden-haired form does not induce the same loss of rationality as the verdant state, your aura, power, and emotions, Beerus's voice grew increasingly frigid, an imposing aura erupting from him. Whis interjected, "Have you not realized? This form indeed amplifies your power 50-fold. Yet, as Lord Beerus stated, your aura, strength, and emotions become volatile in this golden state. In this form, can you still access the Ultra Instinct sign?" Whis approached the remarkably gifted young boy and gently patted his head. At that moment, Whis's expression lost its usual elegance, revealing a hint of exasperation. Gran looked up, prepared to explain. Whether it's the verdant state of your ancestor or your golden state, both transformations are flawed. Transformations merely impose greater burdens on your body. True strength lies in maintaining your normal state. Beerus pinched Gran's cheek and sighed. Your talent is formidable, and your journey is still long. Do not stray onto the wrong path. Let us return to the God of Destruction's realm for now. Whis was ready to escort Gran back. Wait. Gran suddenly realized that Beerus and Whis had come to dissuade him from pursuing the path of the Super Scion. I will explain everything to you upon my return. Do not hastily take me away, for I have a matter of greater importance to attend to. A matter of greater importance? As Beerus and Whis exchanged puzzled glances, Gran utilized instant transmission to transport them away from the battlefield. 1 kilometer away, little Vegeta had been swept away by the tempest. His condition was dire. His battle armor lay shattered, his spine broken, and his body marred with numerous wounds. Nappa, do you think Vegeta is dead? Gran's overwhelming pressure had subsided, and he and Raditz cautiously approached. Upon their return, they were greeted by the sight of Vegeta's pitiful state. It would not be surprising if he were dead. Against Gran's level of power, survival seemed unlikely. Nappa turned Vegeta over, astonished. He is still alive. Vegeta appeared as though he had succumbed, yet he still clung to life. However, given his current condition, even if he survived, it would not be for long. After all, he had abandoned Gran, and now, even if they wished to save him, they dared not approach. Raditz crouched beside Vegeta, sighing at his lamentable state. If you wish to save him, do not involve me. I have no desire to rescue this fellow. Nappa scoffed. If not for his considerable strength, he would have surely abandoned you long ago. Do not speak carelessly. I do not wish to save Vegeta either. But you just claimed you wanted to save him? I merely spoke in jest. That is not a crime, is it? Little Raditz rose, no longer concerned for Vegeta's fate. Nappa's expression twitched slightly before he spoke earnestly. Gran's power is too terrifying. With Vegeta on the brink of death, we were once allies, and Gran may direct his wrath towards us. We should leave this planet. Yes, fortunately. We have hidden our spaceship well. Otherwise, it would have surely sustained damage from that recent surge of power. Raditz brushed the dust from his hands, relieved. As they spoke, the two resolved to abandon Vegeta. Ironically, Vegeta, a proud Scion prince, had only ever cast aside his companions. Now he found himself forsaken by them. Yet, in the early narrative of the Scion race, this was a common occurrence, a tragedy inherent to their lineage. As Raditz and Nappa prepared to abandon Vegeta and return to their hidden spaceship, suddenly, boom, accompanied by the roar of engines, a medium-sized spaceship entered the planet's atmosphere. Descending slowly. Who does this spaceship belong to? Raditz raised his head, feeling a sense of familiarity with it. Nappa, do you not realize? This ship resembles the one from Frisia's headquarters. Before Nappa could finish, he quickly crouched down, eyes wide. It's the Jinyu Force's spaceship. The Jinyu Force was Frisia's elite squad, each member possessing the power to annihilate planets with but a flick of their fingers. Today, they unexpectedly arrived here. Naba, what do you think their purpose is? Raditz, with a hint of anxiety, queried. Could it be that our betrayal of Frisia has been discovered? Is that why Frisia dispatched the Jinyu Force to hunt us down? This possibility looms large. Naba glanced at the hovering spaceship, spat disdainfully, and scoffed. Had they come a bit earlier, they might have succeeded in eliminating us. But with Gran here now, their only fate is death. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures suddenly appeared beside them. It was Gran, Beerus, and Whis. The moment they manifested, Raditz and Naba were overwhelmed and flattened by the terrifying aura emanating from them. Why you are Gran? Why has your hair turned golden? Chapter 48, The Final Torment. Return to the Realm of Destruction. Upon seeing them, Naba's eyes widened in astonishment. He noticed Gran's hair had changed color. What could this mean? Raditz, already trembling in fear, was drenched in cold sweat. He had no time to ponder Gran's hair. Gran paid no heed to Raditz and Naba, instead casting his gaze upward at the slowly descending spaceship, muttering, "The Jinyu Force? What brings them here? I haven't even asked you yet. What is your purpose here?" Beerus shot Gran a glare, wishing to return to the realm of destruction promptly to give this little rascal a proper lesson. I came here to taunt Vegeta, to inquire how he feels after witnessing my transformation into a Super Saiyan. The phrase "to kill with intent" perfectly encapsulated Gran's intention. He would not let Vegeta off easily. Gran disregarded the Jinyu Force above him, extending his small foot to deliver a couple of kicks to Vegeta. The latter showed no response. Was he truly on the brink of death? Meanwhile, Raditz and Naba, pinned to the ground, absorbed Gran's conversation with the purple feline, their hearts filled with shock. Super Saiyan. They couldn't have misheard, could they? Was Gran's golden-haired form truly that of the legendary Super Saiyan? No wonder his power had surged to such terrifying levels. A tempest of emotions surged within Raditz and Naba. Since your purpose here is vengeance, make your move swiftly. Kill Vegeta, and we shall return. Beerus expressed his impatience. Kill him? Gran mused for a moment, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. To simply kill him would be too merciful, though he did not explicitly state his intent to slay Vegeta. A chilling malice radiated from Gran. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, taken aback by the intensity of his murderous intent. However, they understood that a god of destruction does not merely govern destruction, but also the act of killing. Gran's murderous spirit made him a worthy candidate for the role of a god of destruction. Arshin, come here. Gran suddenly called out into the distance. Beerus narrowed his eyes, having long noticed the current Supreme Kai's presence. Would they finally meet that little sprout? In the next moment, the Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito appeared beside Gran. The encounter between the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai, both entities of divine dimensions, resonated with an inexplicable harmony the instant they met. A hum reverberated throughout the surroundings. Especially since one governed destruction and the other creation, their opposing forces created a ripple that spread across the entire 7th universe. Why you are the legendary god of destruction? Shin stammered, his nerves palpable. Upon Beerus's arrival, he had sensed the formidable presence. Such power could only belong to the god of destruction Gran spoke of. Yet, how could this legendary figure take the form of such a frail feline? Was he truly as formidable as Gran claimed? Kid, didn't Gran teach you to address the god of destruction with the title Lord? Beerus remarked, an icy aura emanating from him. Shin instinctively felt himself plunge into an endless abyss of cold, hastily bowing his head. I greet you, Lord Beerus. This was a lesson Gran had imparted. The fists of a god of destruction are formidable, and it is wise to address them with respect to avoid punishment. Gran beamed at Shin's response. After all, he had trained the Supreme Kai for a year. He then cast a smug glance at Beerus. Beerus rolled his eyes, letting out a dismissive grunt. You pass. Shin breathed a sigh of relief, standing tall once more. The pressure from this slender cat was overwhelming, indicating its formidable nature. Arshin, hand me a Senzu bean. Gran extended his hand. What do you need a Senzu bean for? Shin was taken aback, responding with irritation. You don't appear to be injured. Ever since he learned of the Senzu bean's properties, he had become possessive, questioning Gran even though the beans belonged to him. Enough chatter. Hurry up and give it to me. Gran insisted. You're not planning to waste those precious beans, are you? Shin's expression was one of reluctance, yet he opened a dimensional space and retrieved a Senzu bean. Gran sighed inwardly. The Senzu beans were his after all. However, looking at Arshin, Then at Yakalope, it was clear that even Arshan understood the beans' value, unlike Yakalope, who failed to appreciate them. Thankfully, all these beans now belonged to him. Gran took the Sinza bean and made his way toward Vegeta. Upon seeing the bean in Gran's hand, Whis' expression became grave. He had witnessed this type of bean in Gran's projections. It was procured from the dragon of Namek. As Gran had mentioned, its effect is such that as long as one has a breath left, consuming it would restore them to their peak state instantly. This bean appeared to rival the healing magic of the angels. No, to heal someone, an angel must descend personally. Yet, this bean, once ingested, requires no summoning of the dragon or the angel's arrival. It restores the individual instantly. In some respects, it might even surpass the healing magic of the angels. Is this bean from Earth? Whis furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Gran knelt beside Vegeta, holding the Sinza bean in one hand while slapping Vegeta's cheek with the other, smirking. I know you're still conscious. When you threw me onto that planet, I too faced a similar despairing situation. How does it feel? Is it not utterly hopeless, utterly powerless? Gran relished the sensation as he slapped Vegeta's face again. It was exhilarating. Do you know what this bean in my hand is for? Gran waved the Sinza bean in front of Vegeta's face, tauntingly declaring, this bean is called a Sinza bean. Consume it, and you shall be restored instantly. As soon as Gran uttered the words instantly restored, Vegeta's body instinctively twitched. Gran's eyes lit up. He knew this fellow still had consciousness. Excellent. Watch as I toy with you. Lord Beerus, please suppress all your divine pressure. What are you planning? Beerus, though puzzled, complied and withdrew his barely perceptible divine aura. With the pressure lifted, Kibito finally managed to breathe freely. Meanwhile, Raditz and Naba, who had been pinned to the ground, also rose to their feet. Raditz, come over here, Grant beckoned him. Grant, please do not kill me. In the past, I have advised Vegeta not to abandon you. It is entirely his fault. If you must take a life, let it be Vegeta's. Raditz trembled uncontrollably, his legs shaking like a leaf in the wind. Enough chatter, come here. Grant's expression suddenly turned icy. Despite his countless hesitations, Raditz dared not defy Grant's command. You have just heard about the efficacy of this magical bean, correct? Initially, Grant intended to toss an entire Sinza bean to Raditz, but reconsidering the wastefulness, he ultimately offered him a quarter of it. What does he want me to do with this miraculous bean? Raditz pondered, bewildered as he accepted the Sinza bean. Raditz, now that the bean is in your possession, you are faced with two choices. Grant raised two fingers mockingly. Your first option is to keep the Sinza bean for yourself and abandon Vegeta. Your second choice is to use the bean to save him. At this point, Grant's demeanor shifted to one of chilling severity, but you must understand just how precious this bean is. Keeping it could be your lifeline in the future. Moreover, I know that Vegeta has contemplated abandoning you countless times. You cannot be unaware of this, so will you still choose to save him? Upon hearing the two options, Raditz was momentarily stunned, taken aback by Grant's audacity. Meanwhile, the onlookers, Beerus, Whis, Kaishin Shin, and Jebbet, felt a jolt of shock. Grant's ploy was ruthless. The pinnacle of vengeance lies in offering hope only to shatter it utterly, plunging the victim into an abyss of despair. Just like the two choices Grant presented to Raditz. One for Vegeta was despair, the other hope. Yet this hope was terrifyingly tenuous, for Grant had just revealed Vegeta's past intentions to discard Raditz. In such circumstances, could one expect a cold-hearted scion to act with benevolence? Despite the faint glimmer of hope, Vegeta was forced to cling to it. This was the most insidious and tormenting form of revenge. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, how you discarded me back then. Now relish the taste of being forsaken by your comrades. Grant chuckled with delight, rising to address Whis. Let them decide for themselves. We are returning to the realm of destruction. Very well, Whis replied, narrowing his eyes as he exchanged a meaningful glance with Grant before ascending into the sky alongside Grant and Beerus. With the divine being's departure, the chaotic magnetic field of the planet gradually settled. The sky ceased its thunder, and the earth stilled. Only Raditz, Nappa, and the collapsed Vegeta remained. Raditz stood still, holding the quarter Sinza bean, lost in thought. Two choices. A sinister smile crept across Raditz's lips as his eyes darkened. Ha! How has Vegeta treated me over the years? Now he asks me to choose to save him? There is no choice to be made. Keeping this bean for my own survival is far more prudent. Why would I waste it on that wretched Vegeta? Ha! Raditz's demeanor transformed into one of madness. As Grant had anticipated, Given Vegeta's previous treatment of Raditz and his countless thoughts of abandonment, Raditz would never choose to save him. Moreover, Raditz was a cold-blooded scion himself. How could he squander such a miraculous healing item on another? Let him fend for himself. Nappa, let us go. If we don't hurry, the Jinyu force will be upon us. Raditz soared into the sky, heading toward the location of their spaceship. However, a chilling and greedy voice interrupted from behind. Wait. You are right not to save Vegeta, but since you have chosen not to save him, that Senzu bean is of no use to you. Hand it over. That item is not meant for trash like you. Upon hearing this, Raditz's pupils constricted, and he tightened his grip on the Senzu bean. This exemplified the ruthless nature of the Scions. In the face of conflicting interests, even familial bonds could shatter, and the animosity between Raditz and Nappa was no exception. The Senzu bean in Raditz's possession could grant miraculous healing. How could Nappa simply allow him to keep it? Especially when Raditz was nothing but a weakling with a power level of 600. What do you mean, Nappa? This choice was given to me by Grant. Since I chose to keep the Senzu bean, it is mine. Raditz slowly turned, suppressing his fear as he spoke. Haha, you know your own strength, don't you? Do you think you deserve such a miraculous bean? Nappa cracked his neck and flexed his limbs with a wicked grin. If I were you, I'd hand over the Senzu bean obediently, or you can join Vegeta here. Raditz's chest heaved with anger as he clenched his teeth. Did you not hear Grant's conversation? He has ascended to godhood. Do you dare defy his command? Nappa recalled Grant's words, clearly understanding that they were indeed divine beings. Just then, a rumble echoed as a medium-sized spaceship descended rapidly from the sky. Damn it, the Jinyu force is about to land. If we don't leave now, we are doomed. Raditz's face contorted with pain as he once again split the quarter Senzu bean in half, tossing one half to Nappa while shouting. This is my gift to you. It does not count as defying the gods. Now hurry up. Ha ha ha, you are a good lad. Nappa accepted the Senzu bean, the greed on his face swiftly fading. As for Raditz's remaining half, he dared not covet it further due to Grant's command. Without further ado, they abandoned Vegeta and hastened toward their spaceship's hiding place. However, the roar of the spaceship's engines grew louder as it approached the ground. Damn it. There is no time left. After flying a short distance, Nappa and Raditz halted. Their spaceship was concealed on the opposite side of the planet, and at their current speed, they could not reach it before the ship landed. Nappa was on the verge of madness. That's the Jinyu force. Once they land, we are finished. Finished? That's your fault. If you hadn't fought me for that Senzu bean earlier, we could have boarded the ship and escaped. Raditz, no longer afraid of Nappa, yelled in hysteria. You dare speak to me like that, Raditz? You were seeking death. Let it be. When the Jinyu force lands, you will die too. Do I still have to fear you then? Nappa clenched his fists, wishing to kill Raditz. But as Raditz pointed out, even if he killed him, he could not escape his own demise. The roar grew louder. What should we do, Raditz? Think of something. What can be done? Grarn has departed, and Vegeta is on the brink of death. With the combined strength of the two of us, even with the Senzu beans to preserve our lives, we can only save ourselves once. Survival is not feasible. At this moment, Raditz abruptly changed direction, causing Nappa to pause in surprise. Have you thought of a solution? Nappa gazed at the young boy with anticipation. I have conceived of a method, albeit not a reliable one. I am fully aware that this approach cannot ensure victory against the Jinyu force, yet for two weaklings like us, it may at least marginally enhance our chances of survival. Young Raditz's expression began to exhibit calmness. Nappa bellowed, then speak quickly. Let us rescue Vegeta. Raditz closed his eyes and sighed. What? Nappa exclaimed incredulously. How could you even consider saving Vegeta after how he treated us? Are you blind to the past? What other options do we have at this point? Raditz shouted back, his voice strained. I possess only 600 battle power, and you have merely 2,500. If we can awaken Vegeta, he would bring his 6,000 battle power to fight alongside us. Young Raditz's words echoed in Nappa's ears, and though Nappa is often called a foolish giant by Vegeta, he could still discern the pros and cons in this situation. The weakest of the Jinyu force boasts over 10,000 battle power, and collectively, we would stand no chance against them. However, if we can enlist Vegeta's aid, even if we ultimately perish, we might extend our lives by a fleeting second. Damn it. In the end, we must rescue that wretch Vegeta. Nappa felt a surge of resentment, yet he spoke no further, as he could conceive of no other alternatives. Thus, he turned and soared back toward Vegeta. Observing Nappa's movement, Raditz quickly followed suit. 1 kilometer from the spot where Grarn transformed, young Vegeta lay there, barely clinging to life. Grarn's prior words echoed in his mind. Has it truly been only 3 years? Have you forgotten me so swiftly? I am Grarn, and I have returned for revenge. You remain as arrogant and cold-hearted as ever. Do you believe you are worthy of being our Scion Prince? You abandoned me 3 years ago. What of the other members of your team? Have you cast them aside as well? I am the disgrace of the Scion race, but what does that make you? How does it feel to be forsaken by your comrades? Ha ha ha, let us see if Raditz will save such a wretch as you. Enjoy the despair I once endured. Am I truly destined to die? Perhaps I am meant to perish. Vegeta felt the last flicker of his life extinguishing. Suddenly, a warm current surged throughout his body. What is happening? Why do I feel as if I might revive? Could it be the Senzu beans that Grarn mentioned? Vegeta's eyes flew open, and in that instant, he beheld the trembling forms of Raditz and Nappa. I have actually recovered. Vegeta could hardly believe it. Raditz had saved him. Gradually, he rose from the ground, his murderous intent intensifying as he regarded Raditz and Nappa. You are unaware, but I overheard your conversation. How dare you? The veins in Vegeta's forehead throbbed, and his eyes seemed ready to burst from their sockets. You conspire to betray me? In Vegeta's heart, he alone had the right to betray others, never permitting anyone to betray him, even if Raditz had just saved his life. Wait, Vegeta. Raditz quickly pointed toward the distant spaceship that had just landed, fear evident in his voice. The Ginyu Force has arrived. Chapter 50. Whis' admiration for the old Kaioshin in the realm of destruction. A thunderous clash resonated throughout the purple expanse. Mr. Whis, why have they begun to fight? The Supreme Kaioshin's eyes widened. Upon his arrival in the legendary realm of destruction, Beerus immediately commenced a battle with Grarn. The terrifying spectacle of combat above made both him and Jebbet tremble uncontrollably. Oh ho ho! Whis waved his staff, conjuring a set of tables and chairs by the lakeside, smiling. This is merely their customary method of communication. There is no need for concern, Supreme Kai. Please, take a seat. Is it truly so fearsome, this method of communication among gods of destruction? Supreme Kai Shin nodded absent-mindedly. He sat down, sipping the tea that Whis had poured for him, and glanced around. The atmosphere here, in stark contrast to the sacred aura of the Supreme Kai realm, was unmistakably imbued with destruction. It is no wonder this place is deemed the realm of destruction. While Supreme Kai Shin was lost in thought, Whis, who had taken a seat beside him, spoke suddenly. Supreme Kai, I presume Grarn has shared much with you regarding the relationship between the Supreme Kai and the gods of destruction? Indeed. Grarn has informed me that there are 12 universes in total, each possessing its own god of destruction and Supreme Kai. As he spoke, the tension that had initially gripped Supreme Kai Shin began to dissipate. He commenced recounting what he understood to Whis. Quite right. It appears Grarn is a responsible little mentor. Whis nodded in satisfaction, sipping his tea before continuing softly. The gods of destruction and the Supreme Kai complement each other. Both are indispensable. Over the years, Lord Beerus has remained in slumber, and thankfully, the Supreme Kai has been managing the 7th universe. Otherwise, we might find ourselves ranked among the very last in the entire multiverse. Whis set down his teacup, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. My sincerest apologies. Upon hearing Whis' words, Supreme Kai Shin's face flushed with embarrassment. I had no idea the universe could harbor unqualified planets. My ignorance is to blame for the numerous failures I created. Before he could finish, Whis interrupted. This is not the fault of the Supreme Kai. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon Lord Beerus. The matter of Majin Buu is no longer worth mentioning. It remains a source of shame for him. Whis cleared his throat. Now that Lord Beerus has awakened and taken Grarn as his disciple, and given that Grarn has inadvertently ventured down the path of Super Saiyan, there remains much to teach him. Henceforth, Lord Beerus will likely have little time to return to slumber. At this juncture, Whis cast a glance at Beerus, who was locked in combat with Grarn above, before casually remarking, I suspect Lord Beerus will soon release the old Supreme Kai. Although Supreme Kai Shin now possessed considerable knowledge regarding the Supreme Kai and the gods of destruction, he still found himself grappling with many uncertainties. Should Grarn continue to instruct Supreme Kai Shin? Grarn is merely a candidate for the role of god of destruction. He is still in need of guidance himself, and thus lacks the authority to teach others. Moreover, Grarn governs destruction, which is fundamentally opposed to the creative essence overseen by the Supreme Kai. This further precludes the possibility of Grarn instructing Supreme Kai Shin. Therefore, to elevate the 7th universe's ranking and avoid being erased by Lord Zeno, The only viable option is to release the old Supreme Kai to guide Supreme Kai Shin. Upon hearing Whis mention the old Supreme Kai Shin's eyes brightened. During the past year, he had gleaned some information about the old Supreme Kai from Grorn. That venerable old Supreme Kai is his ancestor, and he served as the Supreme Kai 15 generations prior. It is said that he was sealed away for offending Lord Beerus. Mr. Whis, could you elaborate further on my ancestor? As he spoke, Whis glanced up at the sky, somewhat accustomed to the fact that Gran was privy to many secrets. Indeed, it appeared that Gran did not know much, so my understanding of my ancestor remains limited. Very well, let me share a tale about the Grand Supreme Kai. Whis lifted his teacup, took a sip, and began to reminisce. The Grand Supreme Kai was the Kaioshin from 15 generations ago, and to my knowledge, his wisdom is profound. He is well aware of many matters concerning the universe that even I am oblivious to. Furthermore, the Grand Supreme Kai possesses a keen insight. He can swiftly discern the weaknesses and flaws of anyone he observes. In this regard, he is comparable to us angels. Whis's tone shifted to one of admiration. Upon hearing this, Kaioshin Shin swallowed hard. According to Gran, angels are the masters of the destroyers, their powers known to be immeasurable. It is astonishing that his ancestor receives such high praise from an angel. Shin straightened up, filled with pride at his distinguished lineage. Mr. Whis, is there more? Certainly. Whis chuckled softly, clearing his throat before continuing. The Grand Supreme Kai also had a penchant for studying various peculiar phenomena. For instance, magic, divine mysteries, the unlocking of latent abilities, and the bloodlines of extraterrestrials. Of course, he also had a collection of Riska literature. At this last mention, Whis could barely contain his laughter. Riska literature? What is that? Kaioshin Shin was taken aback. It refers to his fondness for such literature. Do you understand now? Whis could no longer hold back and burst into laughter, clutching his belly. Just moments ago, I was proud of having such an ancestor. And now you tell me he was a lecher? As Shin stood speechless, suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed from above. Two beams of light, one purple and one golden, intertwined violently, their collision seeming capable of annihilating the very fabric of existence. Particularly the owner of the purple light, whose strikes could effortlessly shatter this space. Yet he always controlled his power with precision whenever he aimed at the boy radiating golden light. Do you see? In your Super Saiyan form, you cannot harness Ultra Instinct. Your emotions, power, and aura are all influenced by this state. You cannot maintain composure, and even your second-tier body instincts are affected. Do not assume that a 50-fold increase in power makes you formidable. In my eyes, your Super Saiyan state is far inferior to your normal state. Your golden hair is bothersome. Get out of my sight. The purple light intensified as Beerus streaked across the sky, swiftly appearing behind Gran and delivering a fierce kick to the boy's rear. Boom. Gran was propelled like a projectile, crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. Cough, cough, cough. Gran coughed from within the pit, gradually crawling out, having reverted from his Super Saiyan state. Whis, Lord Beerus hit me so hard. You must heal me. Gran lay beside the pit, feebly requesting. But you have Senza beans, don't you? Why trouble me? Whis remarked from afar. Senza beans are precious. Using one means losing one. Your healing magic is far more efficient, Gran countered. Whis twitched his mouth. Is that even a reasonable argument? Please. Whis is the best angel in this world. From now on, I will only prepare delicious food for Whis, and I won't even spare a glance at Lord Beerus. If you aggravate me further, do you believe I one T-smash your backside? Beerus landed beside Gran, his tone unyielding. The little Gran on the ground couldn't help but shudder. Why did that cat always enjoy hitting his rear? Whis, hurry and heal him. At that moment, Beerus turned to Whis. I want to hear how he explains his Super Saiyan transformation. Very well. Whis instantly vanished from his seat, reappearing beside Gran, waving his staff. A silver light enveloped Gran's small body, swiftly healing the injuries inflicted by Beerus. Now explain, why were you so insistent on transforming into that Super Saiyan state? Beerus interrogated coldly. Let me explain in a moment. Gran got up, looking at Whis with a grin. Whis, can you project Vegeta's image again? I want to see if he has perished. Chapter 51. Vegeta's inevitable demise in the realm of the destroyers, devoid of the clash between Beerus and Whis. The chaotic atmospheric pressure gradually began to stabilize. Gran's youthful voice resonated around them. You wish to see if Vegeta is dead? Based on my understanding of you Saiyans, Vegeta is doomed. Why would you wish to witness such a predictable outcome? Beerus scoffed. Eager to ascertain why Gran remained fixated on the Super Saiyan state, Kaioshin Shin approached. Nodding in agreement, Lord Beerus is correct. During my tenure managing the universe, the Scions garnered a rather infamous reputation. Before he could finish, he noticed the fire igniting in Gran's small eyes. Kaioshin Shin shivered, awkwardly assuring Gran, No, you know I wasn't speaking of you. I was referring to other Scions, who are ruthless, cold-hearted, and volatile. Moreover, you previously mentioned that the Scion named Vegeta had often contemplated abandoning Raditz. In such circumstances, regardless of whether Raditz is a Scion or belongs to another race, he would not be able to save Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Jebet, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, affirming the Kaioshin's words. Gran's fiery gaze finally returned to normal. If Shin dared to speak ambiguously, he would make him weep. Enough of this. Since you all wish to see, then let us watch and find out. Beerus cracked his neck, his expression turning icy. That boy once abandoned Gran. Now he deserves to be abandoned by his own comrades. An eye for an eye, Gran. You have done well. Beerus cast a look of approval at Gran, as if to say, this is what a worthy candidate for a destroyer should be. The others chimed in, each voice adding to the conversation, while Whis stood silently to the side, a knowing glimmer in his eyes. Let us witness Vegeta's final fate. Whis, undeterred, gently waved his staff. A beam of light shot forth, and a colossal projection materialized in the void. Everyone raised their heads. Gran tilted his little head, his expression calm, as if pondering something. The projection began to play. After Whis took them away, Raditz indeed acted as Gran had predicted. Without a moment's hesitation, he discarded Vegeta. Observing this, the crowd nodded in satisfaction, as Gran had vented some frustration. However, the subsequent scene left Kaioshin Shin and the others utterly astonished. Raditz and his companion, originally set to depart the planet, unexpectedly returned to Vegeta's side, ultimately feeding him a senzu bean. This is impossible. The crowd gasped. They soon realized it was due to the spaceship hovering above, in a desperate bid to survive even a second longer in the ship's confines. Raditz and his companion chose to save Vegeta. In an instant, everyone's gaze shifted towards Gran. Don't look at me. Keep watching the projection. Gran's small face remained devoid of expression, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Upon hearing this, Whis' eyes sparkled with intrigue, for he knew that this little fellow intended to spare Vegeta. The onlookers once again gazed at the ethereal projection. In the image, Vegeta, having recovered from the brink of death, saw his power surge from 6,000 to 120,000. At that moment, the entire Ginyu Force descended from the heavens, surrounding Vegeta and his companions. Despite Vegeta's significant boost in strength post-recovery, he was still no match for the formidable Ginyu Force, and soon found himself once again on the verge of death. Just when everyone believed Vegeta was doomed, Nappa produced a minuscule senzu bean. He placed the bean in Vegeta's mouth, and after healing, Vegeta's power soared to 30,000. It was Nappa's greed that compelled him to coerce Raditz into sharing half of his senzu beans, allowing Vegeta to rise once more. Gran clenched his fists, his tone growing icy, as if this turn of events had taken him by surprise. Whis was momentarily taken aback. Was this not unfolding according to Gran's script? Why the unexpected reaction? The scene continued. With a power level of 30,000, Vegeta stood no chance against the Ginyu Force's 120,000, let alone against the likes of Requiem, Berta, and Ginyu himself. Vegeta sustained yet another grievous injury, and surely this time he would meet his end. However, Raditz produced another tiny fragment of a senzu bean, placing it in Vegeta's mouth. Moreover, Nappa, seemingly aware of the Scion's predicament, decided to reveal his own hidden stash, producing yet another minuscule fragment. He instructed the newly revived Vegeta to hold it in his mouth, to be swallowed if he were to be injured again. With these final two fragments, Vegeta astonishingly recovered from his injuries 4 times, catapulting his power to an unprecedented 300,000. In the ensuing battle, Vegeta obliterated the entire Ginyu Force, leaving Ginyu himself without the opportunity to employ his signature technique. The god of destruction's realm fell into an eerie silence. It became evident that Raditz and Nappa had, in a bid to preserve their own lives, divided the quartered senzu bean given by Gran into 4 minuscule fragments. Thus, Vegeta was able to consume the beans 4 times. Gran, you're too kin. The Kaioshin wished to laugh, but refrained, his body trembling slightly. These two are truly exceptional. Gran. Infuriated, gripped his fists tighter, his knuckles cracking under the pressure. Observing Gran's reaction, Weiss was once again perplexed. Was this not the outcome Gran had anticipated? Why was he still enraged? In truth, Gran had not held back against Vegeta. Forget the notion that the protagonist of Dragon Ball cannot be slain. Gran had meticulously devised a plan for revenge. His first step was to brutalize Vegeta, the second to transform into a Super Saiyan and shatter his final defenses. The final step was to return the torment he had endured in kind. It is akin to the principle that if someone annihilates your family, you would not merely seek vengeance against that individual alone. He desired to make Vegeta experience the bitterness of betrayal, to let him languish in despair until his slow demise. Although the sudden appearance of the Ginyu Force had indeed disrupted some of Gran's plans, he was certain that Vegeta would ultimately perish, and that sufficed for him. After all, the Ginyu Force boasted a power level of 120,000. Even with the quartered Senzu Bean, how could Vegeta, with only a single dose, hope to triumph over the entire Ginyu Force? It was an inevitable end for Vegeta. Chapter 52. The True State of Selflessness Achieved. Yet Gran had not anticipated that such a minuscule portion of the Senzu Bean could be further divided by Raditz and Nappa. With even one fragment less, Vegeta would have remained unable to contend with the Ginyu Force, ultimately leading to his demise. Yet, against all odds, Vegeta had stumbled upon the singular opportunity to survive. These two are truly remarkable. Gran chuckled softly, quickly regaining his composure. His emotional fluctuations were somewhat peculiar. This was not the reaction one would expect from a being possessing half of the selfless state. Beerus and Weiss exchanged glances, realizing that perhaps their early return with Gran had been a miscalculation. Should they eliminate Vegeta after all? Beerus tentatively inquired. Gran remained silent, and after an extended pause, he finally replied with annoyance. Lord Beerus, you are truly bothersome. With that, the diminutive figure ignored Beerus and walked back towards the God of Destruction's palace. Beerus, taken aback, called out, where are you going? Aren't you going to discuss the Super Saiyan transformation with me? Lord Beerus, let him rest. He has trained outside for a year and has just returned from your beating. He must be exhausted. Weiss interjected, shaking his head at Beerus. You are the best at playing the good guy. Beerus shot Weiss a glare, suddenly recalling something, and with a smirk said, it seems you underestimated Gran. You didn't think he would hold back against that waste Vegeta, did you? Weiss's mouth twitched. He indeed believed Gran had been holding back against Vegeta. Ha ha. I didn't expect you to misjudge him as well. Beerus laughed for a moment before frowning. But if he is truly intent on killing Vegeta, why does he entertain other thoughts? Nearby, the Supreme Kai Shin and Jebet were left bewildered, unable to grasp the conversation between Beerus and Weiss. On a distant planet, the remnants of a fierce battle were evident. The once thriving human settlement lay in ruins. On the outskirts of the debris, two figures, one large and one small, crouched. While at the center of the wreckage stood a ragged child, exuding an aura of terrifying pressure. Vegeta has become incredibly powerful. Raditz swallowed hard. I never imagined he could eliminate the entire Ginyu Force after recovering 4 times. What now? Nappa trembled, speaking up, even though all members of the Ginyu Force are dead. We betrayed Vegeta. He will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Just then, a small Vegeta's voice rang out. You two, come here. He cast a glance at them, his concealed hand gathering energy into 2 orbs. Raditz and Nappa exchanged fearful looks and approached cautiously. Vegeta, we were wrong. Can you spare our lives? Given that we saved you? Raditz pleaded, his face pale with terror. Yes. In light of us saving you 4 times, please let us live. We swear we won't dare again. Nappa's head hung low, his heart racing as fear consumed him. You both know I despise betrayal above all. Vegeta's murderous intent nearly manifested physically as he revealed the energy orbs in his hand. Seeing the 2 orbs of energy in Vegeta's small hands, Nappa and Raditz collapsed to the ground in despair. No, please spare us. Spare you? Prepare to meet your end. Vegeta was about to unleash the energy orbs when suddenly, Gran's earlier words echoed in his mind. What does it feel like to be abandoned by your comrades? Damn it, you will pay. Vegeta roared, releasing the energy orbs. Boom. Boom. The earth-shattering explosions reverberated in their ears, and Raditz and Nappa opened their eyes in shock. Why does it not hurt? Are we not dead? The 2 of them were simultaneously flooded with thoughts as they hurriedly looked back, revealing 2 deep pits, each with a diameter of 50 meters. Appearing abruptly on the distant ground, it was evident that Vegeta had spared them. A tempest of emotions surged within them for the cold-blooded, arrogant Vegeta had actually let them go. How could this be? If it weren't for the fact that you saved me 4 times, I would have undoubtedly killed you, Vegeta remarked icily. Upon hearing his words, Raditz and his companion were instantly overwhelmed with joy. This was no dream. They scrambled to their feet and bowed obsequiously, exclaiming, "Thank you, Prince Vegeta, for sparing our lives." It won't happen again. Let's go, Vegeta commanded. Where shall we go, Prince Vegeta? They inquired. To train until we become Super Saiyans, and then we will seek Frieza. Yes. Before long, 3 spaceships ascended on the opposite side of the planet. Vegeta reclined within the central spaceship, his eyes closed, as memories of a conversation among Gran and others replayed in his mind. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis, Supreme Kai, and the candidate destroyer. It turned out that Gran had become a candidate for destroyer. I have lost without grievance. Time passed swiftly, and 6 months went by in the blink of an eye. Ever since Gran returned to the Destroyer Palace, he had not emerged. Today, however, an ethereal aura of pure essence suddenly radiated from the palace, swiftly permeating the entire realm of destruction. How is this possible? Beerus, lounging on a beach chair by the lake, was suddenly propelled into the air, his expression one of utter disbelief. The state of no self, the true state of no self. Beside him, Whis was equally astounded, waving his staff and whisking Beerus away from the lakeside. As if transcending time and space, they abruptly appeared before the Destroyer Palace. Whis, you truly did not sense wrong, did you? Beerus asked anxiously, wary of intruding upon the child inside. There can be no mistake. It is indeed the true state of no self, Whis assured, feeling his heart racing with excitement. Damn it, is this an emotion befitting an angel? But what can be done? A child who has cultivated for merely 3.5 years has attained the true state of no self. Not even Whis's father, the Grand Priest, could possibly comprehend this. They are coming out. My sincerest apologies for the delay in updates. Additionally, I would like to extend my gratitude to all the esteemed readers for your continued support. I love you all. Chapter 53, The Completion of Ultimate Freedom. Beerus and Whis held their breath as a small silhouette, shimmering with a silver glow, gradually emerged. The silver energy swirled around him, its intense heat warping the air. In the next moment, this energy surged into Gran's body at a terrifying speed, transforming his hair to a brilliant silver. If the half-state of no self represented the threshold of ultimate freedom, then the true state of no self signified its completion. At this moment, young Gran embodied the tranquility of the sky. This state liberated him from human weaknesses, allowing him to act without intent, flowing with the natural course of events. In this state, Gran did not acquire a fixed multiple in combat power like a Super Saiyan transformation would. Undoubtedly, his strength had increased, but it could no longer be quantified. Rather, it encompassed a holistic enhancement of power, speed, and reflexes, an all-encompassing elevation. Whis, he truly has achieved it. Upon witnessing Gran's silver hair, Beerus finally received the answer he sought, his voice filled with exhilaration. Lord Beerus, I recall you spent a decade cultivating your state of no self. Whis was equally thrilled, though he had yet to finish his thought. Stop, stop, stop. Beerus interjected angrily. Can you refrain from comparing everything to me and that little brat? You have no idea how extraordinary he is. Ah, yes, Lord Beerus, you both are my pupils, yet Gran is my most exceptional disciple. How could you possibly compare? Whis retorted playfully. What do you mean your pupil? Did I not teach him? Beerus hastily countered, ignoring any comparison. While someone may not have fallen into a deep slumber again, aside from eating and drinking, he still enjoys his lazy mornings. I won't name names. Let him ponder that himself. Get lost. How is that any different from directly mentioning my name? Even Lord Beerus admits it. So let me present you with an irrefutable fact. Gran is the one I brought back. Whis declared proudly, his chin raised, a display of smugness on his face. You. Beerus's forehead throbbed, his anger mounting, wishing to leap up and deliver a blow to Whis's head. Whis's expression shifted to one of amusement. What? Does Lord Beerus wish to spar with me? Off you go. I have no desire to lower myself to your level. Beerus sulked, knowing full well he could not defeat him. Lord Beerus, Whis, please do not worry about me. At that moment, Gran's silver hair reverted to black as he stepped out from within. Beerus and Whis ceased their banter, gazing at the child who had grown so much in just 3 years since arriving in the realm of destruction. It was truly astonishing. Though I am uncertain of what transpired, as long as you are well, that is enough, Beerus said, patting Gran on the shoulder. Whis ruffled Gran's hair, smiling. Sometimes, inner turmoil is not entirely negative. Did you not seize this opportunity to break through to the true state of no self? Indeed, the comforting words from Beerus and Whis warmed Gran's heart. In truth, during the moment when Vegeta was on the brink of death, he had been filled with a sense of vindictive pleasure, alongside a hint of regret for the second male lead. However, upon witnessing Vegeta's miraculous survival against all odds, he felt a wave of resignation. The intermingling of pleasure, regret, and helplessness had delivered a profound blow to his psyche. Yet, as misfortune turned to fortune, his half-state of no self had already reached a bottleneck 2.5 years prior. This emotional upheaval allowed him to shatter that bottleneck, propelling him into the true state of no self. Perhaps as Beerus and Whis had previously stated, breaking through a bottleneck involves numerous factors. Sometimes, a positive mood can effortlessly dismantle barriers. What sensations did you experience in that state? Whis inquired, retracting his hand with a smile. It was extraordinary. Gran glanced at his small hands. In that state, my strength, speed, and reflexes surged to a terrifying level. My body fought purely on instinct, without the need for conscious thought. It felt as if my consciousness had transcended to a divine perspective. Perhaps this is what you meant, Whis, by shedding the weaknesses of humanity. As he spoke, Gran closed his eyes once more, seemingly savoring that recent sensation. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, sharing a gentle smile. Indeed, that state was truly remarkable. You are correct. It is the shedding of human frailties. Your body is unaffected by subjective consciousness, allowing it to respond instinctively. As he spoke, Whis paused momentarily before continuing. I recall having mentioned to you before that the true state of selflessness belongs to the level of complete and utter freedom. However, Whis gazed at Gran with a smile. Though you have reached the state of selflessness, even if you embody this condition, it cannot yet be termed as complete freedom. At most, it can only be referred to as the nascent form of complete freedom. Of course, compared to the nascent form of complete freedom you possessed under the semi-selfless state, your current selfless state will undoubtedly be far more powerful. I understand that my physical instincts are still too weak to attain the realm of complete freedom. Young Gran was naturally aware of Whis's implication, and he expressed his disappointment. In other words, my physical instincts still do not match my state of mind. Even a fool can be taught. Beside them, Beerus nodded in satisfaction. Gran, Beerus further reassured, do not be disheartened. Many gods of destruction have not even reached the semi-selfless level yet. You have already accomplished much, for apart from Beerus, the other gods of destruction are incapable of cultivating complete freedom. Beerus cleared his throat and added, moreover, when your strength and physical instincts reach a higher level, you will naturally be able to master the state of complete freedom effortlessly. At that moment, Beerus spoke with the tone of a concerned father, causing Gran to blink his round, expressive eyes. After 6 months apart, how had Lord Beerus suddenly become so comforting? I am comforting you. What is that look you have? Beerus felt his fists clench. Whis interjected, you two have shifted moods rather rapidly. Weren't we just enjoying a harmonious moment? How is it that we are about to quarrel again? Hey, where have Asin and the others gone? Gran asked, noticing Beerus clenching his fists. They have returned to the realm of the Kaioshin. Do not change the subject. What was that look you just gave? I see. So when does Lord Beerus plan to release the old Kaioshin? Surely, I cannot be left to teach Asin indefinitely? Young Gran's eyes darted around as he evaded the question. Beerus' mouth twitched. This little rascal remained as infuriating as ever. Then I shall ask you this, he said, tugging at Gran's collar and lifting him into the air. Their gazes locking. What about your promise to explain that Super Saiyan state to us? Chapter 54. The Divine Dimensions Super Saiyan Force State of Complete Freedom? 6 months prior, when Gran returned to the God of Destruction realm, he and Beerus had sparred, revealing numerous flaws in Gran's Super Saiyan state. His power, aura, and emotions were all adversely affected by that golden-haired form, leading to extreme volatility. Moreover, Beerus discovered that Gran could no longer embody the nascent form of complete freedom while in that Super Saiyan state. Consequently, even with a 50-fold increase in power, Gran was inferior to his normal state. To us, that golden form and your ancestors' verdant state are erroneous. I truly do not comprehend why you remain so fixated on it, Whis remarked, shaking his head. Beerus unceremoniously dropped the young lad back to the ground, stating coldly, now. Explain yourself. Gran steadied himself, falling into silence, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Among the Scion race, there are essentially three transformation paths. One is the ancestral type transformation like Broly's, another is the Super Saiyan series, and the final one is the Super Saiyan God series. Gran could not achieve the transformation akin to Broly's, which goes without saying. The Super Saiyan God transformation, while granting mortals a divine aura and enabling them to sense divine energy, ultimately bears little distinction from the Super Saiyan transformations. Just as the Super Saiyan Blue state leads to rapid energy depletion, Gran's dimension had already reached the peak of the Kaioshin realm. If he could break through that dimensional barrier, he would become a true deity. Therefore, Gran had never contemplated the pseudo-divine transformations. The Super Saiyan series, however, represents the correct path for the Saiyan race. Although the prelude to Super Saiyan may forth present significant drawbacks, such as exaggerated energy consumption, immense physical burden, and uncontrollable rage, each transformation breakthrough allows the Saiyan bloodline to evolve. By the time one reaches Super Saiyan 4, issues related to energy depletion, physical burden, and emotional volatility would be resolved. One could assert that Super Saiyan 4 is merely another state of normalcy for Saiyans. If Beerus claims Gran cannot embody complete freedom in the Super Saiyan state, he surely can in the Super Saiyan 4 state. This leads to the potential combination of the Divine Dimension's Super Saiyan 4 state of complete freedom. Furthermore, who can say that the Super Saiyan 4 state is the culmination of the Super Saiyan series? Who knows if Gran's dimension can only stop at the Divine Dimension? At that time, it is likely that the combination of the Divine Dimension's Super Saiyan 4 state of complete freedom will need to be redefined. Lord Beerus, our Saiyan history contains a record of another state following my Super Saiyan transformation, known as the Ultimate State. Young Gran spoke without a hint of hesitation, continuing. This ultimate state is regarded as yet another normal state for Saiyans. In this state, the issues of energy consumption and physical burden are effortlessly resolved. Moreover, you mentioned that I cannot embody complete freedom in the Super Saiyan form. I assure you I can in the ultimate state. Boom. A tempest of astonishment surged within Beerus and Whis, as they were taken aback by the revelation of a Saiyan ultimate state. Both, as the supreme deities of the seventh universe, immediately considered the implications regarding the amplification of power associated with the Super Saiyan. If that ultimate state truly eliminates the disadvantages of the Super Saiyan form, the resultant amplification would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Let us not forget that Gran's dimension is on the verge of breaking through, leading to the Divine Dimension's Super Saiyan 4 state of complete freedom. How astonishing would that be? Impossible. Beerus shook his head, declaring, from our perspective, your Super Saiyan transformation is undoubtedly flawed. How could there possibly be an ultimate state? Whis remained silent, lost in contemplation. I speak the truth, Lord Beerus. You must believe me. Gran urged, growing anxious. All right, Beerus began, but Whis interrupted, saying, perhaps we should consider releasing the old Kaioshin. Although the old Kaioshin often indulges in less than respectable literature, which may lead one to believe he lacks decorum, his insights, knowledge, and abilities rank him first among all Kaioshin in the Omni King's universe. As Whis stated this, his tone was exceptionally grave. Even Beerus, who often clashed with the old Kaioshin, refrained from disputing it, as it seemed to be an accepted truth. Gran's eyes widened. He knew the old Kaioshin was indeed formidable, yet he had not anticipated his prowess to such an extent. According to Whis's assessment, since Beerus is deemed the strongest god of destruction, the old Kaioshin could very well be regarded as the most powerful Kaioshin. Yet, the seventh universe, boasting two such paragons, languished at the second-to-last position in the Omni King's rankings. Truly, a remarkable reversal. There are countless mysteries in the universe that even I am unaware of. The old Kaioshin is likely well-informed. I recall he has a particular interest in various races. Perhaps he might discern something significant. With that, Whis turned to Beerus. Our universe is presently ranked second to last. If this continues, we may risk being erased by the Omni King. In a universe where both the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction are indispensable, the youthful Supreme Kai, Shin, remains rather inexperienced and uninformed. Perhaps it would be better this way, sighed Beerus, fully aware of what Whis had expressed. After a prolonged silence, the realm of destruction enveloped itself in an eerie quietude. Ultimately, Beerus seemed to have reached a resolution. Casting a glance at Gran, he remarked with a hint of irritation, for the sake of this little rascal, I shall forego my slothful slumbers, and now I must unveil my ultimate life-preserving technique. Truly, I must have owed you in my past life. In times past, Gran would have retorted fiercely to Beerus's scolding, but now, his heart overflowed with gratitude. Beerus had indeed invested greatly in him, and he resolved not to be ungrateful. Let me yield to him for now. I shall engage in a verbal spar later. Gran mused, humph, with such remarkable talent. If you do not cultivate to the point of breaking the rules that bind us, I shall make you rue the day. With that, Beerus resignedly commanded, Whis. To the Supreme Kai realm. Yes. Whis chuckled, brandishing his staff, and together with Beerus and Gran, they ascended into the heavens. Chapter 55. Whis, who said I cannot teleport. In the Supreme Kai realm, a divine aura permeated the surroundings, creating an extraordinarily picturesque environment, replete with vast meadows and crystal-clear lakes. At the heart of this realm lay a lake, upon which stood a colossal stone pillar, atop which a sword was embedded, emanating a faint aura of destruction. However, this aura had waned to such an extent that even Shin and Jebet, who had visited the realm of destruction, could hardly perceive it. What are you searching for? Supreme Kai? Jebet inquired, closely following Shin across the meadows. According to Grand and Mr. Whis, my esteemed ancestor is sealed within the Supreme Kai realm. And I am in pursuit of his whereabouts, Shin replied, searching high and low across the grasslands. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered to the lakeside where the Supreme Kai sword was situated. Where could it be? Shin pondered, having searched for several months without success, ultimately collapsing onto the grass beside the lake. Are you not going to continue searching, Supreme Kai? Jebet asked. It seems futile. Perhaps we should wait for Lord Beerus and the others to arrive. Shin responded, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the sword on the pillar. Yet he exhibited no reaction and soon shifted his attention elsewhere. Reclining on the grass, Shin and his servant Jebet stood in silence. The Supreme Kai realm swiftly returning to tranquility. I was previously unaware that deities of destruction existed in the universe. How naive I was. Shin mused, gazing at the azure sky, suddenly indulging in self-deprecation. This is not your fault, Supreme Kai. It was merely that the incident with Majin Buu occurred so abruptly that the Grand Supreme Kai could not impart his wisdom to you in time, Jebet interjected, his tone growing more confident. However, from this moment forth, we need not fear Majin Buu any longer. Yes, with Lord Beerus and Gran here, I shall no longer dread any malevolence, Shin proclaimed, rising from the grass, his eyes ablaze with fervor. After all, Gran once mentioned that Lord Beerus is the mightiest god of destruction across the entire universe. Indeed, that candidate for god of destruction is formidable as well. Jebet recalled their first encounter with Gran, involuntarily trembling. Ha ha ha, that is only natural, Shin declared, clenching his small fists with confidence. Having been by Gran's side for so long, I have witnessed his remarkable growth. His potential is truly astounding. If Lord Beerus is the strongest god of destruction in the universe, then Gran surely must be the most powerful candidate. Let us not forget the old Supreme Kai, Jebet exclaimed with increasing excitement. According to Mr. Whis, the old Supreme Kai is also incredibly formidable. Once we release him from his seal, our universe will undoubtedly rise to prominence. As he spoke, Jebet began to tremble with anticipation, and Shin was equally affected. His face flushed with excitement at the thought of such formidable divine beings as their backing. However, Supreme Kai, Jebet inquired, I am curious as to why the old Supreme Kai was sealed by Lord Beerus. Shin paused, having only learned from Gran and Whis of his ancestors' formidable prowess. Yet, the reasons for the sealing remained a mystery. I am unsure, he stammered. Mr. Whis did not inform you? No. Shin and Jebet exchanged bewildered glances as the atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, a radiant spectrum descended from the heavens. Whis, your pace is rather slow. It pales in comparison to my teleportation. Gran quipped upon landing. Whis, visibly perturbed, retorted, then why did you not teleport us here? I thought you had already set off. I didn't anticipate your sluggishness. Gran replied, this time, I stand with you. Gran, I have been tolerating Whis' pace for far too long. Beerus grumbled. I find it perplexing that he doesn't learn to teleport, he added, with Whis' lips twitching in response. Why are you silent, Whis? Lord Beerus is inquiring why you do not learn to teleport. Gran pressed curiously. It was notable that during the Golden Frisia saga, Whis had not utilized teleportation when Frisia invaded Earth. It was only due to Gohan's powerful energy that Goku could successfully teleport back home. Enough with your banter. Whis interjected, casting a sidelong glance at them. Who says I cannot teleport? It is simply that we angels are prohibited from employing such techniques. Upon hearing this revelation, Beerus and Gran exchanged glances of understanding. It makes sense, Gran reflected. After all, if mere mortals could easily master teleportation, how could a being of Whis' caliber not possess such an ability? Clearly, there were additional rules governing the angels beyond the principle of neutrality. At that moment, Shin and Jebbet approached with respect. It is an honor to meet Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis. Finally, Shin turned to Gran with joy. It has been a while. You have finally emerged from your retreat. After half a year apart, Shin couldn't help but notice subtle changes in Gran. While his stature and appearance remained unchanged, an ethereal aura surrounded him. Yes, I have been training for 6 months and have only just emerged, Gran nodded. Having been preoccupied with inquiring about Whis' teleportation, he had yet to fully appreciate the legendary Supreme Kai realm. As he surveyed the surroundings, the environment indeed mirrored the serene beauty depicted in the anime. In contrast, the Supreme Kai realm and the realm of destruction represented two starkly different existences. Suddenly, Gran's attention was drawn to the colossal stone pillar at the center of the lake, upon which a sword was embedded. Beerus and Whis also diverted their gazes to the sword, and the atmosphere grew charged with anticipation. Shin and Jebbet swallowed hard, recalling Whis' words from half a year prior, when he had suggested that soon, Lord Beerus would release the old Supreme Kai. Gran, are you here to unseal my ancestor? Shin inquired, cautiously approaching Gran. Indeed, Gran affirmed. Gran did not hesitate. He spoke candidly. Really? The Kaioshin Shin suddenly became agitated and hurriedly inquired. May I ask where the seal of my ancestor is? I have searched for several months in the Kaioshin realm and have found no trace of him. Chapter 56. Breaking the Kaioshin sword with bare hands. It's right there. Gran extended his small hand and pointed at the Kaioshin sword resting on the stone pillar. Neither Beerus nor Whis reacted much to Glan's knowledge of the old Kaioshin being sealed within the sword, as the remnants of destructive energy lingered on the blade, which was something Glan, as a candidate for the god of destruction, could easily sense. However, Beerus was taken aback by how fragile the seal he had placed years ago had become over time. It seemed that it would not be long before the seal would completely collapse on its own. Where's that? Kaioshin Shin followed Glan's direction with a puzzled look. Are you saying my ancestor is sealed within that stone pillar? No. Glan shook his head and clarified. He is sealed within the sword on that pillar. What? My ancestor is sealed inside the Kaioshin sword? Kaioshin Shin's eyes widened in disbelief. After searching for months and considering all possible locations, he and Jebbet had never thought that the seal would be on the Kaioshin sword itself. How can this be? Kaioshin Shin said incredulously. We have always had a legend about this sword. It is said that whoever can pull it out will gain immense power. How could my ancestor possibly be sealed here? It was no wonder Kaioshin Shin was so shocked. Every generation of Kaioshins had attempted to draw this sword, yet none had discovered that it contained the seal of an old Kaioshin. At that moment, Beerus interjected, What Kaioshin sword? This broken sword is merely a tool I used to seal that old man. I tossed it here casually back in the day, and you all treat it as some sort of revered artifact. Jebbet and Kaioshin Shin exchanged glances, realizing the absurdity of the situation. So you're telling me that a discarded broken sword has been treated as a treasure? What does that say about our years of reverent worship? Is it a joke? Seeing Kaioshin Shin's face darken, little Glan struggled to suppress his laughter, nearly causing himself internal injury. Whis' body quivered slightly, and he could no longer hold back, bursting into hearty laughter. As he laughed, Glan joined in, their laughter echoing by the lake, further darkening Kaioshin Shin's expression. All right, Beerus said, forcing a grin. Glan, go ahead and pull it out. Yes. Glan stifled his laughter and flew toward the stone pillar, drawing all eyes upon him, especially Kaioshin Shin, who was eager to see if the sword indeed held his ancestor. Glan landed atop the stone pillar and examined the Kaioshin sword, which appeared rather ordinary. It was impressive that so many generations of Kaioshins had treated it as a treasure. Here we go. Glan bent slightly and grasped the sword's hilt with one hand. In the anime, Gohan in his normal state could not pull the sword out. He had to transform into his Super Saiyan 2 state, boasting a combat power of at least several billion, to do so. Thus, in his current state, Glan knew he would not be able to draw the sword. Transforming into a Super Saiyan would surely earn him Beerus' ire, so he thought better of it. Muttering to himself, Glan closed his eyes and suddenly opened them wide. A silver light flashed around him, and his hair turned instantly silver. In the state of Ultra Instinct Sign, Glan's power transcended numerical measurement. His strength, speed, and reflexes reached unprecedented levels. As Beerus would say, Glan's Super Saiyan form was insignificant compared to his current state. Indeed, Glan squinted, exerting a gentle force with his right hand. With a crack, the Kaioshin sword was easily drawn from its resting place, causing the stone pillar in the center of the lake to collapse instantly. Kaioshin-sama, the Kaioshin sword has been drawn. Jebet's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Gulp. Kaioshin Shin remained silent, swallowing hard. He understood that Glan, as a candidate for the god of destruction, was capable of drawing the sword. However, witnessing the sword, which had eluded generations of Kaioshins, being pulled from the stone was still a shocking sight. Glan held the sword aloft as he descended to the ground. Lord Beerus, I have drawn the sword. After so many years, it still required me to enter the Ultra Instinct Sign state just to pull this broken sword. How embarrassing. Beerus grimaced, clearly unimpressed. I knew this scrawny cat would mock me. I apologize, Lord Beerus. I have trained for 3.5 years to achieve a combat power of 1 billion. I have trained for 3.5 years to reach a state of selflessness in my mind. I have trained for 3.5 years to refine my physical instincts to the second stage. I have trained for 3.5 years to attain the pinnacle of Kaioshin dimensions. My talent is still too weak. I had to enter the Ultra Instinct Sign state just to pull a broken sword. I have disappointed you. Glan's tone was filled with remorse, unaware that each word he spoke darkened Beerus's expression further. Whis, stifling laughter, thought to himself that if Glan's talent was deemed weak, Beerus would surely jump off a building. Enough with your incessant lamenting about your talent. It's quite annoying. Beerus glared at the young boy and then, without irritation, commanded, now break that broken sword. Oh, Glan chuckled, deciding not to tease Beerus further as he prepared to break the sword. Wait, Kaioshin Shin interjected, Lord Beerus. Do we need to break this sword to unseal my ancestor? But we've revered this sword for so long. Beerus paid no mind to the young Kaioshin, giving Glan a knowing glance. Fine. Glan gripped the sword tightly with both hands and exerted a sudden force. In the anime, it was said that this sword was made of the hardest metal in the universe, Carson steel, yet on this day, Glan broke it barehanded. With a crack, the Kaioshin sword snapped in two. Jebet and Kaioshin Shin stared in disbelief. It broke just like that. Glan tossed the two broken halves of the sword to the ground and exhaled heavily. The sword still had some substance to it, even in his Ultra Instinct Sign state. It required considerable effort to break it. Chapter 57. Astonished by Glan's talent after breaking the sword, Glan exited the Ultra Instinct Sign state and returned to Beerus and Whis' side. Meanwhile, Jebet and Kaioshin Shin remained in shock. Everyone gazed at the two halves of the broken sword on the ground, and the atmosphere by the lake grew eerily quiet. After a moment, the broken sword showed no signs of change. Both Kaioshin Shin and Jebet exchanged puzzled glances. Were they not told that their ancestor was sealed within this sword? Why was there no reaction at all? Witnessing the scene, Beerus's forehead began to throb, and he growled, Old man, I know you're still alive. If you don't come out, I'll seal you again. With that, a sudden gust of wind whipped up along the lakeshore. Glan chuckled softly to himself, appreciating the mischievous nature of the old Supreme Kai. In stark contrast to Glan's reaction, Ashen and Jebet were taken aback, realizing that their ancestor had indeed been sealed within this sword. In the next moment, a surge of divine energy erupted as a figure emerged from the two broken swords. It's happening! Ashen and Jebet exclaimed with excitement, for their ancestor was a being so revered even by angels. Would he finally be freed? As they gazed in anticipation, an elderly man clad in Supreme Kai attire materialized before them. This diminutive figure bore the marks of age, wrinkles etched deeply into his face, a hunch in his back, and particularly, his squinty eyes which lent him an air of cunning and slyness. Boom. The contrast was overwhelming. Ashen and Jebet felt as if struck by lightning. Wasn't he their ancestor, a legendary Supreme Kai from 15 generations ago? Wasn't he supposed to be erudite, sharp-eyed, and extraordinarily powerful? How did he resemble a lecherous old man from the mortal world? The old Supreme Kai shot a glance at his two foolish descendants, saying nothing, before bowing before Beerus. Greetings, Lord Beerus. Greetings, Mr. Whis. Just a moment ago, he had feigned being inanimate. Why was he now so animated? Beerus crossed his arms, his tone icy. Weren't you just pretending to be dead? How come you're suddenly up and about? The old Supreme Kai retorted, after being sealed for millions of years. Am I not allowed a little temper? His mood clearly shifted. He disregarded Beerus and focused his attention on young Glan. You little rascal. Seeing the old man ignore him, veins bulged on Beerus' forehead. He was about to teach him a lesson when Whis intervened, shaking his head. At that moment, the old Supreme Kai was studying young Glan, causing Beerus' anger to dissipate. Despite his irritating demeanor, the old man's perception, knowledge, and abilities were unparalleled. His presence here was to assess Glan's potential. Greetings, Lord Supreme Kai. Glan bowed respectfully. The old Supreme Kai remained silent, his eyes narrowing to slits. The intensity of his gaze was daunting, making Glan feel as if he were under a spotlight, rendering him uneasy. In that instant, silence enveloped them all. 2 minutes passed. The corners of the old Supreme Kai's mouth twitched violently, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and the light in his eyes grew more fervent, as if he had glimpsed a treasure beyond measure. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, his cackles startling everyone. Beerus nearly leapt to deliver a reprimand, but Whis restrained him once more. Marvelous. I never anticipated the day of my release would coincide with the appearance of such an extraordinary little one. The old Supreme Kai's gaze burned with intensity, akin to that of a connoisseur beholding a rare beauty. He even licked his lips, his demeanor bordering on the grotesque. As he spoke, the old Supreme Kai shuffled toward Glan, lifting the little boy effortlessly beneath his arms, showcasing remarkable control over his strength. The atmosphere was serene, imbued with an ethereal quality. His every movement seemed instinctual, a testament to mastery that transcended the self. Good heavens, you have achieved the state of selflessness, he exclaimed. And your instincts, each reaction appears to embody your martial will. This is second stage instinctual prowess. Most astonishingly, your dimensionality at merely 9.5 years of age, reaching the pinnacle of the Supreme Kai dimension, is nothing short of monstrous. My word, I dare say even Lord Beerus in his youth could not compare to you, little one. The old Supreme Kai, still holding Glan aloft, grew increasingly astonished. Beerus paid no heed to the old man's last comment and exchanged a knowing glance with Whis. Indeed, the old man's perception remained as sharp as ever. Glan too was taken aback by the old man's insight. With just a glance, he had discerned Glan's secrets. Truly a formidable figure. Lord Supreme Kai, could you please set me down? Glan requested, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the old man's scrutinizing gaze, which was unsettlingly intense, punctuated by his occasional lip-licking. Patience, young one. Let me observe you a moment longer, the old Supreme Kai insisted, eager to ascertain the extent of Glan's power. Suddenly, a booming sound echoed as a massive energy sphere, 100 meters in diameter, appeared above them. Glan effortlessly supported this orb with one hand, stating calmly, I believe it would be better for you to put me down. Lord Supreme Kai. The overwhelming force radiated from the energy sphere caused the old Supreme Kai to shudder, prompting him to hastily lower Glan. Only then did Glan dissipate the energy orb from his small hand, having concentrated on the power emanating from the boy. The old Supreme Kai finally noticed Glan was clad in the distinctive garb of a god of destruction reminiscent of ancient Egypt. Lord Beerus, is this your disciple from 3.5 years ago? The old Supreme Kai swallowed hard. Though he had been sealed away, he could still sense the emergence of the 7th universe's candidate for god of destruction. Haha, how do you find my choice for a candidate? Beerus boasted. Lifting his chin in pride, Whis covered his face, exasperated by Beerus's arrogance. It was I who made the selection, you know. So, he is the candidate for our 7th universe. No wonder he possesses such a distinct personality. The old Supreme Kai leaped with excitement. He paid no mind to Glan's earlier display of power, for it was precisely the kind of character one would expect from a candidate for god of destruction. With such a prodigious candidate, our 7th universe is bound to soar. The old Supreme Kai was elated, finding this event the most exhilarating in millions of years. Upon hearing the old man's disparagement, Beerus felt his fists clench, coldly retorting, It seems the years of your sealing have dulled your memory of my iron fist. If you seek a fight, I shall oblige. The old Supreme Kai was startled, quickly suppressing his laughter, and retorted, Speak plainly. You surely did not release me without purpose. What is it you desire? Chapter 58. The terrifying insight of the old Supreme Kai. With that, the old Supreme Kai cast a glance at Glan. This little one was Beerus's new disciple, and his talent was frighteningly immense. Beerus had brought him here today. which clearly indicated that his release was likely connected to this boy. This little one has recently strayed onto a misguided path, claiming his journey is the right one. I require your insight. Beerus shot a glare at Glan, the boy's golden-haired appearance making his teeth grind in irritation. The old Supreme Kai's lips twitched. He had anticipated that Beerus would not release him without a reason. What kind of expression is that? Are you reluctant to even take a look? Humph. After being sealed for millions of years, you only release me when it serves your purpose, yet you refuse to let me express a little temper? Beerus fell silent, his irritation palpable. Who incited your wrath all those years ago? I will ask you once more, will you look? As he spoke, Beerus's tone grew cold. The old Supreme Kai, unperturbed, retorted, Our seventh universe currently ranks second to last. Do you dare seal me again? Without my oversight, you too shall face erasure from Lord Zeno. Beerus's expression shifted dramatically. He realized he could not continue sealing this old man. Ashen and Jebet, who had remained silent, were wide-eyed, astonished that their ancestor dared to confront Lord Beerus directly. Gran did not expect that the old man would show a rare display of tenacity. It was truly intriguing. Humph, considering your newly accepted disciple, I shall grant you some leniency this time. The old Kaioshin's confrontation rendered Beerus speechless, and he felt a sense of satisfaction as he turned to Gran, saying, Let me see where your path has gone awry. Yes. Gran retreated several meters, casting a glance at the onlookers before fixing his gaze on the old Kaioshin. In the anime, the old Kaioshin discerned that Goku's potential had been stunted due to the severing of his tail. Ultimately, it was the old Kaioshin who helped Goku regrow his tail, enabling him to successfully ascend to Super Saiyan 4. With the old Kaioshin's keen perception, he should be able to glean some insights when Gran transforms into a Super Saiyan. Without further thought, Gran inhaled deeply, clenched his fists, and began to bow down. After 6 months, he had mastered the technique of transformation. Thus, he commenced. Emotions surged, and a tempestuous power erupted from his spine. Boom! The skies darkened. A brilliant golden light radiated from Gran, and in an instant, his hair turned golden. Boom! A battle power of 50 billion spread across the Kaioshin realm, causing the ground to tremble. This power. The old Kaioshin was astonished that Gran, at merely 9.5 years old, possessed such formidable strength. The power was indeed immense. However, the aura was overwhelmingly violent. Such ferocity could not be right. This was not your inherent strength. The old Kaioshin's expression darkened. Your original power was not this potent. This surging energy relies on rage for sustenance. What kind of misguided path are you following? Beside them, Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, and it seemed they had not misjudged the situation. Gran's path was indeed flawed. Not far away, Gran overheard the old Kaioshin's remarks. To his dismay, the old Kaioshin's reaction mirrored that of the anime, declaring that the transformation into Super Saiyan was a misguided approach. Panic set in. If even the old Kaioshin disapproved of his path, Beerus would surely not allow him to continue transforming. The divine dimension of Super Saiyan 4 would then be lost. All right, it is evident that your path is erroneous, and there is no ultimate form awaiting you. You ought to behave more prudently and not stray further into misguided ways. Beerus glared at Gran from a distance, expressing his disappointment. Yet, upon hearing this, the old Kaioshin turned his attention to Gran. What ultimate form? Whis explained. Gran mentioned that his clan's historical texts describe an ultimate state that follows his golden-haired transformation. Upon reaching that state, his aura will no longer be violent, and his physical burdens will be alleviated. Upon hearing this, the old Kaioshin fell silent, prompting confusion for Beerus and Whis. Could there truly be an ultimate state? No one dared to speak, fearing they would disrupt the old Kaioshin's contemplation. After more than 10 minutes, the old Kaioshin suddenly refocused his gaze on young Gran, who was still in his Super Saiyan form. At that moment, a golden light flashed in his mind. I understand now, the old Kaioshin exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Beerus jumped in surprise. This old man was always startling him. Old Kaioshin, what have you discovered? Whis inquired, his brow furrowed. Mr. Whis, have you noticed? That young lad's ability to transform into this state is entirely due to a certain factor within him. The old Kaioshin's eyes sparkled with excitement. A factor? Beerus and Whis exchanged puzzled looks. Indeed, you may regard this factor as a type of cell. That young lad has activated this cell through his fury, thus granting him such immense power. The old Kaioshin paused briefly before continuing with fervor. The greater the quantity of this cell within him, the more formidable his transformation will become. When this cell reaches an ultimate quantity, he may indeed be able to achieve that so-called ultimate state. Boom. Gran's heart trembled. How terrifyingly perceptive the old Kaioshin was. The factor he spoke of could be termed a factor or a cell. His ability to transform into a super scion stemmed from these very cells. At this moment, the old Kaioshin approached young Gran once more, scrutinizing the child with keen eyes. Beerus and the others followed suit. Surrounded by spectators, Gran struggled to exert complete control over his power due to his turbulent emotions. Yet he managed to rein in his might effortlessly. This was the advantage gained from the training of a prospective destroyer. At this moment, Gran's aura had entirely dissipated. Visually, he resembled a super scion in full power. To control his strength at such a level is indeed commendable for a candidate destroyer of Universe 7. The old Kaioshin gazed intently at the young boy, shaking his head. However, your current state relies on rage to transform. Even if this form appears less violent, the fury within you still lingers. The old man was correct. Not only did the rage persist within, but the physical burden remained as well. Beerus also noted the shortcomings of Gran's state. In this form, Gran could not utilize Ultra Instinct. Young lad, the old Kaioshin inquired. You mentioned that your clan's historical texts contained accounts of that ultimate state. Please elaborate. Gran was about to respond when the old Kaioshin interrupted. You are a scion? Where's your tail? I had Wasil my tail years ago, Gran explained. In truth, his tail had been severed when he arrived in this realm. Aside from the necessity for Super Scion 4, it had only been a hindrance. Thus, he had was temporarily seal it, knowing it could be unsealed when needed. I see. The old Kaioshin nodded. Gran continued. According to the historical texts, our ultimate state requires reclaiming one's self during the Great Ape Transformation. As the old Kaioshin listened to Gran's account, his eyes brightened with every word. Upon Gran finishing, the old Kaioshin exclaimed, a genius. Who could have conceived such a method? The excitement caused him to leap in jubilation. Beerus and Whis exchanged knowing glances. Aside from his penchant for peeping at women, the old Kaioshin excelled in observing the cosmos and studying various races. It seemed that Gran's assertion about the ultimate state held considerable truth. I was initially hesitant, but your mention of reclaiming oneself during the Great Ape Transformation confirms it. The old Kaioshin's smile radiated like a blooming flower, his tone brimming with confidence. Young lad, if I am not mistaken, each transformation following this golden-haired state will only become increasingly violent. Gran's pupils slightly contracted. The old Kaioshin was remarkably astute. Following the Super Scion transformation, the subsequent forms, Super Scion 2 and Super Scion 3, would indeed grow progressively more volatile. Especially Super Scion 3, while visually impressive, possessed even more absurd flaws. It not only manifested fury but also leaked energy. Though you will become increasingly ferocious, it is merely a phase. The old Kaioshin's excitement mounted. Your transformation into this so-called Super Scion is, in fact, an accumulation of the violent factors within your being. As you have articulated, to transform into the ultimate state, one must first revert to the primal form of a scion, which is the great ape form. In this original state, the accumulated rage within you will be unleashed all at once. Rediscovering your true self in this condition essentially means igniting all the rage factors within your being. Once the fury inside you is entirely consumed, you will return to your essence and metamorphose into the ultimate state. Haha, it is undeniably true. The old Supreme Kai once again lifted little Gran before his eyes, exclaiming with excitement, the records you possess are certainly accurate. That ultimate state is merely another form of existence for you scions. In that state, the overwhelming power, the burden on the body, and the excessive consumption will undoubtedly vanish. The laughter of the old Supreme Kai echoed along the lakeside. Boom. A tempest surged within the hearts of the onlookers. Particularly, Beerus found no faults in the old Supreme Kai's analysis. Every step he took in reasoning was correct. This meant that after Gran's transformation into a Super Scion, there would indeed be a final form. Suddenly, a realization struck. Whis recalled something and spoke. My lord old Supreme Kai, my father stated that this transformation of the scions is erroneous. Upon hearing this, little Gran's expression darkened. The Grand Priest referred to the legendary Super Scion, which is entirely different from his transformation. You even inquired with the Grand Priest? He claims this is a mistake? The old Supreme Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. It is impossible. My deductions cannot be flawed. Mr. Whis, please repeat what your father conveyed to me. The old Supreme Kai placed little Gran back on the ground. Faced with questioning of his own reasoning, he was quite displeased, even if the challenger was the Grand Priest. Observing the old Supreme Kai's steadfastness, Beerus and Gran found a newfound respect for the old fellow. Whiss's mouth twitched slightly, yet he recounted the legendary tale of Otis once more. The first scion? The green-hued state? Challenging Lord Zeno? The old Supreme Kai shuddered, stepping back 2 paces. The scion lineage possessed such an extraordinary background. No, the state described by the Grand Priest is fundamentally different from this little one's condition. The old Supreme Kai fervently shook his head. This state only results in a loss of reason prior to transforming into the ultimate form. At all other times, it remains intact. Furthermore, this little one has already attained the pinnacle of Kai dimensions, and with the next step, he shall become a true deity. At that moment, his lifespan will be equal to that of Lord Beerus. He will neither lose his reason nor face issues of lifespan. This is entirely dissimilar to the state described by the Grand Priest. At this juncture, the old Supreme Kai turned to Whis. Every entity in existence has its purpose. Existence is rational. Although this little one's golden-haired state may have numerous imperfections at the outset, ultimately, those flaws can be perfectly resolved. This is the significance of his transformation. All preceding experiences serve as a foundation for the final ultimate state. I am certain that his path is undoubtedly correct. Chapter 60. Existence is rational. The old Supreme Kai's gaze was resolute, and as he concluded his statement, a thunderous resonance filled the air. Beerus's eyes sharpened, and he could now affirm that the ultimate state was without doubt. Gran felt a deep admiration for the old Supreme Kai. He only understood that the Super Saiyan 4 state was correct, but he was unaware of the significance of the transformations leading up to it. The old Supreme Kai truly was impressive. Action and Jebet comprehended nothing throughout this exchange, yet in that moment, they felt as though their ancestor was radiating light. In contrast to the reactions of others, which trembled slightly upon hearing the old Supreme Kai's words. Is existence truly rational? His father's final words had been, every entity has its purpose, existence is rational. If Otis could resolve those issues, perhaps the outcome would differ. The same principle of existence being rational. With the old Supreme Kai's elucidation, it all made sense. Perhaps Otis's transformation was not erroneous. It was simply that no one had assisted him in finding solutions to those problems. Whis regarded the old Supreme Kai with a peculiar gaze. Truly, this old man was remarkable. Mr. Whis, is something the matter? The old Supreme Kai inquired with a frown. Truly, you are deserving of your title as old Supreme Kai. Despite being sealed for so many years, your insight remains formidable. I am in awe. Whis, holding his staff, expressed his admiration. No. The old Supreme Kai felt a bit embarrassed from the praise, scratching his head in a somewhat comical manner. Mr. Whis, you are far more skilled than I. You possess vast knowledge, while I only excel in this modest field of racial studies. Whis chose not to contest this, intending to say more. Meanwhile, Beerus, growing impatient, interjected. All right, we understand you are all impressive. I simply wish to know what Gran needs to do now. Gran perked up his small ears. Whis responded. Based on the old Supreme Kai's recent analysis, I too believe that Gran's path is correct. Therefore, what Gran needs to do next is diligently train until he accumulates sufficient rage factors, and then allow himself to transform into the ultimate state. At this point, Whis turned to the old Supreme Kai, smiling. Old Supreme Kai, I am not mistaken, am I? No. Guiding training is your forte, Mr. Whis. The old Supreme Kai chuckled awkwardly. He felt he could not compete with Whis in terms of training guidance. At this juncture, Gran finally exhaled in relief, knowing he could now pursue the path of the Super Saiyan earnestly. Thank you, old Supreme Kai, for clarifying my doubts. Gran bowed respectfully. No need for thanks. You are a candidate for the destroyer of our 7th universe. Your strength will bolster our universe's might. The old Supreme Kai waved his hand, casting a glance at Beerus, then coldly remarked, moreover, my release was also thanks to you, little one. Had it not been for you, I might not know how many more years I would remain sealed. His voice echoed with a tone reminiscent of a resentful spirit. In response to the old Supreme Kai's sardonic remarks, Beerus scoffed, thinking that this old man had indeed assisted him greatly today. So what if he was a little dramatic? Whis, accustomed to their dynamic, could not help but chuckle. By the way, Whis turned to Gran. While your path is indeed correct, you have yet to reach that ultimate state. I advise you to refrain from excessive use of that golden-haired form. Refrain? Does that mean I can use it occasionally? Gran blinked innocently. Everyone paused in surprise. Beerus, perplexed, stated, "Did you not hear clearly? Only upon reaching that ultimate state will you bear no burdens." "Why would you still?" He was interrupted as Gran earnestly replied, "Of course, it is to look cool. After all, it is a super scion, such a magnificent transformation. It would be a shame not to flaunt it." The crowd collectively sighed, always so unserious. Beerus shot Gran a glare. The little fellow had always been quite discerning, so he chose not to reprimand him further. With Gran's antics, the atmosphere by the lakeside lightened, and smiles adorned the faces of all present. As they laughed, everyone unconsciously turned their gaze toward Gran. At such a young age, achieving so much truly elicited admiration, especially as he had forged a new path. The future of this path appears radiant. What heights will he ultimately attain? Will he achieve the ultimate state of divine dimensions with ease? It is indeed something to anticipate. My heart has reached a state of egolessness, and the Elder Kai has once again resolved my doubts. Today appears to be a day of good fortune. Perhaps I should prepare a grand feast to celebrate. Glenn suddenly exclaimed with joy. The moment he spoke, he caught the attention of the others. "You little rascal, remember our agreement? I was to guide you in your training, and in return, you promised to take care of my meals." Weiss gritted his teeth and retorted, "Yet you either seclude yourself in meditation or venture into the cosmos for training. You truly are insufferable." Beerus nodded emphatically. "I recall you promising to bring us gifts upon your return, yet you returned empty-handed. Not only that, but on the very day you came back, you once again retreated into meditation." The palpable tension between the two seemed almost tangible, causing Glenn to instinctively shrink back. As a candidate for the god of destruction, I must continue my training. What choice do I have? Glenn admitted sheepishly, for he had indeed promised to return with gifts. His original plan involved traveling to Earth to collect some Senza beans and a few million barrels of instant noodles. However, due to the dragon's unforeseen circumstances, he was unable to reach Earth, and thus, the noodle gift was rendered null. "Humph, why aren't you hastening to prepare me a meal? It has been at least a year and a half since I last savored your culinary creations," Beerus exclaimed in frustration. Glenn glanced at Weiss, who wasted no time. With a flick of his staff, a cooking station and utensils manifested by the lakeside. This sudden commotion startled the Elder Kai. "Ancestor, Glenn's cooking is exquisite. You shall see for yourself shortly." Asin, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. During his year of following Glenn, he had enjoyed many of his dishes, and the memories made him salivate. "Is this little fellow truly capable? I shall have to sample his cooking," the Elder Kai mused, swallowing hard, having nearly forgotten the taste of food after so many years of confinement. As Glenn busied himself with the preparations, the Elder Kai turned his attention to Asin. "What troubles you, dear ancestor?" Asin asked, feeling suddenly anxious. The Elder Kai replied calmly, "I witnessed the invasion of Majin Bu into the realm of the Kais." Asin's body tensed at this revelation. "I have observed your journey. Your ignorance is not your fault. Under my guidance, you shall undoubtedly become a competent Kai." With that, the Elder Kai's gaze shifted back to Glenn, and this young lad. With his presence, our Universe 7 shall surely soar. Chapter 61. Hot pot indeed. Asin's tension dissipated, replaced by a relaxed smile. Having a protector felt reassuring. At that moment, Glenn was preparing the grand feast while Beerus and the Elder Kai engaged in conversation. The divine realm of the Kais was imbued with an unusual warmth reminiscent of human life, a rare occurrence indeed. Particularly since Beerus and the Elder Kai had been at odds for countless millennia, yet at this moment, they were no longer bickering, but rather discussing the rankings of the cosmos. "Old fool, I have awakened and already cleared a number of planets. Now it's your turn," Beerus stated confidently. "Do not worry, I will ensure that Asin and I guide the development of those civilizations. I believe that soon, our universe's ranking will rise again." "Very well, I trust you to manage. Should you encounter trouble, remember to call for me or Glenn." "What, Glenn? He has yet to master the rules of destruction. What will he do if he encounters a formidable opponent?" At some point, several beach chairs appeared by the lakeside, and Beerus reclined upon one, exclaiming in exasperation, "How can we be ranked second to last in the universe? What formidable beings could possibly exist in our cosmos?" The Elder Kai, lying on another beach chair, found himself at a loss for words. While the logic was sound, who could truly know if there were no other powerful entities lurking in the universe? After all, Beerus had been in slumber for ages. How could he know the state of the cosmos? Naturally, these thoughts remained unspoken, as the Elder Kai wished to avoid further arguments. Moreover, with Glenn's current strength, even if there were powerful beings concealed within the universe, he firmly believed they would not stand a chance against Glenn. Beerus continued. His tone is filled with confidence, for Glenn's prowess has long surpassed that of my former self. For instance, even without entering the state of Ultra Instinct, he possesses a combat power of 500 billion in his flawed Super Saiyan form. In the present Universe 7, who could possibly rival Glenn? The Elder Kai remained noncommittal. Gazing at Beerus, by the way, when do you plan to teach Glenn the rules of destruction? Why do you ask? Glenn is already a candidate for the God of Destruction. It would be unreasonable for him not to grasp the rules of destruction, the Elder Kai replied, shaking his head. The Kai governs creation, while the God of Destruction oversees destruction. Both roles adhere to their own rules. Regardless of their divine duties, they begin as candidates, learning various knowledge and corresponding rules. As a candidate for the God of Destruction, Glenn must naturally learn the rules of destruction as well. You should direct this question to Weiss. He is the one who crafted Glenn's training regimen. I merely intervene occasionally to give that rascal a good thrashing. Beerus concluded with a chuckle. Weiss remarked, Indeed, Elder Kai, woe betide you if Glenn's culinary delights are not to your liking. Weiss glanced at Glenn, who was nearing the completion of the grand feast, before retracting his gaze. Originally, my plan was to allow him to rest after he reached the second stage of physical training and then proceed to dimensional training, followed by the study of the rules of destruction. However, I did not anticipate that upon his return from the cosmos, he would immediately dive into 6 months of meditation and elevate his state of mind to egolessness. This caught me off guard. Weiss felt a mix of joy and melancholy. What do you mean? Beerus asked, perplexed. I understand now. Before Weiss could elaborate, the Elder Kai interjected, to my knowledge, Glenn has only been a candidate for the God of Destruction for 3.5 years. Yet, during this time, he has achieved such martial prowess. Do you not think he has overexerted himself? Upon hearing this, Weiss regarded the Elder Kai with admiration before continuing, Indeed, the young Glenn is indeed overworked. Lord Beerus, have you not noticed that Glenn has been training relentlessly for the past few years? He has scarcely taken a break, and his nerves are too tightly wound. This is not beneficial. Glenn's talent is formidable. He learns with ease, yet the path of martial arts should not be so fraught with tension. The philosophy of the Turtle School advocates: exercise well, study diligently, eat heartily, and rest adequately. One must balance work and leisure. This is the essence of martial cultivation. Overworked? Beerus was taken aback, reflecting on his interactions with Glenn over the past 3.5 years. It seemed that Glenn truly had not rested much. At that moment, Glenn announced, Dinner is served. He brought a pot of vibrant red broth to the table, surrounded by an array of ingredients. What is this? Weiss exclaimed, his speed accelerating to its maximum, as he seemingly transcended time and space to appear at the table's edge. Hot pot, Glenn replied with a smile. Hot pot. Beerus transformed into a flash of purple light, suddenly appearing beside Weiss. The bubbling red broth emanated a tantalizing aroma that filled the air, causing both Weiss and Beerus to salivate. Delicious. No wonder Asin praised your culinary skills earlier. It appears you possess quite the talent. The Elder Kai arrived, followed closely by Asin and Jebbet. Indeed, Glenn replied proudly, lifting his chin. He had prepared a Sichuan hot pot, a process not overly complex, merely requiring a well-prepared broth and a selection of ingredients. Of course, one could not forget the essential soul sauce. How does one eat this? Is it merely drinking the broth? Beerus's throat slid continuously. The aroma was simply irresistible, and he was on the verge of succumbing to temptation. Gran had yet to utter a word. Ha ha ha, Lord Beerus is truly clueless. Weiss seated himself, deftly picking up chopsticks to dip a slice of tripe into the pot, swirling it around. It was evident that this was meant for hot pot, showcasing Beerus's lack of culinary acumen. Weiss then dipped the tripe into the sauce and savored it in one bite. The explosion of fresh, fragrant, and spicy flavors tantalized his palate. This was yet another novel delicacy. It was astonishingly delectable. Gran, how many more delightful dishes can you concoct? Weiss felt as though his entire being radiated with brilliance, his soul quivering in response to such exquisite cuisine. Observing this, Gran found himself momentarily stunned. The ability to discern the correct method for enjoying hot pot merely by glancing at the ingredients and sauces clearly demonstrated Weiss's Epicurean prowess. Chapter 62. Kampa Vados ah? So this is how one eats it. Beerus disregarded Wiss's teasing remarks and imitated him by sampling a piece of tripe. Delicious. His pupils dilated suddenly, and a golden glow enveloped his form. The old Kai, Asen, and Jebet exchanged glances, swallowing hard. Was it truly that delectable? Thus, the three of them decided to partake as well. What is this culinary marvel? It's incredibly flavorful. Following Beerus, three more figures emerged, glowing with golden light. Was this the live broadcast of culinary delights? Gran covered his face, bemused by their exaggerated reactions. Noticing the diminishing ingredients on the table, Gran hastily joined the fray for the food. The clattering of chopsticks and bowls echoed by the lakeside, accompanied by the sounds of delight from Beerus and the others savoring the feast. The scene was utterly chaotic, with Asen being the first to overindulge, followed by Jebet, the old Kai, Wiss, and finally Beerus. Gran remained the last at the table, having devoured half a beef roll, a lamb roll, and 3 large fish. By the lakeside, 5 beach chairs lay waiting. Naturally, Jebet had no right to recline, while the others settled into them. Gran, your appetite remains astonishing, Wiss remarked, reclining in a beach chair with a chuckle. What can I say? We Scions are simply voracious eaters, Gran replied, utterly oblivious to any sense of modesty, even displaying a proud expression. No wonder Lord Beerus has taken you as a disciple. Aside from your unparalleled talent, you can also create such culinary delights. The old Kai interjected, well aware of Beerus and Wiss's shared passion for food. To put it bluntly, even if Gran lacked extraordinary talent, Beerus and the others would likely still accept him as a disciple due to his culinary skills. You chatter too much, old man. All those delightful dishes couldn't silence your tongue? Beerus shot a glare at the old Kai, fully aware of his thoughts. Upon hearing their banter, Gran couldn't help but chuckle, suddenly recalling something. Wiss, since my path to that ultimate state is correct, I certainly cannot attain that state immediately. Now, my power and innate abilities have reached a bottleneck. How should I proceed with my training? Gran had cultivated his mindset to a level of selflessness, yet he found himself at a loss regarding his next steps. Upon hearing Gran's words, the others exchanged looks of concern. Even Asen recognized Gran's predicament. He was utterly exhausted and in need of rest. What should I do next in my training? Wiss shook his head. Let me ask you, are you tired? Tired? Gran froze momentarily. Over the past 3.5 years, he had seemingly been in a constant state of training, especially during the last year and a half. He had challenged over 30,000 martial artists in the universe, returned to the Kai, and then entered seclusion for 6 months, only emerging now. It seemed he truly was a bit fatigued. The moment the topic of fatigue was broached, Gran's expression shifted to one of weariness. The old Kai and Beerus exchanged a knowing glance and sighed deeply. How could you not be tired? Others would take an eternity to reach your current level of achievement. It was as if he had attained the pinnacle of the Kai dimension, something many might never achieve in their lifetime. Yet, he had accomplished this in just 3.5 years, far too rushed and strained. You've never rested. Your mind and body are too tightly wound, Wiss continued. Even with your exceptional talent, if you continue training this way, your efficiency will only diminish. Mastering martial arts is not a task to be rushed. That's why we must balance work and rest. Half a year ago, he had intended for Gran to take a break. Yet he ended up in seclusion for another 6 months. Wiss expressed concern. Your current state is not conducive to further training. You should take a break. Rest? Balance work and leisure? Gran considered this notion and found it quite reasonable. Lying back on the beach chair, gazing at the starry sky, his eyes gradually began to glaze over. Before long, he succumbed to slumber. Observing this, the others shared a knowing smile, their gazes turning skyward. Beerus ceased his slumber, and the old Kai emerged from his seal. Gran had inherited the position of candidate destroyer, and Asen's ignorance would soon fade. The 7th universe was finally complete. In the multiverse of Xeno, there existed 2 twin universes, the 7th universe and the 6th universe. Within the 6th universe, in the realm of the destroyers, a rotund cat resembling a pig was trotting back and forth in a clearing. Vados, how many more laps? I can hardly endure. The chubby cat gasped for breath with each movement. Lord Kampa, just 2 more laps. You must persevere, otherwise, your weight loss plan will be in vain. A tall, ponytailed woman encouraged Kampa from the sidelines. 2 more laps. I can't take it anymore. Kampa slowed down, ready to collapse. Lord Kampa, think carefully. If you don't finish these 2 laps, you won't even have food to eat. Vados' sly voice rang out, causing Kampa's entire body to jolt. No way. Food is paramount, he thought. If he couldn't eat, he might as well perish. Gritting his teeth, he dragged his hefty body onward. Seeing this, Vados stifled a giggle. A trained cat obediently following orders and an elegant, yet cunning woman. Who would ever guess they were actually the destroyer and angel of the sixth universe? Vados, look. I've finished. Hurry, give me food. After completing the final 2 laps, Kampa collapsed like a dead dog on the ground. All right, Lord Kampa. I'll fetch you something to eat right away. Vados quickly returned with a glass of dark green juice and a dry piece of bread. Huh. How am I supposed to eat this? Lord Kampa, you can't be picky. This is your weight loss meal. If you don't want it. I want it. Hurry, give it to me. I'm starving. Kampa couldn't afford to be choosy anymore. Being finicky would lead to having nothing at all. He quickly scrambled to his feet, accepting the glass of green juice and the dry bread from Vados. As Kampa nibbled on the bread, he cast a mournful glance at Vados. Lord Kampa, do I have something on my face? Vados managed to suppress her laughter. Kampa took a sip of the dark green juice, his face contorting in disgust, and he huffed, I can't shake the feeling that you're deliberately tormenting me. How could that be? You are indeed the god of destruction of Universe 6, while I am merely your servant. How could I possibly conspire against you? Oh, that seems to be the case. Kampa, scratching his walnut-sized head, failed to discern any issue with Beerus. Thus, he resumed his dismal meal of diet fare. Vados was on the verge of losing her composure when she suddenly recalled something and said earnestly, By the way, Lord Kampa, I heard from my sister that it seems Lord Whis and Lord Beerus have taken on a new disciple. Chapter 63. Kampa, why not praise me? Beerus? A new disciple? Wait, your sister? Kampa struggled to swallow a mouthful of bread, then pounded his chest twice. Boom, boom. The terrifying impact sent tremors throughout the realm of destruction, allowing Kampa to finally gulp down the dry morsel. The cup of dark green juice was the last thing he wished to consume. He then inquired, When did you get in touch with Miss Kusu? Vados replied nonchalantly, Mind your own business regarding our sisterly matters. Whis had indeed taken on a new disciple, which she learned during a recent conversation with her sister. According to her sister's description, Whis even visited the boy's father. And it appears the child's talent is quite remarkable. Such praise from her sister suggests that Whis's new disciple is likely to be intriguing. Mind your own business indeed. Kampa retracted his neck, squinting his eyes. With that scrawny strength, even if all the gods of destruction perished, he should still be fine. Why would he suddenly take on a candidate? As he uttered these words, Kampa inexplicably clenched his fists. According to my sister, the boy's talent seems impressive, which is why Lord Beerus and Whis would consider him as a candidate for the god of destruction. Isn't that scrawny fellow near death? Is it merely because the child possesses remarkable talent? Kampa's clenched fists relaxed slightly as a sarcastic smile crept across his face. That scrawny one only knows how to sleep all day. How could he possibly have time to teach others? He would only hinder them. Noticing the change in Kampa's expression, Vados couldn't help but smirk. These two brothers, despite their bickering, genuinely cared for one another. It was truly amusing. Lord Kampa, that is not quite right. Vados shook her head and remarked, Even if Lord Beerus sleeps all day, his strength is undeniable. A mere demonstration from him might suffice for that candidate to learn for quite some time. Beerus's strength? Kampa recalled the incident of hide-and-seek from years past, and his expression darkened immediately. Back then, Beerus had even employed techniques only angels could wield. How could a god of destruction possess such mastery? Speaking of which, Lord Kampa, didn't you also wish to learn that technique? How has your training been progressing? Vados seemed to have guessed Kampa's thoughts and couldn't help but chuckle. Just mentioning that infuriates me. Kampa angrily hurled the cup of dark green juice away, exclaiming, Isn't a god of destruction supposed to master their own techniques? How could that scrawny fellow learn such a skill? The discarded cup of juice hit the ground, and Vados glanced down, feeling a slight strain in her grip on the staff. This fellow is doing this intentionally. Seeing Vados remain silent, Kampa slightly narrowed his eyes. He truly had no desire to drink that repulsive juice. Surely, it went unnoticed? Lord Kampa, you're behaving a bit rebelliously, Vados remarked, gazing at him. Wasting food is shameful. I hope you refrain from such actions in the future. The temperature around them suddenly plummeted, causing Kampa to shiver involuntarily. What in the world is this temperature capable of making a god of destruction tremble? Yes, I will certainly avoid doing this next time. Kampa, frightened, quickly lowered his head. Hearing this, Vados nodded in satisfaction and continued. It is indeed quite astonishing that Lord Beerus can master that technique, yet he has not attained perfection. There are still some flaws. What do a few flaws matter? If given the opportunity, even with more flaws, Kampa would yearn to master such divine techniques. However, to achieve such mastery as a god of destruction, one must acknowledge that Lord Beerus's talent is indeed formidable, albeit a touch lazy. Seemingly oblivious to Kampa's growing embarrassment, Batos praised him once more. Enough, Batos. Kampa's chest heaved with indignation. You are the angel of Universe 6, and I am the god of destruction. How can you continuously praise that scrawny fellow? I am quite impressive myself, am I not? Why do you not sing my praises? At that moment, Kampa clenched his small fists, looking quite aggrieved, reminiscent of a child envious of a stray cat kept by their master. All right. Batos stifled a laugh and quickly reassured him. My Lord Kampa is indeed impressive. In her training manual, balance is the foremost principle. Teasing this chubby cat must be done with care, lest it provoke rebellion and lead to regrettable consequences. Indeed, hearing Batos commend him, Kampa's spirits lifted immediately, and he pounded his chest. I am far superior to that scrawny fellow. By the way, tell me about the candidate for God of Destruction from Universe 7. I am curious about why he has been chosen as Beerus's disciple. With both Batos and Kusu showing interest in the candidate from Universe 7, Kampa felt a tinge of curiosity as well. It is said that the boy is just over 9 years old, and Whis took him on 3.5 years ago. Batos had not finished her sentence. Wait, Kampa interrupted her, frowning. Are you saying Beerus's disciple is merely a child? A god of destruction is typically the strongest being in a universe, and only one with formidable strength can suppress everything within it. Furthermore, Beerus is the strongest among gods of destruction. How could he possibly take on a weakling as a disciple? How could a child be remarkable enough to be a candidate for god of destruction? Lord Kampa, initially, I too was perplexed, but the candidate from Universe 7 is indeed just a child. Then how remarkable is his talent? Kampa's expression grew increasingly grave. Not directly seeking the strongest beings in the universe as candidates for god of destruction implies that the child Beerus took on must be quite formidable. I am not entirely sure, but my sister remarked that the boy possesses impressive talent. Chapter 64. The Human Power Index of Universe 7 rises as Batos spoke. A thunderous realization struck Kampa. Kusu is the eldest among all angels, and for her to express such an opinion about the candidate for god of destruction from Universe 7 suggests that the child is indeed remarkable. But why? Beerus is already so powerful. How could he possibly take on such a gifted disciple? Kampa's forehead throbbed with indignation. Batos, with a furrowed brow, questioned his logic. Why can't someone who is powerful take on another equally powerful disciple? I refuse to believe that lazy Beerus would ever. Kampa exploded in frustration. Suddenly, Lord Kampa, the Human Power Index of Universe 7 has undergone a change. Batos exclaimed, having made a startling discovery. She gently waved her staff and checked the cosmic rankings. What? Kampa gasped in shock. The Human Power Index primarily measures the overall strength of a universe, and the cosmic rankings are closely tied to it. According to previous statistics, Universe 6 ranked 10th, while Universe 7 was 11th. Although Kampa felt that Universe 6's position as one of the bottom 3 was somewhat low, as long as it was above Universe 7, he found it acceptable. What has changed? Has it risen or fallen? Kampa clenched his fists tightly. He felt that this ranking was just right. As long as the 6th universe ranked higher than the 7th, he could continue to mock Beerus. However, if the 7th universe's ranking were to rise, he would become the target of ridicule. The mere thought of it made Kampa uneasy. Nonetheless, compared to the 7th universe's ranking improving, he was far less willing to witness its decline. If that were the case, the 7th universe would end up in last place, putting Beerus at risk of being erased by the Omni King. Damn it, what on earth has happened to the 7th universe? Kampa was anxious. At that moment, Vados finally finished reviewing the changes in the human level index of the 7th universe and exclaimed in shock, Lord Kampa, the human level index of the 7th universe has risen from 318 to 320, although it seemed to have only increased by 0.02, which appeared negligible. The human level index started from 0 and had only reached 318 after countless epochs. Thus, for the 7th universe to achieve an increase of 0.02 in such a short span of time was truly astonishing. Indeed, an increase of 0.02. While Kampa was relieved that the 7th universe's ranking had not dropped, he quickly became furious again. What on earth did that guy do? Has he lost his mind? and only preserve the intermediate and advanced civilizations, destroying all the lower ones? The human level index can be regarded as the average level of humanity within a universe. To make it rise rapidly, there exists a straightforward and swift method. As Compa just mentioned, it suffices to retain only the intermediate and advanced civilizations. However, doing so would also ruin the foundation of the universe, leaving it with no future. No, I must see what that guy has done. Although Compa had always been at odds with Beerus, he was still his brother. How could he truly not care? Vados, bring my dong-dong bird eggs. We are going to the 7th universe. The despair that had just adorned Compa's visage vanished, replaced by a fearsome seriousness, exuding an aura of terrifying power befitting a god of destruction. Yes, in the past, Vados might have voiced her thoughts, but considering the changes in the 7th universe, she too could not remain still. After all, her brother was over there. Vados struck her staff and transported Compa into a warp cube. In the next moment, the warp cube transformed into a streak of light and disappeared. In the 7th universe, at the realm of the Kaioshin, there lay vast grasslands beneath a cerulean sky and crystal-clear lakes, such breathtaking scenery. At the center of the Kaioshin realm, a lake was traditionally where the god of destruction's sword was enshrined. However, over a month ago, Gran had broken the sword, and the old Kaioshin had been released. At the moment, a child lay sleeping on a beach chair by the lake. This child was Gran. Originally, Gran had come to the Kaioshin realm to have the old Kaioshin explain the validity of the Super Saiyan 4 path. In the old Kaioshin's analysis, this was indeed affirmed. However, later, when he sought Whis' counsel regarding his subsequent training, Whis advised him, "You are too fatigued. It is best to rest for a while first." Now, a month later, Gran showed no signs of awakening. Yet, judging by his complexion, the exhaustion he had accumulated over the past 3 years seemed to have vanished, leaving only tranquility on his face. Suddenly, Beerus, the old Kaioshin, Aizen, and Jebet appeared by the lake. Is he still not awake? As soon as Beerus landed, he looked towards Whis, who stood beside Gran. Not yet, but it should be soon. Whis replied, observing Gran. Beerus and the others also focused their attention on Gran, clearly sensing that the little fellow's condition was improving. After a while, Whis turned to the others and smiled. "Lord Beerus, the commotion you caused this time was quite significant. The human level index has risen by 0.02. During Gran's slumber, Beerus had not been idle. To mitigate the risk of erasure by the Omni King, Beerus began to collaborate once more with the old Kaioshin to manage the 7th universe. The combination of the strongest god of destruction and the most powerful Kaioshin yielded apparent results, resulting in a direct increase of 0.02 in the human level index of the 7th universe. Even Whis was taken aback. However, he was aware of the reasons behind it. Primarily, Beerus had been asleep for many years. Coupled with the old Kaioshin being sealed, the 7th universe had essentially been in a state of neglect. No, moreover, Aizen had been busy creating those useless planets, which had caused the 7th universe to decline to such an extent. Thus, the effects of Beerus's and the old Kaioshin's collaboration were so pronounced. The commotion caused this time was considerable. Many universes had likely taken notice. The old Kaioshin expressed his concerns. "So what if they notice?" Beerus shrugged. "Lord Beerus, are you not aware of how many gods of destruction harbor disdain for you?" The old Kaioshin retorted. "If they see our universe suddenly improving, what shall we do if they resort to tricks against us?" Beerus's personality had never been well received. Even without the past hide-and-seek incident, other gods of destruction held no goodwill towards him. Additionally, that incident had made all the gods of destruction dislike Beerus. If an opportunity for sabotage arose, the old Kaioshin believed that the gods of destruction from other universes would not remain passive. Would they dare? Beerus's expression turned cold, and a purple aura of destruction emanated from him. "Back then, so many of them attacked me, and I was not afraid. Do I fear them causing trouble now?" The old Kaioshin's mouth twitched. Indeed, Beerus's demeanor was unlikable, yet his strength was terrifying. The fact that he could endure being besieged by so many gods of destruction and still stand tall was truly outrageous. "As long as I am here, I doubt they would dare to act recklessly. You and Aizen just need to focus on your duties as Kaioshin. Do not concern yourselves with anything else," Beerus stated nonchalantly. "Understood." The old Kaioshin and Aizen nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Beerus and Whis seemed to sense something, abruptly looking up at the sky. "Why are they here?" In the void between the 6th and 7th universes, a warp cube was swiftly traversing. Lord Kampa, we are about to enter the 7th universe. Accelerate further. I must see what that skeletal figure has done. Yes, the warp cube's speed was astounding, and soon it reached the edge of the 7th universe. At the edge, there was a layer of transparent membrane. Passing through it would grant entry into the 7th universe. With a hum, the warp cube finally penetrated this membrane, and Kampa quickly shifted his gaze to the surroundings. In his understanding, only by annihilating all the lower civilizations within the universe could the human level index soar dramatically. Thus, Kampa surmised that Beerus must have employed this method of self-destruction against the universe's foundation. However, when Kampa looked up at the situation within the 7th universe, he thought, how can this be possible? His pupils dilated in shock, for in his view, those lower civilizations' planets had not been destroyed. Lord Kampa, all the substandard planets have vanished. Vados also appeared taken aback. She had been to the 7th universe before, and in her previous visits, it had been filled with substandard planets. It was likely that Lord Beerus had intervened. Suppressing her astonishment, Vados voiced her hypothesis. Phew! Kampa let out a heavy sigh of relief. Initially, I was apprehensive that Beerus might engage in actions detrimental to the very fabric of the universe. However, it now appears that my concerns were somewhat unfounded. Yet, that gaunt figure is truly infuriating. What has prompted his sudden diligence? If he continues on this trajectory, will my 6th universe not soon be surpassed by him? Kampa's growing ire was palpable. This is a classic case of fearing that one's brother suffers hardship while simultaneously worrying that he may acquire a luxurious vehicle. These two brothers are indeed a rare breed. While Vados was at a loss for words, she felt a profound sense of shock within. The 7th universe merely eradicated the unworthy planets, and yet, its human development index skyrocketed. The depth of the 7th universe appears rather formidable. Since we are here, Vados, I implore you to accelerate further. I am eager to discern what merits this new disciple of his has that elicits such high praise from Miss Cass. This time, I have also brought along Dong Dong bird eggs. He must experience the pinnacle of our 6th universe's culinary delights. Ha ha ha, that rustic fellow surely has never savored such exquisite fare. As Kampa's laughter resonated, the speed of their traversal intensified once more. In the realm of the supreme Kai of the 7th universe, both Beerus and Whis instinctively looked up, their unusual demeanor drawing the attention of the old Kai. Lord Beerus, has something occurred? That fellow has arrived. Who? The old Kai was momentarily taken aback. Beerus slowly lowered his head and replied coolly, that gluttonous pig. Gluttonous pig? Asen and Jebet exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting confusion. Only the old Kai's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to exclaim, you mean Lord Kampa has come? The only person whom Beerus would refer to as a gluttonous pig is his own brother, Kampa, who is simultaneously the god of destruction of the 6th universe. Upon hearing Kampa's name, Asen's eyes widened. The god of destruction of the 6th universe is coming here? Surely he isn't seeking trouble because our universe has suddenly improved, is he? Asen felt a surge of anxiety. Beerus shook his head and said, while other gods of destruction might warrant a modicum of concern, if it is that gluttonous pig, there is no need for alarm. Asen was perplexed by Beerus's words. At that moment, the old Kai patted Asen's slight shoulder, reassuring him, Kampa is actually Lord Beerus's brother, so there is no need for excessive worry. Asen nodded initially, but then froze in astonishment. He knew that the god of destruction of the 6th universe was Kampa, yet he had no idea that Kampa was Beerus's brother. Whis, do keep a watchful eye. Ensure that fellow does not disturb Gran, Beerus remarked, glancing at Gran, who still lay on a beach chair. The fatigue on the little one's face had completely vanished, and his condition was nearly restored. There is no need for concern. My lord, I have been attentive to him, Whis replied, shaking his head. This period of rest was crucial for Gran, not only to alleviate his fatigue, but also to prepare him for his forthcoming training in the dimensions. Moreover, through this rest, Gran should come to understand that mastery is not achieved overnight. The true essence of cultivation lies in balancing work and leisure. During their light-hearted exchanges, suddenly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire Supreme Kai realm. He has arrived. A spectrum of radiant colors descended from the heavens. At the moment this light touched the ground, Whis swiftly enveloped Gran in a protective barrier. Buzz. The pressure emanating from Kampa caused the very space of the Supreme Kai realm to warp. The vast force bore down upon them, yet thankfully, Beerus stood resolutely before them. Nevertheless, Even so, the old Kai, Asen, and Jebet felt their bodies bend slightly under the weight. How terrifying. In Asen's gaze, he beheld a feline figure strikingly similar to Beerus, yet their physiques were starkly contrasting. One was emaciated, while the other was as plump as a pig. Standing together, the visual was comically absurd. Is this truly Beerus's brother? Beerus. It has been a long time. Kampa surveyed the gathered crowd before shifting his gaze to Beerus. Beerus glanced back at Little Gran. Noting he was well guarded by Whis before returning his gaze, remarking coolly, "Indeed, it has been quite a while, but your arrival seems rather presumptuous. Ha ha ha, I sincerely apologize. It's just that the thought of you displaying a face of envy and jealousy brings me immense joy, leading me to lose control of my power." As he spoke, Kampa withdrew his energy back within. With this power's retreat, the old Kai and the others were finally able to straighten their postures. "Greetings, Lord Kampa. Greetings, Miss Bados." The old Kai hurriedly led Asen and the others forward to pay their respects. Upon seeing the old Kai, Kampa paused momentarily. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "You old rascal, you have been unsealed?" Bados also nodded in acknowledgement to the old Kai. The recent transformations in the 7th universe were indeed astonishing. They had first acquired a candidate for a god of destruction, then witnessed a dramatic surge in the Human Development Index, and now, they had even released this old Kai. What on earth had transpired? The old Kai's lips twitched. Indeed, good news seldom travels far, while misfortune spreads like wildfire. Hey, what did you just say about me displaying a face of envy and jealousy?" Beerus stepped closer to Kampa, only a meter apart, and coldly inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Kampa locked eyes with him for a moment before suddenly teasing, "I have brought with me a culinary delight that exists solely in my 6th universe, a top-tier delicacy you, my rustic friend, have undoubtedly never tasted." As he said this, an image flashed in Kampa's mind. The moment Beerus tasted the dong-dong bird eggs, he fell to the ground, weeping and pleading for just 2 more. Thinking of this made Kampa unable to contain his delight. Those dong-dong bird eggs were the most exquisite food he had ever tasted, and he couldn't believe that Beerus, this rustic fellow, would be able to resist. Beerus, Whis, the old Kai and the others. In the past, they might have been somewhat curious about Kampa's so-called delicacies. Yet, is there truly anything more delectable than hot pot in this world? You make such a grand entrance merely to flaunt the top-tier cuisine of your 6th universe? Beerus inhaled deeply, retorting coldly, "Is Beerus not known for his love of fine food? Why then does he react this way?" Kampa shook his head, his expression turning serious. "Indeed. But I also wish to inquire what has transpired. Why has the Human Development Index of your 7th universe surged so dramatically?" In truth, the sights he beheld on his journey from the 6th universe, coupled with the moment he witnessed the old Kai's appearance, led Kampa to suspect the genuine reason behind it all. Unquestionably, it was his brother and that old man who had resumed their cooperative governance of the cosmos. Yet, how could this notoriously lazy fellow suddenly take charge of the universe? The significant surge in my 7th universe's Human Development Index is undoubtedly due to my management. Beerus suppressed his voice, emitting a sardonic chuckle. "What? Are you flustered because the ranking of my 7th universe is soon to surpass that of the 6th? Flustered? Based on your emaciated frame?" Kampa retorted angrily. "Had I not thought you were engaging in actions detrimental to the universe, do you think I would have come?" He only uttered half of his thought before abruptly halting. "Damn it! How could I, the illustrious Kampa, utter such words?" Beerus tightened his fists slightly. Upon witnessing the extraordinary surge in human-level indices within the 7th universe, one might mistakenly believe that such a phenomenon was the result of a catastrophic act undermining the very foundations of the universe. How peculiar that this oaf exhibits a certain charm. I am not so foolish as to be led to think that you traversed from the 6th universe without observing the conditions prevailing in the 7th. Beerus sighed. "Very well. Present the delicacies you have brought. I am eager to assess the quality of your so-called gourmet offerings." Why the haste? Kampa's gaze began to survey the surroundings. "You shall have your turn to taste, but prior to that, I wish to observe your newly appointed candidate for the role of destroyer. After all, according to Kess, the talent of your disciple appears to be quite remarkable. I am curious to see if this holds true. If it does not, I shall have ample opportunity to mock you for selecting a mere child as your successor." However, as soon as Kampa's words left his lips, the atmosphere around them turned frigid. "How did you learn of my disciple?" Beerus's eyes glinted ominously. Whis narrowed his gaze, recognizing that this was a matter pertaining to the 7th universe, which should not be known to outsiders. Suddenly, Whis noticed his sister, Vados, nodding at him. Whis was rendered speechless. It was evident that she had divulged this information to Kampa. As for how she was privy to this knowledge, it could only be attributed to the fact that she had accompanied him when he visited the Omni Palace to inquire about Otis, and had taken him away for a month. Thus, Vados was well aware of Gran's situation. Whis approached Beerus and whispered a few words in his ear. Upon learning the true circumstances, the ominous glint in Beerus's eyes gradually softened. He felt reassured regarding Kampa and Vados. If they wished to observe, then let them. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, silently communicating, as their lips began to curl into mischievous smiles. No one could maintain their composure in the presence of Gran, and it was certain that the expressions of these two from the sixth universe would be most entertaining upon witnessing Gran's formidable talents. As anticipation grew, they moved aside, allowing the elder Kaioshin, Aizen, and Jebet to do the same, revealing the slumbering figure of young Gran on the beach chair by the lake. At that moment, as their gazes fell upon the child, a thunderous realization struck. Vados's heart trembled. As an angel, she instantly perceived Gran's potential. Lord Kampa, do you see this? Her voice quivered slightly. Indeed, but how is this possible? Kampa clenched his fists, his eyes filled with incredulity. Vados, slap me to see if I am dreaming. With a swift motion, she obliged. Ouch! Lord Kampa, are we in a dream? The pain confirmed their reality, yet the astonishment was overwhelming. Kampa staggered back, covering his face. Observing their reactions, Beerus and Whis struggled to contain their laughter. This was exactly the response they desired. The elder Kaioshin grinned, having also been taken aback by Gran's talent. It seemed that even the mightiest of destroyers and angels could be astonished by this child's prowess. Although he remained in slumber, it was evident that he had achieved perfect control over his power. Kampa continued to express his astonishment in his supreme god form, along with that ethereal aura. He emanates such a presence, clearly having cultivated his mind to a state of selflessness. This indicated that the child was destined to master the ultimate technique. Damn! Following Beerus, another candidate for destroyer has grasped this power. Why not me? Kampa silently seethed. Moreover, his physical instincts have reached the second tier. Vados interjected. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Kampa clutched his ears, his tone dripping with envy. The initial plan to entice Beerus with gourmet food while assessing the talent of his disciple now seemed futile. How could a child of such tender years attain such heights? Unable to contain his frustration, Kampa shouted at Beerus. How old? He is not yet 10. Surely my disciple possesses commendable talent. Seeing Kampa's breakdown, Beerus erupted into hearty laughter. Beerus, you are insufferable. As Kampa spoke, he nearly ground his teeth to dust. Meanwhile, Vados was consumed with envy. Another formidable candidate for destroyer had emerged, leaving her to wonder why her foolish brother was always fortunate enough to attract such exceptional disciples, while she was left with a simpleton like Kampa. Life seemed profoundly unfair. Whis, where did you even find this little monster? Vados demanded, teeth clenched. Find. With the esteemed reputation of Beerus and myself in the seventh universe, did we truly need to find him? He came to us willingly. At this, Whis exchanged a knowing look with Beerus. Gran had proven to be a source of immense pride, and the envy he inspired was undeniably satisfying. Whis, you are unbearable. Seeing Whis's smug expression, Vados was beside herself with frustration. Ah, dear sister, such feelings of envy are beyond your grasp. Suddenly, Whis sensed a shift. Lord Beerus, it appears Gran is about to awaken. At long last, Beerus wasted no time in approaching Gran. The elder Kaioshin and Aizen quickly followed suit. This unexpected turn of events caught Kampa off guard, prompting him to suppress his anger and inquire, Vados, what is happening with the child? He must have been exhausted to fall into such slumber. Exhausted, indeed. Achieving such feats at his age is no small feat. As Kampa scrutinized Gran, he sought to confirm whether the child had resorted to any unorthodox methods in his training. However, after careful observation, he was left astounded. Gran had not only avoided any such practices, but his foundation was alarmingly solid. Gran, having ventured into the perilous realm of Dragon Ball, had been fervently striving for progress, which ultimately led to his profound fatigue. Were it not for Whis's timely reminder, his martial arts might have suffered irreparable flaws. After a month of recuperation, he had finally regained his equilibrium. In that moment, Gran felt enveloped in a warm, comforting world. While the principles of the Turtle School resonated in his mind, engage in exercise, pursue knowledge, savor food, and ensure rest. Mastery is not achieved overnight. haste leads to stagnation, while balance is the true essence of martial cultivation. With clarity emerging, a resounding crack echoed as a barrier shattered. A powerful aura erupted from Gran. What is happening? Aizen stared in astonishment. Gran currently remains in a state of normalcy, yet he senses that his powers have grown stronger than before. He has undoubtedly shattered the barriers of his strength. Beerus is exhilarated. 2 years prior, Gran's power had reached 1 billion battle units, but due to a bottleneck, he could not progress further. It was believed that he would linger at this impasse for an extended period, yet unexpectedly, after a mere nap, he has transcended his limitations. Whis observes the young lad and muses. It seems that he was far too tense before. Suddenly, Gran's aura erupts. 1 billion battle units. 11 billion battle units. 12 billion battle units. Once he reaches 12 billion, Gran's aura finally stabilizes. Though the increase is not substantial, the significance of breaking the barrier is paramount for Gran. It is only through this breakthrough that he can continue to enhance his strength in future training. Batos. Xiangpa suddenly interjects. Batos, taken aback, inquires, "What is it? Do you have a sack with you?" "What do you mean, Lord Xiangpa? With such terrifying talent, aren't you envious?" Xiangpa's gaze grows increasingly fervent. He yearns to whisk the little Gran away immediately. Batos retorts, "Has the god of destruction lost his mind? You 11 gods of destruction could not defeat Beerus even in a group, and now you wish to take someone else's candidate for god of destruction right before his eyes?" As Batos contemplates this absurdity, Gran's aura suddenly dissipates, and he slowly opens his eyes. Just as Lord Beerus mentioned, breaking through a barrier involves numerous factors. Sometimes, a good mood can lead to such a breakthrough. Gran sits up from his lounge chair, gazing at his small hands. Unable to suppress a smile, to break through after a nap feels rather delightful. He has never experienced such ease before. It is a truly marvelous sensation. "Lord Beerus, Whis, I have broken through my power barrier." Just as Gran is about to share his joyous news with Beerus and the others, he suddenly notices a plump cat and a poised woman standing beside him. The mature lady, sporting a high ponytail and adorned with a halo akin to Whis' wields a staff as well. Gran's eyes widen in astonishment. Are these not Xiangpa and Batos from the 6th universe? What are they doing here? "Little one, what color sack do you prefer?" Xiangpa suddenly thrusts himself before Gran with fervor. Chapter 68. Let Batos be your personal mentor. This child's talent is truly astonishing. Even his brother Beerus did not reach such heights at the same age. This implies that this child possesses a talent that surpasses Beerus. The thought of it sends Xiangpa into a frenzy. "What color sack do you like? I have them all. Come with me." Otherwise, with Beerus' strength, even if all the gods of destruction perished, he would likely still survive. If you remain a candidate for god of destruction in the 7th universe, you may never become a true god of destruction. Come back to the 6th universe with me. I assure you, I will perish sooner. Gran, still disoriented from awakening, is confronted by Xiangpa's face, as if he were eager to pack him away immediately. After Xiangpa's remarks, Batos covers her face in disbelief. How embarrassing. Yet the next moment, if you remain indifferent, do you know who my attendant angel is? It's Batos. Just look at her beauty. If you come back to the 6th universe with me, she will become your personal mentor. Gran, Whis, Beerus, and the old Kai look on. Batos, initially stunned, quickly regains her composure. Boom. A surge of angelic power erupts from Batos. The heavens dim, and the universe trembles. The entire Kaishan realm, along with the space around it, is shattered into fundamental particles by her power. Upon witnessing this, Whis' expression turns grim. He wonders if his sister is doing this intentionally. He protects everyone and then waves his staff to reverse time, restoring the Kaishan realm to its former state. "You dare mock me? Xiangpa, you are courting death." Batos' expression is remarkable. Angered, she no longer addresses Xiangpa with honorifics, directly calling him by name, just as she is about to reprimand her god of destruction. The next instant, a purple figure streaks through the void, delivering a powerful kick towards Xiangpa. Bang! Xiangpa is sent flying, skidding across the grasslands for thousands of kilometers before finally coming to a halt. "You fat pig! You dare covet my disciple? Are you seeking a fight?" Beerus teleports beside Xiangpa. No one could resist Gran's extraordinary talent. It is natural for Xiangpa to desire such a disciple. Yet, Beerus did not anticipate that his brother would dare provoke Batos as well. He must be out of his mind. After all, Whis once mentioned that his sister Batos is slightly stronger than him. Thinking this, Beerus glances back, but it is too late. Damn Xiangpa. I will make you unrecognizable even to Beerus. Bados appears beside Xiangpa as if she transcends time and space. Beerus' pupils constrict in shock at her terrifying speed. As Bados prepares to strike, Miss Bados, please don't be angry. I am already dealing with him. Please calm down. While speaking, Beerus delivers another kick to Xiangpa. Brother, please don't blame me. You brought this upon yourself with your loose tongue. Beerus unleashes a power befitting a god of destruction. Boom. The tremendous force reverberates through the void, causing the recently restored space to shatter into fragments once more. Realizing he has misspoken, Xiangpa cradles his head against the ground. Too afraid to utter a word, only able to wail in despair. Humph, you brothers are quite the bond. Bados glares at Beerus, but refrains from striking again. Beerus breathes a sigh of relief, glancing down at Xiangpa. Being beaten by me is better than being punished by Bados. You owe me one, brother. A god of destruction, reduced to spouting nonsense, and now beaten to the ground. How shameful. Bados coldly commands Xiangpa, get up. Yes, yes. Xiangpa retracts his stout neck, hastily rising from the ground and flying back toward Gran, followed closely by Bados and Beerus. Returning to Gran's perspective, he asks Whis, were those two the god of destruction and angel from the sixth universe? Observing Xiangpa being kicked away, Gran finally regains his senses. Indeed, the angel with the high ponytail is my sister Bados, and the other is Lord Beerus' brother, Lord Xiangpa. How did they end up here? Gran wonders. Having merely taken a nap, has something transpired outside? It seems they came to see that Lord Beerus and I have taken on a disciple. Is it because of me? Gran is taken aback, recalling Xiangpa's earlier question about his preferred sack color, and he can't help but chuckle. It appears that like Lord Beerus in the past, Xiangpa has taken an immediate liking to him. Isn't it delightful to be praised by another god of destruction? Whis teases. Hee, a little bit, Gran replies, proudly lifting his small head. To claim he is not pleased would be a lie. Whis reached out and gently rubbed his head, advising, it is perfectly fine to be happy, but do not let pride consume you. You are still far from being on par with the god of destruction. This is only natural. Gran nodded vigorously. He had yet to escape the limitations of a mortal, so how could he possibly be arrogant? By the way, Whis, was that power released by Bardos just now of angelic caliber? Gran took a deep breath, the image of the shattering of the Supreme Kai realm still haunting him. The elder Supreme Kais beside him could not help but shudder slightly. Whis laughed. What is the matter? Are you frightened by the power of an angel? A little. Gran admitted. Oh, that power was merely the surface strength of my sister. Only the surface strength? Just how formidable is the true power of an angel? Gran adjusted his small throat, asking cautiously, Whis, may I pose a question to you? Ask away. Who is stronger, you or Miss Bardos? Upon hearing this, the elder Supreme Kais perked up their ears. It seemed only this little fellow would dare to inquire about the power of an angel. Whis fell silent for a moment, gazing at young Gran, and said with mild irritation, You little rascal, if someone asked about your strength, would you honestly divulge it? Gran scratched his head. Feeling a bit awkward, he certainly could not disclose his true abilities. But his curiosity was piqued, for in the manga, Bardos had mentioned to Goku that she was slightly stronger than Whis. Actually, it's no trouble to tell you. Whis looked into the distance and continued. The gap in strength between me and my sister Bardos is known even to Lord Beerus. Upon hearing this, the elder Supreme Kais huddled closer to Whis. Young Gran, even more dramatically, soared into the air, reaching a height level with Whis, and they stared at each other. What are you doing? Whis was taken aback. Listening to your story, Gran exclaimed in his youthful voice. Since even Lord Beerus knows about it, it's no secret, so please enlighten us. Chapter 69, Bardos with the little whip, you rascal. Whis chuckled helplessly, then softly said, Since you all wish to know, I shall tell you. Thousands of years ago, my sister and I had a contest, but in the end, I lost. As he spoke, Whis did not harbor any resentment about being bested by Bardos. Lost. The elder Supreme Kais widened their eyes in astonishment. In their perception, their universe's angel was a refined, polite, and mysteriously powerful being. How could their Whis have lost to the angel of the sixth universe? It truly mirrored what was depicted in the manga. Gran was not as shocked as the elder Supreme Kais. He mused internally. Was Whis truly inferior to Bardos? What is this? Hearing that I lost seems to disappoint you. Whis chuckled. How could we not be disappointed? The elder Supreme Kais said begrudgingly, You are the strongest in our universe, if even you were defeated. Does that not imply our universe is inferior to the sixth universe? Ashin and Jebet nodded vigorously, their spirits sinking. It's actually quite normal. My sister is stronger than I am. I assent it? Whis sighed. While he said this, who would not wish for their universe as strongest to be the mightiest? The Elder Supreme Kais sighed in unison. Whis. Gran suddenly interjected. Are you the youngest among all the angels? The moment he said this, the Elder Supreme Kais brightened. Indeed. If there were a significant age difference, it would naturally affect their respective strengths, making Whis' loss understandable. Whis covered his face, wondering if these guys were truly insistent on proving something. Whis, do tell us. The Elder Supreme Kais urged eagerly. Gran remained silent, but his eyes sparkled with profound meaning. For he knew that among all the angels, aside from the apprentice angel Merus, Whis was the youngest and most talented. After all, he had lounged around with Beerus for so long, and was only slightly weaker than Bardos. Among the official angels, I am indeed the youngest, Whis admitted without evasion. Nodding resignedly. Ha ha ha, then that means our angel is not inferior to others. The Elder Supreme Kais embraced each other, bouncing around in a comical manner. You lot. Seeing their childish antics, Whis could not help but chuckle. However, when he turned his gaze to young Gran, he noticed the little fellow's sharp eyes, as if he could see through his very essence. Could this small child even discern his true talent? Whis was startled and quickly shook his head. Aside from his father and siblings, no one else should know of his talents. At that moment, a cold, authoritative voice echoed from afar. Lord Kampa. I shall spare you this time. But should there be a next, you know the consequences. Yes, I understand my mistake. I shall not dare again. Two voices resonated. And Gran then shifted his gaze away from Whis, looking ahead. Beerus and his companions finally returned, but Kampa's head resembled a pig's head. Gran was momentarily stunned. Did Bardos truly give Kampa a good beating? Well, that seems quite normal. In the anime, Bardos was depicted as a humorous yet cunning angel. If Whis and Beerus shared a master-servant relationship akin to friends, then Bardos could undoubtedly be seen as Kampa's master. After all, how could Kampa escape unscathed after teasing Bardos? Teaching gods of destruction was not against the rules, after all. Gran diverted his gaze to his own god of destruction. Strange. Why was Beerus constantly smirking? Did he not realize that it was Bardos who had beaten Kampa, but rather that it was Beerus himself? Thud, thud, thud. The three of them descended from the sky. Damn you, Beerus. I want to forget this, and I'll make sure to find an opportunity. Kampa shouted angrily as he landed. Hey, are you ungrateful? If I hadn't acted, the one attacking you would have been Bardos. Beerus crossed his arms, sneering. If Bardos had laid a hand on you, do you think you could still be standing? Kampa was left speechless. Hearing their quarrel, Gran finally understood that it was Beerus who had struck Kampa. In the anime, these two were portrayed as good brothers engaged in a love-hate relationship. No wonder Beerus had been sporting that mischievous grin. He must have relished the moment. Greetings, Lord Kampa and Miss Bardos. Gran snapped back to reality and hurriedly approached to bow. Kampa ceased his argument with Beerus, shifting his gaze back to the little fellow. Such remarkable talent. What a pity. Gran was left puzzled. What did this pig-headed comment mean? Though he was reluctant to admit it, with Beerus' strength, it was likely that even if all other gods of destruction perished, he would remain unscathed, meaning Gran would never become a true god of destruction. Gran was filled with despair. How could Beerus, his own brother, be so cruel with his words? He glanced at Beerus, whose expression had darkened considerably. At that moment, Bardos also spoke. What a pity. Such a talented individual, yet he fell into the hands of my foolish brother. If you were under my guidance, I could surely train you to surpass even Lord Kampa. Training? In Gran's mind, a vivid image suddenly appeared. The small figure of himself tightly bound to a chair by a rope, while beside him stood a mature woman with a high ponytail, wielding a whip. Is this the cunningly dark Bardos? Gran was taken aback. He hastily shook his head, as if trying to dispel the image from his thoughts. Hey, is that a bit excessive, sister? Weiss retorted, somewhat irked. Am I really that inadequate? Aren't you aware of your own abilities? We have sparred before, after all. When Bardos made this remark, there was a hint of insecurity in her voice. That was thousands of years ago, and given Weiss's talents, she wasn't certain if she could still triumph over him now. Weiss merely smiled, refraining from further argument, seemingly acquiescing to his sister's words. Silence enveloped the king of All's realm for a moment, as Zampa and Bardos discreetly watched Gran. After exchanging glances, they sighed deeply. realizing that such a disciple was beyond their reach. Gran, what are your thoughts upon awakening? Weiss suddenly inquired. Instantly, all eyes turned to the young boy. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their gaze, Gran spoke up. Since becoming a candidate for the god of destruction, my sole focus has been on catching up to Lord Beerus. So I devoted myself to rigorous training. However, I now realize that this was a mistake. Overworking myself only diminished my training efficiency and might even introduce flaws into my martial arts, especially after this period of rest. I have broken through my power's bottleneck and learned that one must not rush in any endeavor. The essence of martial cultivation lies in balancing effort and relaxation. Gran expressed his thoughts candidly, his youthful voice echoing by the lakeside, much to Weiss's and Beerus's satisfaction. How infuriating! Zampa suddenly let out a howl towards the sky, then lowered his head to look at Beerus, pleading, Beerus, I have never asked you for anything in my life. Please grant me this candidate for the god of destruction. Beside him, Bardos turned her gaze toward Weiss, sweetly imploring, I have never sought anything from anyone either. Weiss, would you kindly let him be mine? Gran, Weiss, Beerus, the old Kaioshin trio, since you have recovered, I am preparing to allow you to train in the dimension. What are your thoughts? Ignoring the two, Weiss cast a probing glance at Gran. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a tremor in their hearts. They knew Gran was already at the pinnacle of the king of all's dimension. Should he break through further, he could become a true deity. A deity under a century old, truly a formidable prospect. No, Gran shook his head. Asen and Jebet were taken aback. Why was this young lad declining? Hadn't he always been eager to train? Weiss, didn't you say I was too fatigued? Gran looked at his small hands. After just a month of rest, I feel my state has not yet fully adjusted. Although he had recuperated during his month-long slumber, both his mindset and strength had only recently broken through their confines, and he had not yet solidified this newfound power. These aspects could not be overlooked, as he feared they would compromise his future foundation. Oh, the probing look in Weiss's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a satisfied smile. Beerus too was pleased with Gran's rebuttal. This young lad finally had his own opinions. Meanwhile, Zampa ground his teeth in frustration. How could such a genius, capable of confronting his own issues and resisting the temptation for power, remain elusive? Bardos said nothing, merely sighing deeply. Gran was momentarily taken aback by their reactions. What was the matter with them? Quite commendable. Weiss nodded approvingly. Though I am your mentor and will always provide you with training plans, sometimes only you can truly understand the issues you face. Just as your mindset and strength unexpectedly experienced breakthroughs, this was far beyond my expectations. Even as an angel, I cannot constantly monitor your condition with precision. Thus, it is imperative that you make your own judgments. Weiss had merely intended to tentatively inquire about the young lad, and had Gran readily accepted his training plan. He would have felt a tinge of disappointment, but would have guided him nonetheless. However, Gran's unexpected rebuttal brought him immense joy. Wait, you're testing me? Gran's eyes widened, indignantly declaring, How cruel, Weiss. Cruel or not, you have passed my assessment, and I am quite pleased, Weiss replied, with Beerus adding, I too find satisfaction in your response. As Gran, Weiss, and Beerus shared a moment of camaraderie, Zampa felt his frustration boiling over. This was not what he had come to the 7th universe for. I can't hold back any longer. Bardos, bring forth my precious Dong bird egg. Zampa had 3 purposes for visiting the 7th universe. First, to inquire about the sudden surge in human capabilities. Second, to assess the talents of Beerus's disciple, who had garnered such high praise from Kusu. And finally, to allow Beerus to experience the exquisite cuisine of the 6th universe. The first 2 objectives had left him envious. And now he had but one last card to play. His Dong bird egg could surely turn the tide in his favor. Yes. Bardos felt a twinge of nervousness but nonetheless waved her staff, causing an oval storage device to materialize by the lakeside. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. What was this? Was this the exquisite delicacy Zampa had mentioned? Upon hearing Zampa's reference to the Dong bird egg, Gran's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. The Dong bird egg was merely a common bird egg. Yet, in Zampa's eyes, it was the most delectable dish. Truly, the 6th universe's angelic Bardos was quite cunning. Noticing Gran's gaze, Bardos glanced at the young boy and, without further thought, opened the oval storage device. 8 eggs appeared before everyone's eyes. Is this what you call a top-tier delicacy? Beerus scrutinized the eggs within the storage device, perceiving them to be merely ordinary. Weiss and the old Kaioshin shared similar expressions of skepticism. This was the sixth universe's culinary pinnacle? How could it possibly be delicious? It seemed a trip to Earth was in order. Gran mused to himself upon seeing the dong-dong bird eggs. In such circumstances, how could instant noodles be overlooked? Little White is receiving such gifts for the first time. How generous of you, esteemed patrons. Moreover, Little White would like to express gratitude for the other gifts bestowed by the esteemed individuals. After returning from work, he had composed 3 chapters, which he now offered forth. Once again, thank you, esteemed patrons. Chapter 71. Journey to Earth. Zampa appeared oblivious to the crowd's reactions, retrieving an egg from the storage device. With one hand on his hip, he laughed heartily. This is the finest delicacy of my sixth universe, known as the dong-dong bird egg, a flavor that you mere amateurs have never experienced. I have brought forth the top-tier delicacies from my collection. Now there is no need for you to envy me. With his chin held high, Zampa exuded an air of certainty. Unbeknownst to him, Bardos was feeling so awkward that she nearly dug her toes into the ground. Zampa, if you embarrass yourself, do not blame me. Bardos turned her head away, bracing for the impending scene. As for the exquisite cuisine that Kampa speaks of, the old Supreme Kai, having experienced hot pot, is utterly convinced that no other food in this world can rival it. Yet, faced with a god of destruction, they dare not voice their thoughts. An eerie silence envelopes the atmosphere, making it quite peculiar, since it is proclaimed to be the finest delicacy of the sixth universe. They might as well give it a try. Breaking the strange silence, Beerus clears his throat and says, if it truly is that delectable, I wouldn't mind giving you some praise later. He strides over and picks up a bird egg, inquiring with curiosity, how does one eat this? Seeing Beerus take action, Gran promptly scurries over and grabs a bird egg as well. The old Supreme Kai and his companions seem too intimidated by Kampa to move, so Gran returns to fetch a few more for them. Now, everyone holds a bird egg. How to consume it? Kampa, ignoring Gran's antics, lifts an egg and says with pride, high-end ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Are you all unaware of this? We must savor its most original flavor. Kampa carefully peels the eggshell and tastes a bite. In the next moment, a moan of ecstasy resonates through the Supreme Kai realm. Despite having tasted the bird egg numerous times, each encounter with this supreme delicacy brings him immense pleasure. Before the onlookers, Kampa twists and writhes as if in a frenzy, occasionally emitting strange sounds. Gran, unable to contain himself, bursts into laughter. The old Supreme Kai and his companions wish to laugh as well, but they lack Gran's boldness, their bodies trembling as they suppress their amusement. You little rascal, what are you laughing at? Once you taste my bird egg, you will be just like me. Kampa glares at Gran. Had it not been for the latter's remarkable talent and his status as Beerus's disciple, Kampa would have certainly shown him a lesson. Then I shall savor it well. With Beerus present, Gran feels emboldened and swiftly peels the eggshell, popping the egg into his mouth. After chewing a few times, he concludes that it is simply a boiled bird egg. So, how does it taste? Delicious, isn't it? Kampa asserts confidently. Indeed. It is exceptionally delightful, truly deserving of its title as the finest delicacy of the sixth universe. Gran struggles to swallow the egg and glances at the sly angel, Vados, of the sixth universe. At that moment, Vados has turned away, perhaps unable to bear the awkward scene. Haha, I knew you country bumpkins had never tasted such delicious food. Kampa exclaims with satisfaction at Gran's words. Beerus and Whis exchange glances, pondering if the young lad is merely pretending. Surely, there cannot be any cuisine in this world that surpasses his hot pot. Unperturbed, they lower their heads to take a bite. Instantly, they stare wide-eyed at each other, bewildered by the subpar food. Observing Beerus's expression, the old Supreme Kai and his companions assume they have truly encountered a top-tier delicacy and follow suit, tasting the egg. Suddenly, everyone from the seventh universe falls silent. Haha, look at your astonished faces. You've never enjoyed such exquisite food, have you? This supreme delicacy exists solely in my sixth universe. Aren't you envious? Beg me for some, and perhaps I might generously share a few more bird eggs. Kampa revels in their shock, feeling as elated as if he had just consumed an exquisite vintage wine. Unbeknownst to him, the atmosphere has turned unbearably awkward, as Vados has completely turned her back, busy counting imaginary rooms. Cough, cough, cough. Beerus, suppressing laughter, clears his throat and states, the food is decent, but we in the seventh universe have our own delightful dishes. At this, he pats Gran on the shoulder and teasingly adds, the last hot pot you made was quite good. Why not prepare another for our esteemed Kampa to savor? Lord Beerus, one tends to grow weary of eating the same dish too often. Allow me to take you to some more intriguing culinary experiences, Gran responds with a grin, envisioning instant noodles as a fitting addition to the occasion. What is going on here? At this moment, Kampa finally catches on, feeling that Beerus and the others are not quite as enthusiastic about the bird eggs. Are you suggesting that the 7th universe boasts food comparable to my bird eggs? Kampa incredulously retorts, impossible. The bird egg is the most delicious food in the world. Nothing else can compare. Gran disregards the absurdity of Kampa's claim and turns to Beerus. Lord Beerus, during my recent training, I intended to bring you a delightful treat. However, unforeseen circumstances prevented me from delivering it. Would you like to give it a try? As Gran finishes speaking, Beerus glances at the still frantic Kampa and replies, Can this food deliver a resounding blow to this fool's face? Absolutely. Gran recalls that in the anime, 2 barrels of instant noodles led to an inter-universal martial arts tournament. Very well, let us proceed. As long as it can strike Kampa down while offering another culinary delight. Beerus is unbothered by the extra effort. All right. Gran nods and gestures to Aral. Use your instant transmission to take us to Earth. Why should I? You can use instant transmission too. I'm not your personal chauffeur. Stop wasting time, or I will hit you. Aral reluctantly complies. You glutton, get over here. You foolish sack of bones, you will not convince me that there exists food that can rival the bird egg. If you don't come over, I'll deliver another kick. You want to fight? Enough with the chatter. Beerus, growing impatient, unleashes the full weight of a destroyer-s authority. In the blink of an eye, he appears before Kampa and delivers a punch to his abdomen, instantly incapacitating him. Observing this, Whis, Vados, and the old Supreme Kai remain unfazed. It seems entirely normal for Beerus to defeat Kampa with a single blow. Only Gran, Aral, and Jebet stare wide-eyed, astonished at the terrifying prowess of their god of destruction. Let us go, Beerus declares, lifting Kampa by the scruff of his neck and placing a hand on Aral's shoulder. Seeing everyone resting their hands on his shoulder, Aral hastily activates instant transmission. With a whoosh, they vanish, leaving behind only the awkward remnants of Vados's earlier counting. Chapter 72. The Mysterious Corinta Earth. It is now the year 740 of the Age of Earth, with less than 9 years remaining until Bulma begins her quest for the Dragon Balls. In the Celestial Realm, a Namekian resembling King Piccolo surveys the lower realm from the edge of heaven, accompanied by a coal-black-haired companion. After over 200 years, the scars inflicted by King Piccolo on Earth have finally healed, though alas for Master Roshi. The Supreme Kai reflects. Baba's gaze remains impassive as he responds flatly, Supreme Kai? It was a mistake to separate from King Piccolo. I understand that it was wrong, but if I do not part ways with my inner demon, one day I too will be consumed by it. The Supreme Kai's expression turns somber as he sighs and retreats into the divine temple. Left alone at the edge of heaven, Baba, having absorbed the Supreme Kai's words, remains unchanged, his demeanor as calm as ever. Suddenly, he exclaims, Why are they here? Bobo lifted his head slightly and then shifted his gaze to the nearby Corinta. Situated in the northern forests of Earth, this tower had suddenly attracted a group of individuals, among whom only a pair of siblings appeared unassuming, while the others exuded an air of superiority. Glan, this is the Corinta you mentioned, with Beerus holding the champa. He remarked, though he had yet to finish his sentence. What's wrong with you two? Beerus inquired, taken aback by the serious expressions of Bardos and Whis as they observed the Corinta. This tower is rather intriguing, Whis mused, glancing up at the towering structure. Bardos squinted. Indeed, it is quite fascinating, especially with the numerous ancient engravings adorning it. It feels oddly familiar. The old Supreme Kai and Beerus exchanged glances, both astonished by the attention this seemingly desolate planet could garner from these two angels. Glan, equally surprised, had not anticipated that they had landed near Corinta. The origins of this tower had always been shrouded in mystery within the anime, with no one knowing who had constructed it. The tower was also home to Corinne, the Sins of Beans, the ultra-divine water, and the time-space magic pot, each possessing an enigmatic allure. Surely, Corinta held significant importance. Could the angels possess some knowledge about it? Glan pondered silently as he observed the contemplative expressions of the siblings. After a 20-minute wait, Whis and his sister remained deep in thought. Enough, Beerus exclaimed impatiently. Can you not finish your meal before pondering? All you do is eat. How come you aren't gaining weight? Whis retorted, snapping back to reality. Upon hearing this, The old Supreme Kai and his companions blushed with embarrassment. Ha! Glan burst into laughter, finding Wiss's sharp tongue amusing. In contrast, Beerus's face had darkened considerably. Bang! Beerus delivered a light smack to Glan's head. Ouch! Why did you hit me, Lord Beerus? Glan protested. I can't provoke Wiss. Do I need to provoke you too? Beerus grumbled. Aren't you going to take us to enjoy some delicious food? Of course, Glan replied, seeing no objections from Wiss and his sister. He activated his instant transmission to whisk them away. As they departed, Wiss and his sister again looked up, sensing an unseen gaze upon them. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, Bobo stood at the edge, contemplating, before retracting his gaze and muttering, I thought they had come here for something significant. Yet it turns out they were merely in search of good food. Such gluttons. In the western city of Earth, a group entered a supermarket, led by a child who instructed Jebbet to fetch 8 buckets of instant noodles. Lord Beerus, it's time to check out, Glan said with a smile at the register. What does checkout mean? Beerus questioned. It means to pay, Glan explained. I am a god of destruction. Why should I pay for food in my own universe? Beerus retorted, visibly irritated. If you anger me, I might just destroy this planet and still not pay. Lord Beerus, paying for delicious food is the highest form of respect towards it. Glan shot back. Beerus considered this, realizing the truth in Glan's words. Paying for food was indeed the utmost respect. In the past, before Glan became a candidate for God of Destruction, Wiss's culinary rewards had been teaching Glan various martial arts. I hope the food you mentioned is truly delectable, otherwise, I shall obliterate this planet. Beerus glared at Glan, then called for Wiss. Wiss observed the coins at the register and waved his staff, causing thousands of zenny to appear instantaneously. If after tasting the instant noodles you can still utter such words, I shall commend your resilience. Glan declared as he had Jebbet carry the noodles and led the group to a park. He refrained from taking the divine beings to a high-end restaurant, fearing it would spoil their tastes and make it difficult to satisfy them later. At that moment, Beerus tossed Champa to the ground and kicked him twice. Wake up, you lazy pig. Is it morning already? Champa yawned and stretched. Wait, something feels off. Did you just hit me, Beerus? Everyone, Glan called out, first. Let us enjoy the culinary delights of our 7th universe. By now, Glan had asked Wiss to prepare hot water and had steeped the 8 buckets of instant noodles. A rich aroma wafted through the air, and before even tasting the food, Champa was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. What is this exquisite scent? In Chapter 73, Bulma, each person received a bucket of instant noodles, the tantalizing aroma escaping from beneath the lids. It was a distinctive fragrance, akin to a hook that pierced the air, awakening the appetites of every divine being present. In Glan's past life, many had been fond of this scent. Today, the gods who had never tasted instant noodles were drawn in by the mouth-watering aroma, their appetites ignited. What in the world is this flavor? I, a god of destruction, cannot contain my tears. Champa exclaimed, cradling the noodles, looking at his angel, Bardos. Did you not claim that my East Blue eggs were the most delicious food in the multiverse? Bardos was left speechless, unable to confess that she had been deceiving him all along. How do you find the food of the 7th universe, you lazy pig? Beerus laughed heartily, astonished by the power of the food Glan had brought. Before even tasting, the aroma alone was irresistible. If it were to touch their lips, it would surely be explosive. Why does your universe possess such culinary wonders? Champa yelled in a fit of rage, feeling ashamed for previously declaring the East Blue eggs the tastiest food. Seeing Champa's reaction, Glan couldn't help but chuckle. Just then, Champa turned sharply towards him. Startled, Glan coughed lightly and said, Lord Champa, the time has come. We may now enjoy the noodles. As Glan's words fell, the impatient crowd eagerly lifted the lids. The next moment, oh, yum. Wiss and the others slurped up the noodles, each voicing their exaggerated delight. Champa, disregarding all shame, joined in on the noodles. This is heavenly. This is the finest food in the world. What have I been eating all this time? I must take countless buckets of noodles back with me. This is the culinary treasure of my 7th universe. What say you now, lazy pig? Are you still feeling smug? I concede that your 7th universe is impressive. Listening to the exchange among the gods, Glan chuckled softly. Not just them. Even he, who had indulged in instant noodles countless times before, found them remarkably delicious once again. Such was the power of instant noodles. Such was the magic of additives. The 8 of them squatted by the park's roadside, consuming their noodles, unwittingly creating a picturesque scene. Their divine garments contrasted humorously with the instant noodles they held, evoking an air of beggar-like charm. A passerby on Earth, witnessing the scene, tossed a zenny coin, followed by a second, a third, and soon a multitude. Unbeknownst to Glan, a pile of money accumulated before him. Why are they giving you money? Beerus slurped his instant noodles in confusion. Just moments ago, Whis had used this very money to purchase noodles, which Beerus recognized. You fool. They must have noticed that we gods were about to finish our noodles, hence they continued to offer wealth. Compa scoffed. Hurry up and eat, so we can exchange the money for more noodles. To Beerus's surprise, the mortals of Universe 7 displayed such discernment. He couldn't help but feel envious of Beerus. Gurin stared at the pile of money before him, his expression darkening. Do they really see you as a deity? They must think we are beggars. Of course. He dared not voice these thoughts aloud, fearing their wrath might result in the destruction of Earth. Sighing inwardly, Gurin lamented that one day, a mere candidate for the god of destruction found himself mistaken for a beggar. He prepared to gather the money in front of him when suddenly, Mommy, that little brother looks so pitiful. Don't you have money in your pocket? Why not give him some? Okay, Mommy. A young girl approached and tossed a stack of cash to Gurin. He looked up, his pupils contracting slightly. The girl's cherubic face was round and charming, adorned with a mane of blue hair tied up with a red bow. She resembled a porcelain doll. Most notably, her jacket bore the insignia of the Capsule Corporation. Naturally, encountering her here in West City was not unusual. It was Bulma. Little brother, what's wrong? Bulma asked, holding Mrs. Brief's hand. Eating instant noodles won't fill you up. Take this money and buy something else to eat. Little brother? Gurin's mouth twitched. Bulma, you were born in age 733, and I was born in age 731. Why do you call me little brother? However, it was common for Scion children to be small, and even though Bulma was only 7, she was taller than the 9-year-old Gurin. Thus, it was understandable that others would refer to him as little brother. Gurin collected the stack of money, took a deep breath, and smiled. I'm older than you. You must call me big brother. This little beggar was trying to take advantage of him. Bulma, possessing an exceptionally high intellect, even from a young age, grew irate. You give me back my money. I want to give it to you. If it ends up in my pocket, it naturally belongs to me. Gurin, thick-skinned, quickly stuffed all the money into his belt. You little beggar, how despicable. Bulma stomped her foot in frustration. As the two children bickered, the surrounding deities felt slightly annoyed. Could they not enjoy their noodles in peace? Especially Beerus, who was irked that a mortal would dare call his disciple a beggar. He handed the noodles to Whis, his expression returning to the indifferent demeanor befitting a god of destruction. He pointed a finger at young Bulma, a purple glow appearing at his fingertip. Lord Beerus, Gurin exclaimed, cold sweat trickling down his brow. What now? Don't move her. Humph, I'll let you off this time. Beerus curled his lip, dissipating the destructive energy before retrieving his noodles from Whis to continue eating. Gurin exhaled heavily, glancing at the still fuming Bulma. You almost got yourself killed just now. Bulma, confused, retorted, you were the one who almost died. Hurry and give me back my money. I want to return it. Consider it my payment for saving you. Gurin shook his head, observing Bulma for a while. So, this is the leading lady of Dragon Ball. She truly is captivating even at such a young age. Unsure of what to say, Gurin finally spoke. I have a piece of advice. If you encounter someone named Vegeta, it's best not to get acquainted with him. Vegeta? Bulma paused, unfamiliar with the name. Why shouldn't I meet him? You little beggar are meddling too much. Suit yourself. Regardless, he has a vendetta against me. Even if he lives forever, he will always be overshadowed by me. With that, Gurin signaled the gods to depart from the scene. Mommy, they can fly, Bulma exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Then let Little White go and rewatch all the Dragon Ball anime. Chapter 74, Ascending Karen Tower in the Northern Forests of Earth. Fat Pig, how many buckets of instant noodles did you take this time? Not many, just 5 billion buckets. Damn, I knew those noodles were disappearing. Turns out it was you. Ha ha, what should I leave for you then? By the way, how many did you take? Not much, just 10 billion. Ah, Beerus, you're truly despicable. Within the past week, Beerus and his companions had nearly swept clean all the visible instant noodles on Earth. A week later, Gurin and the others returned to the base of Karen Tower. Speaking of Lord Beerus, Gurin chuckled. I recall you said if the noodles weren't tasty, you'd blow up the Earth. Ha ha, Compa cackled. Little guy, don't you know? Your god of destruction is quite the hypocrite. Fat Pig, are you mocking me again? Let me ask you, Didn't you say your pudding was the most delicious in the world? Before Beerus could finish, Kampa turned red, memories of past humiliation flooding back. Shameful to the core. Ah, Beerus, I'll kill you. The two resumed their playful rivalry. Meanwhile, Whis and Vados paid little mind to the squabbling duo as they approached Karen Tower. Upon reaching the tower, the two touched it, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Sister, do you remember anything? I can't recall, but it feels so familiar, Vados replied, shaking her head. The tower, with its ancient patterns and structure, exuded an aura of antiquity. Guren, I remember your Senza beings were also transferred from this planet, right? Whis inquired. During Guren's training journey, he had once asked the eternal dragon on Namek to move the Senzu beings from Earth to him. Yes, those Senza beings are indeed from this tower, Guren confirmed. Stepping forward. In fact, Karen Tower not only housed Senza beings, but also contained divine water capable of unlocking potential and 3 vats that could reveal one's past, present, and future. Vados, somewhat puzzled, asked, What are Senza beans? These, Guren replied, pulling 2 Senza beans from his belt and tossing them to Whis and Vados. After receiving the beans, the two observed them for a moment. There's a terrifying healing aura, Vados remarked, pinching the Senza beans between her delicate fingers, bringing them close to her eyes. I feel they are on par with our angelic healing magic. Indeed, these beans can instantly restore all injuries, akin to our angelic magic. But in certain respects, they may even surpass our healing abilities. Whis' tone turned serious as he tossed the Senza beans back to Guren. He refrained from questioning how Guren knew about the existence of such miraculous beans, as Guren himself was a mystery. After all, he was unaware of how he had enhanced his own dimension. Sister, are you interested in going up to take a look? Whis asked. Vados returned the Senzu beans to Guren, her eyes filled with curiosity. Naturally, I'm interested. Guren sighed in relief, glad Whis hadn't pressed for too many details. Since we're all interested, let us ascend and see. Guren began to levitate into the air. Whis and Vados exchanged glances, nodded, and then followed suit, ascending towards Karen Tower. Observing this, the Elder Kai and his companions quickly followed suit. Before long, Beerus noticed, Where did they go? Damn it, they've flown up to the tower. Kampa roared at Beerus, all day long thinking about arguing with me. Look, everyone else has abandoned us. You're truly more of a hindrance than a help. Beerus remained silent, his expression cold, and then began to stretch his limbs. Crack, crack. The joints emitted a dull grinding sound. Upon hearing this, Kampa's expression shifted dramatically. What are you planning to do? What do you think? Naturally, I want you to experience my beloved Iron Fist. With that, the next moment, Aya. The air was filled with Kampa's anguished cries. Soon after, a pig-headed pastry and a bag of bones caught up with Gran and the others. Their flight was not swift. They observed the towering Karen Tower as they flew. At the top of Karen Tower, Master Karen stood at the railing, gazing down at the powerful beings ascending. What a terrifying sense of oppression. Is this a dimensional pressure? Who on earth are they? Are they all deities? Cold sweat trickled down Master Karen's brow. When did this world become home to so many gods? They've arrived. Master Karen hastily leaped down from the railing. Splash. 8 figures soared from below to the hall at the tower's peak. As they appeared, the formidable dimensional pressure caused Master Karen to collapse to the ground. A cat? Observing this feline, Whis and Beerus exchanged knowing glances. This cat appeared to be an ordinary one, but its cultivation of a bit of dimension had granted it a slightly longer lifespan than an ordinary cat. Clearly, this ancient tower had no connection to the creature. Gran noticed this as well. He initially thought the cat might have some significant background. Disregarding the feline, Gran led Whis and the others in exploring the tower. After a thorough tour, they returned to their original position. However, Whis and Beerus appeared unusually grave. Hundreds of Senza beans, a pot of divine water, and 3 urns capable of revealing the past, present, and future. These were not possessions of ordinary individuals. Particularly concerning was the pot of divine water, which seemed to harbor a terrifying toxicity. Ordinary people lacking potential would surely perish upon drinking it. Chapter 75. The Origin of Karen Tower. Lord Beerus, Lord Kampa. Could you possibly restrain your dimensional pressure? After Gran's tour of Karen Tower, he returned to find Master Karen still flattened on the ground, utterly exasperated. The 2 angels exuded no oppressive aura. They had long since achieved a state of simplicity. The Elder Kai trio had always exercised restraint and had seldom released their dimensional pressure on this outing. Only Beerus and Kampa seemed utterly indifferent to the plight of others. How pathetic, unable to withstand even the slightest pressure. This fat cat is truly useless. Beerus glanced at Master Karen and then at Kampa, before finally retracting his dimensional pressure. Fat cat. The veins on Kampa's forehead bulged. He knew Beerus was making a veiled jab at him. Gran stifled a laugh as he noticed Kampa was about to explode. He quickly addressed Master Karen. This cat must be the guardian of this tower. I must ask, who constructed this tower? Surely it wasn't you? As the words left his mouth, Kampa also withdrew his oppressive aura, and momentarily, all eyes were on Master Karen. With the terrifying pressure dissipated, Master Karen was finally able to stand, yet the gaze of these mysterious beings weighed heavily upon him. Master Karen hesitated to answer Gran's question. Mustering his courage, I do not know, esteemed ones. Before he could finish, Gran interjected, we are the supreme beings in this universe. Normally, we would not harm Earth, so you need not worry too much. Just answer our questions. Upon hearing this, Master Karen sighed in relief. His assumptions were correct. These individuals were indeed higher deities than the gods. However, he also noted Gran's earlier words. Under normal circumstances, they would not harm Earth. What if things were not normal? Reading the expression on Master Karen's face, Gran deduced the cat's thoughts, yet he refrained from elaborating. A candidate for destruction should maintain a certain level of prestige. Speak of all you know. Yes. Master Karen dared not question further and began to explain. This tower is called Karen Tower, and I am its guardian. The martial artists of Earth refer to me as Master Karen. While I bear this title, I am not the creator of Karen Tower. I am merely its current guardian. As for who built it and when, I am not quite sure, but I suspect it has existed since the dawn of Earth. Upon hearing this, the deities exchanged glances. As they had surmised, this tower was not constructed by the fat cat. But by whom then? What purpose does this tower serve? Gran squinted his eyes and continued, prompting Whis and Beerus to perk up their ears. Karen Tower is the sacred ground for Earth's martial artists. Anyone who ascends through their own efforts may receive my guidance. Master Karen paused before adding. The purpose of this tower is to facilitate the transmission of various martial arts to Earth's martial artists. Martial arts? Whis and the others turned their attention to the fat cat. Indeed, although this fat feline possessed little strength, its martial arts convictions and understanding were quite profound, even embodying the essence of martial arts. Additionally, its innate abilities had reached a second tier, meaning it could be considered a martial arts master among mortals. Gran also noticed this. It was no wonder that in the anime, Goku consistently outclassed Vegeta. With so many martial arts masters imparting knowledge to Goku, how could Vegeta possibly catch up? Even if he did, it would only be temporary. Goku's martial arts beliefs were too formidable. Since you say that anyone who can ascend here based on their own strength can receive your guidance, do you see any areas where I might require your instruction? At that moment, young Gran shamelessly spun around in place. Master Karen, everyone, isn't this bullying? Can you be any more shameless, little one? This esteemed deity. In my humble view, your martial arts have surpassed mine, reaching the very limits of mortality. Master Karen wiped the cold sweat from his brow. I am unable to provide guidance. That is indeed a bit unfortunate. Little Gran chuckled, ceasing to tease the elder, and continued, those sins of beans. The 3 urns that can reveal the past, present, and future, as well as that pot of highly toxic divine water. Where did you acquire them? Gran had already made some guesses, yet he still posed the question. After Gran spoke, the eyes of the siblings, Beerus and Whis, deepened. These were no ordinary items. I do not know. They were already present when I became the guardian of the tower. Master Karen pointed upward. Perhaps they are related to the heavenly realm. After all, these items are meant to cultivate Earth's martial artists. Moreover, according to the will of the heavenly realm, any Earth martial artist who passes my trials will receive a ticket to ascend to the heavenly realm. Heavenly realm? In an instant, everyone looked up, including young Gran, who also glanced upward. What this fat cat said aligned perfectly with his suspicions. It likely pertained to that Bobo, since it was connected to the so-called heavenly realm above. Shall we ascend to take a look? Beerus had noticed earlier that above Karen Tower lay something akin to a floating island. This must be what the fat cat referred to as the heavenly realm. What say you, Whis? Shall we ascend to take a look? Gran inquired. Having arrived at this place, it is only natural to take a look around. Whis nodded, fully aware that the plump cat was not deceiving him. Bardos said little, merely returning the nod. Well then, let us proceed. With the consensus of the group, Gran was the first to soar beyond Corinta, followed closely by the others. In an instant, they vanished without a trace. After a while, what kind of deities are these? They truly terrified me. The immortal Carlin patted his chest, finally daring to breathe deeply. Suddenly, recalling the mention of the magical beans by that child, he hurried to check his stash. Fortunately, the beans remained intact. Carlin let out a sigh of relief. Over a year ago, someone had stolen a portion of them. Thankfully, the thief had left behind 100 as seeds, demonstrating a modicum of conscience. It seems he must be more vigilant in safeguarding his precious beans henceforth. Chapter 76. Bobo, the weakling in the celestial realm. The deity had returned to the temple after surveying the mortal world, leaving Bobo alone at the edge of the heavens. In truth, he had noticed Gran and the others ascending to Corinta, yet he remained unperturbed, his demeanor as composed as ever. Suddenly, 8 figures soared upwards from beneath the celestial realm. Their speed was moderate, but the oppressive aura they exuded was formidable. It was a resurgence of pressure from Beerus and his companions. As Gran and the assembly of deities descended upon the heavenly domain, they noticed a solitary figure standing there, a stark contrast to the rest. Without uttering a word, both parties exchanged glances, creating an atmosphere laden with unease. To Gran's eyes, Bobo bore an uncanny resemblance to characters from animated tales. His dark complexion and calm expression were striking. Many in the past speculated that Bobo held significant origins, while Gran found it challenging to discern the particulars of his lineage. It was evident that Bobo possessed an extraordinarily lengthy lifespan. Within the celestial realm lay a burial ground for the deities of Earth, and Bobo was the sole attendant to all the deceased gods. Despite the demise of so many, Bobo continued to thrive, an astonishing phenomenon indeed. Weiss, have you made any discoveries? Gran inquired softly. He suspected that the wondrous artifacts on Corinta and the existence of the celestial realm were intrinsically linked to Bobo. Now, it depended on whether Weiss and Bardos could unveil the true nature of this enigmatic figure. Discoveries? Weiss surveyed the celestial realm, its layout imprinting itself upon his mind. The room of spirit and time, the divine burial ground, and a chamber capable of transporting consciousness to past moments. Indeed, he had uncovered something astonishing. An expression of gravity settled upon Weiss's face, for it pertained to the concept of time itself. Bardos spoke up, having also noted the celestial layout. Upon her revelation, what? Beerus and his companions widened their eyes in shock. Time is among the most mysterious forces in the Omniverse, and even angels like Weiss could only reverse it by 3 minutes. Had this being committed the grave sin of manipulating time? Beerus's countenance turned icy, a potent purple aura emanating from him. Compa mirrored this, gathering destructive energy in his hands. In the Omniverse, tampering with time is a severe transgression, and upon discovery, the gods of destruction bear the responsibility of eliminating such offenders. Hold your actions, you two. Weiss restrained Beerus and Compa, turning to glance at his sister. Unbeknownst to him, Bardos was observing him as well. Their eyes met, each reflecting the other's perplexity. Gran, you go and test him. Weiss abruptly called out to Gran, gesturing towards Bobo. In this situation, the origins of the other party were undoubtedly remarkable. You want me to go? Isn't that akin to sending me to my doom? Gran retorted, exasperated. Mr. Weiss, Gran wouldn't breach the rules. The elderly Supreme Kai, who had been silent, gasped at Weiss's words, though he did not finish his thought. Old man, do not speak. With us here, what is there to fear? Beerus remarked coolly, retracting his destructive energy. The old Supreme Kai glanced at Gran and then back at Weiss, ultimately choosing silence. Then I shall go. Though Gran felt somewhat resigned, he trusted that Weiss would not lead him astray. Thus, a silver glow enveloped him, transforming his hair from black to silver. In the manifestation of ultimate freedom, Gran approached the mysterious Bobo, demonstrating utmost respect by unleashing his full power. Cloaked in a searing silver aura, Gran surged forward, his speed astonishing, appearing instantaneously behind Bobo. With a powerful punch, he concentrated all his strength, capable of obliterating an entire star region with this strike. However, to his astonishment, Bobo erupted into nothingness. Silence engulfed the celestial realm, an eerie stillness settling over the assembly. Their mouths agape in disbelief, save for Weiss and Bardos. How is this possible? The scene was undeniably beyond their expectations. Gran, who had just struck Bobo down, found himself frozen in shock. Wasn't Bobo supposed to be mysterious and formidable? Why had his punch obliterated him so easily? Had his strength truly surged recently? Gazing at his own small fist, Gran struggled to accept the surreal reality before him. At that moment, while all stood in stunned silence, Bardos waved her staff, reviving the obliterated Bobo. There is nothing more to see here. Let us depart. The perplexity on Weiss's face vanished, reverting to his usual poised demeanor. Depart? Just like that? Gran finally regained his senses, incredulous as he looked at Weiss. Not only Gran, but Beerus, Kampa, and the elderly Supreme Kai were equally bewildered. Had they not spoken of the ancient tower below, of the secrets it harbored? Had they not asserted that the celestial realm involved the manipulation of time? Why the sudden urge to leave? I have gathered some insights. Let us go, Weiss declared, casting a significant glance at Bobo before taking flight. Not waiting for the others to react. Once Weiss and the others disappeared, Bobo remained alone in the celestial realm. Was this a revelation? It seems I was just annihilated. He mused, hands clasped behind his back, as he strolled back towards the temple. In the pitch-black expanse of the cosmic void, a vibrant streak of light cut through. Its trajectory aimed towards the realm of the Supreme Kai. Observing the scenery receding around him, Gran felt a sense of resignation. His visit to Earth had been primarily to treat Beerus and the others to instant noodles, yet he also yearned to see Goku. Compared to Vegeta, that rebellious one, Goku was the one he truly admired. No, now that we are akin to family, I should refer to him as Kakarot. With a pure heart, kindness, and unwavering resolve. Kakarot, you truly captivate. Yet, according to the passage of time, he had traversed here for just over 3 years, meaning Kakarot had only been exiled for a similar span. Perhaps at this moment, Gohan had yet to meet his fate at Gran's hands, as that child was still too young. Encountering him now would bear no significance. Grow swiftly. I hope to see your tail lights in the future. Gran chuckled internally before turning to Weiss and inquiring, what just transpired? Why was I able to obliterate that charcoal-headed fellow with a single punch? Charcoal-headed? The crowd paused, then recalled Bobo's complexion, bursting into laughter, indeed resembling a charcoal head. Did you sense anything before you struck? Weiss, suppressing his amusement, inquired. Gran pondered for a moment. In my perception, that charcoal-headed fellow's aura seemed rather feeble. How about you? Lord Beerus? Weiss continued. Beerus crossed his arms, his expression grave. Like Gran, I sensed that the creature's presence was weak, seemingly nothing but a nuisance. Weiss scanned the crowd, with Kampa and the old Kai nodding in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. You all sense correctly. That creature's aura is indeed weak. To put it in Gran's whimsical terms, he is merely a weakling. Chapter 77. The origin of Bobo was gazed ahead, his voice calm, yet to Gran, it resonated like a thunderclap. The Senza beans, the super divine water, the hyperbolic time chamber, everything in the celestial realm is wondrous. Clearly, these items were all conjured by Bobo. And Bobo himself, setting aside his longevity. He has taught Goku that one's heart should be as tranquil as the sky and one's strikes should be as swift as lightning. This embodies Whis' teaching of Ultra Instinct. How could Bobo, who mastered Ultra Instinct, possibly be a weakling? We mistakenly assumed he was more formidable than he is. Beerus and Kampa were not as shocked as Gran, for they had never perceived Bobo as particularly strong. Lord Beerus is correct. We were misled by our preconceptions. Bardos interjected. The tower and the celestial realm are so ancient and mystical that it is natural for us to initially perceive him as powerful. Whis nodded. In truth, according to our senses, his apparent strength reflects his actual strength. He harbors no hidden capabilities, measured against the combat power within our 7 universes. He possesses at most a mere 1,000 in combat power. 1,000 combat power? Gran's eyes widened. That is even weaker than Raditz during his invasion of Earth. Is this truly the strength of the enigmatic Bobo? Observing Gran's expression, Whis remarked calmly. What? Still in disbelief? It is indeed hard to fathom. It is no wonder you doubt, for when I first entered that celestial realm, I sensed an unsettling calmness emanating from him, leading me to instinctively believe he was a formidable warrior. Whis chuckled self-deprecatingly. The danger of preconceived notions is profound. Even I, an angel, stumbled into this cognitive trap. Beside them, Bardos affectionately ruffled Gran's hair. But that is indeed his true strength. Otherwise, how could you have shattered him with a single punch? Upon hearing this, Gran fell silent. Indeed, if Bobo were truly powerful, how could he have been defeated so easily? In that moment, not just Gran, but even the old Kai and others accepted the fact that Bobo was a weakling. Whis, if what you say is true, does that mean he is merely an ordinary person? Beerus furrowed his brow, finding this logic somewhat flawed. How could an ordinary person possess such marvelous items? Moreover, according to your earlier statements, he seems to have committed a grave transgression involving time manipulation. Lord Beerus, you are mistaken. Wiss's expression shifted swiftly. Becoming serious, I never claimed he was an ordinary person. The crowd was taken aback, the successive twists leaving them bewildered. Gran questioned, did you not say his strength was weak? How can he not be an ordinary person? The trio of the old Kai nodded in unison. Wiss, you are truly keeping us in suspense. Could you not convey your thoughts in one go? Kampa expressed his impatience. With a resounding thud, Bardosh struck Kampa on the head. How dare you speak to my brother that way? Kampa held his head, silenced by the reprimand. The scene of Kampa being scolded was humorous, yet Gran's focus remained solely on Wiss. His strength is indeed weak, but I never stated he was an ordinary person. If he were truly ordinary, how would he have acquired items such as the hyperbolic time chamber and senza beans? Wiss glanced at young Gran, then at Beerus. Both nodded vigorously, their curiosity piqued by Wiss's words. Gran, I ask you, when you attacked that charcoal-headed fellow, did you not perceive that he, too, could wield Ultra Instinct? Thunder. The hearts of everyone present, except for the two angels, trembled in unison. Among all the gods of destruction, only Beerus could utilize Ultra Instinct. Now, with young Gran joining him, both possessed extraordinary talent. It was only natural for them to master such a divine technique. But what about that charcoal-headed fellow? Wait. Beerus interjected. Actually, when Gran obliterated that charcoal-headed fellow, I sensed an almost imperceptible ethereal aura. I had assumed it was merely Gran's energy contaminating that creature. According to you, Wiss, does that faint ethereal aura belong to that charcoal-headed fellow? Wiss did not rush to answer Beerus's inquiry, his attention still fixed on young Gran. In that moment, all eyes turned to him. It seems there actually was. Gran contemplated, vigorously nodding. When I obliterated that charcoal-headed fellow, I was momentarily stunned. Reflecting back, I realized that as I struck, he indeed attempted to instinctively evade my attack, but perhaps due to the vast disparity in strength, he could not escape. Thunder. Gran's affirmation reverberated through the crowd, causing another wave of astonishment, particularly in Kampa, whose forehead throbbed with tension. It was one thing for Gran and Beerus, with their exceptional talents, to master Ultra Instinct, but why would that endlessly weak charcoal-headed fellow also possess such divine prowess? That's right. Wiss continued. Let me ask you again, senzu beans equate to healing magic, and those time chambers allow for time manipulation. He not only possesses eternal life but also perfect mastery of Ultra Instinct. With that, he surveyed the crowd, stating solemnly, when you combine all these factors, what do you deduce? Angels. Gran blurted out without hesitation. As soon as the words left his mouth, a golden light flashed in their minds. Thunder. Like a clap of thunder, the realization struck. Only angels can accomplish all of this. In that instant, the crowd felt their minds buzzing. Could that fellow truly be an angel? Astute, that fellow is indeed an angel. Wiss regarded Gran with admiration. Gran, however, remained lost in thought. Muttering in disbelief, no wonder. No wonder Bobo imparted the wisdom that one's heart should be as tranquil as the sky and one's strikes as swift as lightning. It all makes sense now. Bobo is an angel. Wiss, you assert that individual is an angel, yet why is an angel's strength so feeble? Beerus raised his question once more. The trio of old Kai turned their gazes toward Wiss, awaiting his response. I do not know that angel, but I believe I once overheard my father mention that there existed a rather peculiar angel among his generation. At this moment, Bardosh spoke up. That angel rarely utilized any of the angelic abilities and instead required to create various artifacts to manifest any angelic power. It was as if Wiss had previously stated, the sins of beings equate to healing magic, and the time chamber signifies the manipulation of time. Perhaps the angel my father mentioned is that ominous figure cloaked in darkness. Upon hearing this, everyone comprehended the entirety of the matter. It turns out that everything revolved around the fact that this being was an angel. Yet, despite grasping the truth, their hearts remained tumultuous. The existence of such a feeble angel in this world was utterly unfathomable. Little Gran, too, felt the weight of the revelation, reflecting on his hands, realizing he had just slain an angel. Chapter 78. Is someone manipulating time? Minutes passed, and everyone finally returned to the realm of the Supreme Kai. No one spoke. The shock etched on their faces had yet to fade. Gran, at that moment, was called out, continuing, on Earth, there is that Karen Tower, the fat cat. and the sins of beings. Clearly, that angel intends to impart various martial arts to the Earth's warriors. With him around, Earth shall become a sanctuary for martial arts. In my perception, although currently no formidable warriors have emerged from Earth, I am certain that its foundation is steadily accumulating, and one day, a remarkable warrior shall undoubtedly arise. The old Supreme Kai trio suddenly looked up, and Beerus narrowed his eyes. They too contemplated the possibility Whis presented. Would a truly remarkable warrior emerge from Earth in the future? The anticipation grew ever stronger. In stark contrast to Beerus and the others' reactions, Kampa had already clenched his fists. The seventh universe had little Gran. And now it seemed there would be another exceptional warrior? This was utterly infuriating. Gran surmised who that remarkable warrior Whis spoke of might be. Kakarot. Whis was referring to Kakarot. It appeared that everything was preordained. Quite intriguing. Gran could not help but express his thoughts. What is this? Are you feeling pressured? Beerus chuckled. Pressure? Gran smirked slightly. What pressure could I possibly have? Not to mention that fellow has T even appeared yet, even if he were to confront me now. He'd only glimpse my taillights, which would mean I've lost. The trio of old Supreme Kai fell momentarily silent. This young man's talent was indeed astounding. But was he being a tad too arrogant? Meanwhile, Kampa and Beerus sighed deeply. It was vexing to envy the seventh universe for having this potential god of destruction. How could the foundation of the seventh universe be so formidable? No one spoke further, and the realm of the Supreme Kai soon returned to tranquility. I shall take my leave. Having indulged in your madness for a while, I must now solidify my mental state. Over a month ago, Gran had just transcended to the state of selflessness. Subsequently, to illustrate that the path of super science was not erroneous, he had come to the realm of the Supreme Kai. Afterward, he had spent time in slumber and seeking delicacies on Earth, which had delayed him for a month. It was time to return to serious matters. Gran waved at everyone, making his way to a large tree, where he began to meditate. His current objective was to consolidate his mental state, followed by fortifying his strength. According to Whis' training regimen, only by refining and solidifying both could he embark on the dimensional training Whis had mentioned. Only upon entering the divine tier would he be deemed worthy to stand alongside the gods of destruction. The divine dimension? How exhilarating! He closed his eyes and quickly entered a meditative state, observing his disciple's diligence. Beerus felt a sense of satisfaction and glanced at Kampa. You came to my seventh universe seemingly to inquire about the sudden surge in the human standard here. Now, you've learned the cause and seen my disciple, and I've even savored your delicacies. Before Beerus could finish his statement about the delectable bird eggs, Kampa flushed with embarrassment. The bird eggs were now his disgrace. Anyone mentioning them would invoke his ire. Do refrain from bringing up the bird eggs. I acknowledge that the cuisine of your seventh universe is exquisite, but my sixth universe can certainly rival it. Kampa's voice dwindled. Beerus smirked slightly. Rival it with what? Kampa clenched his fists tightly. How annoying you are, you bag of bones. Enough with the chatter. You've lingered in my seventh universe long enough. Why don't you return? I will not leave. If you have the ability, come at me. Aya! Suddenly, the realm of the Supreme Kai was pierced by Kampa's anguished scream. Fortunately, Whis had already placed a shield around little Gran. Otherwise, he might have been disturbed by that dreadful cry. While Gran was in the process of consolidating his mental state, the old Supreme Kai continued to escort Asen away from the realm of the Supreme Kai. At this stage, free from those inadequate planets that had been holding them back, the seventh universe was in a phase of rapid development. The old Supreme Kai would not passively watch this critical period slip away. He also intended to seize this opportunity to impart various knowledge about the Supreme Kai to Asen. The trio of old Supreme Kai remained preoccupied, while Beerus, the god of destruction, chose not to return to the god of destruction realm, opting to stay in the realm of the Supreme Kai. This was primarily because he had already cleared all the inadequate planets in the seventh universe, coupled with the absence of any extreme evil within the cosmos. Thus, there was no need for him to intervene. With the matters of the universe requiring no attention from Beerus, he stayed close to little Gran. Kampa, that fellow, had not returned to the sixth universe and remained vigilant near little Gran. Beerus also noticed that Kampa was constantly eyeing little Gran, and even Bardos shared a similar demeanor. These two seemed to be scheming something, and Beerus dared not leave the realm of the Supreme Kai recklessly. If his precious disciple were to be abducted, he would be devastated. From that day forth, Beerus and Whis stood guard beside Gran day and night. A month passed. Gran finally awoke from his meditative state, having thoroughly refined his state of selflessness. Next, he would focus on solidifying his own power. Since Gran had awakened from his slumber, his combat power had reached an astounding 1.2 billion. If he were to transform into a Super Saiyan, his power would soar to 60 billion. However, as Whis had advised, unless absolutely necessary, it was preferable not to utilize the Super Saiyan form. Therefore, Gran seldom resorted to that state. Having solidified his mental state, he began to reinforce his normal power. Another month elapsed. Gran remained by the lakeside, diligently practicing, and his internal strength was nearing consolidation. This young lad was on the brink of commencing dimensional training, and only when he became a true deity would his mortal power transform into divine power. Yes, he was merely waiting to thoroughly solidify his internal strength, still lacking a bit. Under a large tree lay 4 lounge chairs, where Beerus and Whis rested, their gaze fixed on Gran, who was training by the lakeside. At that moment, Beerus glanced at the vacant chair beside him. By the way, where did that fat pig go? Today, Kampa and Bardos had vanished early without a trace. I did not pay attention to them, Whis began, but suddenly sensed something and smiled. My sister and Lord Kampa have left the 7th universe. Ha! Beerus chuckled with glee. Those two nuisances were always eyeing little Gran. They had me worried sick, but it seems they couldn't hold out any longer. While Gran was consolidating his powers, he didn't even dare to sleep, fearing that those two would abscond with his precious gem. My sister is indeed rather bothersome. Whis' expression suddenly shifted. Lord Beerus, someone is manipulating time. What are we waiting for? Take me to eliminate that criminal at once. Chapter 79. Kidnapping Gran. What about Gran? Are we to leave him all alone in the realm of the Supreme Kai? Needless to say, you've mentioned that those troublesome ones, Kampa and Bardos, have left the 7th universe. Now, who in our 7th universe could possibly contend with Gran? Leave him here to cultivate alone. Indeed, Lord Beerus, let us depart. I am eager to see which individual dares to manipulate time. A brilliant cascade of multicolored light ascended into the heavens as Beerus was whisked away by Whis from the realm of the Supreme Kai. At this moment, Gran, who had been honing his skills by the lakeside, finally solidified his power. Now, he could proceed to cultivate dimensions. Just as Gran was about to turn and inquire of Whis how to proceed with dimensional training, he wondered, where did Lord Beerus and the others go? He had been so engrossed in his practice that he had failed to notice their movements. Gran glanced around and realized not only had Beerus and Whis vanished, but even Kampa and Vados were nowhere to be found. How strange, where could they have gone? Upon returning to the great tree, he had barely spoken when a voice echoed across the Supreme Kai's realm. Ha, little one, were you looking for us? Soon after, a beam of light descended from above. It was Kampa and Vados. Each held a sack, one pink and the other black. Should Beerus and Whis have still been present, they would have been utterly astonished. According to Whis' senses, his sister and Kampa had already departed from Universe 7. Yet, here they reappeared, clutching their sacks and regarding Gran with a gaze reserved for rare treasures. Thus, the situation became clear. Vados had deceived Whis' senses, creating a disturbance in time within Universe 7, successfully luring both Whis and Beerus away from the Supreme Kai's domain. Lord Kampa, are you not afraid of the Omni King's wrath for disrupting time? What is there to fear? There are countless individuals in this world capable of manipulating time, and numerous scientists aspire to create time machines to traverse through time. Compared to their serious offenses, our actions are trivial. Kampa cast a sidelong glance at Vados, then retorted. Moreover, you have no idea how many times you've used time reversal throughout the year. Strictly speaking, you've been manipulating time all along. Vados smirked slightly and replied, Fine. Even if the Omni King were to be displeased, the only one to suffer would be Lord Kampa. Vados' words irritated Kampa, who glared at her and said, Enough chatter. I refuse to believe you aren't envious of this little one. Hurry up and make your move. Envious? Vados shifted her gaze to Gran, and as she observed him, her mouth began to water. Wipe that drool off your face. It's time to put the sack on. Kampa cackled as he approached Gran, tugging at his sack. Vados also moved closer. At this moment, Gran realized what was transpiring. It turned out that Kampa and Vados had intended to take him to Universe 6 from the very beginning. Having successfully lured away the god of destruction from his own realm, Gran was unsure whether to feel joy over his extraordinary talent or despair at the prospect of leaving Universe 7. Wait, Lord Kampa, Gran exclaimed, half amused. I am the candidate god of destruction for Universe 7. Even if you take me there, I cannot inherit the position of candidate god of destruction for Universe 6. It is merely a candidate position. As long as you have not become a true god of destruction, Vados can easily make you the candidate god of destruction for Universe 6. But I am, after all, a disciple of Lord Beerus. Do you not fear his anger? Gran was unwilling to accept the position of candidate god of destruction for Universe 6, as he had initially been reluctant even to become a candidate for Universe 7. Holding such a position would only bind him to a weakness linked to the Supreme Kai in the future. Initially pressured by Beerus, he had felt he had no choice. Now that he had assumed the role of candidate god of destruction for Universe 7, he had no desire to pursue the same role in Universe 6. The reasons were clear. First, Beerus was the mightiest god of destruction and unlikely to perish easily. Second, he was his Lord Beerus. Even raising a dog can foster feelings. How could Gran bear to part with his Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis? Angry, Kampa recalled the furious visage of Beerus and involuntarily shuddered, yet gritted his teeth and said, "What does it matter if he is angry? Who told you that your talent is so exceptional? Who could resist being envious? I have reached this point. Why should I fear his wrath? I am his own brother. At most, he would merely give me a sound thrashing. Enough with the distractions. I have 2 sacks of different colors here. Choose one quickly." Kampa and Vados drew ever closer. Gazing at the 2 sacks, one pink and the other yellow, Gran felt utterly speechless. As a proud Scion warrior, why was he being offered a pink sack? "I choose." Gran's tone was laced with despair, but suddenly, he pressed his hand to his forehead. Instant transmission. Go. However, a vast surge of destructive energy erupted from Kampa, instantly distorting the surrounding space. Gran remained rooted in place. His instant transmission had failed. How infuriating. Was Kampa truly so fearsome? Ha ha ha, leave. Where do you think you are going? Kampa teased, such tricks may work on mere mortals. But you are up against a god of destruction and an angel. Even had Kampa not anticipated Gran's use of instant transmission, Gran would have been utterly incapable of escaping before him using such a technique. At your current strength, the gap between you and a god of destruction is still far too great. You should obediently accompany me back to Universe 6. Kampa ceased his idle chatter. Vados used the pink sack to ensnare him. As he spoke, he unleashed an even more terrifying pressure, rendering Gran completely immobile. Yes, upon seeing Vados approach him, Gran was unwilling to be taken away so easily. He struggled, and a silver light enveloped him, the form of ultimate instinct. Yet, even with all his efforts, he could not break free from their confinement. He remained utterly paralyzed. "Whis, help me." Gran could only shout helplessly. Whis had not yet arrived, and before he knew it, the pink sack enveloped him. They must have realized. "We must leave quickly," Vados exclaimed with excitement as she wrapped her arms around Gran's waist, swiftly wielding her staff, and the 2 vanished without a trace. In the expanse of starry space, Lord Beerus, I just sensed an incredibly strong temporal energy here. Whis gazed into the void of the universe, where not a single star could be seen, only the endless abyss of darkness. Is that so? I do not see any time-manipulating criminals here. Beerus scanned the surroundings, frowning. I find that peculiar. Before Whis could finish, a frantic voice echoed in his ears. "Whis, help me." Upon hearing this, Whis's expression changed dramatically. Gran had been lured away from the Supreme Kai's realm by the deceptive temporal energy, and he immediately understood the gravity of the situation. "What happened?" Beerus inquired, taken aback. "Lord Kampa and my sister did not actually leave Universe 7. I was deceived by them." Whis gritted his teeth. "They are currently taking Gran to Universe 6. If we delay any longer, they may make him the candidate god of destruction for Universe 6. Chapter 80. Whis, sister, this time we must engage in a contest." "What?" An infinite rage seemed ready to erupt from Beerus's eyes. How dare that fat pig do this? Boom. Accompanied by his fury, a tremendous surge of destructive energy erupted, causing the entire starry sky to collapse. Beerus could never have imagined that Kampa would dare to abduct his disciple. This is infuriating. What are we to do now? Beerus was in a state of distress. Both Vados and Whis are angels, and if both sides refrain from using teleportation, the likelihood of catching up with them is slim. Whis, think of a solution quickly. Let me ponder. In this moment, even Whis, usually calm, humble, and courteous, could not suppress his anger. After all, he had painstakingly recruited a rare genius, only for his cunning sister to attempt to snatch him away. Have you thought of a solution yet, Whis? If we delay any longer, they will return to Universe 6. Beerus was genuinely anxious. If those two managed to return to Universe 6, even if they arrive in time, a wary Compa would undoubtedly prevent him from bringing Gran back. Fighting Compa? Whether in their usual skirmishes or head-on confrontations, Beerus could easily suppress him. But at this moment, Compa would surely fight tooth and nail to obstruct him. It must be remembered that within the realm of the Omni King, any combat between gods of destruction is strictly forbidden without the Omni King's decree. Thus, once those two return to Universe 6, it would be too late. Damn it, there are so many time-manipulating criminals in the universe. If we had acted sooner, we wouldn't have fallen for this trick. Beerus grew increasingly furious. Suddenly, Lord Beerus, I have thought of a solution. Whis exclaimed with excitement, nearly forgetting about those three. What is it? Ha ha ha. Within this universe, not even my speed can outpace theirs. Who else could? With that, Whis quickly raised his head and shouted, Grand Kaishin, come here at once. Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in Beerus's eyes, for concern can indeed lead to chaos. As was stated, even angels cannot match the speed of the Kaishin within this universe. With Whis's voice echoing, a hum resonated as the Grand Kaishin, who had been observing the development of civilizations in Universe 7, materialized beside Whis. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis. The Grand Kaishin had not finished speaking when Whis urgently interrupted. Do not ask questions. Quickly take us to the edge of the universe in this direction. The situation is critical. And Whis pointed towards the direction where his sister had fled. The Grand Kaishin, perceptive as ever, understood that something significant had occurred. Without hesitation, he led Beerus and Whis toward the direction indicated by Whis. Meanwhile, not far from the edge of Universe 7, a transport cube sped towards them. Ha ha ha, Vados. We struck it rich this time. Inside the transport cube, Compa looked at the pink sack at Vados's waist. Inside the sack was none other than little Gran. With this little one in tow, how could they not take flight to Universe 6? Lord Compa, we haven't escaped Universe 7 yet. Let us not celebrate too soon. Unlike Compa, Vados felt increasingly anxious as they neared the edge of Universe 7. Victory was within reach, but her foolish brother must not pursue them. Lord Compa, Miss Vados, you are both utterly shameless. A childish voice emerged from the sack, belonging to little Gran. What could he do? This time, the opposition consisted of an angel and a god of destruction. No matter what he tried, he could not resist. Shameless or not, who could blame him for his terrifying talent? Compa, unashamed, crouched beside the pink sack and chuckled. Beerus and that pair evaded us for over 2 months. Yet here I stand with my prize. Gran was left speechless, contemplating that even if he were taken to Universe 6, he could still find his own way back. Just then, Vados interjected, Lord Compa, we are about to leave Universe 7. Good, Compa exclaimed with growing excitement. Meanwhile, little Gran sighed in resignation, realizing that Whis had not given up. In the next instant, you fat pig, are you tired of living? Sister Vados, it's been too long since we last competed. We must have a showdown this time. A voice roared like a cosmic explosion, reverberating throughout Universe 7. In an instant, the entire Universe 7 erupted in commotion. What formidable force could emit such a furious cry? It was none other than Lord Beerus and Whis. Gran, trapped in the pink sack, suddenly felt a rush of excitement. He had not anticipated that Whis and the others would arrive in the end. Cursed be it. Compa's expression turned grim. How can those two not have been deceived? How could they arrive so swiftly? Lord Compa, it's their Kaishin. After Vados commanded the transport cube to halt, she spotted the Kaishin beside Whis and immediately understood everything. She glanced at the little Gran held at her waist and sighed. Alas, she still could not take this little one away. On the other side, the Grand Kaishin trio that had rushed to assist Whis and Beerus also grasped the situation. The audacity of those two from Universe 6 was astounding. They dared to abduct their extraordinary genius. Lord Beerus, even if Lord Compa is your brother, you must teach him a lesson this time. The Grand Kaishin's chest heaved with indignation as he spoke. Turning to Whis, he added, Mr. Whis, you must also give your sister a proper reprimand. Chapter 81. The Omni King and the Grand Priest have agreed in the realm of the Omni King. Combat between gods of destruction is expressly forbidden. The Grand Kaishin, fully aware of this prohibition, still voiced his previous sentiments, underscoring his extreme anger. At this moment, at the edge of Universe 7, Beerus and his companions blocked Compa's escape route. Both sides faced off, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if a battle of god-level destruction was on the verge of erupting. Compa, you truly are audacious. Beerus's expression darkened ominously. Hearing his brother no longer refer to him as a fat pig startled Kampa. He realized Beerus was genuinely enraged. You flaunt your pitiful achievements. Yet I still took you to savor better delicacies. I have not treated you poorly, have I? Kampa's treachery in manipulating time to deceive them was a classic case of drawing a tiger away from its den. Beerus's words penetrated Kampa's ears, leaving him speechless with guilt. What? Seeing Kampa silent, Beerus rasped, Are you afraid to face me? You dare seize my Universe 7's candidate for God of Destruction. Do you truly intend to take him away? As he spoke, he cast a glance at Vados. What do you mean, Lord Beerus? I have not captured your candidate for God of Destruction. Vados, unperturbed by Beerus, shifted the sack behind her. Inside the sack, Gran piped up, Sister Vados. What is contained in that pink sack you are holding? Wiss's expression remained eerily calm. They had caught them red-handed. Vados' shamelessness was astonishing. Swallowing hard upon seeing Wiss's expression, Vados realized her foolish brother might be angered as well. Ha ha ha, this is merely my collection, sister, let Gran down. Wiss's voice was chillingly indifferent. Vados fell silent, ultimately sighing deeply as she relented and released little Gran. Kampa reached out longingly, but retracted his hand upon encountering Beerus's predatory gaze. With Beerus and Wiss standing in their way, they could not possibly take Gran back. Attempting to snatch him away, not to mention the Omni King's explicit prohibition against combat between gods of destruction. The disparity in strength between him and Beerus made such an attempt futile. Lord Beerus, Wiss, Gran Kaishin. As little Gran emerged from the sack, he quickly soared ahead. Halfway through his flight, Gran turned back to glare at Xiangpa and Bardos. Lord Xiangpa, Miss Bardos, I shall remember both of you. He had been diligently cultivating in the Kaishin realm, strengthening his powers, and was on the verge of training in dimensions. Yet, inexplicably, he was ensnared by a pink sack, which was utterly infuriating. Gran, observing the smug glint in Xiangpa's eyes, felt an overwhelming urge to give him a good thrashing. Bardos shared a similar sentiment, thinking this child was far too unappreciative. Wasn't she more beautiful and appealing than that wretched man Wiss? With her guidance, how could this little brat still be dissatisfied? Are you all right? The old Kaishin, seeing this precious gem return, examined it closely. Beerus and Wiss also turned their attention, and the old Kaishin nodded at them, seemingly reassuring them that the child was unharmed. A sigh of relief washed over Beerus and Wiss. They were fortunate to have arrived in time. Seeing their expressions shift from tension to relaxation, Gran felt a warm current surge within him. This was his Lord Beerus and Mr. Wiss. Lord Beerus, Wiss, do not worry. I am perfectly fine. Gran refrained from further complaints, now solely focused on becoming a true deity. I have solidified my strength. Can I now train in dimensions? However, the matter of training could wait. Beerus pushed Gran aside and coldly regarded the obstructed Xiangpa. Gran was taken aback, wondering what his destructive god was up to. Surely he didn't intend to fight Xiangpa, did he? Xiangpa was equally stunned, having returned the little brat. Did this skinny fellow still crave a brawl? At that moment, Beerus erupted with a purple glow. This terrifying power swept across the entire 7th universe, causing it to tremble. Gran was startled. Lord Beerus, the Omni King has decreed that gods of destruction must not fight. Asen wiped his cold sweat and added, Lord Beerus, please remain calm. If the Omni King finds out, we are both doomed. At this juncture, Asen had realized that the lives of the gods of destruction were intertwined with those of the Kaishins. Seeing that Beerus had no intention of listening, Gran quickly turned to the old Kaishin. Old Kaishin, could you not persuade Lord Beerus? However, the old Kaishin, gritting his teeth, replied, Persuade? Why should I? I am just as furious. Gran and Asen exchanged incredulous glances, wondering if they had all lost their minds. Gran finally looked toward Wiss. Sister Bardos, several millennia ago, I lost to you in a contest. Now that time has passed, it is only fitting we compete once more. Wiss narrowed his eyes, his expression calm. Asen remarked, while Gran, as the party involved, naturally wanted to thrash Xiangpa and Bardos. Yet, the Omni King had forbidden battles among gods of destruction. Skinny fellow, are you out of your mind? Do you not understand what fighting between gods of destruction entails? Xiangpa widened his eyes, genuinely surprised by Beerus's intense reaction. To be honest, he felt a twinge of regret. You do not think this matter will simply be brushed aside, do you? Beerus's voice dripped with icy disdain. Lord Beerus, are you truly set on battling Lord Xiangpa? Bardos exclaimed in shock. Sister, do not concern yourself with their affairs. You have yet to respond to my request. Wiss's words drew Bardas's attention, and she felt a pang of alarm. How could her foolish brother, who had lost in their previous contest, dare challenge her again? Glan was equally astonished. In the manga, Bardas had explicitly told Goku that Whis was slightly weaker than her. Even Whis himself had acknowledged it. Suddenly, Beerus coldly declared, "Old man, please visit the Omni King's palace and inform them of my intention to battle this fat pig." The room erupted in astonishment. Glan was initially taken aback, but soon became exhilarated. He had feared a confrontation between Beerus and Xiangpa would draw the Omni King's ire. But if they had the Omni King's approval, that changed everything. Yes, the old Kaioshin, unable to contain himself, swiftly departed using instant transmission, capable of reaching the Omni King's palace directly. Witnessing this, Xiangpa was taken aback. "Skinny fellow, are you serious?" Bardas whispered. "Whis, are you certain you are not jesting?" Yet, just moments later, with a whoosh, the old Kaioshin returned. Everyone turned their gaze to him, seemingly inquiring about the Omni King and the Grand Minister's response. The old Kaioshin paused, surveying Xiangpa and Bardas, and coldly remarked, "They have granted permission." Chapter 82. Beerus, Xiangpa Whis. Bardas. A thunderous wave surged within the hearts of the crowd. The Omni King had always prohibited battles among gods of destruction, so why had he suddenly consented? Glan recalled the Omni King's playful nature, and it seemed plausible that he would agree. Beerus and the others were equally surprised by the Omni King's approval for their duel. Nonetheless, this was precisely what they desired. "Fat pig, let us proceed to the void." Beerus had no intention of battling another god of destruction within the confines of the universe. "Sister, let us go," Whis gestured invitingly. Glan's excitement escalated. This was a genuine battle between gods of destruction and angels. "All right, since Whis has spoken, I shall comply with your wishes." Bardas cast a deep glance at Whis, wondering if he had indeed improved over the millennia. "Let us go." Without further hesitation, she pulled a reluctant Xiangpa into the shuttle and directed it towards the void. Whis and Beerus exchanged glances, and Whis produced another shuttle, following suit once everyone had boarded. An epic confrontation was imminent. At the highest authority center of the multiverse stood a palace shaped like the character. Inside the palace, the Grand Minister inquired, "Omni King, why did you agree to their battle?" A child resembling an eraser set aside his gaming device and, in a youthful voice, replied, "I enjoy watching battle games." "Grand Minister, please show me the footage of their fight." "Very well." The Grand Minister chuckled helplessly, waving his small hand gently, causing a massive screen to appear above the palace. As the scene unfolded, the two supreme gods glanced at little Glan in unison before averting their gazes. This time, the spotlight was not on this little one. In the void, an entirely independent space from the Omni King's universe, there existed neither sky, earth, nor stars, and even time and space were absent. Only pure nothingness remained. Whoosh, whoosh. Two shuttles materialized in the void. "Ancestor, where is this?" Asen exclaimed, his eyes wide. "This is the void. It is devoid of any matter. When conflicts arise between gods of destruction, they come here to fight after receiving permission," the old Kaioshin explained. Glan recognized this place. The power tournament in the anime was held here, although it lacked the colossal arena constructed by Casington. "Lord Beerus, Whis, do your best to bring Lord Xiangpa down." Glan clenched his small fists. Even though he was not the one fighting, he felt his blood boiling with anticipation. The battle between the two angels and two gods of destruction would undoubtedly be spectacular. Taking down that fat pig should be easy. Your concern should be for Whis. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Whis, who stood nearby. The calm demeanor of this individual was so profound that it instilled a sense of certainty in others that victory was undoubtedly his. Yet, had he not suffered defeat at the hands of Bardas millennia ago? Gran, too, harbored doubts, recalling how Bardas had proclaimed herself slightly superior to Whis. "You shall see soon enough. Just watch," Whis remarked, his gaze deepening in intensity. After emerging from the warp cube alongside Beerus, Whis turned back to establish an angelic energy shield. "Little one, your sister is about to engage in battle with Whis, and it's all your fault." Bardas lamented as she emerged from the warp cube, confronting Gran. "I was diligently training in the realm of the Supreme Kai. Who was it that ensnared me with that pink sack? Can I be blamed for this? Let me set up another protective shield for you, lest you meet an untimely end." She sighed, and before departing, she cast an angelic energy shield around Gran's warp cube. Witnessing this, Gran's lingering resentment vanished entirely. Although this alluring angel had a somewhat devious side, she was not inherently malevolent. Before long, Beerus and his companions soared into the void a kilometer away, effectively dividing the battlefield into two. I'm nothing but skin and bones. Can't we avoid fighting? I concede. Xiangpa gulped nervously. What do you think? Stealing my candidate without consequences? I cannot abide by that. Beerus gritted his teeth. Very well, then let us proceed. Who is afraid? Xiangpa recognized the inevitability of confrontation, having anticipated such an outcome when he took Gran. Meanwhile, Bardos wasted no time. An eerie silence enveloped both battlefields, the atmosphere thick with tension as if an apocalyptic confrontation was imminent. Those within the warp cube held their breath in anticipation. It is about to begin. In the next moment, boom. The four combatants remained still, yet the void inexplicably trembled. Particularly, Xiangpa and Beerus radiated a purple glow, suffused with an unparalleled aura of destruction that swept across the expanse. The terrifying energy battered against the warp cube, causing Gran's small hands to perspire. Had it not been for the protective shields established by Whis and Bardos, they would likely have been obliterated by this force. Boom. The tremors within the void intensified. Unlike Beerus, Whis and his companion maintained their composure, wielding their staffs without revealing even a hint of their power. Suddenly, all four moved simultaneously. In an instant, they vanished from sight. Boom. Boom. The void echoed with sounds reminiscent of a cosmic explosion. Unbeknownst to the spectators, the four deities engaged in battle were supreme masters of the universe of Xeno, their speeds unfathomable to Gran and his companions, who could scarcely comprehend the spectacle. This is infuriating. Such an exhilarating battle, yet I cannot see it. Gran lamented, realizing that he was merely privy to an auditory experience akin to a film devoid of visuals. Oh, great Supreme Kai, do you possess any means to grant me a clearer view of this conflict? Gran expressed his frustration. I am not an angel. How can I provide clarity? The old Supreme Kai retorted, casting a disapproving glance at the young one, who was equally unable to discern the battle's intricacies. Ah, it seems a confrontation is unfolding. This promises to be entertaining. Suddenly, a petite girl appeared within the warp cube. Gran felt a shiver run down his spine. Who could this be? Chapter 83. You are just as foolish as Lord Ramses. Startled by the unexpected voice, Gran swiftly turned around. A small girl wielding a staff had materialized behind him. She was diminutive and charming, with silver hair styled into a playful side braid. The more Gran observed her, the more familiar she appeared. Abruptly, the old Supreme Kai and his companions bowed to her, saying, Greetings, Miss Kess. Kess. Gran's pupils dilated slightly. It was she, the petite angel of the 10th universe. In the animated series, Kess was the eldest among all angels, with her true power remaining a mystery. He never imagined this grand battle would capture her attention. I am the candidate destroyer god of the 7th universe. It is an honor to meet you, Miss Kess. Gran quickly bowed in return. The old Supreme Kai nodded approvingly, recognizing Gran's perceptiveness. I am aware of you, little one. We spoke of you in times past, Kess remarked, scrutinizing Gran, her eyes flickering with surprise. Meeting this child for the first time, she found him to be as formidable as her father had described. We spoke of me. Gran was momentarily taken aback, unaware of the encounter between Whis and Kess from so long ago. He mentioned you briefly. It seems he understated your capabilities, Kess replied, glancing toward the ongoing battle involving Whis. Was he concerned she might intervene and claim the child for herself? Had she not inquired with her father later, she might have remained oblivious to being so cleverly manipulated by Whis. Gran found himself at a loss for words. By the way, Miss Kess, what brings you here? I was drawn by the commotion. I had no idea Whis and Bardos were engaged in combat, Kess replied with a playful smile. If I am not mistaken, their quarrel likely stems from Bardos's actions toward you. Really? Gran blinked his large, round eyes in astonishment. How did you come to know this? Naturally. Your very existence is what prompted me to inform Bardos, Kess revealed. Gran was taken aback. It appeared that this little girl was the root of all the chaos. It seemed that Whis and Beerus were quite agitated, having summoned Bardos to this location for a brawl. Kess observed the fray with amusement, her gaze fixed ahead. Noticing her focus, Gran's eyes brightened. The old Supreme Kai seemed to have an epiphany and subtly gestured to Gran. Miss Kess, would you be able to show me the spectacle of their battle? Gran inquired, hopeful. Kess, being the eldest daughter of the Grand Priest, was rumored to possess the strongest abilities among the angels. While Gran was uncertain of the veracity of such claims, he was sure of one thing. Before the fight commenced, both Whis and Bardos had established energy shields around his warp cube. Yet, this little girl had managed to enter undetected, showcasing her formidable prowess. "Shall I project the battle for you?" Kes mused, pursing her lips. "As an angel of the 10th universe, I typically refrain from involving myself in matters of other universes, especially as you are the candidate destroyer god of the 7th universe. I have even less reason to pay attention." However, she reached out, ruffling Gran's hair with her small hand and smiling. "You are quite amusing, resembling Lord Ramsay in your foolishness. I shall grant your request. I am a robust scion warrior." "Are you implying I am foolish? What of my dignity?" Gran's face darkened, but as long as he could witness this monumental battle, he would endure the slight. Fools often enjoy their own rewards. "Watch closely," Kes commanded, waving her staff. With a hum, 2 small screens materialized above them, transforming the experience from an auditory film into a visual one. "Thank you, Miss Kes," Gran exclaimed with excitement. "Thank you, Miss Kes," the old Supreme Kai echoed with gratitude. He could hardly believe that this young girl had acquiesced to such a request. They would finally witness Xiangpa receiving his comeuppance. Just then, the void reverberated once more with the sounds of intense collisions. Glan and the others quickly raised their heads to observe the scene conjured by Kex. Within the imagery, Zampa and Beerus were enveloped in a radiant purple glow, relentlessly colliding in the boundless void. The shockwaves generated by their clashes were utterly terrifying. Were this in the external realm, it would be sufficient to annihilate an entire universe. Fortunately, they were within the realm of nothingness, allowing Beerus and Zampa to engage in their battle without restraint. Entanglement and separation occurred in the blink of an eye, leaving both parties unaware of how many rounds they had fought. Throughout these exchanges, an array of exquisite battle techniques, consciousness, and experience unfolded before them. Witnessing this, Glan felt his very spirit tremble. The ferocity of a god of destruction-level battle was astounding. Their movements were fluid, natural, and decisive, devoid of any superfluous actions. With each strike, both combatants identified each other's weaknesses, yet their reactions were alarmingly swift. The transition between offense and defense occurred in an instant, making Glan acutely aware of the immaturity of his own fighting style. This was the essence of a god of destruction-level battle, overwhelmingly exhilarating. However, as the fight progressed, the purple aura surrounding Beerus grew increasingly brilliant, emanating an overwhelming aura of disdain for all beings, a proclamation of his superiority. What was this? Glan was taken aback. "This is your self-ultimate state as a god of destruction," Kex explained. Glan's eyes widened. He was familiar with the concept of the self-ultimate state. In the comics, Vegeta had attained this state after training under Beerus. In that state, the stronger Vegeta's willpower, the greater his power became. Alternatively, the more damage he sustained, the more formidable his strength would grow. It was a state fraught with immense risk. However, the Beerus of today was evidently different from the Vegeta depicted in the comics. Beerus's self-ultimate state was far more imposing and invincible, and the notion of gaining strength through enduring damage was non-existent in Beerus's case. The strength of Beerus was directly proportional to the strength of his will. Moreover, Beerus did not need to actively invoke this state. It seemed to be his natural condition. This resembled Whis and others' ultra instinct, where the norm was the strongest, most perfect state. Compared to other gods of destruction, Lord Beerus was terrifying. He had long perfected his self-ultimate state to its utmost form. Kex shook her head, reminding Glan not to forget that Lord Beerus possessed a form of ultra instinct that other gods of destruction did not, albeit not yet in its perfect state. Zampa was destined to lose. Upon hearing this assessment, Glan's breath quickened. Truly, his god of destruction was immensely powerful. Even the old Kaioshin could not help but lift his chin. While Beerus might be irritating, his strength was indisputable. Asin was equally thrilled. This was his formidable ally. An exhilarating sight. At that moment, within the imagery, Beerus transformed into a streak of purple lightning, launching a fist towards Zampa. The might of the strongest god of destruction caused the entire realm of nothingness to tremble. Zampa attempted to evade, but Beerus's speed was astonishing, and his punch struck true against Zampa's abdomen. The sheer force twisted the void, and Zampa screamed in agony. "You fat pig! After all the kindness I've shown you, you dare to steal my candidate." Beerus threw another punch. Zampa, enduring the excruciating pain in his abdomen, hastily crossed his arms in defense. "Beerus, enough!" Did I not return him to you? The terrifying force surged through his arms, and Zampa's complexion shifted dramatically. Beerus's raw power had grown yet again. I can't withstand this. He was sent hurtling back thousands of miles. Enough? Beerus stepped forward, quickly pursuing him. I won't stop until I turn you into a pancake. Damn it, Beerus. You are forcing my hand. Zampa steadied himself, his temper flaring. A surge of purple energy erupted from him, and he conjured two massive spheres of destructive energy in his hands, hurling them with all his might. Have you still only this little skill after all these years? The purple aura enveloping Beerus suddenly vanished, replaced by a glimmer of silver. Ultra Instinct. Beerus, you scoundrel. Zampa was livid. In this state, Beerus would be as slippery as an eel, making it nearly impossible to land a hit on him. Indeed, Beerus, relying solely on instinct, effortlessly evaded the two spheres of destructive energy. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Zampa, his hands clenched tightly as he delivered a devastating blow. The impact sent Zampa reeling, stars dancing before his eyes, with pain radiating through every nerve in his body. Seizing the opportunity, Beerus began to mercilessly pummel Zampa. You flaunt your precious eggs? In front of my instant noodles, your eggs are nothing. I offer you noodles, and you still think to steal my disciple? Ha ha. Fat pig, let us see if you dare to steal my student next time. Beerus relentlessly pursued Zampa, who soon resembled a battered pancake. At this juncture, the battle was evidently nearing its conclusion. In the Omni King's palace, the Omni King clapped his small hands, joyously exclaiming, "This slender cat is impressive, although they are twin brothers." Beerus thoroughly overwhelmed Zampa. The Grand Priest nodded. I must admit, Beerus possesses remarkable talent, though his personality is rather lazy. The Omni King pointed at the projection. Grand Priest, quickly observe Whis and Beerus. Who do you think will emerge victorious? They had faced each other thousands of years ago, and at that time, Whis had lost. Now, so much time had passed, the outcome was uncertain. Why do you say that, Grand Priest? Whis's talent is on par with his sister's, yet his demeanor mirrors that of Beerus, both being equally indolent. No one knows whether he has trained at all over the years. The Grand Priest shook his head. If he hasn't trained, he would still lose to Beerus. But if Whis were to train earnestly, then what would happen? Just continue watching, and you shall see, replied the Omni King. Very well. In the realm of nothingness, Beerus, carrying the limp Zampa like a dead pig, soared back towards the warped cube, but only halfway there. Is that Kex? Beerus was momentarily surprised, but continued on his way. Upon returning to the front of the warp cube, Kex waved her staff, instantaneously dismantling the energy shield set by Whis and Bardos. Beerus flew in. Lord Beerus, you are truly remarkable, Glan exclaimed excitedly. This cat was indeed the strongest god of destruction, and his victory was effortless. The old Kaioshin and others gazed at Beerus with admiration, as if witnessing a hero's return. Indeed, Beerus proudly lifted his chin. After dropping Zampa onto the floor of the warp cube, he turned to Kex. Miss Kex, it has been a while. He had not anticipated that this battle would attract Kex. Kex smiled. You truly live up to your reputation, Lord Beerus. You remain as formidable as ever. Miss Kex, you flatter me. Not at all. If Lord Ramses were to battle Lord Beerus, his fate would likely mirror that of Lord Zampa, Kex remarked, casting a glance at the unconscious Zampa sprawled on the floor of the warp cube. Beerus felt a twinge of embarrassment at such praise from Whis's sister. Lord Beerus, quickly look at Whis and Bardos. At this moment, Glan pointed to the projection above. Beerus was taken aback. Kex had indeed created a projection. It seemed that his recent confrontation with Zampa had been witnessed by Glan and the others. Lord Beerus, can Whis win? Glan inquired. In the scene, the clash between Whis and Bardos lacks the dazzling energies and rules typical of combat. Instead, they engage solely in physical techniques, resembling two Tai Chi masters practicing their art, where softness intertwines with strength and vice versa. Despite the seemingly leisurely and gentle nature of their attacks, they are astonishingly swift. If Gran had not relied on the projection from Kes, he would have been utterly unaware that a battle was taking place within the void. I am uncertain whether Whis can secure a victory. Beerus could only observe the projected images, as even the battles of angels were beyond his naked eye. Watching Whis on the screen, he recalled Whis's words before the fight, telling them to simply watch. What else does this fellow conceal? Whis should be able to gain an advantage. Kes suddenly spoke, causing everyone to widen their eyes. They too wished for Whis's triumph. But Whis had previously admitted to being slightly inferior to Bardos. Just keep watching, Kes smiled without further comment. A few years prior, she had trained alongside Weiss for a month, and she was well aware of his true capabilities. Chapter 85, The Power of Angels Within the Void. An hour has passed since the battle between the two gods of destruction concluded, yet the fight of Weiss and the others continues. With a resounding clash, their staves collide and swiftly separate. Following this, a flurry of attacks ensues. Hooks, sweeping kicks, and slicing strikes, as they continuously exchange offense and defense. The attacks from the Weiss siblings lack the grandeur of the gods of destruction. There are no elaborate clashes or vibrant energies, only the unadorned strikes of martial arts. Compared to the gods of destruction, their movements are more streamlined, each strike imbued with the ultimate essence of martial mastery. How can you still dare to challenge me, when it seems your physical instincts have not improved at all since thousands of years ago? Bardos remarked as their fists met, feeling the other's power firsthand. Do you not realize how excessive your actions have been this time, sister? Weiss, using the momentum from the rebound, stepped back and swung his staff again. Just because of this, are you not afraid of losing to me once more? Battles have their winners and losers. Is that not normal? Bardos responded, momentarily at a loss for words. Initially, she thought he had genuinely trained hard over the years. With his talent, had he truly put in the effort? She might have felt some trepidation. However, his earlier strength seemed no different from thousands of years ago. Then continue to lose. Bardos expressed her disappointment. Her foolish brother was merely acting irrationally out of momentary anger. She moved again. If Bardos's previous attacks resembled a gentle drizzle, now they transformed into a ferocious storm. The ultimate martial arts clash commenced at this moment, and their battle grew increasingly spectacular. Yet, Ancient One, why does it feel like their fight resembles a brawl between ordinary people? Asin, traversing the cube, struggled to comprehend the battle. The old Kaioshin remained silent. Asin, you fail to understand. The stronger the warrior, the more adept they are at controlling their power, Gran remarked gravely, furrowing his brows. The chaotic bombardment style of Vegeta and Frieza would not be seen in those above the level of gods of destruction, unless intentionally so. Beerus nodded in satisfaction. At the angel level, they rarely even employ rules. The simpler the technique, the more lethal it becomes for them. The old Kaioshin added, Asin, did you not notice? From the outset, Weiss and Bardos have not caused any damage to the environment. Perhaps that is why you find this battle unexciting. I see. Asin suddenly understood. Nearby, Kessa's eyes sparkled as she listened to their exchange. These three from Universe 7 were quite impressive. Weiss is about to make a move. Look, Kess exclaimed. As her words fell, everyone turned their eager gazes toward the projection. The clashes between Weiss and Bardos intensified. Yet, their collision still stirred no ripples. Despite appearing to lack power, those who have truly battled against an angel know that even their casual strikes harbor tremendous force. Should this force be unleashed, not just one universe, but perhaps half of the entire King's universe would suffer grave consequences. In Weiss's words, true masters do not inflict even the slightest damage on their surroundings during combat. This is the essence of the angel's might. Clash. Clash. Bardos sensed Weiss's fierce offensive, and her expression grew serious. Your power feels off. Dodging Weiss's palm, Bardos swung her staff fiercely. Weiss did not respond. Instead, he evaded the strike at an incredibly peculiar angle. No, your physical instincts are also off. Bardos gasped in shock. The angel's norm is the perfect state of absolute freedom. Yet even within this perfection, there are disparities. For instance, the difference between a regular angel and the Grand Priest is evident, as the latter can effortlessly overpower all. The gap lies in the instincts of the body. Weiss now surpassed his previous self. This means that both Weiss's physical instincts and power have exceeded Bardos's. Damn it. You have been hiding your true strength. Bardos bit her teeth in frustration. In battles among ultimate strong beings, even the slightest edge can lead to a significant shift. She, who once held the upper hand, began to falter. Clash. Clash. In the void, although no one could see the battle, through Kessa's projected images, the onlookers within the cube witnessed Weiss beginning to gain the upper hand. Wonderful. Little Gran clenched his tiny fists, feeling his blood boil with excitement. I have toppled Kampa. Weiss, you must defeat Bardos. Beerus shouted eagerly into the void. The trio of old Kaioshin was equally animated, as if it were they who were fighting, not Weiss. These fellows truly are. Seeing the audience's reactions, Kess covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Soon, she shifted her gaze back to the void, muttering, Bardos. You have underestimated this moment. Within the void, Weiss, now in the lead, grinned and taunted, Sister Bardos, how do you feel now? Do you still think I'm just seeking pointless amusement? He swung his staff forward once more, the strike seemingly transcending time and space, instantly reaching Bardos's chest. So fast. Faced with Weiss's provocation, Bardos had no time to retort. Her instinctive response allowed her to evade. But in the next moment, a fist came crashing toward her, forcing Bardos to retreat. Sister Bardos, like Lord Beerus, I am not particularly fond of training, but are you still unaware of my talent? As long as I train a little, I can match your pace. Weiss pressed on relentlessly. Despite Weiss's taunts, Bardos remained silent. The disadvantage she faced was now glaringly evident. Conversely, Weiss's offensive grew ever more vigorous. Clash. Clash. The battle within the void reached a boiling point, with every technique embodying the profound truths of martial arts. Though Weiss currently held the advantage, defeating an angel in a short time remains a formidable challenge. That is the terrifying aspect of angels. Another hour passed. My dear sister. This time, it is you who shall taste defeat. Despite the remarkable defense exhibited by Beerus, through sheer instinct and the overwhelming force of his prolonged combat, Weiss finally discerned a slight opening in his opponent's stance. The two staffs clashed, and Weiss relinquished his, using the momentum to swiftly maneuver beside Beerus. No. Beerus felt the pressure from Weiss's staff dissipate, her pupils constricted in alarm. It was too late. At this juncture, the outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt, and Weiss intended to vent his frustrations. A hum resonated as a silver radiance enveloped his fist. This was the power of an angel. He unleashed a punch. Boom. It was as if chaos itself had erupted. This immense force swept across the void. This realm of nothingness, which was solely composed of pure emptiness, was instantaneously filled with this force. Kessa's gaze sharpened as she swiftly brandished her staff, reinforcing the previously dual energy shields of the traversing cube with an additional one. Boom. The void quaked incessantly, unable to withstand Weiss's might any longer. The force began to radiate outward, reaching the normal space. Crack. Wherever it passed, countless dimensions shattered, and even time itself was halted for 4 minutes. Meanwhile, throughout the entirety of the universe of the Omni King, angels and destroyers alike raised their heads. This was the power emanating from the void. Weiss and Beerus were engaged in combat, and Weiss's strength had ascended to such heights. What had transpired? In an instant, all angels and destroyers were hastening towards the void. Chapter 86. Seizing opportunities to discipline the younger sibling in the palace of the Omni King. The projected image displayed Weiss's final punch. The high priest exclaimed, Weiss is truly formidable. The Omni King clapped his tiny hands more vigorously. A look of satisfaction spread across the high priest's face. I never anticipated that this child had been concealing such power. He sighed. However, Weiss remains rather indolent. I suspect this recent enhancement in strength is merely a result of training with his older sister over the past month. Had he diligently practiced over the millennia, his prowess would have undoubtedly exceeded this. He was never this lazy until he began following that Beerus. In Universe 7, the Supreme Kai realm, half an hour had passed since Weiss delivered that punch, and everyone had returned here. Achoo! Beerus sneezed suddenly. Lord Beerus, are you all right? Gran asked. I don't know which fool is cursing me. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. Being disliked was nothing new for him. At that moment, all eyes turned to Weiss, even Beerus's. What are you all doing? Weiss inquired, seemingly oblivious to their thoughts, smiling cheerfully. Is that the true power of an angel? Gran clenched his tiny fist, excitement radiating from him. The force of Weiss's last punch was utterly terrifying. If unleashed in the outside world, it would likely obliterate a significant portion of the Omni King's universe. Indeed, that his angelic power was coughed lightly, nonchalantly. I never imagined you would grow to such heights. Truly, you possess the same talent as your elder sister. Beerus remarked with resignation. It seems I can no longer bully little Weiss. Indeed, one must seize the opportunity to discipline their younger sibling. Beerus then glanced at Kess, his expression one of playful reproach. Sister, you should have been aware of Weiss's strength, shouldn't you? Although Weiss's final punch had not struck her, the fact of her defeat remained unchanged. I knew a little, Kess replied, pinching her fingers in a playful manner. You knew and still spoke of this little fellow's talents without disclosing Weiss's true strength? Were you trying to have me beaten by Weiss? Hee, from childhood to now. It has always been you bullying little Weiss. It is about time you were on the receiving end. Kess affectionately regarded Whis. Sister, you are wise. Whis felt warmth spread through him, casting a triumphant glance at Beerus. Such a vexing Whis. I truly want to hit you. Beerus sighed again, realizing that she could no longer prevail in a confrontation. This time, I and Lord Compa. At this point, Beerus suddenly recalled something. Looking at the unconscious Compa on the ground, and gave him a swift kick. Bang. Huh. Is it dawn? Compa sat up, stretching lazily. The others, Beerus covered her face, feeling embarrassed to have such a destroyer. This time, I acknowledge defeat alongside Lord Compa, until we meet again. Beerus did not wish to linger in this sorrowful place. Unable to take little Gran away and having been beaten by Whis, how could this not be a place of sadness? Lord Compa, we are leaving. Beerus nodded to the others, lifting the still yawning Compa, before vanishing in a cascade of radiant colors. After glancing at the direction in which Beerus departed, Kess quickly withdrew her gaze. Whis, your brawl with Beerus should now be known to all your siblings. Just as Kess had stated, after they left the void, the destroyers and angels of various universes visited the void. However, upon finding it deserted, they returned to their respective universes. It's nothing, Whis replied nonchalantly. His strength had always been known to his siblings. Now that he had improved slightly, it mattered not if they were aware. You still remain so indolent, at this rate. When will you ever reach my level? It is not laziness, but rather a celebration of life and enjoyment of fine cuisine. I find it quite satisfying. Sister, why not take a break and try it? You. Kess expressed exasperation, wishing she could shake some sense into him. Seeing her about to say more, Whis quickly interjected. All right, at the appropriate moment, I shall certainly train diligently. Kess, her expression darkened, found herself at a loss for words. Both your and Beerus's talents are robust, yet your dispositions are so lethargic. She turned to the little Gran standing beside her, her tone serious. Since you do not wish to train earnestly for the time being, then you shall devote yourselves to nurturing this little one. Naturally, Whis said, ruffling Gran's little head, smiling. This little one is quite eager to train. With my guidance, he will surely surpass us in due time. Hearing this, Kess had nothing further to add. This little one indeed possessed the potential to surpass them. So be it. Finally, Kess departed the Supreme Kai realm. Chapter 87. The Super Saiyan is so impressive. After Kess and the others left, the Supreme Kai realm fell into a brief silence before erupting with excitement. In this battle, whether it was destroyers or angels, Universe 7 had triumphed over Universe 6. This was a victory for the entirety of Universe 7, and it was hard not to feel elated. Lord Beerus, Whis, you both did exceptionally well, Gran exclaimed, flailing his little arms with enthusiasm. Indeed, how dare they steal our Universe 7's candidate destroyer? Your actions have been immensely gratifying. The old Supreme Kai puffed out his chest, exuding an air of pride. Humph. Back in my day, I took on 11 destroyers and stood victorious. Defeating a gluttonous pig is hardly cause for celebration. Although Beerus spoke thus, the smile on his face betrayed his true feelings. However, he glanced at Whis, smiling. I expected to win, but it truly surprised me that Whis could as well. As soon as he said this, all eyes turned to Whis, for they had all assumed he was destined for defeat. Hey, why couldn't I win? Whis, somewhat irked, remarked, I am quite formidable, you know? Indeed, he was impressive, but he had merely lost a single battle thousands of years ago. The glimmer of mirth in Beerus's eyes was unmistakable. It was precisely this history that made them doubt Whis's prospects of victory. Apparently, Whis had been concealing his true power all along. As if you've never tasted defeat, Whis shot back with a roll of his eyes. In truth, he had not been hiding his strength. His ultimate triumph over his sister was simply a result of a month of training she had put him through years ago. I just heard your conversation with your sister, and it turns out your talent is astounding, exclaimed Gran, his excitement palpable. He had always sensed that Whis possessed extraordinary abilities. Gran's words also reminded the old Kaioshin of his earlier inquiry about Whis's age. Suddenly, the old Kaioshin began counting on his fingers. In their 7th universe, the god of destruction was the strongest, and the angel was the most gifted. As for Gran, his talent was so remarkable that even the Grand Minister had praised him. With these 3 treasures, wait. The old Kaioshin counted another finger, adding himself to the mix. Hey, with the 4 of us, it would be difficult for the 7th universe not to soar. All right, enough about me. Let's return to you, Whis interjected, gesturing toward Gran. My sister has prepared a projection for you, showcasing our battle. What are your thoughts on the combat that transcends the realm of gods of destruction? Upon hearing this, Beerus perked up. Initially, he and Whis had only intended to vent their frustrations, never anticipating that their actions would attract the attention of Zeiss. However, Zeiss's arrival was fortuitous, as it allowed Gran to witness these two epic confrontations. After observing those battles, Gran should derive significant insights. Feelings? Gran's expression turned sheepish. Honestly, there were many aspects of your battle that I found perplexing. Whis and Beerus nodded in understanding. The gap between Gran and them was still vast, and it was entirely normal for him to struggle with comprehension. Beerus then prompted, "Well then, tell us what you did understand." "Certainly," Gran replied thoughtfully. "From Lord Beerus's battle footage, I noticed his mastery over power was exceptional. At my level, while I can achieve absolute control over my strength, I often have unnecessary movements during combat, which exhausts my energy considerably. This has been a persistent issue for me that I have yet to resolve. Moreover, I noticed that both Lord Beerus and Lord Compa exhibit a state of self-mastery." Gran continued to articulate his insights about the two battles, with Beerus and Whis nodding appreciatively at his observations. After a while, Gran ceased speaking and looked at Whis with anticipation. Whis smiled and remarked, "What you mentioned about unnecessary movements in battle relates to combat awareness, technique, and experience. In simpler terms, your innate physical capability is still too rudimentary. At your current stage, you need not worry about this. Once your inherent abilities improve, these issues will resolve themselves naturally." Gran nodded in agreement. "As for the self-mastery you mentioned, that belongs to the divine techniques shared among gods of destruction, akin to the state of self-mastery. The latter emphasizes mental state, while the former focuses on willpower." At this point, Whis paused, shaking his head. "Since you have already grasped the state of self-mastery, achieving self-mastery is merely a matter of time for you. As a prospective god of destruction, once Gran embarks on the path of mastering destruction, he will encounter self-mastery. With self-mastery as a foundation, it is indeed merely a matter of time for Gran." "What about the battles among angels? What are your thoughts?" Whis shifted the topic. "I found the angelic battles to be overwhelmingly complex," Gran admitted, scratching his head, as he was still just a child under 10. Was it too ambitious to ask him about the intricacies of angelic combat? "No worries, just share what you understood," Whis encouraged. "All right," Gran fidgeted, looking a bit foolish. "I did catch a glimpse of a few things. I can't say if I'm expressing this correctly, but I noticed that while your attacks appear quite ordinary, they embody incredibly profound martial principles." Gran looked at them, tentatively suggesting, "Isn't this what the old Kaioshin often refers to as returning to simplicity, where the simplest techniques are the most powerful?" Upon hearing this, Whis nodded in approval. "Indeed, quite right." Whis ruffled Gran's hair affectionately. "It seems you have gained substantial insights this time. Indeed, at the level of angels, they no longer resort to flamboyant techniques. Such moves often entail excessive wind-up, rendering them ineffective and wasteful of one's energy. Conversely, the simpler the technique, the lesser the expenditure and the greater the lethality. This is the essence of returning to simplicity." Whis then added, "From your reflections, it is clear you have comprehended much. Therefore, you should also recognize that your golden-haired form will only lead to greater energy expenditure." Stop. Gran interjected, rolling his eyes at Whis. He was a scion. After all, if he could not utilize the super scion state, what would that make him? "My super scion form is incredibly cool, and I will not forsake it. Moreover, this path is not misguided. When I attain my ultimate state, I shall be even more impressive." With that, Gran transformed into his super scion form. Seeing this golden-haired transformation, Whis and Beerus clenched their fists in alarm. Hey, what are you two planning?" Gran sensed the tension and quickly called out, "Whis, speak." Whis replied, his fists tightened. If this little rascal did not provide a satisfactory explanation, he would surely make him understand why flowers bloom in such vibrant hues. Gran's eyes darted, and he hastily inquired, "In your last moment fighting Bardos, did you not unleash a punch?" "Yes, and what of it? Have you not always stated that true masters do not inflict any damage on their surroundings during combat?" Whis was momentarily taken aback, realizing what the little rascal was getting at. However, Gran persisted, "If you claim that such powerful beings do not harm their environment, why did you shatter so many dimensions? You even halted time for 4 minutes. For what reason?" Surely, it was to look impressive. Beerus and the others understood Whis's mindset at that moment, their faces flushed with suppressed laughter. Now, the tables had turned, and the spotlight was on Whis. How would he explain himself? Explain? Whis felt his fists hardening. The next moment, A child's scream echoed throughout the Kaishin realm. Ah, my bottom hurts. Before long, Whis was seen carrying the little rascal, having taken Gran and Beerus away from the Kaishin realm. Having been away from the god of destruction realm for so long, it was time to return. Upon their return, they would instruct Gran in the art of dimensional cultivation, and once Gran broke through again, he would truly become a divine being. Chapter 88. Whis, what if you were erased by the Omni King? Time gradually passed, and a month had elapsed since the two battles in the void. Despite the passage of time, the ripples caused by those confrontations had yet to subside. The clash between the 6th and 7th universes continued to be recounted among the deities. It was hardly surprising that Beerus and Kampa would engage in combat. Their sibling rivalry had long been notorious. However, the revelation that Whis and Beerus would engage in combat is particularly astonishing. One must remember that angels embody nobility, elegance, composure, and refinement. How could such formidable beings resort to fighting? Aside from a select few, the other deities remain oblivious to the underlying reasons. Nevertheless, the clash between the destroyers and angels of two universes occurred, and remarkably, they managed to evade the king's scrutiny. It is evident that prior to their confrontation, they must have sought the king's approval. This only deepens the mystery of their motives for engaging in battle. The two epic confrontations have been fervently discussed among the deities across various universes, while the involved parties appear to act as though nothing of consequence transpired. At this moment, within the realm of the 7th universe, three figures stand before the Destroyer's palace. Gran, has it been 4 years since you arrived in the realm of destruction? Whis mused. Indeed, it has been precisely 4 years, Gran nodded. It is now the year 741 of the age of the Dragon Balls, marking his 4-year tenure in this world. Has it truly been 4 years? How swiftly time passes. Beerus exclaimed, though internally he felt a profound astonishment. In just 4 short years, this young one is on the verge of commencing his training in dimensions. However, having been continually amazed by this child, he has somewhat grown accustomed to it. You should be aware of what I will teach you next, was stated, his tone turning serious. Yes, I am preparing to train in dimensions. Gran clenched his small fists, excitement radiating from him. Correct, Whis continued, holding his staff. In this world, the cultivation of dimensions is the most righteous path. Do you understand why? Gran gazed toward the distant lake and nodded. It is due to the issue of lifespan. Regardless of how powerful a mortal becomes, once their lifespan is exhausted, everything turns to ashes. You are correct, yet not entirely so, Beerus interjected, shaking his head. There exists a realm known as the underworld, to which all souls journey after death. In that place, if one has made significant contributions during their mortal life, they may escape the cycle of reincarnation and even retain their physical form to cultivate within the underworld. Gran was well aware of what Beerus referred to, akin to Goku in Dragon Ball, who preserved his body in the underworld and ascended to Super Saiyan 3. However, Gran also understood that death is death. Even if one can preserve their form, numerous limitations still apply. This is the lamentable reality of mortals. Observing Gran's expression, Beerus chuckled. It seems you have deduced the truth. Indeed, once a mortal perishes, regardless of their former strength, even if they can maintain their physical body in the underworld, they will ultimately be subject to various constraints. At this, Gran promptly voiced his lingering doubts. But what about us destroyers or Kaishins? What happens if we die? This inquiry had long troubled Gran. And what of us deities? Beerus pondered for a moment before responding. You have been a candidate for the position of destroyer for some time. You should know that our 7th universe has many generations of Kaishins, correct? Yes, I am aware, Gran nodded. Although he was uncertain of which generation of destroyer Beerus belonged to, he knew that the old Kaishin was from over 15 generations ago. Aside from that old fellow, have you seen any other Kaishins around? Beerus sighed. Although our lifespans are extensive, if we die, we are truly dead. There is no distinction from mortals. Longevity does not equate to invincibility. Gran felt a tinge of disappointment, yet recognized the logic in this. What about Whis and the other angels? Will they die? Gran timidly inquired, his curiosity piqued. Unfortunately, I cannot help but be intrigued, he admitted. Whis replied, unlike Beerus and other deities, we angels possess eternal lifespans. Even if the entire universe were to perish, we would remain unscathed. But what if the king were to erase you? Gran, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the topic, dared to pose this question. In the next moment, a staff struck Gran's little head. Ouch, that hurts. Gran crouched in a corner, cradling his head. "You impudent child. Why do you have so many questions?" Whis exclaimed, both amused and exasperated. "Are you still keen on training in dimensions?" Chapter 89. Step inside. Gran, still holding his head, sheepishly returned from the corner. After listening to Whis and Beerus, he began to grasp certain truths. Cultivating dimensions to the level of deities does not guarantee true immortality. There will inevitably come a day when even they exhaust their lifespans. Only by cultivating dimensions to the level of angels can one attain eternal life. As for why I assert that dimension cultivation is the most correct path, Whis shot a stern glance at Gran before continuing. It is because cultivating dimensions not only grants you an extended lifespan, but also transforms your mortal strength into divine power. Divine power, divine essence. Gran understood Whis's implication, his breath quickening. Currently, he stood at the pinnacle of the Kaishin level, yet despite this, he could only be considered a minor deity and not a true god. Thus, he still could not sense divine essence. "By your expression, it seems you have grasped the concept," Whis remarked, extending his hand to gently rub Gran's head. "Indeed. Once your mortal strength is transformed into divine power, your essence will become that of a deity. Moreover," Beerus added, "upon becoming a true deity, the nature of your strength will undergo a qualitative transformation. For instance, with the same amount of power, if it is mortal strength, you may only unleash 50 of its potential. However, if it is divine power, you could unleash 200. Naturally, this is merely an analogy. The enhancement provided by divine power cannot simply be quantified. As for the true strength of divine power, you will comprehend it once you ascend to the status of a true deity." Beerus too placed a hand on Gran's head, following Whis's example. At this moment before the Destroyer's palace, two titans of the seventh universe were affectionately patting the head of a small child. The scene was rather heartwarming. "So, how should I cultivate dimensions?" Gran could hardly contain his impatience. "First, tell me, do you know what dimensions are?" Whis withdrew his hand. Upon hearing this, Gran fell into silence, and even Beerus retracted his hand. "It should refer to a form of rank," Gran replied uncertainly. "In Dragon Ball, both gods and deities possess an inherent sense of superiority over mortals, which likely pertains to a rank-based oppression." Rank. Whis and Beerus exchanged glances, surprised that the child would use such terminology. "Surprisingly, you are quite accurate in your description," Whis nodded. "In your words, dimensions equate to rank. For ordinary individuals, attempting to cultivate rank is nearly impossible. It is not that they lack the capacity to cultivate it, but the time required to do so is exceedingly long. Many ordinary individuals do not even manage to break through a single rank before their lives reach their conclusion. In this world, most are endowed with divine ranks, thereby granting them ample lifespan to support their dimension cultivation." As they spoke, Whis and Beerus could not help but glance at Gran, who had remarkably elevated his dimensions to the pinnacle of the Kaishin level even before becoming a candidate destroyer. "By the way, Whis, what is the nature of the dimensions I possess?" Gran finally voiced his confusion. "Is it because I have become a candidate destroyer that my dimensions have reached this level?" When he initially traveled to the planet Odrat, Whis had informed him that he could already survive in the cosmos. Later, on Namek, he inquired about this with Purunga, who explained that his ability to exist in the universe was due to his dimensional issues. He then asked Purunga why his dimension had suddenly ascended to the pinnacle level of the Kais. However, Purunga admitted he was unaware. It was noted that when ordinary individuals ascend to divine positions, their lifespans change, but dimensions still require cultivation. Whis observed Gran with a serious expression and said, "I am also uncertain about your situation. In fact, even before you became a candidate for the Destroyer, your dimension had already reached the peak level of the Kais." Upon hearing this, Gran was utterly taken aback. What, then, was the nature of the dimension within him? At this point, Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, realizing that this little fellow truly did not understand his own condition. "Well, there are many things in this world that cannot be explained, so don't overthink it," Whis reassured him, gently patting his small shoulder. Beerus chimed in, "It's akin to your cultivation journey. There are many things you do not comprehend because your realm is insufficient. Do not rush. Perhaps in the future, when your level reaches a certain height, you will look back and realize that the truth is not as complex as it seems." Indeed, it appeared that both Whis and Beerus were genuinely unaware of Gran's situation, leaving Gran feeling somewhat helpless. Returning to the matter of dimensions, Whis continued, "Except for inherently divine beings, any individual's dimension must be cultivated to improve. Before he could finish, Gran raised his small hand and asked, "Which beings are considered inherently divine?" Gran inquired, puzzled. "Such as the old Kaioshin and similar beings. Do you have any questions?" "None." Gran nodded earnestly. After discussing various aspects of deities, Whis asked, "Are you ready?" Without further ado, he prepared to take the little fellow to cultivate his dimension. "Huh, so soon? You haven't even taught me how to cultivate my dimension yet." Gran exclaimed in surprise. Beerus smirked slightly. "Actually, for us destroyers, cultivating dimensions is quite simple. You will learn instinctively, and you will soon understand." Whis gently nudged little Gran toward the destroyer temple, cheerfully adding, "Indeed, only you destroyers can cultivate in such a manner." Hearing their words, Gran suddenly felt an ominous premonition. He recalled when he first entered the Shumi world. Whis had also kept him in the dark. Was he about to endure another embarrassing situation? Entering the destroyer palace, Whis and Beerus led Gran through the corridor, ascending the stairs until they reached the highest level of the temple. At the pinnacle, there was only one room. Gran stood before the door, swallowing nervously. "Lord Beerus, Whis, please be honest with me. Is this room as perilous as the Shumi world?" Beerus and Whis exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Finally, Beerus cleared his throat and said with a calm smile, "It's different. This room does not contain a world, but merely a tower." "A tower?" Gran asked. "Yes, it is called the Dimension Tower. Once you ascend to the 100th floor, you will become a true deity." Beerus chuckled as he ruffled Gran's hair. "Quite simple." "Isn't it? Simple? This is about cultivating divine dimensions. How could it possibly be simple?" Little Gran protested, but before he could finish, Whis opened the door. Beerus, with a knowing gesture, grabbed the back of Gran's neck and gave him a gentle push, saying, "In you go." "Ah, Lord Beerus, Whis, I despise you both." Gran's cries echoed down the corridor as Whis ignored his protests and promptly closed the door. The two exchanged amused glances before erupting into laughter. Chapter 90. 18 years old. Time flew by, and another year had passed. It was now the year 742 of the era of the gods. Beerus and Whis were by the lakeside enjoying instant noodles. Ding! A nearby countdown timer chimed. They both slurped their noodles with delight. "Delicious," Whis remarked, relieved that they had brought back an ample supply of instant noodles from Earth. Otherwise, they would have suffered while that little rascal cultivated his dimension. Truly, Lord Beerus had foresight. Naturally, Beerus replied, finishing his last sip of soup. He glanced at the destroyer palace behind him and sighed. That kid's cooking is exquisite. Yet he is a cultivation fanatic, hardly tasting his own culinary creations throughout the year. Indeed, that little fellow was utterly devoted to his training. Whis set his noodle cup down and continued, "By the way, Lord Beerus, how long do you think it will take for this little guy to cultivate his dimension to the level of a deity?" "How long?" Beerus stroked his chin, pondering before responding. "I recall it took me around 100,000 years to reach the divine dimension level." "Stop right there," Whis interjected with a roll of his eyes. "You must have included your sleeping time in that, right? Do you not know your own disciple? Give this guy 100 years, and he would likely spend at least 50 of them sleeping. Could you not undermine my credibility?" Beerus retorted, rolling his eyes back at Whis. He went on to contemplate. Cultivating dimensions is different from cultivating power. Even if that kid possesses extraordinary talent, he cannot possibly break through to the divine level in a short time. Whis did not argue. As Beerus stated, cultivating dimensions was indeed an arduous endeavor. It is known that in the entire universe overseen by the king, even those Kais with average talent require millions of years to cultivate their dimensions to the Kais level, let alone reaching the divine dimension. However, Whis glanced back at the destroyer palace, pondering, that little fellow's dimension is just a step away from breaking through to the divine level. Who knows when he will shatter that bottleneck? Indeed, Beerus reclined back on his beach chair, gazing at the destroyer palace with a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. Inside the Dimension Tower, Gran's cries echoed. "Ah, it hurts." This was the voice of little Gran. A year prior, when he was kicked into that room by Beerus, he found himself, as Beerus had said, in front of an enormous ancient tower. This tower was not merely 100 stories tall. It actually consisted of 120 floors. According to Beerus, once he reached the 100th floor, he would become a true deity. Thus, Gran cautiously entered the Dimension Tower. He was particularly wary due to the daunting memories of the Shumi world, fearing that Whis might trick him again. To his surprise, as he stepped onto the first floor, Gran found that he encountered no issues at all. He then sprinted to the 50th floor without a second thought. Upon reaching the 50th floor, he felt a mysterious force pressing down upon him from the tower. This force seemed to affect not only his soul, but also his spirit, body, and will, an all-encompassing refinement of his being. Experiencing this pressure, Gran finally understood why Whis had stated that only destroyers could utilize this cultivation method. The agony brought on by this refining power was simply too intense. Were it not for the superlative willpower possessed by destroyers, like a deity such as Jebet, facing this torment would likely drive them mad. Having comprehended the principles of the tower, Gran chose not to ascend further beyond the 50th level, instead returning to the first. He had initially climbed too rapidly. Although his dimensional prowess had already reached the pinnacle of the realm, the opportunity to refine his dimensions anew was too enticing to forego. Thus, during the first month of his return, he ascended back to the 10th level. In the second month, he reached the 20th level. Now, a year later, he found himself at the 90th level. Yet, with each elevation, the torment intensified. The agony is unbearable. Young Gran, now 11 years of age, still bore the visage of a child. Upon reaching the 90th level of the Dimension Tower, even with his level of mastery, the pain he experienced was formidable. This was not mere corporeal discomfort. It was an all-encompassing ache that pierced his soul, spirit, and will. Were it not for Gran's unwavering conviction, he might have collapsed to the ground in despair. I must become a deity. I must achieve immortality. The higher the levels, the more arduous the ascent. Gran, supporting himself on his knees, felt beads of sweat cascading from his forehead like a torrential downpour. The divine realm was not his ultimate goal. Even deities faced mortality. He aspired to achieve at least the dimension of angels. Enduring the excruciating pain, he took another step forward. With each step he made, the tower's enigmatic power refined his essence. Simultaneously, deep within his unseen soul, the dormant seed of dimension within him trembled. A day passed, and he had managed to take 5 small steps. After resting for a night, he took another 5 small steps the following day. A year had elapsed, marking the second year since his entrance into this realm. At last, he had reached the next level. Only 9 more to go. Gritting his teeth, young Gran pressed on. Time swiftly slipped away. In the 3rd year of his journey, he ascended to the 92nd level. In the 4th year, he reached the 95th level. By the 8th year, on the very day of his 18th birthday, he finally attained the 100th level. Chapter 91. The Pinnacle of Divine Dimension. The first stage of divine power. It is now the year 749 of the era of AI. Inside the Dimension Tower, at the final step of the 99th level, stood a tall figure. He stood at 185 meters, with eyes like stars, a prominent nose, and a strikingly handsome face. Clad in garments reminiscent of ancient Egypt, his exposed muscles were not grotesque, but rather defined, akin to a mysterious and refined entity. Particularly, a faint divine aura enveloped him, visibly manifesting his divine nature in conjunction with his celestial authority. This individual was none other than the young Gran, who, after 8 years, had shed his youthful innocence, emerging as a towering and formidable figure, exuding charisma. At the last step of the 99th level, he glanced back, as if a true deity surveying the mortal realm. Just 1 step remained. Without hesitation, he turned and took his final stride. Boom! Upon entering the 100th level, a cascade of mysterious energies surged from the void, penetrating his being. This was the ultimate refinement. Gran's muffled groans echoed within the 100th level of the tower. Half a day passed. With a crack, it seemed a barrier had been shattered. At that moment, his essence underwent a transformation, while the power within him transitioned from mortal to divine. Buzz! As the last vestige of mortal power transformed into divine power, an overwhelmingly sacred aura erupted from Gran. At that instant, he became a true deity. However, this was not the end. The seed of dimension deep within his soul began to shimmer, reminiscent of the moment he first traversed into the Dragon Ball world. At that time, he had ascended from mortal to the pinnacle of dimensional mastery. Now, Gran's essence continued to evolve. Beginner divine rank, intermediate divine rank, finally, pinnacle divine rank. As his essence broke through to the level of pinnacle divine, Gran felt an astonishing surge of vitality. Simultaneously, the divine power within him multiplied exponentially. By the lake outside the god of destruction's palace, Whis, I'm hungry. Beerus languidly gestured towards Whis while reclining on a beach chair. Please wait a moment, Lord Beerus. The instant noodles will be ready shortly. Whis promptly began preparing the noodles. Before long, both were slurping their noodles. Lord Beerus, have you been eating instant noodles for nearly a decade? Aren't you tired of them? Whis inquired, looking up. Tired? To be honest, I am somewhat weary of them. However, Beerus set his noodles aside with a smirk. Those dark dishes you used to prepare made my taste buds feel as if they had been obliterated by the Omni King's erasure attack. Compared to that, I'd rather endure some monotony than consume your culinary creations. Whiss's expression turned sour. Was it truly so exaggerated? Since you're tired of them, then perhaps you should refrain from eating the instant noodles I brought back. As he spoke, Beerus reached for the noodles in Whiss's hand. Lord Beerus, when did I say I was tired? Whis quickly resumed slurping his noodles. Beerus grimaced, and he too lowered his head to eat his noodles. Yet, after a brief moment, both set their bowls down and exchanged glances, simultaneously sighing. Truly, they are quite tiresome. Lord Beerus, I miss Gran's cooking. Whis discarded his noodles, recalling the little rascal with a tiger-like demeanor. I long for his full fish banquet, roasted lamb, and hot pot. Beerus tossed the remaining noodles into the lake, feeling disheartened. But he has only been in the Dimension Tower for 8 years, regardless of his talent. It should take at least a century to progress from the realm of a king to that of a deity. Before he could finish, suddenly, boom, a vast divine aura erupted from the pinnacle of the God of Destruction's palace. This aura was fixated on the source of the energy explosion. Impossible. Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. When I ascended from the realm of a king to that of a deity, it took me nearly 10,000 years. It has only been 8 years. How could he? Yet, in the next moment, boom, boom, like a volcanic eruption, the energy surged forth even more fiercely. This is the pinnacle divine dimension. Beerus and Whis locked eyes, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's gaze. Lord Beerus, your rank is merely that of a pinnacle divine, is it not? Yes, otherwise how could I have survived for so long? Beerus clenched his fists tightly. But this is a rank I attained after cultivating for several million years. How could that little rascal have caught up to me so quickly? Whis had long grown accustomed to having Beerus's claims regarding the passage of time. Yet, even if he did so, Beerus would still require several million years to elevate from a beginner divine rank to the pinnacle divine rank. That little rascal remains as enigmatic as ever, and his potential is truly daunting. Whis took a deep breath. Ordinary individuals could never reach such heights. Yet, Gran has never been ordinary. His father once assured me that Gran's background poses no issues, and that he should be nurtured properly. With this thought, the delight in Whiss's eyes was impossible to conceal. Yes, I've been surpassed by him. In stark contrast to Whiss's reaction, Beerus felt a mix of surprise and resignation. Gran was also his disciple, and naturally, he felt joy at the boy's remarkable breakthrough. However, his own disciple managed to catch up with him, leaving him with a lingering sense of loss. He was about to emerge. At that moment, Whis tightened his grip on the staff. Beerus also fixed his gaze on the grand doors of the Destroyer Palace, his eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Following their line of sight, the terrifying divine pressure emanating from the palace's apex swiftly dissipated. Soon, a figure stepped through the grand doors. He stood tall and imposing, his features striking, exuding an aura of authority. He donned the same attire as Beerus, and the divine energy still swirling around him gave him the appearance of an ancient deity, albeit a rather youthful one. The moment Gran stepped out, his eyes locked with Beerus by the lakeside. Neither spoke, yet the atmosphere in the Destroyer realm shifted subtly. Whis couldn't help but smirk. After 8 years apart, were these two about to resume their rivalry? With a resigned sigh, he produced an hourglass, initiating a 3-minute countdown. Indeed, before the grand doors, Gran suddenly radiated a silver brilliance, the burgeoning form of the divine dimension. The moment he emerged, he unleashed his full power, vanishing from sight in an instant. Simultaneously, Beerus also disappeared from the lakeside. Boom! In the skies above the Destroyer realm, their fists collided, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. This shockwave swept across the surroundings, fracturing the ground within 100,000 miles into a spiderweb of cracks. Gran's power had grown immensely, even in the Destroyer realm. He could wreak havoc. Good lad, Beerus exclaimed, feeling the force of their clash, excitement coursing through him. He hadn't anticipated that, apart from the peak of the divine dimension, his own strength had surged so dramatically. On the ground, Whis squinted, murmuring, the first stage of the divine realm. Chapter 92. Reunion. Lord Beerus, be cautious. Gran's voice was no longer youthful. After uttering this, he executed a sweeping kick imbued with terrifying power, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Come on. I want to see if your martial skills have regressed over these 8 years. Anticipating the strike, Beerus sidestepped, narrowly avoiding Gran's attack. Yet Gran's onslaught did not cease. He transformed into a streak of silver light, entangling with Beerus. Boom, boom. They fought from the skies down to the ground. The clash of their powers disrupting the magnetic fields, shaking the very space, and causing the earth to collapse. Crack. Beerus blocked Gran's heavy punch with one hand, gathering energy into a sphere and sending it hurtling toward Gran's face. The speed of the attack was so swift that, had Gran relied solely on reflexes, he would have surely been struck. However, the Divine Dimension's instinct allowed him to evade. Boom. The energy sphere soared into a distant mountain, obliterating it in an instant. Not bad, not bad. Though we haven't met in 8 years, it's clear your combat prowess hasn't diminished. Beerus grew increasingly exhilarated, launching another punch. Gran met it with his own. Boom. The force from their collision seemed capable of tearing apart the very heavens. Lord Beerus, how much battle power do I possess now? Gran asked, retreating rapidly. Battle power? You are now a divine being. The mortal scale of power no longer applies to you. Beerus pursued. What tier is my strength now? Gran asked, momentarily distracted. You have reached the first stage of the divine realm. Seeing Gran lost in thought during the battle, Beerus swiftly vanished from sight. Not good. Gran instinctively sensed a powerful strike approaching from behind. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. A heavy blow sent him reeling. Fortunately, Beerus refrained from following up. Bring it on. Gran steadied himself, the scion blood within him boiling. Just as you wish. After 8 years apart, Beerus missed this young lad, and they clashed once more. The scope of their battle rapidly expanded, both growing increasingly exhilarated. Thrilling, exhilarating. Boom, boom. Beerus employed the same first stage of the divine realm power, intertwining their energies to conjure a storm of destruction. The tempest ravaged the destroyer realm, its razor winds devastating every inch of the landscape. Crash. 2 beams of light, one silver, one purple, sliced through the air, intertwining. The clash between these 2 divine warriors from the 7th universe reached a fever pitch. The strongest destroyer truly lived up to the title. Even though Gran had ascended to the peak of the divine dimension and his power reached the first stage of the divine realm, he still could not match Beerus's strength at the same level. However, Gran was utilizing this battle to swiftly acclimate to his newfound power. As time elapsed, 2.5 minutes passed, and Whiss's hourglass was nearly out of sand. Lord Beerus, take this. Gran, realizing he could not overcome Beerus, became desperate. A colossal energy sphere, 1,000 meters in diameter, suddenly materialized above. Gran pushed against it with both hands. Boom. The energy sphere descended inch by inch, causing the entire destroyer realm to tremble. If this energy sphere were unleashed in the outside world, it could potentially obliterate half the universe. Fortunately, this was within the confines of the destroyer realm, and more importantly, in Beerus's presence. What a reckless child, easily provoked. Beerus scoffed, then raised his index finger. Destruction. A purple light penetrated the massive energy sphere, transforming it into shimmering stardust that vanished without a trace. At that moment, ding! Whiss's hourglass spilled its final grain of sand, and he hastily waved his staff. Time rewind. The destroyer realm reverted to its original state. Gran ceased his attack, and he, along with Beerus, descended to Whiss's side. The 3 stood in silence, exchanging glances. Lord Beerus, Whiss, it has been a long time. Gran felt a slight sting in his nose. 8 years had passed, and they had all grown so much. Upon seeing Gran again, Beerus was overwhelmed with emotion, instinctively reaching out to ruffle Gran's hair. Yet halfway through, he withdrew his hand. The once small boy had grown. Though you've grown, you appear somewhat slender compared to other scions, Whiss remarked, playfully squeezing Gran's muscular chest. This light-hearted gesture elicited a rare smile from Gran, who remained unfazed. Accustomed to Whiss's playful nature. Slender? Gran glanced at his streamlined muscles, and then at Beerus, who looked as though he were merely skin and bones, and couldn't help but tease. Well, compared to Lord Beerus, I still seem more robust. At this remark, Beerus's face darkened instantly, while Whiss doubled over with laughter. Thus, the 3 stood by the lakeside, one scowling, one laughing heartily, and the last smiling lightly. The scene of their reunion was heartwarming. After spending some time with the 2, Gran took a deep breath and finally spoke. Lord Beerus, Whiss, My dimension has finally reached the divine level. Chapter 93. Power level. His tone bore a hint of pride, and it was evident to Whis and the others that his dimensional mastery transcended merely breaking into the divine dimension. Beerus exchanged glances with his companion. Indeed, this individual had every right to feel proud. Excellent. Whis nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging, it is clear that you have cultivated your dimension to the pinnacle of divine level. With Whis's praise, Gran's chin lifted even higher, and he turned to Beerus with a smug expression, declaring, Lord Beerus, I believe my dimension is now nearly on par with yours. Since his dimensional breakthrough to the pinnacle of divine level, he had finally sensed the aura emanating from Beerus. Observing the smug look on Gran's face, Beerus felt a surge of irritation. Lord Beerus, what are you planning to do? Gran noticed the expression on the god of destruction's face and was startled. He quickly grasped Beerus's clenched fist, stating earnestly, Lord Beerus, as civilized deities, we must refrain from acting impulsively. Seeing that Beerus had yet to relax his fist, Gran swallowed hard and added, Lord Beerus, has my lifespan now become equivalent to yours? Whis burst into laughter. It was amusing that Gran, having just lost to Beerus, would still dare to provoke others, truly both naive and playful. Beerus stifled a chuckle. But as the strongest god of destruction, he could not afford to lose his composure. He snorted, Your talent is indeed remarkable, but you are still far from my level. Far from it. Gran released his grip, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. I have only been in the realm of destruction for 12 years. And I am merely 18. Lord Beerus, you are an ancient god of destruction who has lived for over 1 billion years. Yet my dimension has now caught up to yours. Given more time, my power, whap. A playful smack landed on his head. Ouch. Gran clutched his head, feigning innocence. Why are you hitting me again? Because you are infuriating. Beerus ground his teeth, feeling the urge to train again due to Gran's provoking demeanor. By the way, Lord Beerus, you haven't mentioned my lifespan yet. Gran rubbed his head and shamelessly leaned closer. Although Gran was of age and had become the youngest deity in the history of the Omni-Universe, his personality still resembled that of a child. Beerus muttered under his breath. I wish you were still that innocent child. Why? Gran inquired, his hearing keen since becoming a deity. Because it would be more satisfying to beat you, Beerus retorted. To which Gran rolled his eyes. Seeing Beerus finally in a light-hearted mood, he remarked, Indeed, your dimension has caught up to me. And your lifespan is now equal to mine. Are you satisfied? Upon hearing this, Gran, though already aware of his lifespan, could not contain his excitement at Beerus's confirmation. He closed his eyes, unable to see his lifespan, yet feeling the vibrant life force coursing within him. This was at least 1 billion years of life. Observing Beerus's vitality, it was clear that he would not perish anytime soon, implying that Beerus had at least. Gran was beside himself with excitement, counting on his fingers. Just then, another playful smack landed on his head. Ouch! Witnessing the playful banter between the two, Whis couldn't help but twitch his lips. Did Gran not fear the consequences of provoking Beerus? Or had his 8 years of training unraveled some quirks? The scene shifted. Everyone reclined back on their beach chairs by the lakeside, and the initial excitement of Gran gradually subsided as he refrained from annoying Beerus further. Gran gazed into the sky and earnestly asked, Whis, earlier, Lord Beerus mentioned that my power has reached the first tier of the divine realm. How does my strength rank within the Omni-Universe? Upon his ascension to divinity, he sensed his powers had transformed dramatically. According to Beerus, he was now at the first tier of the divine realm, but he was uncertain of what that truly entailed and how far he was from achieving his goals of defeating Beerus and confronting the Omni King. In the entirety of the Omni-Universe, Whis pondered for a moment before responding. Excluding the gods of destruction, you would be considered average. What? Gran shot up from his chair in shock, exclaiming, My level is merely average? It was no wonder Gran was taken aback. He was well aware of his extraordinary talent. Even Beerus and Kampa competed to have him as a candidate for the god of destruction, and he had spent a full 8 years training in the Dimension Tower. And yet, this was only average? Otherwise, what do you think your strength is worth? Beerus chuckled. Your power resides at the first tier of the divine realm. There are countless individuals of your caliber throughout the Omni-Universe, and you are still far from the pinnacle. Is that true? Gran's face fell. He had not encountered so many powerful beings in the Dragon Ball universe before. Gran, Whis interjected, though Beerus's words were blunt. Your current power indeed lacks distinction within the Omni-Universe. The human levels in the 1st, 12th, 5th, and 8th universes all surpass 7. These 4 universes are teeming with experts, whereas our 7th universe's human level index barely exceeds 3, rendering us unqualified for comparison. Even your current strength pales in comparison to the powerhouses of these 4 universes. Gran was aware of this. In Dragon Ball Super, these 4 universes were referred to as the Supreme Universe, Ultimate Universe, Balanced Universe, and Diligent Universe. The names alone indicated their formidable nature, and they were also exempt from participating in the Tournament of Power, meaning no one truly knew the extent of the experts hidden within them. Of course, if you were to measure your strength against the remaining 8 universes, you would indeed rank favorably. Whis looked at Gran, but your current power is still insufficient to claim the title of the mightiest. Recently, I heard that there is a mortal in the 11th universe whose strength has already surpassed that of the god of destruction of that universe. What? Beerus leaped up from his beach chair. A mortal's strength surpassing a god of destruction? How could that be possible? Gran remained unfazed, fully aware of whom Whis was speaking about. Jiren. In the Tournament of Power, this individual single-handedly withstood the entire 7th universe. Do not be too astonished. I am merely relaying what I have heard. As for its veracity, I cannot say. Whis gazed towards the direction of the 11th universe before returning his attention to Gran. All right, Gran, I shall not tease you further. What I mentioned earlier regarding pure strength was merely the surface. When you incorporate your Ultra Instinct and Divine Dimension, the number of beings capable of defeating you within the entire Omni-Universe would be exceedingly few. Chapter 94, 7th Tier of the Divine Realm. Whis's tone suddenly shifted, and Gran momentarily failed to grasp the change. Whis was indeed correct. Beerus had not lingered on the subject of the one who surpassed the god of destruction in the 11th universe. After all, it was simply a matter of strength exceeding that of a god of destruction, and it was the fool who had been defeated by Universe 11. Such trivialities hardly warranted his attention. Earlier, we spoke solely of pure strength. When combined with your Ultra Instinct and Divine Dimension, there would be but a handful of individuals in the entire Omni-Universe capable of besting you. Beerus regarded Gran with utmost seriousness. This is indeed an impressive disciple, is it not? Gran, having just been instilled with a sense of uncertainty by Whis, inquired, Lord Beerus, how many levels are there in the realm of deities? Despite the extensive discourse earlier, he still lacked clarity on the concept of the first level of divine power. There are 7 levels. Beerus revealed without reservation, his voice lowered. As these words echoed, it was as if a thunderclap had struck. Gran felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He was acutely aware of the terrifying extent of his own power. Even with his remarkable talents, it would be an arduous task to elevate his strength to another realm within a short span of time. The fact that divine power is categorized into 7 levels was astonishing. Whis, what lies beyond the 7th level of divine power? The angelic level, Whis replied nonchalantly. Gran clenched his fists. This implied that as the strongest destroyer god, Beerus resided at the 7th level. By this logic, most other destroyer gods likely operated around the 5th level of divine power, and Jiren's raw strength probably hovered around the same 5th level. What? Isn't it strange that your power seems so feeble, yet we still assert that those who can defeat you are few and far between? Beerus chuckled merrily, finding it exceedingly amusing to tease this individual. However, Beerus must have some gaps in his reasoning. Gran, his expression darkened, retorted, Didn't you just mention that it was due to the Ultra Instinct and the Divine Dimension? Ha! Whis burst into laughter. Indeed, upon closer inspection, it seemed that Beerus's reasoning was rather flawed. Gran, feeling the ire of Beerus, watched as the latter's fists tightened, the knuckles cracking ominously. Well then, Lord Beerus, please continue with your reasoning, Gran said, retracting his neck slightly. Humph. Beerus snorted, choosing not to reprimand him immediately, and continued, You are now a deity. Mere mortals in the universe cannot sense your aura. Furthermore, your mastery of Ultra Instinct is a capability that even destroyer gods struggle to comprehend. When I was besieged by 11 other destroyer gods, it was primarily due to Ultra Instinct that I managed to endure until the very end. In comparison, you can grasp just how formidable your trump card truly is. Beerus spoke with sincerity. Ultra Instinct is a state reserved for angels, typically. The nature of the destroyer god's role precludes them from mastering it. Yet Beerus is an anomaly. He has managed to cultivate both Ultra Instinct and Self-Instinct. It is precisely this that allowed him to withstand the onslaught of 11 destroyer gods. Thus, It goes without saying that mere mortals, aside from a select few powerful beings, would kneel before Ultra Instinct. I see. Gran nodded, fully aware of the terror that Ultra Instinct embodies. However, Jiren from Universe 11, in the anime, could withstand Goku in his completed Ultra Instinct state. That individual is somewhat of a monster. Of course, your current strength and physical instincts remain somewhat lacking. If your power were to ascend to the second level of Divine Realm and your physical instincts to the third, I firmly believe that within the entire universe of Xeno, no mortal would stand a chance against you. Upon hearing Beerus' words, Whis interjected sharply, Lord Beerus, are you out of your mind? Beerus was taken aback, momentarily confused. What caliber of talent does our Universe 7's candidate for Destroyer possess? How can you compare him to mere mortals? Whis scoffed. Gran's ascension to deity status is a height that mere mortals can scarcely hope to reach. For instance, the ancestor of the Scions, Bardock, dared to challenge Xeno. Yet in the end, he was still just a mortal. Beerus, at a loss for words due to Whis' criticism, found himself in agreement. For Whis' assertions were undeniably accurate. Gran couldn't help but stifle a laugh. What's so funny? Beerus shot a glare at Gran, irritated that he hadn't even intended to bring up matters concerning mortals. It was all Gran's fault for making such comparisons. Did he truly not comprehend the magnitude of his divine dimension and the potency of Ultra Instinct? The three reclined back onto their beach chairs, continuing their discussion about Gran's current dilemmas. As time passed, Beerus finally spoke. Well, now you should understand the issues you face. Since you have become a true deity, Whis and I will teach you the true essence of destruction. Wait. Gran interjected hastily. What's wrong? I've just emerged from training for 8 years. And now you want me to train again? Do you truly believe I am some kind of training fanatic? Gran retorted, annoyed. Having been instructed by Whis in the past, he understood the importance of balancing work and rest. Continuous training would place undue strain on both his body and mind, and he would not repeat such a mistake. Indeed. Whis nodded approvingly. I didn't expect you to remember that. Wait, have I turned into the villain? Beerus exclaimed in surprise. Whis disregarded Beerus' comment, turning to Gran, who lay in the middle of the beach chair. Your next training plan should indeed focus on the rules of destruction, but since you've only recently emerged, there's no rush. In fact, Whis intended to have Gran challenge some opponents of equal standing. Otherwise, allowing him to continually spar with Beerus would inevitably undermine his confidence, which was undesirable. However, as always, this matter could not be hurried. Yes, I will be mindful of balancing work and rest. Gran nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from Gran's stomach. Logically, having become a deity, the necessity for sustenance should be negligible. Yet, as a scion, eating had become second nature to him. At mealtime, his stomach would inevitably grumble. As Gran's stomach growled, the next moment, gurgle, Beerus and Whis' stomachs also rumbled in unison. An awkward silence enveloped the trio as they exchanged glances. Finally, Beerus could no longer contain himself. You little rascal. It's been 8 years since I've tasted your culinary delights, shouldn't you? Before he could finish his sentence, Gran began counting on his fingers. What is he doing? Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Whis. How should I know? Whis shrugged. Meanwhile, Gran calculated the time. He had entered the dimensional tower in the year 741, and with 8 years having passed, it was now 749. Coincidentally, the year 749 marked the beginning of Bulma's quest for the Dragon Balls. Lord Beerus, let us go to Earth for a meal.